because he's one of the biggest proponents of electrostatics.
Exactly.
One of
Appeal
the
to your authority, what's it that doesn't know shit?
I never said he's my authority. I'm just saying that he's one of the most vocal opponents to gravity, and he has a really good.
And he doesn't know shit.
Yeah, he's really ignorant about electrostatics because charge would certainly make a difference. But he's not here, is the good thing. And does my mic sound okay, by the way?
Yeah, no, you're good, Chucky.
Jazza good or good?
No, I got your strength 5, Chucky.
Okay, that's good. Good. Yes, okay, so you say it's electrostatics. Great. So your firmament would work, but like Jazza said, you could determine if there's a firmament or not. Why has nobody ever detected a firmament? I guess I dropped out.
No, you didn't. I think Leon must have.
Why are you doing
No, I mean, I'm not one to really argue for long periods of time. I just wanted to give my point. Somebody else can take over. I'm not. Because at the end of the day, I'm not trying to convert you guys or anything like that. I'm just simply stating my view.
That's good. You want to have a stronger foundation if you want to convert someone.
Yeah, the thing, Leon, is you there's no possible way of converting someone from sanity to dumb fuckery. It's the simplest way I could say it.
Oh my goodness.
TBD, if you get a TBI, I mean, maybe. Slow night, Jazza.
Yeah. So I agree that not everything's related to buoyancy, right? And it's not just easily explained away with weights and densities. The fact that things separate, the facts that things fall to the earth. There's more complex science that goes behind all that. I can't equivalently explain it all. Like I really can't. I'm not an expert in that field. I'm more of a theologian. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm here just to hear these people argue so I can learn. But I base my beliefs off of scripture, so it's completely contrary to you guys, where you need like observation and you need like physical material data. I can't offer that, right? I can't offer evidence for a firmament. Like I don't have a piece of it to show you. Like, look,
you don't need a piece of it. Just detect it. You know, there is evidence that people tell stories, right? Fiction. Am I not coming through anymore?
No, I'm listening, bro. So like a lot of people talk about, like, even on the flat earth side, they'll talk about like observation and like, well, I can't feel it with my senses, therefore it must be so. I'm not one of those people because I know that my senses are flawed and I can't completely evaluate reality by my senses alone, because scriptures are clear that your senses can lead you astray. Your eyes, your ears, your understanding can lead you astray. Reasons why we need to actually depend on something more concrete, like the scriptures and our own senses. Because like, yeah, when I look at the moon, it looks like a rock. It does, like, legitimately looks like a rock. It looks like it actually has craters on it. Like my senses tell me that the moon is a rock, right? And it has craters on it. But it's not. It's a light source. It's a luminary. It produces its own light. It's not a rock.
But why do you think your senses are wrong? And it's the light source, because why?
because the scriptures tell me that there's nothing in the moon except her light. It's not solid. You can't land on it. It's literally like a hologram, a holographic hologram up there that's just literally producing light somehow. That's beyond me.
So even though it seems to be wrong by everything we can test, you're going to believe words in a book written over 2,000 years ago.
Yes.
If we're talking 3,000+ years ago.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. That's how it works for me. Which is counterintuitive. Again, all this is counterintuitive and against logic. But logic, many instances, will lead you astray because what looks like to be solid in a rock with cribs on it is actually nothing more than a light. And you can't land on it.
Also reflects radar and lasers. So there's that.
That doesn't mean anything.
But definitely, yeah, like against all information, believe a book. That's definitely. It's not counterintuitive, it's counter-logical.
I mean, we can break down the moon landing, and if you really believe in the moon landing, I would question your wisdom and your discernment, right? So if you
have to believe the moon landing to know that it's self-object.
Well, no, but this is it's like the moon landing is a litmus test, right? If you believe in the moon landing, then all your discernment is out the window, right?
Why?
Because the moon landing literally has so many holes in it, bro. Like it's like Swiss cheese.
They're called craters.
No pun intended.
No pun gotten.
Because they talk about the moon being like Swiss cheese. But listen,
yeah, that's a joke, right? But you do not need to believe the moon. I could say the moon landing was fake. That doesn't mean the moon is not a solid object.
All right, that's fine. Then prove it to me. You said it bounces radar. That's not concrete evidence.
What is it then?
No pun intended. That's not concrete evidence. It doesn't mean that the moon is concrete.
No, it's not. I think there's very little lime on the moon.
It lives in our minds.
That's it.
It does.
Yeah, that's actually a better case than what you're presenting.
Okay, how so?
Because there's evidence to support that what we see in the sky is somehow connected to our consciousness. That it's like a projection of consciousness. That's what we see in the sky.
What we see in the sky, the moon, is a projection of our consciousness.
Yes.
How does radar bounce off a projection of your consciousness?
Well, just because radar bounces off of it doesn't mean it's gravitational waves could be affecting the radar waves, making it bounce off. It's polarity
okay.
and again going back to electrostatic.
No. Just gravitational waves.
Because it's bouncing off doesn't mean that it's solid.
Okay. Why does it only bounce off the gravitational waves at the direction of the moon? And if you point the radio signal away from the moon?
I honestly have no idea. I haven't evaluated that. Like this morning, I woke up and I seen the moon on one side and the sun on the other side, and the Earth down here. And what's covering the moon? If I can see the sun, I can see the moon side by side, and I'm in the middle. What's covering the moon? The sun's literally next to the moon, and it's not fully lit. It's not fully lit. I wish I would have took a video.
The sun is covering the moon.
No, I'm saying this morning I seen the sun and the moon out at the same time, and the moon was not fully lit, and I'm in the middle on the Earth, right? And I can see the sun and the moon side by side, and the moon's not fully lit. So what's covering up the moon to make it look partially lit?
What were they almost opposite of one another, or I can't see the moon right now? But why do you think something's covering the moon? In your argument, where the moon is just a light source, something would have to be covering it. But in our paradigm, where it's the section of the moon that's lit by the sun, nothing's covering it. It's just the part that you're. No. But I guess the question I have for you is, do you want to know the truth, or do you just want to believe the Bible, regardless of whether it's true?
No, I want to know the truth. Obviously, I'm a seeker of truth. I'm a lover of truth.
But what if it goes against your Bible?
Then I would say there's something wrong with that understanding, because from my belief system, the way that I look at the world, my worldview, it has to resonate with the scriptures. Otherwise, there's something wrong with it.
So the
Okay, so
scriptures
let me
are
ask
always
you again.
right.
Yeah. Do you want to know the truth, or do you just want to believe the Bible?
This is where we have a schism, because like I believe that the Bible, right, is inspired by the Creator. So if it goes against the Bible, then it's going against the Creator, right, and who created it all.
What if they just
But
heard the
maybe-
Creator wrong because he spoke in a weird voice?
Yeah, and maybe your belief is wrong. Maybe the Bible didn't. Isn't that a possibility that the Bible isn't from the Creator? There could still be a Creator, but the Bible isn't what He gave to you. It's just a man that wrote it down.
Yeah, I've thought that's crossed my mind many times. But the more I seek the scriptures, the more I realize the scriptures are true. Like things that I thought were impossible or like, like just fantasy, come to find out are actually legitimate. Like this really happened.
Can you give an example?
There's a difference between having faith and lacking faith, right?
Can
You know how
give an example
Jesus
of what you
says,
used to think?
ye of little faith, right? So I could say to you guys, ye of little faith.
Okay, but you're not Jesus, so can you give an example of what you once thought was fantastic, but then found out was true?
The origin of man and how Adam and Eve came, basically were the creators of all mankind. Like from one woman and one man, human beings came about, which I thought was weird, like because incest and stuff.
Find that that's true?
The mitochondrial clock.
Do you know anything about that, Nate?
Just a little bit. There's a mitochondrial clock that's based off of like mutations over time and how frequency genes mutate, or how frequent genes mutate. And they did an estimate. Well, at first they thought it was like 200,000 years, the first human being. But then when they did the math using like supercomputers, they found out actually like human beings came about 6,000 years ago. Which kind of
actually it's between 100 and 200,000 now, is it not?
Yeah, but apparently
originally
a different supercomputer.
Originally it was 100 to 200,000 years old, the first human that came about. But then they did the math again with new updated data, and it came out to be 6,000 years
ago. What do I Google to find this line? What do I Google to look for this? Mitochondria supercomputer or what?
Nah, just type in mitochondrial Eve. And mutation rates. That's how they find out the evolution of man is mutation rates.
Yeah, but
so evolution is a thing.
No, man, like I'm not trying to get into evolution. I'm just saying that's one reason why I believe in the biblical story, the Genesis story.
Do you understand that evolution doesn't say there's a direct split where a human came from a non-human? Always, it's just a blurry line.
Yeah, people say that. I heard a guy saying that last week, but that makes no sense.
People, everybody. That's how it works.
I mean, if you go back to if you go back in the evolutionary tree, we all came from something, right? One source. And
yes, your parents will always be the same species as you. Or in other words, your offspring will always be the same species as the parents.
But evolution doesn't say that.
Absolutely, it does.
No, it doesn't.
So at one point, can I get in here real quick?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so at one point there was dinosaurs, and a meteor hit, and then after the meteor there was only a little ground squirrel sized mammal thing. Those were the biggest mammals, right?
Well, no mammals were dinosaurs.
The dinosaurs died, and then there was mammals, but the biggest mammal was like a little squirrel sized thing. After the dinosaurs all died from the meteor, right?
Yeah.
Is that your story?
That seems to be, yeah.
And then all the and then we evolved from those things, right? That's evolution.
Sure. Yeah.
Were those humans?
Nope.
Okay, so we came from some different thing. Yeah, that's what evolution says. Exactly what Yao was saying.
That's why I said it's a blurred line. So, but there's no direct point. There's no one generation where it changes. It's gradual over time.
Yeah, and we came from things that weren't humans. I don't know why you're disagreeing with Yao right there. You're going to get your own evolution shit. Anyways, go ahead, Yao. I just want to clear that up.
Nah, please take over, bro, because I'm not here to argue with people.
No, I'm not doing this. No. Go ahead. Whatever you're quotable Bible scripture making.
No, I'm not. I don't even want to talk Bible either. I just wanted to have I like having like decent conversations and philosophical conversations. I don't like debating. Like people love fighting and debating. I'm not here to debate. If you want to have a conversation with me and just talk, we can talk. But you're like grilling me, bro.
Yeah, I just don't want people to have wrong information and shit. They do that shit all the time, bro. And then people may be listening and they walk away thinking, when you get a food stipend that's per diem or some goofy shit, who knows? Or we always came from humans, like we didn't. It's not your story. It's not what evolution says. Like,
I feel like I'm on the witness stand and he's the prosecutor. Like, can we just have like a nice conversation?
Yeah. This mitochondria Eve thing. I found an article about it, but I mean, it came from a creation believing organization, you know. But I'm gonna look more into it. It's making some pretty interesting claims here. It's basically matching up with what you said, that the original mitochondria of whoever was the original mother of all humans alive today is apparently at least 6,000 years old. But I mean, that's a claim the article is making. But when I look at the journals that the article sources, these journals all say should have lived between 100 to 200,000 years ago in Africa.
I'll pull it up. I'll pull it up because the thing is, I read it a long time ago. I don't remember. I don't memorize it. I don't have recall. Like what it has recall.
Don't worry.
Right?
I'm just telling you what I'm reading. I'm reading it now.
I'll pull it up.
You don't have to pull it up, bro. I pulled it up for you. It's in text chat.
But there's multiple scholarly journals on that topic. There might be multiple, analyzations done of that. Because what they do is they analyze the frequency of mutations over time, and that's how they can tell.
But I don't think you're listening to what I'm saying. The journals.
Yeah. You're saying it's 100.
Yeah.
You're saying that the journals are saying it's 100,000 years old. But I'm going to show you. Yeah. I'm going to show you a specific journal that says contrary to that. They say that actually 6,000 years old.
Okay. Post that. I'd love to see that.
Yep.
What's going on over there?
Sorry, you're hot micing.
Oh, I stubbed my toe. My bad, guys.
Jeremy.
Oh,
Jesus.
Man.
Watch where you walk, bro.
That's worse than stepping on a Lego. Oh, I hate that shit.
I didn't know if he was nutting or what was going on.
Bro, that ain't what I sound like when I stub my toe. That shit hurts like a mother.
Yeah, but I think what Chucky was trying to get out of you, Lion, was to understand why you would put, if you were in a situation where you were given evidence that told you your beliefs were wrong, Would you follow the evidence or would you stick to your beliefs? And it seemed, you were pretty clear in saying you would stick to your beliefs. And I think from there, Chucky was trying to understand why. Why would you ignore the evidence and stick to your
No,
beliefs?
well, I wouldn't ignore the evidence. I would definitely cross-reference the evidence with the scriptures. I would cross-analyze it and see what's going on here that seems to contradict the scriptures, right? And a lot of times, as you meditate, you might actually find some clarity regarding certain topics that you didn't have before. Sometimes the scientific evidence supports the biblical narrative in ways that you never even thought of. But in other times, it just completely goes against it. When it goes against it, I'll put it on the back shelf. I'll put it in the back burner and I'll just meditate on it. And I'll be like, well, maybe there's something off about this. And a lot of times, like, listen, like the scriptures hold true to themselves. Like there's things that the scriptures talk about that science is just now starting to realize. So that's why I rather put the scriptures above man, because even though the scriptures were written by man, it was inspired by the Holy Spirit, by the breath of Yah. So like,
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
You know what I'm saying?
But just like try and keep it simplified. If you were given a very simple situation where you were presented with evidence that goes against the Bible, and you meditated on it, and there was no way you could make it reconcile. There was no way you could make the Bible and this piece of evidence ever agree with each other. It's just impossible. What do you do in that situation? Do you agree with the evidence?
I always side with the scriptures.
Okay, all right. So you were ignoring the evidence, which is fine. A lot of people do it, But I think from there, Chucky was now trying to understand.
Is he saying ignoring it, or is it like that? Evidence has got to come from a certain kind of source, and he's not qualifying science as a source that can tell him something.
So, okay, interesting, Snacks. So if this evidence was in the Bible, he would accept it. But if it's outside the Bible, he's not accepting it.
Well, some people in the science community will only accept things that are from a peer-reviewed paper, and other people will not accept anything that's like an article in a magazine, let's say.
You're right, which is true.
Different standards, right?
Yeah, which is true. And they might be wrong for doing that, but just because they do that doesn't mean Yah should do it as well. Shouldn't he rise above that?
Respectfully, call me Lion, please.
Lion, yeah. Should Lion do that as well?
I do hold the scriptures to a certain level of credibility over any man. That's why when it comes to that point where I'm at a crossroads, like who do I go with here? I go with the scriptures by default. That's how I'm programmed. Now you can call me biased or whatever. You know what I mean?
The question that you might not want to answer: is it possible? I'm not saying is it true, but is it possible that someone wrote a book called the Bible and said it was inspired by God?
Yeah, of course. I mean, Harry Potter. Could people say, "Oh, this is inspired by God"? And then, am I just going to blindly believe that Harry Potter is the word of God? Absolutely not.
We can't keep bringing up Harry Potter like this. Harry Potter got nothing to do with God.
More the Book of Mormon. So
the book isn't made by one person, though, Chuck.
Yeah, sure, fan fiction.
But there's multiple people that have a part to play in having authored it.
Yeah, multiple people have written the Bourne series.
So is it possible that a bunch of people conspired to lie or something?
Absolutely.
That's what you're presenting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Listen, I understand people's skepticism and reluctancy to believe in the Bible. Trust me, I understand. I was one of those people myself. It's just you come to an awareness understanding on reality, especially if you've dabbled in psychedelics. Like, and I'm not even trying to talk about psychedelics, but just to give you a little bit of information about myself, like I had an out of body experience, bro. Like legit out of body experience that completely changed my worldview. Prior to this experience, I didn't believe in consciousness after death. I was like eggshells. Like I didn't believe that consciousness was possible outside the brain. And then I had that experience, and it completely changed my worldview. And I probably wouldn't be a believer if it wasn't for that experience. So until you have something like that, like literally supernatural, you'll probably never believe in the Bible. And some people are blessed. Some people are blessed though to still believe in it and never had one spiritual experience happen to them. Go ahead, Snacks.
You're still in your brain. Your brain still exists. I mean, even if you're having an experience that's outside of what you perceive, like you still have a brain.
But I honestly, I felt like I died, dude. Like I felt like my heart stopped, and then like I came back, my heart was pumping again. Like that's how I felt when it happened to me. Now I might have, I don't know. Who knows? I don't know what happened.
So did you feel cold?
It was through that I didn't feel cold at all. But like that's just I can't tell you exactly what happened because there's no like I wasn't connected to a machine. But like I had friends who've OD'd on fentanyl, right? They were dead, out cold, blue in the face. Said that they seen he said he's seen his mom like over him, his girlfriend over him when he was floating outside his body. Like, and then other people that have overdoses say that nothing happened. They just fell asleep. They just don't remember shit. So it's like, what's going on?
Definitely don't suggest you try to confirm or deny that experience.
Well,
but earlier you said the Bible has given us information that science has recently verified. What can you give an example of that?
Yeah, so the power of prayer, right? The power of prayer has always been spoken of, even by the Hindus, and there's the intention of something. So if you put thought and focus and intention onto something that you're trying to accomplish, but if you invoke the name of the Creator into that, it's like a catalyst, right? It's not guaranteed that it's going to happen. It's all according to His will, but there's a legitimate increase in probability if you focus on intention. The mystics, the Jewish mystics have talked about this for a long time, and it was never really proven until recently, where they found out that actually through random number generators, they started to mathematically prove that prayer and intention does equal a greater outcome. There's a simple experiment that they did with like 50-50, like flipping a quarter, except they use random number generators. And the intention alone increase the probability of a certain, whether it's heads or tails, popping up.
Quarter has a more of a probability of being 50-50 because of the imprint that's on it. Whereas like if you pick a penny from a certain year where it's like more deep set, it actually has a greater probability of landing on tails. And I know this because I've talked to gamblers who swear by it. And so I just believe it, right? I don't know. I can't really tell. How do I know what probability is? But all I can tell you is that when I flip a coin for this for a penny, and I have the right kind of penny, I just tell the other person it's always tails, and I look at them in the eye, and I mean it when I say it. And it's fucking when have I flipped the heads? Like I just always win like that. I don't know why that is, but it's weird. Intentionality and like certitude sometimes effectively create.
Don't you sometimes lose like that too? Like I always win when I say tails.
You could, but I don't because I declare it, and somehow I just haven't. But I don't know. Maybe I'm just better at flipping coins than you are.
No, but like, there's a legit anomaly when intention is like you can do it randomly, and then you can do it with intention. Whatever your intention is, it's gonna be greater, bro. It's at this point it's like a proven fact.
It's intention plus odds. I think make things land and happen. You know.
Okay, but you say this is scientifically evidenced?
No, not like officially, but it's enough to be like, it's swayed one way though for sure.
Right,
that it's a thing
because somebody told you.
Well, no, because like even with a random number generator at best, that's only circumstantial evidence. You can't like.
Okay, but whose random number generator? When did they do it? How many numbers did they generate? What was the
Yeah, look up the study, bro. I don't have again. This is stuff that I've read and looked up a long time ago, bro. I can't recall all of it.
So if prayer doesn't work any better than chance, how would you say it works?
Yeah, I don't know. I think prayer like helps you like prepare yourself to receive something to happen. A lot of times, like you could get lucky but not realize it, and then you kind of don't catch the event as it's supposed to happen. It kind of misses you.
That I somewhat think is true. Like if I told you guys the number 7 was going to come up a bunch today, and you believed me, you would see the number 7 everywhere you went.
I remember
it's
one time I was playing CeeLo.
777 o'clock right now.
Sorry,
Crazy.
I was playing CeeLo. I was playing dice with my friends, and like, mind you, it was in the hood. My friend's mom was a crack dealer. Like, it was a sketchy ass place, and I was just playing dice. And like at this point, like I still believed in God, but I wasn't really like committed to Him. And weird shit was going on. Where like I kept winning, like insanely, like back to back to back. Like I won so many times, they were getting pissed at me. But I started winning with trip sixes. Like I kept rolling trip sixes, like back to back to back. Like I literally rolled trip sixes like 7 times in a row. Like I kid you not.
I did that once and killed people in fucking Risk.
Character.
They were so mad.
And then I got so freaked out that I stopped playing dice. Like I legit stopped playing dice.
Why
And they thought,
he's playing CeeLo in the hood? Snacks was killing him on Risk.
Playing Risk in the hood, bro. High stakes.
True story is he's hurtling in Siam.
Playing the Settlers of Catan on this bitch. Come on.
You weren't rolling trip sixes on that game.
what are the odds of rolling trip sixes like 6, 7 times in a row for real? Like that really happened. I'm not making this shit up.
Catan? 0.
No. Yeah, you can't roll trip sixes in Soda Catan. Fine. But I have
I got all South America gang, bitch.
Yeah, it's weird, but everybody got freaked out when that started happening. You ever notice that? Like everybody, like you start rolling the same number over and over. People are like, what?
Yeah. It was weird, bro. I had to quit like right then and there. Otherwise, I felt like I don't know, man. Like I was making a covenant with the devil or some shit.
Like it's cool the first time, it's funny the second time, but the third time, people are either like laughing real hard or starting to be like, what?
Yeah.
Exactly. Hey, Lion, I posted my parking pass the other day. Did you see it, or do you want me to take a picture again?
I'm sorry, I could barely hear you. You posted your something.
My parking pass number the other day. Did you see it?
Oh yeah, I seen that. You're a cornball.
It's also my hard hat. My hard hat is 666. Something else. You think I mean it's a digital coincidence, or do you think it's something else?
Yeah, it didn't come through.
I think you're a robot in Chuggy.
Yeah, hang on.
These cell phone companies are straight fucking us over, dude. They are raking in the money. They should have been building cell phone towers everywhere by now, but no, we're still walking around with fuzzy reception. They don't care if we have good service or we robot all over the place. They just want to get as much money as possible. Like nobody cares about anything anymore but getting money. Like what we're falling as a civilization because of this.
What are the logistics behind streaming live from Mars? Like, what do you need to have in place for that to even happen? Can that even happen in real time?
Equipment on Mars. Step 1.
That's not what I asked.
Yeah, you said, what do we need? We need equipment on Mars. First step.
Well, yeah. You probably want to have a relay on the moon.
Yeah, we need a transmitter on Mars. We need a receiver on Earth. And we need content.
How's that helicopter still working? Must be a hell of a design.
What helicopter? Oh, on Mars?
Martian helicopter.
It's really light.
You notice how they make batteries so fucking good for NASA? Like where shit just never fucking goes out. Man, I wish they made that for us. But that would put all the Duracell companies. They can make batteries that never end. That's what NASA's good at. But they don't want
what's good with all the trash they keep finding on Mars? People keep picking out shit in the photos. They keep picking out like man-made shit.
Gophers? No, they're not man-made. What's man-made in those photos?
I don't know. Every other day I see a photo of like they found like a piece of aluminum, a pipe.
Yeah. I'm really sad that I didn't take a screenshot because whatever. I was like, oh, this will be here. This is on Gigapan. You know what I mean? Like all these pictures of Devon Island and stuff.
Oh yeah, in Canada. Yeah.
And I'm like, that's fucking Sharps Hill. That's fucking Sharps Hill, and it's on the fucking JPL website on their fucking main page. It's the same little fucking rover on the same pile of rocks. You know,
same exact contour, bro. Yeah.
It's the same type of rock. It's the same formation. Like I just matched it, right? I should have like taken I don't know why I didn't. I was like, I fucking solved it. I don't need to do anything. This will never get taken down or scrubbed, but it did. What are you gonna do?
Just yesterday, I was looking at our mine in northern Quebec, and just south of it is a really cool crater. I forget what it's called, but if you go to Bay Deception, Quebec, and go south of the mine, you'll see it.
Well, I don't know how you saw anything yesterday. Your whole country's on fire, bro? I could barely see anything yesterday in New York.
Oh
yeah, we're smelling the smoke, but mostly Ontario is pretty good.
I wonder if that's why we had that crazy sun in the morning. It looked like it reminded me of seeing the sun.
Yeah, you feeling that, Snacks? They actually put out a warning to not go outside yesterday. They're like, yo, there's so much smoke, it's unsafe to go outside.
Yeah.
It's not as bad today.
I told my boss, I was like, yo, we all gotta go home right now. But that didn't work.
But when the wind changes on Friday or Saturday, Jeremy, it should be better for you.
Oh, I don't know what it is that makes the sun look like pink through fucking forest fire smoke.
But I don't know, that the sunset did look nuts yesterday, though. Are you talking about the sunset yesterday?
I didn't see the sunset. I saw the sunrise yesterday. I guess the sunset.
Ours goes orange, I think maybe pinkish orange, yeah.
Maybe I got different eyes.
We definitely do.
I think I'm better at color recognition than other people. I don't know.
Okay, what color is cream soda? Crushed cream soda.
Snack's been colorblind his whole life.
Yeah, right. Like everything's red and black, isn't it? All right. What color's a creamsicle? I mean, come on.
Cream soda.
Cream soda?
Fuchsia.
Fuchsia? No.
What do you call it?
I think of cream soda as like brown, no?
Fuchsia's like pink, magenta.
No. Crushed cream soda specifically.
Oh, Crush?
Not the good shit.
The good shit is that orange soda that tastes like a creamsicle. That shit's banging. You ever had that one?
The Stewart's,
yeah, the glass bottles.
Yeah. But the Lime Ricky's the best.
As opposed to Stewart's, the convenience store. You got those in Jersey?
Yeah, we got the drive-through hamburger and hot dog place.
Do you have Wawa convenience stores?
I never even heard of that. I heard of that maybe, but no, I don't have that.
No, but Stewart's got its own like drive-throughs. You know,
I didn't know they had all that.
Yeah, they're like an old chain.
Bro, Stewart's be taking over, bro. You know their whole chain. There's a spot near me where they got one kitty corner, 2 Stewarts either side of the thing, so they clip all the fiends coming each way on some the wire shit.
So I posted the journal that whoever was asking for earlier regarding the mitochondrial clock, where I posted a reference to it. But we hear about the Cambrian explosion, how most of life all came about at the same time. But this is similar to that, except it says that 90% of Earth's animals appeared at the same time. Genetic study reveals. And then you have a separate study called
they appear in the brain not working.
What happened?
I was saying, do they appear in reality or do they appear in the fossil record at the same time?
Well, this is genetically speaking.
Okay, not fossil. Okay.
All right,
Yeah.
I'm looking at the picture image you posted, and this is confusing. It looks like it's 2 different articles that you've spliced together. It seems one is an actual journal, the first one, but that one says all mammals and humans came around about the same time, being 100 to 200,000 years. The second one you posted, what is that?
Yeah, so the first one is the one that you referenced earlier that I said, yeah, there's another one though.
No. This is saying the exact same thing I was saying. So what I was saying is the article I found, in the article itself, they're making the claim that apparently we're 6,000 years old. But that article had references to journals, and all of those journals were throwing out that number of 100,000 to 200,000 years. In that picture you posted, that first part is one of the journals I was reading. Now the second part it looks like the articles I've posted, because in the second part is where they're making the claim of 6,000 years old, but we don't know where the information for that 6,000 year old claim is coming from. It just says using the new clock, she would be more than 6,000 years old, but where is this new clock used that gives us 6,000 number? Do you have that?
Well, it says it right there, the source. It says calibrating the mitochondrial clock, Science 279, page 28 through 29, copyright 1998, American Association for Advance of Science. So you can find it there. And you can read, you could probably go, if you want to, I can't do it right now, I'm working, but if you want to read some of that article, that scholarly journal, it says mitochondrial DNA appears to mutate much faster than expected, prompting new DNA forensics procedures and raising troubling questions about the dating of evolutionary events. Regardless of the cause, evolutionists are the most concerned about the effect of a fast mutation rate. For example, researchers have calculated that mitochondrial Eve, quote unquote, the woman whose mtDNA was ancestral to all that and all living people, lived 100 to 200,000 years in Africa. Using the new calibrated clock, she would be a mere 6,000 years old. Because the mutation rates happen a lot faster than they previously thought. This is how they date the origin of man. How old is through the frequency of mutation rates. But if it happened a lot faster, then we're a lot younger than they previously thought. But these studies are suppressed because it goes against the conventional theory, their paradigm. So they usually put these to the side. They shove these to the side. They don't really want to.
Okay, I think I found it. It's cool. Thank you, man.
Yeah, sure.
And I tag you with it as well if you want to read the entire thing. I'm gonna read it quickly and then I'll get back to you.
Like I'm not a bioengineer, right? So I don't study genetics, so I can't give you like.
Yeah, I'm not a geneticist either. I'm not a biologist. I don't know much about evolution, but I'm at least going to try and understand what I'm reading. I'm going to make an honest attempt before I make claims on it or place any reliance on it. You know, to just believe what this Ann Gibbons lady is saying without having read the full article, I don't think that's the right approach to take line. It's like, you know, putting belief in the Bible when you've only read one chapter in one book of it, you know, but then you want to believe the whole thing. That's not the right way to go about it, right?
I get you. I was actually looking into a Hindu woman's work. She's a doctor in astrology. I didn't even realize you can get a doctorate in astrology. Apparently you can. Have you ever heard of that?
I have. I mean, they are schools that give that out. Definitely. I think Gio's got some sort of degree like that. Not in astrology, but something within those lines.
She's an astro archaeologist. That's what she's referred to, and she has scholarly journals regarding the constellations, the luminaries, the eccentricity of the sun, the
That would
ecliptic.
That would make a lot of sense. I mean,
And it's
especially with the archaeological part, you know, because a lot of astrology in the past is what modern day astronomy is. People were using constellations and things they saw in the sky to understand what was going on, and they would base their whole worldview and life around it, like the cult of Mithras. Have you heard of that one?
no.
So the cult of Mithras was a
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought you meant the post. I thought you said like the post of Mithras or something.
No, the cult. So during the time of, you know, while Christianity,
The Roman, it was a Roman cult.
Exactly. So it was a Roman cult that was rivaling Christianity, you know. But this cult was based on this god called Mithras, who was a child of the sun god Sol Invictus. But Mithras was always depicted murdering a bull, and there would be animals around him, scorpions and whatnot. Only to find out that it's all based on the constellation Orion, I think, hunter, trying to slay the bull, Horus, while all of these other constellations are around him. You know, the sun, Scorpio, all of these things are around him. You know, so they're just retelling the story of what's happening in the sky. And the idea is they thought Mithras or Orion was fighting the bull, Horus, because they would always see Orion and the bull move up and down in the sky. They would see these constellations, you know, move below and above the equator, and it would look like they're in a struggle with each other, and we don't know who's winning, who's losing. You know, it's like there's a fight going on. So I mean, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
Yeah, so I've been looking at her work, and it's pretty incredible stuff. Like, because she's basically debunking the heliocentric idea of how the precession of the equinox works, how the axial tilt works, and how the sun's eccentricity, the obliquity of the equinox, like all these things, the obliquity of the ecliptic, like these things I don't even understand them at first, and then I started researching them because I've been interested in this stuff for a while now, for about 3 years. And it's pretty insane, bro, the stuff that she's bringing forth, and how because she's using ancient architecture, ancient megalithic structures to debunk the heliocentric model, bro. Because these structures are still extremely precise to the solstices and the equinoxes, showing that there is no such thing as axial tilt. That what we perceive as axial tilt is actually simply the stars rotating around the sun or the earth, not the earth rotating around the sun. Now she doesn't have she's on a flat earther, but she has data she doesn't even realize that debunks the globe. Because technically,
Lion, have you seen that article? There's like a bunch of articles about India, like they're not teaching the periodic table, and they're not teaching. What was another thing? Evolution? They're just taking
No.
it out.
Good.
Why?
But no, I wasn't aware of that.
But you know what? Because they're saying that, well, they have a different political regime, but so that's apparently the change. But it's also to do with the fact that it's Westernization, Western sciences are like fucking up their ability to have culture and teach their stuff the way they'd like to, I guess.
So the periodic table as well? Really?
Oh. Well, they came up with the first periodic table, I guess, right?
They?
I don't know. I guess maybe they'll go back to 5 fundamental forces or something, or fundamental elements or something.
Interesting.
It is kind of. It's weird too, because like you would think that a lot of that stuff, like their education's doing well enough to like produce a lot of doctors that we hire here in the States. So like, it's weird. Maybe they're just trying to like keep people out of the doctor game.
Yeah, those doctors come to the United States for their education.
You know, for medical, yeah, but they already have like a good foundation. Maybe people want to rag on India. I've met some very, very intelligent people from there.
There's a YouTube that I follow. They show the Indian architecture, bro. It's insane, man. Like, you think Egypt is cool, bro? There's some Indian architecture that will leave, anything Egyptian in the dust, bro. Because honestly, yeah, it's just the intricacy of the architecture and how they still spin and move, and like there's it's stuff from Indiana Jones.
Does any architecture anywhere rival what they were doing in India, like with figures and sculptures and buildings? I don't think so.
I don't know, man.
Like, it's so ornate. Like it, I guess you could say all the Inca and Mayan stuff's like kind of ornate. They got like little pictures and stuff like that. But no, the Indians like just they have a whole building with this Kama Sutra on it. I mean, they're just way beyond. But even the like Al-Biruni, when he went to go visit India, was like, man, these guys got some understanding of stuff I don't get. I don't know how they know it either. I'm just gonna call him Al Bundy from now on. Al-Biruni.
Pavi Mohan, that's the guy's name.
The YouTuber?
Dude, yeah, ridiculous stuff.
Well, they're so detailed. Some of these sculptures are so detailed. I'm like, are these like just molds of people? Like, cause like, how do you like, how do you notice that there's like a vein in the foot? You know what I mean? That you're gonna like include in your fucking sculpture, and then do that. That level of detail is probably more than I can. It's not that I can't believe it, but like at that point, like why not just do molding? You know. But then that's to say, like, like I think that there's some evidence for other kinds of stonework that they use molds for some of these pieces. I don't know. It seems like they had a way of doing it that wasn't using chisels.
And then they have the mercury amalgams.
Yeah, I don't know
and
what
like,
that would do for you.
They had like these mercury amalgams and like they had like a reactor core, bro, in the temples.
Yeah, maybe.
Some weird shit with mercury, bro. And we keep seeing mercury pop up, but it's like, why? Like, I understand it's an interesting element because it's like liquid at room temperature, but dude, like that, there must be more than just it looks cool, it looks shiny. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't know. I do wonder what kind of part that. We'll never know though how integral or not that mercury was in the development of all these things. Oh well, it's like pretty much like we're not going to go start taking mercury again. You know, we're not going to start using it as a medicinal like antibiotic, right? we're not doing that. So it's hard to know like what kind of effects that could have had on somebody. Right? People could have had mercury poisoning, but it could have made them more intelligent. You know, it could it could have made them crazy. I don't know. It could be pervasive through all these different religious sects and things like that, up to a point. I don't know. It's a weird mystery. Yep, it's a weird mystery. Yep. Salt. Yep. Okay, we're good. Move on.
We're find a good video.
I don't know. I mean, I think there's something more to understanding of like just what people thought of materials, you know, and like how they were able to figure out like, oh, this plant fixes this thing, and like, oh, these plants have salts in them or they have metals in them, right? I don't know. Like different rice have different metallic components to them, you know, or organic anyway. But you know what I mean? Like it's possible that they could have had a really profound understanding of this stuff that we don't even, you know, but that would have been lost. I think a lot of this information would be just lost, like the how-tos of it and the whys of it. Sometimes I feel like I just said nothing, you know. I fucking hate that.
Hey man, I feel like I'm just talking bullshit right now. I'm trying to find something concrete. So I got this here. It says hanging pillars of India. Like they're like seamlessly levitating, bro. Like even today.
Are we talking about levitating?
Well, no, well, I'm not like here. I'll post the video so you can see it for yourself.
I
don't know
can't get
what's
into
going
the
on.
like. Oh yeah, they used to build pyramids with levitating the block. I'm not doing any of that.
No. I don't believe that.
It's like upsetting to me anymore. I just want to take all the mystic woo shit out of all these pyramids, you know? Like, I don't even want to think about it. I just get me to why. Just get me to why them all, you know? Like, I don't need to know what kind of weird gods or traditions necessarily happened here, allegedly or whatever, you know?
Everything's making
Kyrell
sense.
knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I looked into this woman, this Ann Gibbs person, and she works for Advent Health. Have you heard of Advent Health?
No.
It's a Seventh-day Adventist nonprofit healthcare system headquartered in Florida. So it makes a lot of sense why she would hold this specific view.
Are you in the library or something?
No, I'm
I like the pillow talk, but I can't turn you up any more than this.
I'm sorry, man. So I mean, she clearly has a bias, has a dog in this fight. So
Yeah.
yeah, we take what she says with a grain of salt.
She's a dog in a race, so take it with a grain of salt. Okay, gotcha. Doesn't science have dogs in races too?
Scientists do, yeah, not science itself, but definitely scientists, yeah. You know, I mean, if you're a scientist that has a really strong, well-believed, well-referenced framework, you know, or theory that everyone believes in, it's made you famous and rich and everything. And then Lion comes around with his own theory that says your theory is wrong. You're going to do everything within your power to shut Lion down, you know? And that is something that happens within the science community.
Scientific. That means it's like sciencey.
And this happens in religion as well. If you have religious framework supported by a book and rituals and everything that a lot of people believe in and follow, and they come to your church and they give you money and you're rich and powerful, and then lying comes around saying your religion is wrong, you lying, you don't have the true
Just
word of
want some of
God.
this
You're gonna
money.
do everything. Yeah, you're gonna do everything you can to shut lying down.
You're trying to get this money. That's what you're doing.
Yeah, it's human nature, right?
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it is. I mean, even Christians
I
do
don't
it.
know.
Like the Inquisitions and the Crusades. These are attempts by
You don't
Christians
even know
to.
what the Inquisitions were about.
I do. Don't you?
You could,
They killed Muslims during the Inquisitions.
but
They killed anyone that wasn't a Christian
was it
during the
all?
Inquisition.
Was it all over? It was all over holy things, or was it like behind the scenes? Was it maybe about somebody stole a lot of money, and they're like, "We need to figure out who the fuck stole the money. Let's have this Inquisition now."
It was a little bit of both. I mean, when you look at the Spanish Inquisition or the Crusades, right? What you have is the government, right, that has religious power, killing innocent people all over the Middle East and Europe, Eastern Europe. For what reason? For power and control. It had nothing to do with any religion per se. They were using religion as an excuse for their conquering. That's all it was.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Maybe for the Crusades, for the Inquisitions, I don't know if it was religion being used as a tool of conquering. I think it was just people that really believed that God doesn't like heretics and heretics should die, and they used the Bible to promote this idea and this ideology. Because remember, it's not like they were using the Inquisitions to go and conquer people in South America. Inquisitions were happening within their own country. So it would be the Pope of Spain working together with the King or Queen of Spain to kill heretics within Spain. They weren't trying to conquer other countries doing this. They're trying to get rid of Muslims and Moors and Jews within Spain. They didn't go and do it was about religion.
It did though.
They just used religion as an excuse, like the other guy said.
But it was a component.
It was about religion. Spain weren't doing the Inquisitions in England, trying to conquer England. They weren't doing it in Portugal. They weren't doing the Inquisitions in South America. They were doing it in Spain.
They did though. They did it in South America and in the Caribbean.
What Inquisitions were they doing in South America?
It was
converting people. But
the idea that they could abuse these people because they weren't of the same faith and they were considered savages. This is how they rationalize their abuse of the natives, because they weren't Christian.
But that's not an Inquisition. What they were
I
doing
understand,
to
but
the natives they were trying to convert the natives because they thought they were savages. Let's convert you to Christianity. Let's take away your own belief from you. It wasn't a thing of they were taking natives, putting them in dark caves, and making the natives confess that they are Christians, or making the natives snitch on their neighbors. Is your neighbor practicing heresy or not? That isn't what was happening in South America. The Inquisition is a very specific type of thing that was going on.
I understand.
But they expelled the Jews in 1492 from there.
And the Spanish,
South America?
And reality, the Spaniards came to Holland to rule there.
In the 1400s with the Inquisition?
Philips II and Alva and that kind of personality.
When was that?
I think it was later.
Inquisition.
Way later. Yeah. Inquisition is
not way later.
Okay.
Established in 1478.
What's this?
Tribunal of the Holy Office of the Inquisition, Spanish, known as the Spanish Inquisition, was established in 1478.
Yeah, but I don't think the Spaniards were in South America.
And then 1492, they were like, let's kick all the Jews out.
And then when the Columbus reached the Americas?
1492 was when they presented the ball, and that's
Didn't Columbus come to America in the 16th century?
I think it was like 1542 or some shit like that. I forget.
So that was way after the Inquisition.
Yeah, but it was within the same time period, relatively. Like you're talking about 100 years.
Oh no, actually, it was the same. Apparently, in 1492 is when Columbus started his.
Or
Okay,
1492. All right.
it's when he
But anyways,
started.
like,
I don't know.
Columbus sailed the ocean blue. What's the problem here?
but no, what I'm trying to say is that their motive, right? Their operandi for doing what they did was based off of religious reasons.
Yeah, it was. It was a religious thing because people back then were more fervent believers than we are now. Like you might think you're a real believer, Lion. But if you were alive in 14th century Spain, they would call you a heretic.
I would be killed.
You'd be killed. Yeah.
But
Those
that's
were
what I'm trying to
some
say. Like
real
they were
Christians.
killing their own people though. Like they were Christians, but they like nowadays would be considered Jews. But they weren't Jews. They were only Jews by faith because they observed Shabbat and the commandments of Yah, while the most Christians didn't. So if you went against the church, you were considered a heretic. If you kept the Shabbat, you were considered a heretic, and you would be killed and persecuted. And that's what we see going all the way back to the Bar Kokhba revolt in the first century. You had Romans killing Jews that were keeping Shabbat, but they weren't just Jews. That's what people say they were, but they weren't just Jews. They were Israelites. They were just regular people, converts, Greek converts that believed in the Messiah and believed in the commandments, and they also were being killed. William Tyndale in 1526, he was the first Englishman who he went to Cambridge University and he translated the Bible from Hebrew and Greek into English. And the church found out that he did that. And they also found out that in his process of translating the scriptures word by word, verse by verse, he ended up finding out all the bullshit dogma that he was taught as a child, right? He undid all that by translating the scriptures and found out that actually we are supposed to keep the feast days. Actually, we are supposed to keep the Shabbat. And that what I've been taught is bullshit. So he literally, like, he was the first Protestant, one of the first Protestants to protest the church. And he was killed and burned at the stake. He wasn't a Jew, but he would be considered a Jew by the church because he was observing Shabbat. Like I'm considered a Jew, and even though I'm not a Jew, because I have a Jewish understanding of the scriptures.
Yeah, most of you so-called Christians in this server, if you was alive back then, they would have killed you. Yeah. Anyway,
Well, yourself
I gotta
included,
get
too,
going.
right?
Yeah, I would have been killed for being Muslim, yeah. But I'll see you guys later, man.
That's okay. All right.
Lion, tell something about the Crusades.
Du hast mich.
Is that German?
Yeah.
I've got a water heater that just boils water for tea or something, but it has a Shabbat setting. Why is that?
What do you mean a Shabbat setting?
It has like a switch, as a dial, and you switch it on. It's like for Shabbat. Engage Shabbat mode now.
That's what's up, bro. Nah, that's mad funny. Nah, because the rabbinical Jews, they think that you can't run, and certain rabbinical Jews think you can't run electric devices on Shabbat.
Ah, nice.
So like you can't have your phone charging or nothing.
That's dope, though, right? All the Hebrews wishing they had my water heater.
That's hilarious.
I was like, Shabbat mode, shit. I'm gonna put this on every day. You know what I mean? Why not? Just run it all the time with Shabbat mode.
I want to talk about this Hindu lady though, bro. Her name's J Sar. I don't even know how to pronounce her name. Jayasri Saranathan. Saranathan. Yo, phenomenal information in here, bro. Conflict between archaeoastronomy and astronomy reveals new understanding of the equinoxes.
You should maybe drop her name in the chat or something if people want to check it out, because maybe it might be hard to type that out.
Yeah, I'll drop it in right now.
Yeah, that's weird. But apparently, like a lot of the people that made the voyage over to the new old world were picked up from the expulsion of the Jews from Portugal and Spain, or Spain, not Portugal, or is it the same? I forget. At that time,
What are you talking about?
Yeah, well, it's just, I guess it gets into the ideas like, was Columbus Italian or was Columbus like Jew?
He was Italian Jew.
Okay.
But he was. The thing is, like, when people think of Jew, they're like, oh, well, Jews don't believe in Christ, right? Because there's this whole paradigm, even people don't really study this stuff.
In that time, though, that they would have been basically like, hey, you want to be Jesus-y or leave, or pay us lots of money and you can be secret Jew. I think that's what went down there, you know.
There was a lot of secret Jews because they were fearful of the church, not just the Spanish church, but the Church of England was also equally as tyrannical as the papacy and Rome and all that. Like the Church of England they split off. Even the Russian Eastern Orthodox Church, they split off from the papacy. It's all heads of the same beast.
Okay.
You know, the Revelation talks about the multiple heads.
Yeah, it's just weird that all of it like kind of coincides with 1492, and yeah.
Columbus's voyage was funded by the Queen of Spain.
Yeah.
He was Italian.
Right, but it's like, do you think that maybe they took a bunch of money from people, like paying, like, hey, I just don't want to be Jewish. I got all this money. Just take it. Don't bother me. You know, like, is it possible they use that to bankroll this expedition, or where do you put all that money, or what do you do with it? Right.
I mean, if you got every church giving tithes to the Pope and the Queen and all this, bro, they would have had tons of money, bro. Like taxes.
The Vatican got about 60 billion right now. They got loot, bro. That's the most sickening thing about this whole religion thing is they're collecting massive amounts of money, and they're not like, you could end homelessness and world hunger with that money. Like, what are you doing? You're just sending out 60 billion, letting people suffer. It's sickening.
Thing is, like, the church itself is, you know, they're not really believers, bro, like that. Like, yeah, there's faculty that do believe, but when you look at the top tier, the echelon, like, dude, those people are practicing occultists. Like, they've found stuff underneath the Vatican. They're like insanely occultish, bro. Like, what the hell is this stuff doing here?
Well, the presumption is that they're just all Jesus-y, and I think that's the wrong presumption.
Now, they're sun worshippers, bro. Going back to Sol Invictus.
I think they just collect everything. They're like mad hoarders of religious, stuff. I mean, do you think it? You know, we know from Indiana Jones that the Nazis were into collecting old relics. You know, we know from that history. But like, were they the ones that were being prompted to do this, or was it possibly that a different group did this too? I don't know.
Did you just call Indiana Jones history?
Yeah, it's a fact. Moving on.
Indiana Jones was a documentary, and the events happened in real time.
Thank you, Jeremy. I'm just saying, who's collecting all these artifacts? Who wants that? Is it just the Nazis, or do possibly like the Vatican maybe want that too?
Listen, Hillary Clinton. If you know about Hillary Clinton, she was in search of occult relics, bro, because they know people who are in the occult. They know that, or they believe that if you have possession of these occult relics, that you're gonna gain more power and more control, spiritual control. There's something like if Hillary Clinton could get her hands on the Spear of Destiny, bro, she would probably bust everywhere.
All right. That's probably true. Do you think that there is like because I have this it's a crazy theory, but it's that like we have like the FBI, the CIA, they take care of normal shit. Do you think that there's like an occult fucking X-Files fucking department, you know, where they're like, yo, this shit can't get out, you know, whatever.
Yeah, they do, bro. It's called Majestic 13.
You think so? Because that's MJ12 is the UFO group, right?
Yeah, they got like they got 12, 13, and 14 from what I understand.
All right.
Like different compartmentalizations of government that all focus on different aspects of the spiritual.
I just thought it was funny because like all
that
shit that people were talking about with the laptops and the this and the that and whatever, and it's like, you know, between all of it, I'm just like, what is? It's almost like that there's some kind of like demonic material somebody had some kind of shit, and they're like, yo, we can't even tell you. Because in the hearings are like, we can't even tell you the name of the organization that is telling us we can't release any of this stuff. Is that crazy?
Dude, Fox News literally yesterday, the day before, they had a whistleblower on Fox News. I think he was Air Force whistleblower. I don't know, but he was definitely up there in government, dude. He was saying that they have UFO crafts that are not human and even bodies. And he was saying it on Fox News, dude. It just came out like 2 days ago. I kid you not.
I don't know what. I'm not biting on any of that. You know, I've already watched the X-Files before. I know that history.
But I'm saying, like, I never in my life would have thought that on live television on Fox News they would have like a legit, credible, decorated military member talking about UFOs and UFO bodies.
Right.
Like, dude, like, are we living in an X-Files episode? Like, what's going on?
Well, you need to have the guy with the authority to tell you the thing. Does that mean that guy's correct, or is he just somebody that?
He could be controlled op. He could be just making shit up. Yeah, obviously, it's a possibility.
Because like it's like for the other purpose of it is like, oh, okay, well, there's some information being leaked on Fox News, but maybe if I join the Air Force, I'll really find out this shit. Is it like that? I wonder if it's just getting interest for people to join in these programs.
I think they're setting the stage more and more for the fake alien invasion, the next COVID, to get control of us.
I think that's 2 COVIDs away. The next one will be like a complicity with all this Neuralink shit. I think that's the next big act.
They're supposedly leaking alien technology, all this stuff. I think they're just slowly setting the stage for the fake invasion coming up.
People say that, but I ain't people.
Speaking of COVID, did anybody hear?
I mean, before a fake alien invasion would happen, they would. Hey, Bob.
I just want to ask this real quick. Did anybody hear Dr. David Martin's opening comments at the UN summit? I think last week is about COVID. Anybody? All right. Well, so far.
I don't think you can't say that word, bro. You can't say that word.
No, you basically can't.
In here, you can't say that.
He's new here. Bob's new. Oh, Scrat. I'm sorry. I thought you were Bob Dole.
I didn't know
My
that.
bad.
I didn't know you can't say that there. Here.
My bad, Scrat. You have the same color as Bob Dole. But yeah, like, don't you think that they would like tease it the fuck out if there was like some kind of threat from outer space, some crazy aliens? You know what I mean? wouldn't we hype the fear up first? Not just be like, oh yeah, they're here now and new rules. Yeah. If you can't tighten the screws down, then the whatever your story is doesn't work.
I mean, I already given my views on this, and they're a little bit out there.
Yeah, you probably think some shit about angels.
No, I think that our government at the upper tiers, they've been experimenting with psychedelics since the 80s. We know about the declassified documents, MK Ultra, all this bullshit.
They've been on psychedelics since the beginning of time, basically, bro.
With true serums, they're trying to give, see if people would speak up, if they're given LSD or if they're given mushrooms, can you get people to speak up under interrogation, right? This is how it started. And then the more they dove into it, the more they realized like there's something deeper going on here. And you fast forward to today, 2023, they've exhausted LSD, they've exhausted mushrooms. Now they've moved on to greater drugs like DMT that Geo talks about. And I know a lot of people are fond of DMT, but like this is one of the most strongest psychedelics known to man. And
no. The strongest one is the Sonoran Desert Toad.
Yeah, but that's what that toad has is DMT.
But DMT is I think it's specific to whatever you're getting it out of. It's gonna kind of give you a little different trip.
That's true. Like they found aquatic DMT. Think that there's. Go ahead.
No, I don't want to talk about.
You don't want to talk about drugs?
I don't want to talk about the thing I was going to talk about.
Well, they found aquatic DMT from like a sponge, dude, that some guy took, and he felt like he was like in the ocean. But it could have been maybe, I don't know. It could have been something maybe just because he found it in the ocean.
It's like the DMT. We use it when we dream or whatever. Other things are accruing it in their body too, like when they're sleeping. Like a Sonoran Desert Toad's like in the ground for a while, like waiting for it to get nice again. So it's just like in the ground, making a DMT, sleep. Probably bears got dope DMT too, but we're not trying to do that now. But dude, there was there's a whole thing called arctology, but it's bear worship, and basically I think it's somewhere out in I don't know, like in China, I think. Ancient animist sort of religion, but they would get a little cub bear and they'd raise it to a certain point, and then because the bear is eventually going to kill you, they kill the bear first and they crucify the bear and then they eat the bear. And I don't know where they came up with crucifying a bear, but that's apparently a thing. But you'd probably have great DMT trips off of bear stuff.
Well, the drinking of blood and the adrenochrome, that stuff's ancient, bro. It's an occult practice, and the scriptures talk about this stuff, bro. Like what the elites are doing, people think that stuff's fringe and that's not really going on. But when you look into it, that actually it is going on, and what's the whole purpose behind it?
Yeah, drinking blood sounds crazy until you, I guess, consider that even just if you had a cow, either you just slaughter the cow, or you could just keep bleeding it out. I guess, right, for a while if you weren't trying to kill it. Not a cow, maybe a bull or whatever,
But it's not just a drinking blood. It's not just regular blood. It's blood that has from a victim that's been tortured. It's not just regular blood. Regular blood don't do much for you.
I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know the difference between anything. Frightened blood or chill blood. I don't know. I know.
The drinking of blood in the scripture is referring to the drinking of blood from sacrifices to a pagan god.
So we change that and make it into wine, and change the eating into a wafer, and it's all good. But those things seem to be connected to Maitreyic worship also, because the wafer is very similar to like in Maitreyic worship that they eat a little piece of mushroom, and that they have mushroom wine and they trip the fuck out. That's their communion.
Communion had nothing to do with the pagan
scriptures.
drinking of blood.
Well, okay, so what you're talking about is like the Eleusinian mysteries or whatever. It was like another cult, but in Greece, where they had like. It's funny because when you go to the temple that they were worshiping in, that temple is like ancient. That area of the world, in the antediluvian world, was like that's where like Mount Olympus was apparently, and that's where these people used to drink that special wine that they found out had ergot in it. That the main active psychedelic in that wine was ergot, which is basically natural LSD. It's LSA. So these people were tripping balls on LSA and encountering, all kinds of. Anyways, I don't want to get into that, but like, okay, so you're basically conflating communion in scripture, or like the Last Supper, where Messiah breaks bread and drinks wine with his apostles, with the Catholic tradition of the little wafer, right?
But that's not Catholic. I'm saying that's coming from changing over people who are into Mitra to change them over and to join the Catholic or whatever flock, the Christian flock. So like, yeah, we'll take your strange traditions in there, but we'll just soften it up, right? Because people need to be tripping, right? So, but they keep that in there. But it's like Ash Wednesday, that thing on the dot on the head, that seems very, very similar. To am I wrong that seems very like Indian somehow? Well, just people just do that. They're just like, oh yeah, dot in the middle of the head. We like that. Everybody does that. Or does it seem like we grabbed a bunch of people and we're like, hey, we'll accept you,
Well, Ash Wednesday and Lent, that goes back to like, the Hellenization of the faith. That's not actually part of the scriptures at all. That happened with like Constantine. He brought like Mithra stuff into the faith, bro. Like he tainted it. Easter, Ishtar, all that stuff.
But they didn't have any choice because they needed to collate all these people into one religious body.
Yeah. I understand.
So some of this whole story is like warfare in a way, like where religion is taking the place of state or whatever, where state isn't strong enough to stop religion because we don't have TV yet.
Yeah.
So it's a weird situation, but that's why I'm like trying to unplug all these like different things that don't seem to belong. You know what I mean? Be like, oh, where are they from? And that kind of thing, just sort of untangling all of it.
Yeah, I understand. It's a lot.
Well, you also have to remember that people take the rituals, but the things that were done in the Bible, and they twist it and pervert it. And that's how you get these sick, justifying killing people because they're not Christians or something. That's not in scripture.
There's no preferred morality frame.
When the government gains ecclesiastical power, right? When you combine the church and state, that's the worst combination you can get, because then the government, which we all know governments become tyrannical over time, they will use religion as an excuse to basically enslave the people.
Because it's just a tool for them.
It's a tool.
Because it's not like something sacred. Because the state doesn't really care about that stuff in a way.
Yeah, they don't. They don't.
They just want to maintain some kind of order and an aristocracy or something, so they can stay in power.
But yeah, I was talking about anyway. So like, I've read this book.
Cool story.
There's this book called DMT, the Spirit Molecule by Dr. Rick Strassman. Fascinating read. I recommend everybody read it. I mean, at first it's a lot of like medical jargon and stuff in the beginning, but once you get into it, you won't drop the book down. Like you won't let it. Like you have to finish it. Like I finished it in like 3 days, and it was like a 365 pages. I just couldn't stop reading it.
Is that a thing? Like we were talking about the mind not being able to exist at whatever without itself, but like if DMT is something that's capable of producing an experience that's like outside of our own, I don't know. Like, is there something about mind that it can be encapsulated in a molecule, and then we can take that molecule and kind of get a little insight into that mind, that mindedness? No, probably not. Okay.
I mean, no, I think there might be something. You can't prove it, but there's probably something there because somebody was saying that water has memory, right? And there's something like you can. Go ahead.
But like, I don't know. I would think like all material has some kind of memory of its former state because it seems to, crumpled paper
It does.
stays crumpled.
Even scripturally, there's a chapter where I think it's in Judges where he basically makes an oath, and then he says that the rocks will be his witness, and that the rocks somehow even the rocks carry some sort of information that they can record.
Yep. Well, I don't know. It's difficult to access these kinds of things in a normal state of mind. Maybe if you're on some kind of psychedelic trip, you're talking to rocks and they can talk to you.
Oh, I mean, not like that, but like, well, if you look at quantum entanglement and all that stuff, not that I believe in
what?
it.
I'll be honest, like, just
go ahead.
Okay. But if you're out in nature and like maybe let's say you don't know anything, after a while you're like, oh wait, these wear patterns are like this. Oh, this is where a river goes sometimes, but not always. Maybe it's just dried up. You could tell what a dried riverbed's like. You can kind of understand these things, and looking at these materials and the way things work. I don't know. It just even if you don't have the understanding of everything, you still can develop it just through raw natural intelligence. And I think if you were just, let's say, tripping at the same time, I think your understanding might be just tuned a little differently, But it's not like you're not going to come up with like make believe shit. I don't think. I don't know.
But like the idea that like awareness, what's awareness? What's consciousness? What's wisdom? Scripturally, wisdom is a part of the quote creator. Like wisdom was part of the creation process. Wisdom is identified as like an actual like physical, not physical, but like a thing, right? Separate from the Father, separate from the Son, and was also took part in creation. And like when you look at consciousness and awareness, like everybody has a certain type of awareness or a certain amount of consciousness, but like a bug might have a certain amount of awareness, but we obviously as human beings have so much more awareness than a bug or like a flea or a virus. Like everything has a different like spectrum of awareness or amount of it. But then like when you think about rocks, do rocks have awareness? Do trees have awareness? Like we can't prove it technically, but we were talking about this the other day. Like we know that trees have the ability to somehow record memory or like even be traumatized. Like if you go kill a bunch of cabbages, right, and then you come back to the same room, there's evidence that the other cabbages know you as a killer. Now, how do they know that?
Cabbage
right?
Slayer. We know you.
There's some like you can bring up the mycelium in the ground, like the fungus that maybe gives these plants the ability to recognize an intruder or recognize something, because the mycelium act like as like a neural network, for lack of a better word, that give like this interconnectivity between the plants, or this communication system. And then it gets real deep into that, like that dude, that mycologist, Paul Stamets.
Paul Stamets.
He talks about that stuff. Right. So this at first sounds woo-woo, but there's scientific explanation for it. It's not just magic. Like there's actually something going on physically that it's beyond our awareness. We just don't know about it.
Yeah, because we're just trying to make like little gardens and shit. We don't understand what an ecosystem is and how that actually works, or what it's like to be inside one, we're in like little cities and stuff like that. That's our ecosystem. But if you're out in the wild, I mean, you know, I think
So-
shit works differently for you.
My main point is that, like, theoretically, inanimate matter could have a type of awareness that we just can't isolate. We can't
Well, there's like
put it
Venus
on a
flytraps,
scale, measure it, you know.
pitcher
But, like,
plants. There's a few different plants that, like, you know, that are carnivorous plants, and they've got like little triggers on them that will close things up. But you can also just apply voltage to them, some kind of electricity, and it'll make the things close up. I don't know. That's like getting to the beginnings of Animalia, right?
yeah. So, like, when people talk about quantum entanglement, right, and they notice in the experiments that, like, the scientists left the room and that the particles would revert back to what they were doing, just like moving around. And then as soon as the observer came back into the room and started observing the particles, that the particles just, like, they stopped moving, and that freaked them out. Like, what the hell? Like, they left the camera running, so whatever the hell's going on, and then they would leave the room. The particles went back to doing what they were doing. They would come back, and then the particles would stop moving. It's like, what the hell? This is inanimate matter. How the hell does the matter know that, like, you're observing it? And why does it stand still when you're observing it? Like, that's weird as shit. And it's showing, like, that even inanimate matter has some type of awareness. Even if it's just like the fact that it stopped moving, it still stopped moving. So it realizes that you're observing it. And it's almost like it's like, why would it stop moving for you though?
I don't know. Sometimes I can't find my car keys, and they're right where I've put them, but they're not there. But then I'll find them right where they were. But I might just be getting old. I'm not really sure what that means, you know. But other people claim certain things, like matter's got some strange properties of sometimes hiding. That sounds dumb, but I've experienced some weird things like that. But nothing that, like, materialized all of a sudden. It's just like I didn't see it. Yeah. By the way, Smurf, I like your new avatar. It's pretty fire. But he's gone now. He's gone. He just left. So no, he's here. He's here still. Okay. Yeah, it's just weird, man. Like, we're just conditioned to have, like, some kind of cognition. I think it can take all different types of forms, you know. There's no preferred way that we have to think, really, right? So if you just start conditioning yourself to, like, nature around you, you're going to sort of have different connections that your brain's going to make. You can start thinking about things differently, and, you know, it may lead you to different conclusions than someone who didn't have that frame of reference. Yep. Yeah, there's a lot of things that can't be explained. Like, how's George Lopez get his own TV show? How'd that work?
I found the scripture. It's Joshua 24:27. Joshua then said to all the people, "Look, this stone shall serve as a witness against us, for it has heard all the words of Yahweh which he spoke to us. So it shall be a witness against you, so that afterward you do not deny your Elohim." A stone, dude. And it's something weird because the Native Americans also did something like this. Like, they had a similar custom. I forget which tribe, but
Yeah, it's not that everything can be understood at a certain moment, but if you keep digging and searching, and at a certain point there might be some new essence creating of understanding that you can share with others, and something like that next.
So the stone will be a witness against you, the scripture says. So like when you make an oath, sometimes they would use like stones as witnesses, bro. It's like, why would you do that? I don't know, but it's it's very strange. We don't understand it. That's what I'm trying to say. Like there's things in the scriptures that like make no sense, no logic. But then like in the latest advancements in quantum mechanics, they're noticing that like actually like the walls have a sense of awareness. Like the chair that you're sitting on has a sense of awareness. Like everything in existence has a certain amount of awareness. And that seems like woo, but like, what if it does? You know, like we don't know what consciousness is, and everybody tries to be like, oh, well, I know what it is. It's neurochemicals, it's endorphins. I don't know, man.
That makes it seem like everything is kind of alive in some weird way.
In some weird way, existence itself, whether it's a rock, whether it's dust of the earth, has some sort of inert awareness. Like it just, but I can't quantify it. You can't quantify it.
It's like
maybe I can interject something. When you look at the word stone, it starts with an S, and an S can be described as a snake or as a vine. And they stand for energy. Energy rising. And then it is the S tone. So it's as stones are part of the earth, it's a kind of a communication with the people and every being walking on it. Does that make sense?
I mean, sort of. You lost me with the S being a snake and a vine, but yeah, I get what you're saying.
Also, like
an S can be broken down as in kind of a wave from one circle to another circle, and a circle is an expression of field energy.
Oh, I see. All right, the ether.
Ether, yeah, ether, yeah.
I was gonna say too, that people who've done certain psychedelics, like salvia, sometimes you'll get like remotely moved to like you'll become part of the wall. Like you'll literally get like you'll be attached to the wall and you'll be looking back like from the wall. Like what the hell's going on here? Like my consciousness just got removed from my, from the seat of the soul, which is behind your eyes and your mind, to like you're part of the desk, or you're part of the wall, you're part of whatever. You just get transplanted to another spot.
Somebody told me they lived the whole life of a zipper on a camping tent. They looked at the zipper and they became the zipper for what felt like a lifetime of being a zipper.
Dude, I've heard some crazy shit, bro. Like beyond explanation. Like you get transplanted into like a Coke bottle. You're like, now you're looking at the world from the Coke bottle's perspective.
Yeah. I've heard this. And, I was like, when I did salvia, I was like, the first time I didn't take enough of it, but when I got up, I could feel that there were like about 3 of me behind me, all moving and then doing the same thing, going to the refrigerator. And that was a little strange. But that wasn't full effect. The full effect was I'm just looking at the kitchen table. I'm waiting for it to kick in. I'm looking at my USB cord that's like plugged into my phone. And somehow that line just fucking broke open. And then I'm just like in the sky or something. Talking to a big orange slice. Yeah.
I've been in the sky too. I've been in the sky.
That's funny that you can. You mentioned looking from a Coke bottle's perspective, and then I somehow, because I look at words a little bit like that, there is a technology by the Pacific Islands using a coconut to look through the stars. So a cocoa perspective from a coconut perspective.
Yeah, we're all little
coconut, man. I'm getting totally coconut.
cuckoo.
What are you doing in the nest? Get lost.
Guys.
What's going on?
Mic check. Hello, what up?
What up?
How you doing, man?
Chilling, man. Watering plants.
Oh, great. They love water.
So yeah, this doctor who's an astrologist, she says in this paper, before I proceed to present them, I want to highlight that this perfect alignment is proof of absence of axial precession of the Earth, a fact that has been recently noticed by a section of the scientific community while assessing the lunar data. And she sources 3 different links to the lunar data. It is understood that there is no change in the tropical equinox date in the Gregorian calendar. Spring equinox always occurs on March 21st or March 20th. As per precession theory, this date must have drifted by 6 days since the inception of the Gregorian calendar 420 years ago, but is found to be occurring on the same date. Not only adjustment done is reference to the leap year. The only adjustment done is reference to the leap year. The days on the orbit of the Earth are constant, such that the equinox comes back on the same date from year to year. according to the current precession theory, we lose it. We should be drifting a day every 72 years on average, 1 day every 72 years. But there's so much more. This is a kind of complex stuff, but there's so much more in here, bro. She posts all the like different architectures from around the world that show the solstices come up at the exact time. And the thing is, like, if there was actually a procession, like if the tilt was going on, like the light would not be coming up at the right time from year to year and hitting the stone opening at the same time from year to year with this kind of precision for thousands of years.
Just refraction.
The document you are reading, is that by any chance by Jayasri Saranathan?
Yeah.
Yeah, great, man. I read a lot of her publications. I really like this lady. She has a lot of interesting information.
She even sources NASA links that talk about this stuff, but they kind of ignore the implications of it.
What is the name of the text you just read from?
The one I linked originally, it's on there.
I don't see. Oh, here I see. No axial precession of the Earth proven.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm having that open right now.
Now, granted, like the Globers are gonna be like, well, she has no credibility. She's an astrologist. You know what I'm saying? Like, but I wouldn't attack her character. I would attack what she's bringing forth. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, that would be the obvious counter statement that she has no credentials, right? But I think even if it's a fallacy, it really doesn't apply here because that kind of alignments and stellar configurations, etc., is quite important there, right? So I don't think it's negative in this case because this alignments and stuff are pretty significant for astrology. So she needs to be competent in them. So I don't have a problem with that. And the publication speaks for itself, so you can just access the information and think about it, disregarding who she is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Is there anything else in there that you find interesting? Because I'm working, I can't really be reading all this stuff, but
well,
read something in there.
I just find it interesting in regards to the explanation of the precession, right? Because I don't think it's empirically validated that this whole precessionary cycle really happens in this 25-9-20 years, right? So I'm not settled on the precession.
I've seen some incredible anomalies that I can't explain with the precession. Because I noticed that the equinox does drift. From year to year, it drifts by 1 day every year. Not the equinox, the tropical year. So like the beginning of the year, for whatever reason, even if you do 365 days every year, you start noticing that the calendar, the beginning mark starts drifting by a day every year.
That would be because of the length of a solar year not being exactly 365 days, but 365.2425, right?
Yes, but what's incredible is that the luminaries account for the discrepancy on their own. there's no need to actually calibrate or intercalate at all. That's the weirdest thing about it. Like, you have the people in Switzerland adjusting for the discrepancy of a quarter a day a year, but you don't need to. If they just let the luminaries be, you would realize that the luminaries adjust for the discrepancy on their own. It's pretty insane. And it just happens to be that while you accumulate and on average a week every 7 years, I've noticed that the sun will literally speed up 7 days. Like it did it in 2021, bro. So there's no need to adjust for the discrepancy, bro. Like, that's what's insane about it. Like, nobody's talking about this stuff.
You're saying the sun sped up?
Yeah, man. Because basically what I tracked for because I started doing this in 2019. What I tracked the sun revolutions from year to year consistently. Like, so basically, if I started off March 20th was the beginning of my year, right? The following year was March 19th. The year after that was March 17th, only because of the leap year, because for whatever reason, it takes the sun an extra day to make its revolution, right? So it actually goes back 2 days. So it went from March 20th to March 19th to March 17th. The following year, it should have been March 16th, the beginning of the year, where the shadow marks on the sundial. But for whatever reason, bro, it went forward. The shadow went forward a whole week, a whole 7 days, dude, with no apparent explanation whatsoever. Besides,
Did you hear
Go ahead.
about trepidation, my friend? Have you heard about the term trepidation or trepidation in astronomy?
I heard about it, but what is it? I forget.
Yeah, so let me just read out like 3 sentences from Wiki, okay?
Yeah, sure.
Trepidation, from the Latin trepidus, is a now obsolete medieval theory of astronomy which refers to hypothetical oscillation in the precession of the equinoxes. The theory was popular from the 9th to the 16th centuries. In this theory, the equinoxes move through the ecliptic at the rate of 1 degree in approximately 80 years over a span of 8 degrees, after which they suddenly reverse direction and travel back over the same 8 degrees. So, before the astronomers accepted the theory of the precession of the equinox, which I think got termed and put in mathematical terms by Newton, if I'm not mistaken. But I mean, it was discussed before, right? But he put all the foundations for the math there. And then it got this 25,000-year cycle where it's said that it precesses through the entire zodiac. But before, there was a different theory, you see? They had a different conception of the precession of the equinoxes, which seems to be the case. They had oscillation, and
Wow.
not a circle as a precession. You understand?
I understand what you're saying, but so they're trying to understand this phenomena with the heliocentric model in mind, and they're using oscillation as a patch for their model, right?
No, I think it's the other way around. So in geocentric astronomy before, there was this trepidation, and you see it says, at least in the wiki, it says from the 9th to the 16th century, and from the 16th century on forwards, we had the heliocentric model, right? And after that springs the precession of the equinoxes in this whole cycle. So I think before, in geocentric astronomy, this was put forward.
Yeah, well, that's what I was talking about. I said every 72 years. So you have a circle is 360 degrees, right? And the Mazzaroth you look at all the constellations, 360-degree constellations, you have 12 main constellations that make up the circle. So every 72 years, what you have is a 1 degree. So if you have 360 degrees, you got 1 degree shift every 72 years of that Maslow. So you have 360 increments, and an increment is on average every 72 to 80 years. It's a rough estimate because nobody's been alive long enough to actually witness it.
Exactly.
So with that being said, what the heliocentrics will say is that the sun is moving through the universe, and because of the axial tilt, and it gets real complex. This is what we see as the precession of the equinoxes, or the precession of the axial tilt.
Right.
It's our galaxy moving through the ecliptic. It's some weird. It's even stranger than what I'm trying to put forth. What I'm trying to say is that it's the sun and the moon are fixed to the earth, and the sun isn't moving through the universe. What instead is going on is that the Mazarot, because if you believe in geocentrism, we know that we are the center of existence. So the universe is actually spinning around us, and we are the main focal point. We are the pinnacle of existence, right? And the whole universe is spinning around us. 1 degree every 72 years. And it's perfectly fixed. We're not moving through the universe. Instead, the universe is spinning around us. That's what the data shows. You don't need all this tilt stuff. You don't need all this stuff. It just complicates it. And this lady has proven that it's actually, the sun is fixed to us, and that's not us moving through the universe. But yeah, bro, like it just, I don't have all the jargon, dude. I can't convey all my ideas eloquently.
Yeah, I thought this guy was eloquent. What the?
But what I noticed, bro, is like, yeah, like the sun literally speeds up, bro. Like it's insane. Like he talks about the oscillation, right? Dude, the sun, for whatever reason, accounts for those extra accrued days, like on its own. You don't need to do any calculations whatsoever. What the sun does on its own, right, is more precise than anybody in Switzerland can come up with. Like the precision is ridiculous, dude. And it's based off of a 364-day calendar, divisible by 7. And there's a natural intercalation that takes place by the sun itself that you don't need to account for at all. Like you need to forget about the extra quarter days a year. They need to forget about adjusting the leap year, because the Gregorian does adjust for that. But if you just knew the original calendar, you wouldn't have to do any of that.
So are you saying you had you noticed the 372-day year? Wait. No, yeah.
Yeah, tropical year. 372-day tropical year. The next one won't be till like 2028. So 2021, so 2022, 2023, 2024, 2025, 2026, 2027. Yeah, 2028. I guarantee I'll notice the same phenomena again. And I'm going to
Have you heard about the tropics drifting though? Has that got anything to do with it?
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. But for thousands of years, the equinox has always been March 20th. It's never like drifted. Like with their current model, it should have, like the solstices should have drifted up to 55 days in 2,000 years. Or 30 days in 2,000 years and 55 days in 4,000 years. So like basically spring could have started theoretically a month later, a month earlier. in my understanding, springs always began March 20th, or what's equivalent to March 20th before the Gregorian calendar. It was a fixed point in time. Spring always started on that fixed date, century after century after century since the beginning of man. It's never drifted. Anybody that tells you that there's a drift or axial rotation, they're talking out the ass.
No, I just remember a video where it was saying about they started measuring the drift in Mexico, I think it was. Here, I'll post the video, innit? I think it's around 8.5 minutes. Fast forward to then, innit?
Hey, did you know that? Oh, sorry, Lion. Did you know that the something called the Jubilee cycle? Hey, microphone, are you on? Hey, microphone, you're on. Jubilee cycle consists of 7 sets of 7 years, is remarkably defined by the phases of the moon.
Yeah. So I'm trying to figure out what Jubilee we're on.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what Jubilee we're on since the beginning of time. That's something that a lot of Hebrews are trying to figure out, what Jubilee we're on.
I just look at these important dates, like when the World Trade Center fell down or something like that, kind of tell you where somebody's calendar might be.
But there's an incredible harmony between the sun and the moon. There's like a dance. If you figure it out, you'll be able to figure out Yah's time clock. But it's extremely complex, and it involves a lot of like dedication, studying, a lot of boring material. But like, basically, you have a phenomena there's a certain sign that occurs in the luminaries in the heavens where the sun and the moon, they come up on the 4th day of the week, which ironically happens to match up with the modern day week. Wednesday seems to be consistent with what we find recorded in the Dead Sea Scrolls. Even though we had all this time, like you had all this, what am I saying? So you had like Julian, you had Hillel II, you had Gregory, all these guys that tinkered with the calendar, messed with it, but yet somehow we're still on point. Like what?
Right.
Like,
Well, because the only reason that
right?
they could do the calendar is that they could calculate Easter, which is going to be different for different like places that you're at. I think. Like Easter might be like a day off, or it could be weeks off. Like if you're going south, when that date actually happens, the first day.
So the beginning of a Jubilee occurs, as recorded in the Dead Sea Scrolls, pattern after the creation week on the 4th day when Yah appointed the sun and the moon for signs, right? And for appointed times. The moon was fully lit in her full glory. It wasn't like a sliver. It was a full moon on the 4th day of the week with the sun and the moon rising on the same gate from the east. Now, these gates are literally like just like brackets in the horizon. And the 4th gate, there's 6 gates, and the 4th gate is where the sun and the moon rise, between the 3rd and 4th gate, right in the middle of that. They literally rise back to back, right? The sun rises, and as soon as the sun starts setting, the moon rises from the same gate, and they're opposite from each other on the horizon, and the sun will literally be shining its light on the moon. This occurs on an equinox on the 4th day of the week, and this pattern is still consistent today with the Gregorian calendar. But it's more complicated than that. But the moon, the way the moon works, that throughout you have 7 Shemitahs, right? And this is still being figured out because this knowledge has been lost. So like the phases of the moon at the beginning of the years dictate what Shemitah you're on and what year you're on in a Jubilee. Like if it's not year to year, it varies. Like you're not going to have that same pattern year to year. It only occurs during certain specific time frames of a Jubilee. But it occurred in 2019 and it occurred in 2016. This girl brings up Graham Hancock too. She says she brings him up a couple times, bro. Graham Hancock wishes to push the date to the previous cycle, the precession theory, which is, if accepted, would be found wanting in explaining the same phenomena in other places, including the Padmanabha Swami temple, and also to be against the scientific revelations on the absence of axial precession of the earth. Because a lot of people bring up, oh, Graham Hancock, oh, the Orion's Belt and the Great Pyramid of Giza. I guess that's literally, like, I've always intuitively felt like that was like disinformation. At first, I was like intrigued by it, but then I realized, like, wait, like, it's not even like it's backwards, and like it doesn't even match up if you really look at it.
Yeah, like Graham Hancock from basically the stuff they did with Angkor Wat and the stuff from Dwarka, the sunken city off of India. Other than that, I don't know. I don't follow him like 100%.
It says, if the Earth's axis is drifting, the dates will change for the above phenomena and for the equinoxes. The above information on Abu Simbel was taken out of NASA site. That is to say that NASA had recognized the alignment, but yet to declare it the open. This is possible only in the absence of the concept of axial precession for the Earth. I came across a justification in the site for the equinox alignment at the Mayan pyramid of Chichen Itza. That is precessional clock with its alarm set for the 21st century. So they say, oh, like the Mayans built these pyramids. This is how they rationalize their shit, right? They'll be like, oh, the Mayans built these pyramids for the future generations so that they would align in the 21st century. That's
insane. That's insane.
That's their justification. That's quote. It literally says, quote, precessional clock with its alarm set for the 21st century. Quote. Why should the Mayan toil to work out an astronomical alignment that can only be visible after 1,000 years? Mayans were not alone in this kind of alignment. There are many other similar ones that NASA even on their own site, dude, she links NASA talking about these alignments, but this is how they rationalize it. What are you gonna say, Snacks?
No, I was just gonna say some bullshit.
Can I hear some bullshit from you, Snacks?
Yo, Lion, are you there?
Yeah.
Okay, it's getting pretty convoluted now, but try to follow my thought, okay? If we have the Earth's circumference at the equator being 24,902 miles, okay? The Earth's circumference. And then if we divide that by 360, we get approximately 69 miles with a bit of fractions. And if we convert this number with the fractions after, etc., if we convert that into feet, we also obtain a 365, man. We also obtain a 365,229 point yada yada feet. So also in a way, I see this kind of round numbers and cycles in the proclaimed measures of the Earth as well. For example, if we have the 25,920 year precessionary cycle, this is a exorbitantly round number. It gets broken down really harmonically, right? We can calculate all kind of stuff with it because it's dividable by so many numbers. It's if I look into the number properties, I assume it's just a multiple of 3, 5, and 7, but I'm not sure. What I'm trying to say is, you see the similarity between 25,920 years precessionary cycle and approximately 25,000 miles circumference of the Earth.
Yeah. So
I
no,
know
what you're
it's
saying is
really-
what the thing is. Their precession cycle of 25,000 years is reverse engineered. That's how they figure. They probably use the Earth circumference. Who knows? Like that's probably part of their variable. It's probably a variable in the calculations.
Yeah, I really wish I could speak better or had some visual demonstration, but I unfortunately don't have, so it's really hard for me to explain this to make it coherent.
Same, bro. I had trouble making it coherent and conveying my ideas in my head. I'm bilingual too, so fluent in Spanish and English. So I was ESL when I was younger, but I used to have an accent and it went away.
Yeah, completely. Yeah, it's tough. This stuff is enormously hard to just talk about this math and have somebody else understand it. We need pictures. We need pictures, guys.
So she says this is another interesting structure. She says, finally, I want to highlight the 7 Ahu Aviki statues of Easter Island. Stanford essay states that these statues, built around 1460 CE, are so located that they exactly face the spring equinox while their backs face the autumn equinox. The link features too many other similar locations of astronomical alignment. Coming to
1460.
yeah, it seems a lot recent, right? Then them things seem a lot older.
Like 32 years before Columbus sailed the ocean blue. All right. We need like some kind of open timeline thing when people just start plotting shit down. You know what I mean? Too hard. Fucking keep track of all these BCAD, fucking BCE, whatever. We just throw another letter in there. Same thing. The first thing when I put in Inquisition, it came up 1800 something, and I was like, oh, that happened way longer than I thought it would. But no. But then I looked closer into it, and it's like right in the 1400s.
So there's another Egyptian monument. It's called, or says here, the fact that we are able to see the equinox sun pass through the Gopuram of Pandamaba Swami temple is by itself a proof for the absence of axial precession of the earth, which further indicates no scope for the lunisolar influence on Earth's precession. The constancy of the date is applicable to any other date in the year around the sun. For example, the temple at Abu Simbel, built by Ramses II between 1279 and 1213 BC, to celebrate his domination of Nubia, has his image carved at a place such that the sunlight falls on King Ramses II's face exactly on 2 days of the year. On February 22nd, marking his coronation, and October 22nd, marking his birthday. This is being cited for thousands of years since he built it in this way. This is proof of the fixed dates of the Gregorian calendar and also the fixed alignment between the earth and the sun, such that the sunlight or sighting the sun at a particular location in the sky never changes. This is proof for absence of axial precession of the earth. If the earth's axis is drifting, the dates will change for the above phenomena and for the equinoxes. So like basically, if axial precession was a thing, you wouldn't have these structures marking the beginning of spring and winter and the equinoxes, because it would have drifted by a day every 72 years. So like you wouldn't have spring the same time of when these structures were created. It would have drifted.
That's some good research.
December 21st remains, the winter solstice, bro. Like it's always been the winter solstice. Even when like the Stonehenge was built, like going back in history, bro, like December 21st has always been like an occult date.
When I think of that winter solstice, I always remember all the people lived in the northern hemisphere. So they probably like were freaking out. Sun's going so far away, and then they got like thrilled when it came back.
What's up, Tora? How you doing?
Good, man. Just getting into working, getting started.
Building a cloud chamber today.
Pretty much. Well, it should be, shouldn't it? Thing was crazy.
You could probably build that, right? I don't know.
Unfortunately, I'll be crawling around on rafters.
Yeah.
Making a home feel comfortable, like a cloud chamber.
That's good.
Yo, I'm curious about railroads, man. I want to know how they built all these things so quickly, because they've been working on the railroad here, and it's taken like 3 years, dude, to run one extra track. It's really weird. I want to know if that was already here when they got here or what. And then like they literally just put it together by like hammers. Like the guys just were hammering, and they like could space the railroads apart so perfectly. Like what? This is, I don't know. It's a lot of railroad.
The Chinese built it, kid.
Well, they say that, right? And then they're like, oh yeah, and then most of them are dead because they just died making the railroad so hard, right? You think of laborers, you don't think of Chinese people, unless you're thinking about the Great Wall. Did they build that even? Who knows?
Dude, I think of laborers. I think of the place underneath Texas.
You think of laborers? Yeah, it's like people in like silk robes with like ponytails and stuff like that, swinging a fucking heavy ass hammer. That's what you think of.
Yeah, dude. Like
Fu Manchu.
Maybe the little Chinese man escaped the big Chinese man. So now you have the the idea that all Chinese are little men that are not really worth.
They brought the Chinese giants over to really.
No, the small man brought them over. They escaped from the big man.
True.
Bro, and they lock all the giants up in the NFL and NBA now. And the Nephilim and then the NBA backwards Abenaki, bro. Straight up.
Yeah. Well, they you know that they genetically profile these guys that have like the unique genetics that where their arms are too long or where their hands are just big enough to grab somebody's face. You know what I mean? They catalog them and then they track them back to where they were from, and then they mine those places to find better basketball players because it's not a genetic research thing. It's sports. We're just trying to put a ball in the hoop.
Bro, what are you trying to say? You trying to say the NBA players or what?
Go look at Victor Wembanyama's body type. Tell me how many 7'4" people with like hands way past their waist you know about.
I'm telling you, the Giants still live among us, man, and they're in the NBA and the NFL. NFL, Nephilim, NBA backwards, Abenaki.
No, I don't. I mean, I've entertained the idea that like people like what's this guy's name? Kevin Durant, right? What's his name? He looks like a Nephilim dude, but it's not. I don't think he is.
Well, his genetics are from like where the tallest people in the world are from.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Their genetics are lame by now from all the intermixing.
But no, so like people just come through though. It's like it's weird that happens, but like you could just mix people up and then just like, oh yeah, this came through. You wouldn't have thought it would.
See, I think of a giant being like proportional in a way that he's healthy as well. I know a lot of these tall dudes, like their organs can't even keep up and shit, right?
Some of them, yeah, but those are the ones with like pituitary problems that cause them to grow weird. Some of them are just seem to be that's the way they're supposed to be. Especially the ones that have agility and there's different types of 7-footers. There's like slender ones, and then there's like brick shithouse types.
True, like Shaq.
Right, yeah. Shaq was over 7 feet. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was like 7'2". Manute Bol's crazy looking. Looks like his legs could just snap like little matchsticks. A lot of leg. A lot of arm too. These guys are just long, just every fucking where, man. It's crazy. Like, for what reason would one need to be that way? Like, how does the human body form become like that? For what reasons? I have no idea.
I don't know. When I went to elementary school, it was like a private Lutheran school, and they would like get these like kids as exchange students from Africa and stuff, dude, just to play sports. It was kind of messed up, but dude, these guys are huge.
Yeah. Yeah, there's like different places in the world where it's just like in the Sudan, there's like Sudanese giants. They're like just enormously tall. There's I forget what place it is, but apparently, yeah, they're like the tallest blackest people are down in Africa. Go figure. But But they're apparently like they moved from somewhere else, like they were forced out of where they were, and then they just found somewhere. That's not Cameroon, but it's around there.
Yeah, I don't believe that these Nephilims survived, bro. I don't think so.
Like, what's that thing in the you like the Bible? What about the Jews creeping up like to was it Egypt or something? And they're like, oh yeah, these people are giants, and we're like,
No, it was the land of Canaan before they established Israel. They went and peeked out after 40 years in the desert. They went and peeked out the promised land, and they realized it was inhabited by freaking giants, dude, that are carrying around grapes the size of freaking. I don't know. You got to read the story. It's nuts.
No, I've read that piece.
Yeah, those dudes are after the flood, and from what I read in the book of Enoch, it sounded like one of Noah's grandchildren found the writings on the cave wall and figured out how to do things again like that. So that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying like they're the Nephilim, but I don't. Dude, you could give a plant certain hormones, and they say you could give those same hormones to the seed in a woman's womb, and it'll do the same effects.
Well, in my understanding, I know what you're talking about. Jubilees 6, I think, where one of our Foxod's sons, also named Canaan, ironically, or Canaan, found the writings or engraved tablets, and he transcribed them and sinned against Yahweh transcribing them. But that doesn't mean that he literally like came up with the idea. Like people assume that, but that scripture doesn't say that.
I'll have to find it. I thought it was in Enoch.
It's in Jubilees.
That one of his grandchildren found the writings on the cave wall of the Nephilim. Not that he wrote anything.
Not from the Nephilim, from the Watchers.
Yeah, from the Watchers. Okay, yeah, that might be it then.
It talked about astrology and the workings of the luminaries.
Dude, the Bible says all over it to like get away from astrology too. Isn't that crazy? I find that interesting. Like, it's 4 times and everything. And you remember how you were saying like if we only could figure out that calendar or the first Jubilee, I think the light bulb was invented to keep you from looking up, dude. I don't know. It's so weird. Like, think about it. You used to just sleep under the stars every night. Like, that could have been a story specific to the Observer every single night. There could be a new story specific to the Observer, and we don't even observe it anymore.
Here's something ironic.
Myself, I sleep in a bed with a roof over it. So.
I was going to say something more general statement, but it's funny how the Bible has stories of giants. The Greeks have stories of giants. Native American Indians have stories of giants. Just about every culture has this idea of giants, right? And even some cultures have this idea, like I think the Indians, I think, had this idea of the gods coming down from heaven, doing something or something, and even the Greeks had that idea of the gods coming down and intermingling with men, like you get Hercules and Achilles and all these other demigods. You have the Bible seeming to have the same indicator. So why is this idea cross-cultural? Why is that, I wonder?
Yeah, so I've read like some of the Spanish explorers' journals, diaries on when they came to South America. You have Portuguese, Dominicans, and Spanish explorers that all document their encounters with the natives here, and they talk about some of the natives' myths and stuff, and the natives talk about these giants that landed in the west coast of Peru. That basically, you heard me talk about it.
Yeah, I heard you. I thought you were pausing. Sorry.
No. So basically, but what happened to them? Well, the natives themselves said that they prayed and asked they asked him please to deliver them from these evil men, these giants, and basically they were wiped out in an instant. They were wiped out because they were creating havoc and killing and raping, and basically what the giants do is evil continuously. They're not capable of any morality. So the idea that you still have giants among us, I don't think so. I think they got wiped out. I think that enough prayers and supplication to the Most High, he just granted humans' request to rid the earth of these giants, and they were wiped out.
Yeah, I think I remember I don't know the full story, but I just remember reading a story when I was researching the giants that I think the Spanish conquistadors, they found it seemed like a human skull, and they could literally take their sword with their hand and stick the sword in the eye of the skull, and their whole arm would go in there, and the sword would hit the back of the skull. That's how they said that's how big the skull was. So basically, your arm is roughly 2 feet, maybe long, and then Spanish sword would be probably another 2 or 3 feet. So 4 feet is a diameter skull. But that's pretty crazy if that's true, because that story is true that they talked about.
Yeah, I read a testimony that talked the same Spanish explorer, Dehesa de Leon. He talks about like finding a cave that the natives had basically enshrined 2 Nephilim giants skeletons, like in a cave that they like had flowers around them and stuff. And he's like, what the hell is this? There was like 2 giant Nephilim skeletons inside the cave that they were like enshrined, and the natives would worship and stuff. Crazy stuff. But then again, it could have been some sort of ape, Neanderthal ape or whatever. Like people are gonna be like, oh, well, it could have just been an orangutan, a giant orangutan skeleton or something.
Did you see these basketball players I sent you with their long, long arms?
Let me see. Check it out.
Manute's the tallest, though.
I thought you posted it. Yeah, I see it.
Yeah. The last guy is 7'7".
Yeah, it's pretty insane. But yeah, like, I just don't believe that these people have any blood relations to the Nephilim.
So they're just tall.
Yeah, they're just tall, because you gotta understand that the Nephilim were like literally like all they did was evil continuously.
I think they had 6 fingers.
And they had 6 fingers.
That's what I believe.
6 toes.
I just think it sounds like phi is in there in the Nephilim, and it's like ne is like nah. No, they're not 5-fingered.
Well, there's actually, the we kind of make fun of it, but the Indian greeting where you hold up your hand and says how, like
They say that.
and the reason they do that, it was because they were checking. That was part of their way of checking to see if you had 6 fingers or not. That was the reason they did that.
I know. Jeremy says the same thing. I don't think he's wrong either. But because like you could, there are people with 6 fingers that live today, that are just born. You can just be born with 6. I knew a girl, my friend's daughter, and she had 5 fingers but 6 toes on each foot, and she had incredible balance.
Well, there could be some leftover genetic, that
it's from inbreeding now, isn't it?
That's what I'm saying. So there probably was some genetic inbreeding that was occurring. So it probably did.
But like it comes out anyway, because I don't know. Yeah, it's just weird that goes on like that. Her mother had normal 5 fingers and 5 toes. It's just like in there and somewhere in the code, it was just like, do 6.
Yeah, I think actually Halle Berry, I think either has 6 toes too. I think if I remember that correctly. You can probably look that up. I think she has it too. She has that genetic abnormality.
So some people have like like something that should be maybe kind of a toe that's not quite a toe. I've seen that, but yeah. Actually, a lot of these athletes have like weird, strange feet. You wouldn't think, but maybe it's because they're in shoes all this time. I don't know, but yeah, I do wonder about that.
That's why I was asking the other day if evolution is true, and if these stories are true, how does that fit into the geological evolutionary record? You know what I mean? These stories are true about giants. Where do these giants come from evolution? So if you could argue it's a different species. So did we come from them, or did they come from us, or?
I don't know. Well, what about these people with the crazy ass heads? They ain't walking around these days. Or if they are,
oh yeah, the the coneheads or whatever they find in Peru.
Might as well call them coneheads. Sure, I'm fine with that.
Yeah. I
I've
don't know
been
what you
posting
call them.
so many
Elongated
links
skulls.
about those Nephilim heads, those elongated skulls. Like at first, I didn't believe it at all. Like I'm like, yeah, right. Like you guys are retarded. You believe that shit? Like I was the same way, very reluctant to believe in it. And then when I actually humbled myself and I looked into it and I realized like, wow, like there's actually hundreds of these skulls in Peru and near the Caspian Sea, near Italy, near Russia. Like what's going on here? Like I thought this was all like fake. Like I thought it was like a fraud, like Bigfoot. Like they've never found a Bigfoot, right? That's not the thing. It's not the same thing with these skulls. They're finding hundreds and hundreds of these elongated skulls that are provenly not. It's not skull binding at all. Like I
No.
couldn't believe it.
There must be some
Yeah,
ancient
and
evidence, bro.
well, and actually, sorry, I'm getting something in my throat. The idea that these skulls are the indicator that these skulls are different was the sutures. Like your your human skull has those cracks in it. Those I forget what the term is, but you know what they said these were skull bindings, where they bind the skull to kind of elongate their own skull, which does happen. But the thing is, those skulls, from what I understand, don't have the same sutures in the skull, which means they're not the same. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so like,
so that's go ahead.
yeah, Brian Forrester talks about it in great depth, and he talks about like, yeah, you can't increase the volume of the brain by skull binding. You can't increase the density of the skull by skull binding. You can't change the form magnum, the part of the spine that connects to the skull, and completely shift it from the middle of the skull, the human beings that's in the middle, to the back of the skull, like some alien figure. You can't do that. These things are completely insane and out of this world. Literally, like they've tested these skulls. They're literally hybrids, human hybrids.
They must be half
Well,
dolphin.
and usually skull binding. What would be the logic of why people would even skull bind to begin with? They must have saw something that they wanted to immolate or think there's some value of skull binding, right? So,
Maybe.
but if they saw, so they were maybe trying to mimic something else they saw or the value in it. So even the idea of skull binding had to come from somewhere, and if they were mimicking something that was already in place,
Well, they could have
that would
been
make more
mimicking the
sense.
people with big heads.
Right, they were
Trying to be like the
mimicking
conehead people.
The royalty. They
exactly.
wanted to mimic the royalty of their time. The people in power had elongated skulls, or the giants in power.
Yep. We'd all elect a giant conehead for president. We would.
I remember I read a story. It was from the Native Americans. This is a little different, but it's still on the same topic. But when I was doing research, and it was a story of an Indians where a giant came into where they were encamped at and took all the women, or took a lot of the women, and the Indians chased down the giant for I don't know, I think several days trying to find it and trap it and all this stuff they talk about. They go in depth on how they trapped the giant and went into what they did. They buried it and all this stuff. Somehow they trapped it in a hole and they killed it. And it says that they cut open the giant's stomach to get the women out, because the giant had eaten the women. So they cut the stomach open. I was like, that's pretty crazy. It doesn't sound like a myth. If you read this story, it doesn't sound like it's a myth. It sounds like they was retelling of a story that actually happened. So it's just kind of crazy. Some of the things I've read and researched.
That's how myth is written.
What's that?
I'm just saying, a lot of myth is written like it actually happened.
A lot of myth is written like it's actually happened.
Yeah, that was your argument. It seemed like that they were retelling a story that really happened. That is how myth is written.
Well, I hear you to a certain extent, but even some myths is based upon fact, not just an embellishment of a story, right?
Yeah, I agree. For example, we can take flood stories like flash flooding and all that kind of crap. Ice Age, whatever.
Well, and even C.S. Lewis and even some people, talked about what they things they call the true myths, which means they're stories that are passed down, but they're true. But they have a mythical. What's that?
isn't that classified as legends? Something with truth in it, that would be a legend. That is based on something real.
Yes, I would say so. You got legends, myths, and completely fictional stories that never happened. Yeah, we get it.
Did you look at that picture I sent you?
Fun.
I just did.
Yeah, I've seen those, bro.
Yeah, what's up with the Rothschild skulls?
I don't know.
Why they pointy?
I ain't Jewish.
I thought you said you were.
I'm a Hebrew, bro. It's the difference. But no, listen. Yeah, but Rothschild might have like a similarity of an elongated skull, but he just has a weird skull, bro. I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's just inbreeding.
All right, so I have here, and let me see if I can find it.
Hang on a sec. I was on mute while you're looking that up. I said, oh, so they mutated and gained a new trait with all this inbreeding.
It's a mystery of how the giants came about after the flood. We know that they were destroyed before the flood. Nobody really knows how they came about after the flood. But there could have been a second incursion. There could have been some ritual sex magic. I honestly don't know, but there's a lot of possibilities. But we know that they definitely existed before and after.
I think these people were messing around with dolphins. I don't know.
The thing is, it's weird because like these giants, they happen to be white males with like red hair.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, just from let's say the flood happened, right? Which I believe you do, and I think you believe it does happen. The stories of what happened before the flood would be carried through, right? Which means Noah's family would retell the stories of what happened, and maybe they might have gotten more in depth than what we see in the biblical record, and they might have talked about things like when you read the book of the giants, from which is in the Dead Sea Scrolls. There was said the angels didn't just pollute man; they polluted all of creation, right? They polluted the animals too, so they intermingled with that. So you can imagine if somebody, let's say one of the lions, I can't remember which was the evil lion in Noah's line. I can't remember.
Cain.
Which one?
Canaan.
Right. Which where you get all that from? If they start thinking to themselves, I wonder if we can reproduce this. I wonder if we can try to figure this out. Maybe we can redo this again, or maybe whatever. And so they started playing around with breeding of some kind, and actually that's why I've said I've often wondered why the command to not have sex with animals was in the Torah. It's like God is trying to say, don't do that again, basically by making that command. And I heard Michael Heiser actually talked about that. Most of what the Torah is about is trying to prevent or preserve Israel, so what happened in Genesis 6 wouldn't happen again. So a lot of the Torah is for that purpose. So to keep that from happening, keep them from inbreeding around the people around them, to keep them from intermingling with the people around them. All what it talks about that, and don't mix claws, don't mix certain things. It almost seems like there's within the Torah itself. It's like it's supposed to be a preservative for the people of Israel. So but you got these people wanting to play around and do it anyway. And obviously, what can happen when you do that? So, and we have that playing around with genetics now. There's things called chimeras that we do now. We have mice that have human DNA or human immune systems, or they grow, a human heart in a pig or something. I can't remember all what they can do, but you could do just a cursory research and you find that we're doing that today. We're doing that with viruses, doing that with other animals. We're mixing the different genes and different genetic structure today. It's happening today.
So the thing is, like, it's not really possible to reproduce with an animal, like just through carnal sex. I mean, I don't think it's possible.
You know.
Right. But so that's why I think there was something more here, like an alchemical process or some sorcery and ritual sex magic that had to have been involved. Like you can't just reproduce with an animal. It's not possible. He set certain laws in place. You can't reproduce with another kind of animal.
Well, it could be because now that we're so far down the chain of reproduction and things have even to pull from speciation from evolution, that the genetic code has gotten less and less perfect. So there's imperfections in it. So that could be a deterrent. Like the fact that we go off too far, then you can't cross species. You can't cross that line.
I mean,
so that could be a good way of God. That could be God's way of protecting us from doing that again.
I mean, I see what you're saying, but it's just that, like, according to my understanding, like everything was created after its own kind in the beginning, and even in the beginning, where genetics were pure and unsaturated, it still wasn't possible, in my opinion, just because of the way that the chromosomes work and all that. So, like, there was something beyond the physical into the metaphysical that allowed this to happen, which the angels gave us that knowledge to be able to do that. Enoch talks about the cutting of roots, which is the splicing of genetics. So there's something more metaphysical regarding, chimeras and stuff like it. You can't. It's not possible unless you go beyond the physical into the metaphysical.
Well, the same chromosomes, but you're looking at the chromosomes of today, but you don't know what it was like, 5,000, 6,000 years ago.
True.
You don't know. So you can't. It's hard to make. I mean, we're all guessing. It's spitballing at this point, but
theoretically, I'm saying. But like, regardless, they were before and after the flood, and they, like what you're saying, the Book of Giants corroborates Jubilees. Jubilees says, and iniquity increased on the earth, and all flesh corrupted its way. All flesh, alike men and cattle and beasts and birds and everything that walks on the earth, all of them corrupted their ways and their orders. Their orders, which is, I think it's referring to the genealogies, and they began to devour each other, and iniquity increased on the earth, and every imagination of the thoughts of all men was thus evil continually. Why? Because they corrupted their genes. Once you corrupt the genes, like somebody mentioned salmon the other day, that there was a study that he tried finding 20 years ago, he couldn't find, that the salmon were genetically altered. They created a chimera of like 20 different genetics, and they put it into a salmon, and the salmon literally devoured everything in the lake, and then devoured each other. This is exactly what Scripture says happened when the earth's genetics were corrupted in this manner. It says all things devoured each other, and iniquity increased on the earth, and every imagination of the thoughts of all men was thus evil continually. And Elohim looked upon the earth, and behold, there was corrupt, and all flesh had corrupted its orders regarding DNA. And all that were upon the earth had wrought all manner of evil before his eyes. And he said that he would destroy man and all flesh upon the face of the earth which he had created. And he repented. He was sorrowful for what he had to do. So people ask, oh, you have this tyrannical God that destroyed the earth. Well, why did he do that? You got to read the scriptures. He did it because all flesh had corrupted itself. Its genetic orders had corrupted themselves. Reason why he had to do what he had to do. And it was sorrowful for him. It hurt him to have to destroy the earth.
most of the arguments I hear, like I want to go into a different argument, but just making that point itself, the people, when they say, well, God did this, did the flood, or God told Israel to wipe out these people, or, whatever you say, the thing is, they don't stop to ask the question, why would have God done that? What would have been his moral standard, or why would he, do that? Whether it be genetics or sinful nature or whatever level, if you just pull the genetics out of it, but the people, just go what the scripture says, they were corrupted, which means they were destructive. They were destroying people. They were destroying themselves. They were not being good people. Then that could be moral justification for God to do that. I mean, we kill murderers, right? We put them on the electric chair because they're killing people. So we have justification for doing either incarcerating somebody or doing that. So God can have the same argument. Or you go back to, why would God tell Joshua and the Israelites to wipe out the Philistines and the Canaanites within the land of Israel? If you go and look and see what they did practice-wise, they worshiped Baal. The worship of Baal, they were offering their children as sacrifices on the altar. So they were destroying innocent human beings on an altar. So you want God to intervene when evil's evil now, but when he does it in the past, you go, why did he do that? There's such a duplicitous thinking and not even given the benefit of the doubt, or trying to understand maybe why something's happening. It's just so I just want to talk about that just for a second. Or why would God allow evil? That's another question. Well, sometimes God's trying to give people grace to repent. If God judged evil every time he turned around, none of us would survive. Anyway, sorry, I don't mean to ramble or preach it, but it just got me thinking. Did I go dead? I'm on mute. I thought I was on mute.
No, I'm hearing you.
Okay. I just didn't mean for it to go quiet. I just was thinking about that when you were talking. And usually I noticed that, like was talking about, most people say there's a contradiction or something wrong in the Bible. So because they haven't looked any more in depth to the topic, they just look at it at the surface level, which even all these arguments they usually make when it comes to the scriptures are usually surface arguments. They're not in depth trying to understand, maybe is there something we're missing in this process or missing in our understanding, that they could account for that data, or account for what they're seeing. Like I heard another argument about Goliath. Well, there's 2 Goliaths in the Bible. Well, when you just go read the story, yeah, they're right. But could there be more than one person in the Bible that has the name Goliath? And if you look at the story, when the second Goliath shows up, it's actually later on in David's life. There was another person named Goliath that he come across. And I'm like, can you not just read the story, look at it, and maybe think there might be something else going on? Actually, if Jeremy's on there, but is he listening? Jeremy, you on there?
I don't know.
He's not? Okay.
Yesterday, we were talking about the creation account, and I couldn't. I was too busy working. I'm working right now, but I got more time now to expand on the creation week. But like, you agree, Paul, that chapter 1 and chapter 2 are the same account, right? You don't think that chapter 1 is a different account, or I'm not sure what you believe.
I've not really done an in-depth study, but just as a cursory, and from what I have, my understanding of, maybe what I do understand, even if there might be some slightly differences, and if it is and it could be argued that there are 2 different accounts, and whoever put Genesis together, whether it be Moses or whoever, they could have taken, it's like a compilation, so it could be one account from here and another account from here. But even if that's the case, whether it is, even if the differences as they argue, if you look at the way they wrote and how they thought back in that time period, which that's why I was trying to bring up the time issue yesterday. There's a video, I think the Inspiring Philosophy did a great argument on how the ancients, or even not just ancients of that time period, or even today, how they perceive time is very different than us. And the things that they want to focus on when it comes to things about time. So this before, and even this idea of before and after, is kind of a different understanding. Like before, if you look at even just the word before, it has that we think of it in the past, but it's actually the idea of being in front of, right? So it's like, because it's before you, but we're looking at it like it's in front of you. That's the idea. But we're really looking at the past. So this interconnection between that idea in the ancient world, they're trying to express an idea, and time, they're looking at it slightly different, like an unfolding of events. Like that's why I started focusing on, even if there's a slight difference in the account, the writer in the second chapter, even if it was Moses, whoever, they're focusing on, that God, that the humans were given dominion. What's that?
They use the word proceed a lot in lieu of before or prior to.
Right. And then so like this idea that, it shows that man's first and then the animal kingdom and plants. Well, the writer is probably trying to convey through his means, and there's a lot of theological messaging going on within the first pages of Genesis. So they're contrasting maybe the culture that's going on at their time with the biblical account. So it's showing in the second chapter is showing the preeminence of the man over creation. So it's going to show him in a sense in the first place, the first position. Then he names the animals, and then he names all those things. Where the Genesis account is showing God's supremacy. God is the one that's over all of creation. So man is not at the pinnacle of creation, but at the end of creation. So that means Adam and Eve are subordinate to God. You know what I mean? So you could look at it from that perspective.
There's a word. There's a word that I just can't think of it. Maybe somebody can help me out. There's a word when it comes to like chronology and when it's being narrated from the future. There's a specific word for that. What you're saying.
I don't remember. I don't know the name off the top of my head.
Trying to think of it. But anyways, so like obviously when Bereshit was written at Mount Sinai or Genesis, it was looking back, right? So this serpent that we know now as a serpent, right? Was he a serpent originally? No. I mean, clearly he was cursed to be a serpent, a slithering serpent. So he must have been something before a slithering serpent. But when the account was told to us thousands of years later, the serpent is already well established, world renowned, or at least amongst the Hebrews, he was known as the serpent. Does that mean that he was always a serpent? No. So you gotta take these things into consideration when you're reading the biblical account. That we gotta know that it was written at Mount Sinai. It wasn't written at the beginning of time. So when you're looking back, you gotta take that into account. And I think that's what you're talking about too.
Well, and there's another aspect, even just the idea, like if you look at the Hebrew word for serpent, if you do deep dive into it, you find out the term is shining one. That's where the idea of shining one comes from. And that's a connection to the seraph, which is a later understanding in Isaiah, I think Isaiah or Ezekiel.
Fiery serpent.
The fiery serpent. So even the writer, there's an intermixing of the two, this idea of a physical serpent and this shining one, this seemed like angelic being. So there could be, if you want to get into the metaphysics of that, just looking at the linguistically, the writer was trying to convey an idea that this entity that tempted Adam and Eve was something beyond a serpent, but it became, like you said, became a serpent. So there could be that intermixing of the ideas. And like I said, I think people don't, when they look at the Bible, you gotta, I've said this for 10 years or longer, for 15 years or longer. We read the Bible from 21st century eyes. We can't do that. We cannot do that. We got to read it in the period from which it was written. Because if you try to impose our understanding and how we see things on the Bible, you're going to miss so much that's going on. You miss it. When I started looking at the Bible just from a Jewish perspective, just the Jewish understanding, the New Testament Gospels opened up more than like I'd ever seen before. You know what I mean? Knowing how the feasts are interwoven and when Jesus is standing in the temple going, I'm the light of the world, and realizing he's connecting that with Hanukkah, that he's actually saying, I'm this light, this menorah that you see here, I'm that light. I'm that. I'm bringing light to the world. You know, he's pulling or I'm the lamb that was slain. He's the Passover lamb. That's from Passover. He's the way to keep the death angel from passing over. You know, all those things. If you just look at just that simple cursory understanding, open up the scripture, and if you take it even deeper into that, you know, the scripture even opens up even more. So anyway, sorry, I'm rambling now again.
Yeah, so Genesis 5:4 states that Adam had other children. He says, in the days of Adam, after he had begotten Seth, were 800 years, and he begot sons and daughters. But it ends right there. It doesn't tell you what their names are. It doesn't say how many. It just says that he begot other sons and daughters. And I wanted to read that yesterday. I wasn't able to.
No, right, and I agree with you. I think that's another aspect of it. I mean, you assume there's like, oh, that Adam and Eve had Cain and Abel. Well, yeah, they did, but how much time has passed? You know, what else is happening in the story? You know what I mean? There's more going on, and then, you don't see it. But go ahead.
No, and then Cain builds a city, right? Or Cain was fearful that he would get killed. But we got to understand that a lot of time passed. That scripture doesn't tell you how much time passed in Genesis. So when Cain built the city, people suspect that there was already people around when Adam and Eve were created. There was other like humanoids.
Well, and also you got to look at the word city. What does it mean? How's it translated? Because we're opposing. When I think city, I live in a city, in Tennessee. There's Nashville, that's a city. Chattanooga, that's a city. Memphis, that's a city. But in the ancient world, a city may have not had 500,000 people in it. A city might have had a few hundred. You know what I mean? It could be a town, a small town he built. You know what I mean? And people came and lived there. You know what I mean? So
I think it was. I think it was literally millions of people.
I'd have to go through the text and say, okay, look at when it says city, go through a whole Bible and see how that's translated and see how it's connected to. Because Bethlehem could be considered a city, even though Jerusalem is probably bigger than Bethlehem. I mean, you just have to go through and look at it biblically and see how it's connected.
Just from reading the scriptures and extra biblical works, I know that Cain's descendants were a lot more promiscuous. They had, they had no regard for the commandments, and they basically had a lot of children, a lot more than Adam's descendants or Seth's descendants. And then, with that being said, if you look at population growth, dude, you can, and within 800 years, 1,000 years, plus these people don't die, like their lifespans weren't like 80 years, right? They had a lot of kids. And within an 800-year period, you can easily get billions of people, bro. Like I talked about this before, doubling every 40 years of one couple. In 1,000 years, you have 6 billion people. People don't realize how fast population growth really takes effect. Like I don't think they've done the studies to really realize that. Once I realized how fast people can grow, population grows, I couldn't, it's easily achievable to get 1 billion people within 1,000 years, especially if their lifespans were like 500 years each. And then on top of that, we're just having crazy amount of sex.
I mean, that's technically a good point because you don't know how many children. We think of people having 2.3 kids, right, or 2 kids, but back in those days they could have, span of 20 years they could have 10 or 15, 20 kids. That's true.
You'd be firing off kids in a whole different way though if you were living back then. Like this one's going to be a farmer, and this one's going to he's going to join the army, and this one's, you know what I mean? Like you just need all those. It's like your retirement fund. This one will do my gardening.
Why would you need a retirement fund if you're living hundreds of years?
Because you're gonna get tired. You'd be like, "Oh, you do it. You're only 700." And you'd be like, "Oh, all right, fine, Dad."
The right way for slavery. The right way. I know that word has a ton of negative connotations to it. But
the family that slaves together. The family that slaves together stays together.
That's right, dude. And a father owns his son. I don't care what they say.
Yeah, brought them in to take them out. Well, I'm off to the world of Avatar 2, The Way of Water. Catch you guys. Okay, I really don't like the Avatar movie.
What's up, Elijah? Nice to have you back, Snacks.
Yeah, I don't need my blue aliens looking this real. That's I don't need that. We can all agree on that.
Chronological? Is that what you're looking for?
What, in Avatar?
I said, are you looking for chronological? Like
Oh, am
something?
I was speaking about that earlier. It's just so hard to keep track of whenever the fucking thing happens. You know, I started doing one on paper. I just think it'd be great if like a bunch of people could just contribute.
You know what I'm talking about?
No.
What's going on?
Demock about to drop some knowledge.
I was looking for a word earlier, but it's not chronological. It was a different word.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. That's who I was asking you.
Oh.
No, yeah, there's a special word involving chronology and like when you have like flashbacks and stuff, and then when the story's being told. It's a literary element, but I forget what it's a complex word, dude. I'll end up finding it eventually. I just can't remember.
Hold on.
You talking about flashbacks?
No, not flashbacks, but it involves all that.
Yeah.
Something like usury percent something. I mean, hold on. I think you're trying to think of it, but I think it seems like perception. Like,
No, man, it's all right. Don't dwell on it too hard, bro. But I'm the same way, bro. I won't stop till I find the word.
is it an
Oh,
old
you're
one?
thinking of temporal mechanics. That's what you're thinking about. No, bro. No, that's not what I was thinking about. All right.
No.
Not the
Think about
same.
quantum flux. No, you're probably not thinking about it.
Not right now. A sequence of events? Like, what do you? I mean,
Analepsis, maybe.
No, it's all right, bro. Don't worry about it. It's all right. Forget it.
That's a good word, though.
That's a good one too, but no, I don't even know what that word means, dude.
Analepsis is the standard non-modern term for flashback. Flashback is like a a bastardization of analepsis. Because people can't think without pictures.
To recall.
Jawel, D-Mac gebeurd.
D-Mac's in a good mood today.
Unleash the Globers.
We're here waiting in the wings, just waiting for something egregiously silly to be said. Then it will awaken us.
I was like going to say something egregiously such that you would have to respond, but I said it not too early.
Go on. What was it? Give me your best. Give me your best
like, I don't know.
dissonance-inducing line.
I was going to say something about free will, but I couldn't figure out the whole thing.
Oh hell no!
I know, but it would have woke eggshells up. Then I'm saying if I was like, I think we have total free will. You know what I mean? Eggshells been like, well, do you? Or maybe you don't.
Yeah. Well, you are free to think that, but were you predetermined to think that because you were brought up in a religious context?
We have the free will to have the thought that we have free will.
Exactly.
If we didn't have free will, we'd be robots.
Why do you have to put free on it?
You're not a robot. You're
redundant. It's a redundant term when you call it free will. It's just will. Use it, lose it, abuse it. It's up to you.
True that.
Is it free? Does it cost you something sometimes?
Again, it's
your
redundant.
bucko
It's stupid to put a qualifier on will. You're not talking about will anymore. You're talking about something else. It's like social. It's like social justice. You put a qualifier in it. You're talking about something else. It's not justice. It's
yeah, I kind of agree with that.
What's the price of will?
So you have will. Now, what will you do with it?
That's kind of the question. Are there things that are choices? Right? Or do they just feel like they are? That you're always going to choose them?
Well, everything's trying to capture your will. Everything's trying to get your attention, right? So the fact that everything's trying to capture your attention, you already know that they want you to willfully, be absorbed into whatever. Like if it's Facebook or Snapchat, like they want your concentration, they want your attention, they want your will to observe whatever they present. It's like like everything's trying to capture your attention and your willpower to distract you.
Your focus.
Yeah, your focus, all that. If we were just robots, predetermined, like why is everything trying to capture your willpower and your attention and your focus? People say Facebook's free, but it's really not because it's capturing your attention.
The most valuable thing is time, or for whatever that means, right?
Yeah. Even when you do psychedelics, there's always something trying to capture your attention. Like whether it's a Clockwork Elves that Terrence McKenna talks about, like they'll be like, "Oh, focus! Yeah, hey, look at me! I'm right here! Look at me! Like, don't focus on that other stuff. Look at me! Pay attention over here." Like, why is everything always trying to capture your attention? If it's just everything's predeterminism.
Kind of like an expansion when something's there, right? Like if you already have a wall and all your space is filled in and your space is there, like how can you keep going with it? Yeah, it's pretty weird.
All right. So the free will conversation is obviously not going to key eggshells up. I'm not sure what will.
Isn't it usually just stating the obvious that triggers them?
You're on the right track, I think.
Eggshells has free will to.
Eggshells doesn't have free will, and he's destined to be here because he's flat earther. What that? It's destiny. He's meant to be here.
Good ring.
He
like
couldn't
it.
stop it if he wanted to.
I don't know, man. I think the delusional and the drug addicted are the ones that are destined to be here.
Is that why you're here?
Welcome.
Is that why you've been here before I was ever here?
No, I'm going to bed. You guys have fun.
All right. Have fun hating God.
Tried hooking him in, but it didn't work.
Guess what? When he goes to bed and wakes up again, he's going to wake up in the same place he went to sleep.
He's going to wake up sad that he's not listening to it.
Oh, you seem to mistake me for one of those people that thinks other people's opinions matter.
I wonder if it takes free will to wake up.
Nah, it takes a whole lot of will for those though.
I was consider eggshells like that one or not.
I mean, eventually you'll get to a point in your life when you become decrepit, right, and fragile that you don't even want to get out of bed. You just want to like lay there, and then eventually your willpower to live starts weakening. And they've shown this, that once you give up your will to live, your body starts like accelerating its decay. Like there's a connection there consciously. And sometimes like you might have a significant couple, or like your wife will die, right? And your significant other will die, and then like that's half of you just died. You spent 40, 50 years with this person, and then like you just have no will to keep on going. And then people have died like literally the next day. Now sometimes it might take a couple months, but if you literally lose your will to live, a lot of times like you just follow right after from a broken heart or whatever.
Will implies something. What does it imply? Having the will to live.
It implies
What is
and then Billy.
What is it? Well, I mean, a will implies it's intent, but back to this idea of intention, right? It's just the willingness, or it implies, it goes back to this idea of implies choice. It implies free choice, right? You have the ability to choose either to live on or not live on, right? Now, if you're a materialist, like, we're saying eggshells is, then really that intention to live is just a biological process. So that means it's risen from something biological occurring in your system. So if you lose the will to live, it's just your body saying, I'm done, I'm out, I'm checking out. See you later, guys. I'm done. I'm out of here. But if it's something else, then you have the choice to choose, right? Either to continue that choice to live on or choose not to. Now, I was going to ask this question along that same lines. What is a belief? A belief is to believe something is true, right? Or to think something is true, or actuate something to be true. Now, reason, or taking the evidence and reasoning the two different beliefs to even change your belief. So I believe this statement to be true, or this statement to be true, or vice versa. This statement is true, then therefore this statement is false. To be able to reason and believe, to change that belief that you have, reason has to be involved. And reason, for it to have its full weight, has to have the ability to choose freely. Because if there's no freely to choose, then what you believe, if you believe A is true and I believe B is true, if it's purely deterministic, there's no free will, then I'm determined to believe God exists and he's determined to be an atheist. There's no reasoning involved. There's no choice involved to determine which one of those statements is true. It's just an outgrowth of biological systems. Do you see? It may make sense to this.
Yeah.
Am I making sense? So, so if there is no free will, we're all destined to believe whatever we believe, whenever we believe it.
So no reason, basically.
No reason, right? Reason disappears. It's gone. If because we're determined by our biological systems to be either one or the other. I'm destined because of my biology to be a believer, an atheistic person.
But belief isn't always about feelings. You can have a belief. You can have a belief because you've reasoned it out, and now you're persuaded by what you've reasoned out. I think people don't.
I agree.
Don't do the exercise that we've just been doing, which is talking about the words and what they mean. Because like the free will stuff, once you've qualified it, you're talking about something else. It's redundant and stupid. Because like what Space was saying earlier, it's like willpower. It's not free willpower. It's just willpower. But in the case of belief, just listen to this old 1800, right? The persuasion of the truth or an assent. So this is for belief. Persuasion of the truth or an assent of the mind to the truth or of a declaration, proposition, or an alleged fact on the ground of evidence distinct from personal knowledge. As the belief of the gospel, belief of a witness, belief may be founded on internal impressions or arguments and reasons furnished out by our own minds. As the belief of our senses, a train of reasoning may result in belief. Belief is opposed to knowledge and science. So it's more in depth than people tend to understand. But obviously, I mean, we know this. But carry on. I didn't want to interrupt. I just wanted to add.
But we all have to make a choice, which if you have no choice, right? We basically are programmed, we're computers, we're robots, but we all have a choice. And when we wake up in the morning, we all have a choice whether to get out of bed or not. And some people reach a point in their life where they just don't want to get out of bed anymore. They choose not to get out of bed. They rather lay in their own filth. They have no will to live. They don't want to eat. They lose their appetite. They don't want to live anymore. It's a choice some people make.
They lose that reason to live sometimes. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, and that's their choice, I suppose. It's a bad choice, I would say, for most.
Bad choice, yeah.
I can understand if you're like 99 years old and your wife just kicked it. You're like, well, I can't be bothered. I don't want to have breakfast alone no more. And you just fade away. That makes some sense. But if you're like 20 years old and your cat dies, like just get a new cat. Or maybe don't be a cat person, you weirdo. You know what I mean?
You stop showering. You stop you stop caring about, hygiene. That's a choice you make, bro. There's no biological process to make you not want to shower anymore, dude. Like, come on now.
You know what's interesting about this? Is I was listening to something recently about dominion, about the promise given in Genesis to mankind.
Yeah.
They seem to have this argument, the people that we were dealing with earlier or whatever, that somehow it's like the creator's fault for wickedness and evil. And it's like, well, who cares whose fault it is, really? Because isn't the argument if there's a creator in the first place? So if you're gonna try and cast dispersion on the creator, you've already assented to the fact that there is a creator. So that just another little hole in that. But they forget the whole agency of the world that we're living in, and that everyone has this choice, and it's not to do with the creator specifically whether somebody does or does not do something. Right. So anyway, I'm being long, but if you read the promise that's given, right? And mankind shall have dominion over the earth, etc., etc. You follow me?
Oh, I agree with you. And I was going to say something else along those same lines. I work in a business. I'm a CEO of a company, and I'm in control of all the company. And I'm built the company from the ground up. I hire you to come in. I say, I need you to run this department. Okay. Well, you come in and run the department, but you run it into the ground. Now, in a sense, causally, I'm the overall cause of the company, right? But you're the cause of the department failing, right? The department failed. It's not my fault. It's my fault that I built the company, but it's not my fault that the department failed. Same thing with this. God is the overall cause of the creation. He gave us dominion over the earth, If the earth goes bad, is that God's fault? Or is it our fault? Because he gave us dominion. We're the department head of the earth, right? So when you look at the world and you see how bad it is, are you trying to blame God, or have you looked at yourself and said, I'm the problem. I'm the one, I'm the department head, and I failed. You know what I mean? So anyway, just to back up your point.
I would say the big boss is ultimately in charge because they made a hiring decision to hire somebody who was inept or fraudulent or whatever else, and ran that department into the ground and didn't give them the right support or oversight or something like that. So even somebody with limited power, I would still go, yeah, it still comes back to you. It's still your bad choice. And I think the same is true, but even more true of God, because God, at least to my understanding, knows what's going to happen before it happens. So that means he's making choices that set up the initial state in which the vast majority of people are going to hell.
Okay, obviously every analogy breaks down because God has a different purpose in mind. Okay, for
Hold
one
on.
second. Go ahead.
And it doesn't, because it's a misunderstanding of specific hierarchical structures. If you're going to talk about the army, maybe you could make that argument because the army, they pass down the orders, right? But even in that, right, they have specific domains. So the general has a general order that he gives to all his sub-generals, but the lieutenant or the captain or whatever who's taken like 6 people into a submission within the greater mission, it's his choice whether he goes left or right around the building. So if he made the choice, if he chose left, knowing that it was probably a riskier choice, he's the one that eats it, right? That doesn't.
I'm not following the analogy.
The general has to
feel like
deal
you've
with
made it.
are you gonna shut? The general has to deal with the consequences of it. But even in that circumstance, it's not like it's his responsibility that another man did something.
Yeah, I just feel like you've made a flawed analogy to complain that the analogy is flawed.
I'm not making it. What are you talking about? I don't think you're paying attention.
You brought up the idea of the army, but the army fails because the point that sounds like Paul's making is about free will. So that doesn't work really for the army because in many different militaries around the world, they don't have free will. You get the orders and you just got to follow them out. Whereas the example Paul's giving is you get somebody who's running a department, they do have free will. You should have oversight, you should have sort of meetings and discussions about things, but ultimately it's their choice. But you've gone like, oh, here's his example where there's less free will, but here's why it's a bad example.
No, because you're arguing with his point, but you're comparing it to a wrong system, as if somehow it's the creator's fault for making people who turned out to be, in your words, inept or whatever. But that's redundant because we already laid the foundation for what we were talking about. That the dominion had been given to man. So within the realm of what man is dealing with, they're the ones with the responsibility. So they're the ones who bear ones who bear the consequence. Because it's not like the creator's coming down here and just, murdering babies in the womb and whatever. Yeah, go and get triggered.
Right.
This is a misunderstanding of the context. Because if authority has been given to someone to run a department, he's been given authority up to a certain point, yes. Within certain bounds, yes, but he's been given the authority. So if he cocks up, it's his responsibility. Now, if in that particular unique structure, it just so happens that the wider, bigger structure says that if a department head cocks up, then the CEO will also pay the price. And obviously the CEO is beholden to someone else. And that's just the lay of the structure. But you can't make that assumption and impose that on creation itself and upon the creator. That would be an error.
I mean, I think this falls down in the fact that, like, what we're talking about is a world in which, at least my understanding of the number of people that are meant to be going to heaven and not, is you've got somebody who already knows the end result, and the end result is overwhelmingly for the vast majority of humans. Every human of the people who exist, far fewer than half of them are meant to be going to heaven, given most of the accounts of how you get to heaven I've heard. And he's perpetuating that system. So then if we compare that to a general who already knows the outcome of every battle he's in, but continually sends his men into the meat grinder, going, I've got all these inept officers underneath. I've got all these inept officers underneath me who keep fucking things up. It's like, but at a certain point, you're the one in charge of all logistics, and you are repeatedly making choices that, even if you don't know the individual that's going to end up there, you know that statistically 90% of these people are going to be dead, and you're going to keep losing.
So you didn't actually listen to anything I said, because what you just did is non-analogous, right? And completely does the same error that I said at the end, which is imposing your worldview and your specific way of judging a situation that's inside creation to the whole structure and the creator himself. You're not getting.
Aren't you doing the same thing?
No, I'm not doing anything. I'm just pointing out what we're actually talking about. And that if you're going to talk about it, you have to. If you're going to talk about it, you have to talk about it within context, within the structure that's actually been laid out. So again, it's your.
But you make up the structure in your head and then go, "That's not what God really thinks."
What do you mean?
How do you know then? If I don't know what God thinks, how do you know what God thinks? Like we're both stuck in the same problem of having to presume.
Are you being a child? When did I say what God thinks?
You thought your speaker out and I'll put on a headset.
Okay, one sec. When did I say what God thinks? None. At no point did I say that. So that's your imposition on my thing, because you weren't actually paying attention to what I said earlier.
So it sounded like you were saying, I'm presuming to know the will of God, and I'm operating from within this system, but trying to presume the will of God. And I'm saying, isn't that what we're both doing?
No, you're presuming that the structure that you're talking about when you use other analogies is the same as the structure we're talking about. But we've already laid that out. Me and Paul were talking about it. Me and the other we're talking about it. About what the context is of this is that you have dominion, you have choice. Will, free will, whatever like sub variation you want to call it, it's irrelevant. You've got the authority in this sense. So when you pick your nose, there's nobody haranguing you like with a string on your hand, determining whether you cannot pick your nose, for flip's sake.
Well, here, let me.
I mean, that's just reasserting your belief. I think there is. I think that the hand you choose to pick your nose was always going to be that way.
But that doesn't address what I just said. You keep going past the point.
But all you're saying is we disagree. Of course we disagree. That's the nature of debate.
No, it's not about disagreement. It's about you're talking about something else.
What am I talking about?
You talk about something else while somebody's having a conversation to make your point about what they're saying. That's stupid.
I can't comprehend what you're saying. Like,
well,
so you may
much is obvious.
You're not making any sense to me. It sounded like we're having a reasonable discussion, and now you're just sort of talking obliquely about the discussion in a way that's incomprehensible to me, and then complaining that I can't comprehend it. You're right. You're bang on.
So useless use of your voice. Paul, just continue what you're talking about. Maybe you can.
But basically, no, I'm sorry. Well, I mean, simply we were talking. Usually, the discussion is why is there evil and it's God's fault. I was trying to make it simple. Well, in this, the analogy was to show that the evil isn't God's fault. That's the ultimate analogy from this. Now, I can take it a step further. Even within the analogy, I can take it a step further. Like, if the department head is starting to fail in the business, Eggshell said, well, that's ultimately the CEO's fault. He hired the wrong person. Well, yes and no. If it's a good person in the company, like we have it within the company I work for, we call it coaching. If somebody's having trouble, you coach them. Say, why are you not selling well? Well, you need to do this, this, and this. If you want to succeed, you need to do X, Y, and Z. You coach them. You call them and say, look, do more, do better. Then if they don't do better, the ultimate place that they go is the unemployment line, right? Because they have not done the coaching. Now I can take that analogy to within even our understanding. If the biblical record is correct,
God sent prophets to the people saying, look, you're disobeying, you're not doing the right thing, stop it. You don't stop it, there's going to be a consequence. Okay, so that the very thing is still there. Now, here's the other aspect. The fact that edict
I
is in
very much
place.
agree with all that.
Okay, now the next step is, now you would say, well, why would God still allow all this to happen? Because if he's trying to show something else as well, not just his justice or but he also might be trying to show his compassion and his love and his care by, look, I could kill you in a moment. I could fire you on the spot. But instead, I care enough about you that I want to give you time to try to repent, to change your ways. But if you don't, eventually there's going to be a place you're going to go. And if God's trying to show his grace to people through the evil in the world, that could be another reason why the evil persists, because he's trying to show something else as well. Go ahead.
Sure, I think that's valid. I like the analogy of the coach too, because that's what I do for a living. To make it more analogous, I would say we've been running this company now for 20 years, and back when we started in year 2 and 3, we gave lots of coaching to people. And we set them on the right path. And when they were unaware of their roles or were disobedient, we appeared physically in front of them and set them on the right path. But now you, employee who's come along in year 15 or 18 or 20, we expect you to learn from the guy what he learned in year 2. And that's my point, is like we're expecting that this, like God's turning up out of the skies and talking to people. He's parting seas. He's doing miracles. And then, like back in the Dark Age, not Dark Age, Bronze Age or something like that. And then now he's not. So to use the coaching analogy is so perfect because he's not giving people nowadays coaching. There are thousands of different interpretations of the Bible and even different churches and disagreements based on identical translations of the Bible. Like I doubt any of us could number all of the different schisms and parts of the church within one religion, and that's because we're looking at these dusty old manuscripts or these coaching that people got thousands of years ago that weren't even written down until hundreds of years after that happened.
So what you're saying is you want the CEO to show up and fix all the problems.
I want the CEO to keep doing what he was doing in year 2, which was turn up, recognise there's an issue and do some coaching and say, hey, you're not getting any sales. This area is falling behind. Profit and loss statements looking terrible. Here's what you can do to pick up your sales. And he was doing that in year 2. I want him to keep doing that. Yes. And I will call him derelict in his duty if he's complaining that the company's going under, but hiding in an office such that multiple employees of the company doubt the existence of the CEO. They go, I'm not sure we've got one. I've never seen him. He's never talked to me. He's never appeared to me. He's never offered me any personal coaching. All I've got is this dusty manuscript that the guy who got the coaching wrote down.
Or some people, even when the CEO shows up, even when he shows up, they still don't do what the CEO says. So guess what's left for them to do? For him to do? Fire him.
Sure.
We just had that happen.
Sure.
Well, I know. I mean, so whether I send a director to go do the job for me of a department or the manager, say this person that's not doing his job, fire him. The CEO doesn't have to show up as long as the command that goes from the CEO to the director, to the manager, to the supervisor, that command is carried through all the way down to the end. As long as that's happening and it's done. I mean, even if the CEO says, you know what, I don't want you to fire that guy, even though he's fallen short. So do you keep it? You have to keep him around, right? So the thing is, so you want the CEO to come in every single time. And what if the CEO said, no, you, Paul, go talk to Eggshells about who I am. Now you've got a choice to make. Either my words are coming from the CEO or they're not. And if you don't think they are, then that's you got to work that out with the CEO.
But I mean, I think this is such a good analogy. I really like you brought it up. It's a very prescient analogy. To me, it's like I've got Paul turning up in my office going, look, I've been chatting to the CEO, and I'm like, that's the one I doubt their very existence. You're like, yep, and here's what he wants you to do. And then I go, okay. And then Jeremy turns up and goes, no, Paul's got it wrong. He actually wants you to do this. And I'm like, what? What lines of communication? Like, because I work with companies on communication specifically, and one of the quickest ways to get people really badly offside is poor communication. So they're not aware what the rules are, what their responsibilities are. You know, I know I'm in a sick company when they go, I've been doing this job for 5 years now and I still don't have a job description. I'm still not clear on what's my remit. So I say yes and no to things based basically on whether I think I'm going to get fired for saying no, versus healthy companies where they go, yep, I know the CEO, they walk past, they sometimes smile at me. When I get directives handed down about the strategic direction of the company, everybody's all on the same page. We're all aware we've got one text that we read from that's a memo they sent around. We all know that it's them, and nobody ever says anything to the opposite because, I mean, maybe they do, but they're just wrong because we can point at this one memo and email the CEO and go, hey, this person's got a different memo. And he goes, well, that one's wrong.
Well, then you have to evaluate. That's back to, well, we can go down this road a long ways, but I mean,
sure.
What I'm just saying is, so you have to evaluate. Now it comes back to, do the text we have in front of us, are they reliable? Do they go back to within the time frame of the events, and do they speak truly to the events? For example, when they found in the Dead Sea Scrolls, they found a lot of the books of the Bible in it, not full fragments, but multiple fragments of it. They did find almost a complete copy of the book of Isaiah, right? So they look at that, which is dated before Jesus. That's over 2,000 years before, 2,000 years ago. They compared that to manuscripts that we have today. So now, what would that say about the reliability of Isaiah?
So that's absolutely, yeah. The Dead Sea Scrolls were I just went and saw them actually just the other day. I was in Jerusalem and went to see some fragments of it. Amazing, but what one needs to do, in my opinion, is not look for the similarities. I mean, that you see the similarities, great. It does. I absolutely agree with you. Say the texts haven't changed, but also look for the differences, like the fact that there are parts of the Apocrypha were in the Dead Sea Scrolls, so there's bits distinctly missing from that. And that's the point that I'm getting at. We have a CEO sending out memos that are getting turned so far that you end up with schisms of this company literally at war with one another. And the CEO doesn't turn up to be like, hey, let me clarify this for you. I'm all powerful, but what I feel like this conversation is proving is that God, this all-powerful being, is less powerful than a mildly functional CEO of a company.
All right.
Well, here's the catch.
Can I interject, Paul?
Real quick. Okay, just real quick, because I was going to address that.
Maybe I can do it in a less abrasive manner. But again, the Australian guy, I don't know your name. I'm not looking at the thing at the moment.
Riding on eggshells.
Okay, riding on eggshells. The mistake you've made is the same mistake that I tried to articulate earlier, in that we laid down the context of what we're talking about. Now, if you disagree with the context, that's fine. But within the context of what we're talking about, you, as in mankind, have the dominion. So it's not that the argument you're making of, oh, this all-powerful being is not actually all-powerful. It's that this all-powerful being has chosen, for whatever reason, it remains to be seen, right? Because we're not discussing the reason. Chosen to give mankind the dominion. So when mankind does stuff that might seem to mankind itself like, what the flip is going on, it's not that the CEO in this analogy it just can't do anything. It's that more likely it's the owner that has given the stuff down to the CEOs and all his generals under him, the basically complete control within the physical of what they do.
I'm not really following what you're saying. Like, to me, I'm not just saying this is evidence that there isn't an all-powerful being. I'm saying I know individuals. Like my dad ran a I've got a dad and a stepdad. Both ran companies. They were more powerful in this analogy as a CEO, as people running their companies than this guy.
This is my
And
point, though. This is what I'm trying. This is what I'm trying to articulate.
But it disproves that this God, like what it would mean is this God likes schisms. He likes people fighting.
No, again, that's reading into somebody's thoughts. We're not even talking about that. In this
what we're
analogy,
doing.
what would be better stated is that maybe the CEO position is a bunch of CEOs in different regions, right? But that the whole company of the earth belongs to, has been given over, the dominion of it has been given over to men. And that we have to transpose what we were referring to as the CEO is to the owner. So ultimately he owns everything, but he's given the chief operating position to mankind. He chose to do that. Right? Now how mankind has chosen to deal with that, that's ultimately mankind's choice. It's not to say that the owner hasn't got his plans in motion, but he's not going to come in and take away the dominion from the men that he's given it, because then that would make him a liar. And within the context of what me and Paul are talking about, which is the scriptures and what they say, you'd have to take it all into account. So he's not gonna change his ways, because that would just mean that he's not who he says he is.
Can I add something too, please?
Well, I'm going to go. I was going to go back.
All right, go, Paul.
Yeah, that lasted longer than I meant to.
All right, I was going to say one little quick statement. The CEO did show up, or the owner showed up, and actually, he took responsibility for the bad. Now, I'll let you ask the question, and anybody else wants to answer who I'm talking about. Now, the question is, was he the owner or the CEO? That's the next question.
I mean, yeah, I agree. He turned up, but that's the point I made. He turned up in year 2 of the company and gave coaching and guidance to some of his first employees, and now the company has grown in size, and there's hundreds of thousands of employees, many of whom doubt his existence. So he did turn up. He showed his ability to turn up and give coaching and guidance to people, and then he just stopped doing that.
So, all right. So hear me out real quick,
How
right?
so?
So hold on. So I'm trying to address this, right? But you got to look at the greater scheme of things, the grand scheme of things, the bigger picture. So you got to look at things long term. You're looking at things very short sighted, right? So this reality that we are living right now, when it was initially created, was perfect, right? Including the angels were perfect. Now he created the angels and even mankind prone to sin, right? So there was a potentiality in the fabric of space and time. There was a potentiality for corruption. But initially, everything was perfect. There was no corruption. There was no sin. Now, we know that Hasatan, the arch nemesis of the Messiah, he's the first one to actually sin and bring corruption into existence. And then down the line, angels started rebelling. But he created that potentiality because he wanted to create people that would either choose him or deny him. This is where it comes down to free will. He created the angels in heaven and humankind with free will, with the ability and the potentiality to choose him or deny him. Now, if they denied him, they are prone to sin. And then we were all created with that potentiality, right? With that being said, you're saying that why isn't he fixing things? Well, the thing is, he's in the process of actually restoring the existence to how he intended it to be. Now, he already knew the end from the beginning. So when he created existence, he already created these potentialities in place. But in the scriptures themselves, it teaches us that there will be a time where he will renew the heavens and the earth, and this potentiality will no longer be in existence. He will give us a new heart that we won't be prone to sin. It will be there. Death and sin will be no more. They will be tossed into the lake of fire. Like, these things are very complex, because you have to understand that in the beginning, he created everything with a potentiality, right? And then right now, what's going on is a sifting of sorts. He's sifting souls and he's sifting spirits. You hear me? So, real quick. Hello? Oh, man.
I can hear you.
You may have cut out and come back in, because right in the middle of what you were saying, you dropped out.
Yeah, we got most of the line.
Yeah, so real quick, I'm almost done with my train of thought. So, like, what you have to understand is that the reason he created everything with a inclination to sin is because he wanted to test his creation, whether they truly obey him and love him or not. He didn't create robots that were programs, because he could have just created robots that would automatically obey him, and there would be no death, there would be no corruption. But there's a bigger process at play. While he's crafting, he's actually still in the process of crafting his reality, his creation. But that crafting involves a reality that is prone to corruption. That way he will test the souls of men and the souls of angels to see if they're loyal or not. It all comes down to loyalty and love. Once this process of sifting of sorts is over with, because right now he wants a certain amount of souls in his kingdom. And there's a certain amount of spiritual stones that make up the temple of Elohim. And we have not reached that. We're in the process of actually reaching the certain number of souls that he wants into the kingdom. Once that number is reached, then the beginning of the end will commence, and then the renewing of the heavens and the earth will take place soon after, and there will be no more corruption. But right now we have to live with this demo. It's a demo reality. It's like a demo. It's not base reality, bro. That's the best way.
And I want to get back in, because I think something else that I think Eggshells wants, but doesn't realize the implication of it. This world we live in is set up, I think, perfectly for choice. Okay, there's enough evidence to believe in God, but there's a little bit enough ambiguity. So if you don't want to believe, then you can. Okay. Now, if God was always present, always there, always revealing himself constantly, that ability to choose would vanish. It would vanish completely. Unless you're completely rebellious, which means you don't want nothing. Even though I see God and I see who you are, I don't want nothing to do with you. Ultimately, that's what happened to the enemy. He saw God's face, he saw God's presence, and he says, I want to be him, and I want his position. Okay? So this world that you're wanting God to show up, and if you go to the biblical text, it says if the miracles that were performed in Jerusalem, that they would have repented. You know what I mean? It says in the sense that if God reveals himself to you at this moment that you're asking for, your level of higher accountability will rise exponentially. Right now, you've got a lot of grace. You've got the ability to choose either this is true or that's not true, or it's not true. But if God shows up and then you still reject him when he shows up, and if he has showed up and you rejected him and he has showed up, what's left? What's left?
Yeah, so like this reality is going to catapult you to the next reality. And this is really not, there's more to this life than what we're living right now. Like this is a testing. Like he's testing all the spirits. And in order for him to test us or try us, we have to have some level of corruptibility. We can't all be made like perfectly obedient, because then we'd be robots and he couldn't test us properly. Because what he wants is loyal people, but not loyal because he created us loyal by default, but because out of our own willpower, out of our own spirit, we decide to choose him. That's true love.
And that's why I go back to the owner, the CEO that showed up. That's the crux of everything. Either he's the CEO that showed up and his resurrection validated everything he said, everything he said, validated all of that. And then you reject the gift that he gave, and you don't even go into the depths of making sure and evaluating whether that event occurred in history and time. I mean, it's like God says, I'm going to give you a gift. I'm going to give you my life because I love you enough to say, I don't want you to stay in this place. But if you reject this, the only other place to go is the other place.
Yah is not slack concerning his promise, as some men count slackness. Like he's slacking off, he's disappeared, right? But is long suffering, patient, right? To usward, not willing that any should perish, but that all should come to repentance. Seeing then that all these things shall be dissolved, what manner of persons ought ye to be in all purity of conversation and holiness, looking for and hasting unto the coming of the day of Yah, wherein the heavens being on fire shall be dissolved, and the elements shall melt with fervent heat. Nevertheless, we, according to his promise, look for a renewed heavens and a renewed earth wherein dwells righteousness. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, this is temporary right now. This is a fallen world, but it was by design that this world was going to fail, because he wants us to choose him openly. Like I said, this is a demo. This is a demo run, and he's sifting out the dross. You know, in the purification process, when silver is purified 7 times in the midst of a furnace, you have to separate the impurities, the dross, and that's what this world is. It's a separation of impurities, of non-believers, of wicked men, of heathens that have no regard for their fellow man, and no regard for life itself and the Creator. Those people will be separated like dross, and it's a lot of dross. And I give you that. It's a lot of people that will not be worthy to enter into the kingdom. But it's inevitable, design. It's just the way it is. We can hate the Creator for that, but how do you know a better way?
I've analogized it this way back in the past. This is basic training. If you're going into the military, this is basic training. Basic training only lasts 6 weeks, but your military career could last for years. But without basic training, you'll never be prepared or even find out who is ready to serve in the military. That's always been my analogy. This life is basic training. I think we ran off eggshells. I think I don't know when he disappeared, but he's not in here anymore. We're not talking to eggshells anymore.
Didn't he have to sleep? Was that the other guy?
I think it was
I'm
Chuck
not sure.
or eggshells. I don't know. They sound the same sometimes.
What? Confused.
What do you think, Elijah? Do you think that there will be? Because I know that you watch Sean. You used to watch Sean, and he believes that there will be death. Do you think there'll be death?
As well, dude.
I do or I don't.
You should know better. You do a J. It's an SH. Or maybe it's just your accent. Where you from?
I think it's my accent, bro.
All right, well, gotta fix that when you're talking to me.
So no, say it to me though. Say it to me so I try to pronounce it
Elisha.
right. Elisha. All right, Elisha.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
what if I just called you Elisha?
No,
you
you'd have
wouldn't
to
like
pronounce.
that.
You'd have to pronounce the E very correctly, like a Hebrew would. Otherwise, it just sounds like you're saying A. and then you
Elisha.
sound like,
Elisha.
And then you
So how would you say the Hebrew? How would you say in Hebrew?
This is
Elisha,
English
right?
anyway. So in English, it's Elisha.
Elisha. All right, Elisha.
Yeah. Anyway, in the Hebrew, it's spelled completely differently. It's like Eliyahu or something.
It's Elisha now, bro. Elisha now, bro.
I can't know. Is Eliyahu or is
Eliah?
Eliah. One of them.
Eliah.
Anyway, I might be Hebrew by action, but I don't speak the Hebrew. Right?
Yeah, that's close to my daughter's name.
Yo, you're bugging out. Say, fix your connection.
You can't hear you.
But ask your question, Line. I was just kind of teasing.
No,
'cause I
like,
know
cause
you have some strong.
I've debated with people in the past regarding whether death and decay and entropy, whether that will continue to exist even in the kingdom to come, not the millennial reign, but even after, when the heavens and the earth are renewed. Will this still be a product of reality? Right?
No.
No. All
Obviously
right.
not.
Cool. Awesome. No, because some people say no, that these things will be eternal. Like even after, there'll still be some sort of death.
Yeah, because they're
and decay.
smoking crack or they don't read.
All right. Cool. I wasn't sure what you thought about that.
If you just read Revelation, it says death will be thrown into the lake of fire with everything else.
Yeah,
That means
the
decay is
final,
going.
the final enemy, and I think that's cool when we're talking about. Yeah, we can.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I think that's cool when we're talking about this analogy. I'd only make a few edits to what you said, Paul. I'd say it's the owner, and then the one that actually came would have been the owner's son, and then before that, he sent a bunch of the owner's like assistants and representatives, and they all got dealt with harshly and unrighteously. And that the owner's son is coming back. The owner's son has an appointment, and he's coming back, and he's coming back with all power and authority and all the hosts of the owner. And people better fix up, otherwise they're going to lose the company.
Well, and I think the thing is, I don't think, like, there's certain things we look at as bad, but they're actually grace. You know, like, if you think about it, death, it seems horrible, right, that death's in play, but it's actually an act of grace. Because if you go back to the garden, imagine if no one would die, but you're caught in your evil ways, but you would never die.
Disgusting. That's
It'd be horrible. Yeah, that's that. I mean, so death is a way of keeping the bad from continuing. It stops it. You know, it ceases it. You know, or even like God withholding His presence. That is an act of grace, because, you know, if you just read the scripture, He's an all-consuming fire. So if you want to see God as He is, you're going to be burned up, buddy. Because if you know your sin, you're done. You know what I mean?
It's also like a shadow of your potential future, right? If you mess up, then you're gonna get the second death, which is for good, and then you're deleted, like fully erased from the drive. Whereas the first death is you've just been put into, I don't know, whatever the analogy would be, into the archive. And then
you're on the hard drive in save mode. You know,
yeah, something like that. But what I wanted to say is about the death, right? So what I think is cool when we're going back to the analogy is that the son that he sent, right? So the final enemy is death, which is what me and Lion of Yah were talking about. And with respect to the son, was the only one who death had no hold on, because he had no reason to be there. Everyone else who goes and sits in Sheol, they got a reason to be there, right? Whereas he had no reason whatsoever. So that's why when he went there, it's like death couldn't hold him, and he overcame it because he lived in such a way that didn't reap death. So he had no reasons to stay there the first time, and then at the end of it, he can go and pick it up and throw it in the lake of fire and destroy it. So I just think that's very good. Well, that's why we can put our trust in him, because a worthy advocate for our lives, because we keep messing up, and this is the actual love of the owner in this analogy, right? That he would do that for us when all we've done is kind of stick our middle finger up at him as humanity in general.
Right, and I lost my train of thought. I was going to say something. I'm trying to cook, so if you hear something sizzling in the background.
I just wanted to finish my thought.
No, I mean, and what I was going to say. What I was going to say is him conquering death shows his dominion. It shows his rule, his reign. That means it has no hold because he's actually in charge. You know, and also you're right. He's the perfect one that it cannot contain him because it's not supposed to, you know, because he's perfect in that sense. So there's a lot to that. So, I think we missed. I mean, that's the story of the gospel to me. That's where I go to Jesus. If you want to focus on a miracle, the most important one is his resurrection. And even Paul
Mm-hmm.
says that in Corinthians. If you don't
Yeah,
go
because
there and address
our
that,
faith
nothing
is
else matters.
vain if it's not for that. It means
Yeah.
nothing. It has no substance. And I think what's important, and this is where people get
Hey
triggered.
guys,
for
I'm not
sure.
trying to derail the argument, but I've just declared June Happy Flat Earth Month. Okay.
That's every month, but okay, cool.
Yeah.
So, Paul, what was the last thing you said?
It was just that was showing his dominion, his rule and reign. Jesus' reign over
Right.
everything. That's what
Okay.
yeah.
Thanks. I just had to, re-up because my man came in with the nonsense. The useful interjection, I'm sure. But with respect to the dominion stuff and that he's our example, it's like that's why we can put our faith in him because of what he did. But that because of what he did, he resurrected, and that we now can go, hey, if we live like him, we've got that. And one of the things I think is really important, and this is where people will get offended, but good, because offense really should be the highlight to you that there's something wrong with you, not with the other person. And that means you should fix it. So if we consider him like the Catholics and some other weird people consider him like God in the flesh, then we've got the whole idea twisted. Because if the perfect creator came down and lived the way he is perfectly, it's like there's no surprise there. There's no achievement there. It's just obviously, right? And if we put our faith in that, it's like, okay, you can put your faith in the creator, but if you put your faith in trying to live like the one who can't fail anyway, then you've completely confused yourself. You're not going to get there. But when you put Christ in his proper place, and this is not a disrespect, but this is how the scriptures call him, right? There is one God and one advocator between man and God, the man Christ Jesus. That's the King James, but the man Yeshua, or HaMashiach Yeshua. Then you can actually put your faith in something, in someone that can actually help you. And you go, hey, it is possible to live righteously. And if we do cock up, maybe I should put it more politely. If we do slip up and we do make errors, we have that advocate there for us. But I think this is important because of the insidiousness of calling him something than what he was actually. Because then it takes away from how we live our life. And
that was like the biggest red pill.
Sorry, say again.
That was like the biggest red pill was when I realized, saying that he was God. Then what did he do? Like, what was the accomplishment?
Yeah, and that's only the first problem with that. But I think in terms of like what I was talking about with like how we live our life, it breeds hopelessness, in my opinion.
Because you can't do it. Exactly.
Yeah,
you exactly.
But then when you understand who he is and what he did properly, you go, hold on. We can like live like him. We can grow in favor of the Most High and be like Messiah. And exactly that is said of him when he was a child, right? That he grew in favor. So he wasn't all knowledgeable from day dot, though he was clearly a special one. He grew like from age 12. He was like going to the synagogues and asking all these questions, and the parents were suffering for it, and they were a bit like, "Yo, what's going on?" But they should have known. But it's still, it was difficult for them. And then by the
But he
time
didn't empty himself. Sorry, good.
Yeah, but I'm just saying like that we can kind of parallel that with us, right? That he's the firstborn of many. If it was anything other, then it's like how could we put ourselves side by side with the Creator, knowing that we were made from dirt? It doesn't make any sense. But putting ourselves side by side with His Son, that's something that we can get behind. It's like he suffered what we suffered.
Really fast. Trust me. I'm trying to get out. So like this is the whole like separation here, because like people say Jesus is God, and then they say is man. Instead he's fully man and fully God. and some things we just can't understand, right? But okay, so he fully emptied himself out according to the scripture. So like he humbled himself as a servant to Yah, the Father, and he fully emptied himself out. That's what it says. So if he fully emptied himself and humbled himself as a servant to Yah, right, then he's not fully God. He emptied himself out, as in he was in a divine state, if you want to call it that. Never equal to the Father, though, but he emptied himself out and came here as a humble servant. And it actually, this is like pretty important, because what it says right after that is that's why the Father exalted him. That's literally the reason why, was because he came here humbled as a servant to do the will of the Father, and he exalted him. He exalted his name. He gave him his name and exalted it because he came here, emptied himself out, and humbled himself. Meaning he was in a state that was superior to his human state. And he chose to, based on obedience to the Father and his will, come here and empty himself out. Like, that's a pretty big part of the story.
You know, I actually disagree with that. Like, I think that he was God, but the thing is, like, this term God in English is disingenuous, because in the Hebrew it's plural, bro. So like even in Genesis chapter 1, when it says Elohim, it's plural, like, and it uses articles like us and our, like let us create man in our image. Well, who's that us? Who's that our? It's Elohim.
The Father and the Son. It's the Father and the Son. Yeah, but
so like, well, hold on. I get you. No, trust me, I get you, and I've studied this out extensively, and I was conflicted in my soul at one point too. But then I realized that the Son had to empty himself and come as a regular human being and being born of a woman to then fully be tested. Because in his natural form, in his glorified body, he couldn't be tested, because no one can tempt Elohim. Elohim can't be tempted. And that verse includes the Father and the Son. Now, unlike his other creation, like the angels can be tempted in their natural selves, but the Son of Elohim couldn't be tempted. That's why he had to empty himself out.
Okay, yeah, but like this is well, when we talk about like Yeshua being referred to as God, it's in the Greek. It's always in the Greek, right? And the word in Greek means a lot of stuff. Like, you can refer to a king as a god in Greek. Like, it can literally be a mighty man. And so that word gets thrown around in Greek so much that it's like confusing for people. They say, look, it says Jesus is God. And
right, but the other thing is the context.
You can't even read the passage. It doesn't even make sense when you do that. It's like it's making a distinction between God and God.
The other thing is the context. When Thomas said that of him, my master and my El, I guess it would have been in Hebrew, he was talking to the resurrected Yeshua. So obviously he was referring to his nature now. But I suppose that's only obvious if you've researched. So
okay, well, I've done some research. I want to bring up something. Okay, now God is a very generic term. Okay, so I want to go there. But so we really need to see if Jesus is Yah, right? So now let's evaluate this. Who is the Alpha and the Omega, or the first and the last in Revelation? Who is that person?
The Revelation starts by saying Yeshua was given a revelation from the Father.
Okay. Yeah. Well, let's go. That's fine. That's cool. Okay, let's go. Let's see. Revelation. Let me find out. I got it.
Like, read. Everyone skips over the very first word of Revelation.
I have read it. This is Revelation 1. Okay, I'm reading. Okay, it is the revelation of Jesus Christ, right? Maybe even to Jesus Christ. That's fine. But in Revelation 1:17 through 18, okay, it says, when I saw him, I fell at his feet. This is John speaking. At his feet as dead. But he laid his right hand on me. He says, saying, fear not. I am the first and the last. I am the living one. I died, and behold, I am alive forevermore. I have the keys of Hades and hell. Now, That's in Revelation. Okay, and you can go on and read the other ones about that. But listen to this. This is in Isaiah 44:6. Thus says the Lord. Who's the Lord? That's Yah, the King of Israel, his Redeemer, the Lord of hosts. I, Yah, am the first and the last. Besides me, there is no God. So here, if you believe both Isaiah and Revelation, it would seem that Jesus is Yah, because those two verses together, because it says the first and the last died. Did the Father die? Did Yah die? No. But Jesus died.
It gets more complicated, Paul, because scriptures does distinguish between the Father and the Son. They're two different entities altogether.
I know, I
All
agree.
right,
There's
cool.
the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, but they all share those two verses alone seem to say that Jesus and the Father share this divine nature of Yah.
Yeah, it doesn't actually
Yes.
say the Holy Spirit, so it doesn't say that.
Okay, I'm not talking about the Holy Spirit yet. I can go there. Right now, I'm just talking about Jesus. I'm talking about
But
Jesus.
just to
So don't go
clarify,
off of
it doesn't say the Holy Spirit. Okay, it says Holy Spirit, which is the set apart spirit, and
okay.
we have to
Am
make
I
sure that
talking
it
about the
all
Holy
makes sense.
Spirit?
Well,
Am
no,
I
but what I'm
talking about
saying
the
is,
Holy Spirit?
well, no,
No, I'm
but
not
you
talking about
did
the Holy
mention.
Spirit.
All right, chill, man. You gotta chill,
I
man.
know, but I'm saying right now we're talking about we're talking about, does Jesus have the divine nature? Is he Yah? That's what we're talking about.
Well, that's two different
Is he?
questions.
Well, hold on. No, yeah,
Related to two different things.
that's I addressed that. Maybe I need to address it with a bit more in a bit more of a comprehensive manner. But when Thomas said that, he said that after the resurrection. So when I said obviously, he's referring to him in his resurrected state. The reason I say that is because of what I suppose line of Yah said earlier, the plural nature of the term Elohim, and then also the same in the Greek about how it can be applied. The angels are referred to as Elohim as well. So
See, I'm not talking about Elohim.
within context of the divine nature, as some people like to do that could be attributed to any creature or the Most High because of their spirit nature, because they're not made of dust like me and the animals.
Well, but the thing is, though, if you go
So-
back to the Isaiah passage, hold on a second. If you go back to the Isaiah passage, though, it says there's no other God like me, or another Elohim. So this Yah is the first and the last. So at least you have to admit that between Revelation 1 and Isaiah, Jesus and Yah, they share something in common.
Yeah,
Right?
I can address that.
Yeah,
Like
divine
he said before. Like he said before he left, all authority in heaven and earth has been given to me. So that answers both things. That answers the context of Revelation, being that he's now sitting in the position of having been given all authority. But also, it answers other questions that may arise, and
we have to make
the
sure
fact
all
of where
makes
did, like the fact of where did the authority come from? If it was given to him, it means he didn't have it. And then when you read Corinthians, I believe, he gives it back at the end when all is said and done, when the last enemy is put under his foot. So
let's go to another
I think that lays the picture quite plainly, but perhaps we can discuss it further.
Yeah,
who gave Yeshua the revelation at the beginning of Revelation when it says that? Who gave it to Yeshua? Who he was given a revelation? Okay, so Yeshua is coming and relaying the message from the Father. That's the first part of Revelation. Every single time I hear Revelation invoked to support, say, the Trinity, they never read the very first words of Revelation.
That's fine, and I don't disagree with that. But I'm going by what Revelation 17 or 1:17 says. Jesus is saying, I am the Alpha and Omega. I am the first and the last. I'm the one who died. Okay, right? Tell me that's wrong.
The Father didn't die.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now the next question is, you have to ask one second question. So did Jesus impart, or did the Father impart that his divine nature to Jesus?
Yes.
Or did,
that's
he
what he
did.
says. He says he gave him his authority.
Quote me a verse where it says he imparted his divine nature to Jesus.
Yeah, he literally said he exalted him and gave him his authority after he basically fulfilled his will.
Okay, now authority, having the authority to do something and the ability to do something is two separate things. If you go
So
into
wait,
Colossians, another passage.
No, it's
wait,
not.
where's he getting the
Okay.
authority from? Wait, he gave it to himself?
But hold on,
Well,
the authority
no.
and the ability are no different.
Okay,
Yeah.
no, I can have the ability to drive a car, or I can have the ability to shoot a gun. But do I have the authorization? Like, okay, in the military, we go back to the military example. A person in the
Then
military
you're
has the ability.
misapplying authority
No,
in
I'm
this
not.
context.
No.
Yeah, you are.
No, I'm not. Oh, then explain to me what authority means. Well,
Well, we're
show
talking
me
about
what the Greek means for authority.
in this context, dude, he had to be given authority to be able to do what he did. And you can get into who knows what all Yeshua is capable of, right? Because he's clearly like second in charge in everything. So it's not to undermine him, but it says at the very beginning, dude, it says that Yah gave him the revelation. The Father gave him the revelation. He came and revealed it.
Real quick, let me add. So
Hold on, we
actually,
gotta go.
hold on.
Another
The reading,
scripture.
hold on. The reading comprehension of Revelation 1 is critical because, to be technical, right? The Father gave it to the Son, and the Son gave it to a messenger, an angel, and the angel gave it to John. That's what the scripture actually states in both the Hebrew, the Aramaic, and the Greek.
Agency.
Agency. If you
And
want
also,
to
here's
be
another
technical.
thing.
That's why
Well,
the
also, here's
Roman
the
was
thing.
given such praise, because he understood this. So when he asked for the healing for his servant, he just said, "I know you can do it. Just say it." And then you know what's
Okay,
interesting?
that means he had the ability. He
Yeshua
had the
didn't even
ability.
say anything. He said, "As you believed, it shall be done," because the guy
Well,
understood authority.
Yeah, let's
I want to.
let Paul jump
Go
in.
ahead. Go.
So let's just jump into the next thing, though. Did Jesus pre-exist?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Did we? Okay. So that means then if you go back to Colossians and other passages, he was there at the beginning, and all things were created through him and by
For
him
him.
and for him.
Yes.
All of it.
For him.
All of it.
For him.
Well,
He
that's
was
all of
already
it.
created.
It's created through him. It says through him, for him, and by him.
That's
All of
right.
it.
So that's where this
Okay, so
gets
that
really
means he has
deep,
the
right?
power of creation. No, that means he has Jesus at the beginning, before creation. He has the power of creation. That
But
means
Paul,
all the dominions of power were created through him and
Paul,
by him
brother,
and for him.
listen, this is the
Is that
point,
wrong?
okay? It says in the beginning, meaning that's a denotation of time. So what happened prior to the time? Yeshua was made, and in the beginning, he basically co-created. Okay, but he was still made. He was made first. He was the first thing
Oh,
made.
show me where that's at. Where's that at? Where's it show that he's made?
He was brought
Because
forth.
here's another. Well, here's the thing though. In the Old Testament, is God's word eternal?
Man, like
Is
you see,
God's
you're
word
not. You
eternal?
asked. You asked for a set
It's
of.
all these.
What do you
You're
mean
focusing
by
on
your
one or two
question?
verses, but you got to account for all of them. In the
You
Old
asked
Testament, is God's word eternal?
asked
Is it?
where
Is
he
it?
said he was made, and then you just hand waved it.
Where? No, I didn't. That means our understanding of this word begotten may be wrong or misunderstood. Okay, because if God's word's eternal, if God's word's eternal, and
Wait,
Jesus
hold
is
on.
the Word made flesh, then it means He's eternal. He has an eternal nature to it.
Which comes first, the Father or the Son?
The Father.
Okay. Okay. The idea first couldn't. Hold on a second. Okay, hold on a second.
Which
Is a
which is
CEO first in a
which is
company?
preeminent, the Father or the Son?
Let's just all calm down.
Okay, now preeminent. Okay, like a CEO is the first or the primary or the king of all things in the company.
Do you wanna?
But
Do you
everyone
wanna answer the
underneath them
question?
are of equal nature. I'm telling you, I'm explaining it to you. It depends on how you
No, do you want
understand
to answer
first
my
and preeminent.
question, not your thoughts?
I'm answering the question just not like I'm answering it.
I'm just trying to
Okay, go
mod,
ahead.
dude. Okay, look, let's not interrupt. We're gonna let Paul finish. Paul, can you do us a favor though, and please don't just preach us Trinity doctrine. Like, let's just have specific conversation about the points.
Well, this is important because we were questioning whether Jesus is the CEO, the owner, or whatever. That's part of the question. This is all connected.
Yeah, but
And
don't
also,
justify
is
your
Jesus?
position by telling us your interpretation. Let's just talk about what the scriptures say.
I am. That's why I asked the question. What is the Word of God eternal in the Old Testament, according to the
Yeah. So
Scripture?
look, this is the way.
Okay.
So the way that
Next question. Is Jesus the Word according to John? The Word made flesh.
Yes.
Is he? So that means
Yes.
Jesus has an eternal nature to him.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, yeah, but this is the thing. This is the thing.
Can
If
the
I have
word
a,
be
if I have,
spoken if
look,
not
look,
by
I
the
have a
speaker?
voice. There you go. My voice is part of me, right? Like it's like part of me. But once I actually use it and say something, it leaves me, and now it's something in and of itself. Now it's out of me forever. So yeah, my voice is me. My words come from me, but they still had to come out of me to exist in an independent form. So yeah, the
But,
word
but,
was part of Yah. Yah spoke him into existence. Effectively, he created his existence. Without the Father, you don't have the Son.
Exactly. And hold on, real quick. So like you have to understand too, Paul, that the Father has his own voice. Like when you hear about the word, yeah, the Hebrew is very contextual, and the word isn't 100% of the time Messiah speaking. Sometimes it's literally the Father speaking aside from the Son. It's every time the Father speaks, it's not just the Son every single time. That's what people don't understand with the Hebrew.
Because it's like if I say something, if I say, Paul, I still love you, you're my brother. I just said that out loud, right? So like now that's out in the ether. It's a thing now. Before I said it, it was inside me. Okay, so like it required the source, that is me, to actually articulate my voice, and then now it's come outside of me to exist. So I still had to have a source. Like, yeah, he exists outside of time as we understand it, but he was actually created, and that was the beginning. So that means something still pre-existed the beginning, right? I mean, it's like the middle ground here is that he existed long before the earth. He was there and co-created the earth. He has reign over everything that you can imagine, but he's second to the Father, right? So it's
Exactly.
like it's
but see, I
not
don't
like
have a problem. I don't have a problem with the way you're describing it. But see, I'm just trying to get to the point that yeah, there is a preeminence of the Father over Jesus, and he is the first in that sense of the word. But if time began to exist or time came into being at the point of creation, then there was an eternal state that Jesus co-eternally existed with the Father. That means there's an aspect of God's divine nature in that, just that alone. That means he pre-existed before time began, and he existed eternally with the Father. That's an aspect of the divine nature. And second, he has the power
where
of
does it say
creation, which
that
means he.
though? Where does
If
it say
time
that?
did time come into being in the beginning, or did God
Yeah,
bring
that's
This
what
time into
that's
is
what
beginning?
this is
beginning.
the problem with
The
this
beginning is
time
a description.
discussion.
Wait,
Time
in
is
the
only
beginning
discussed
is a
by
description
scientist
of
weirdos,
time.
man.
In the beginning is a description of time. Okay, so in the beginning is what it says. So as in once everything has started, creation has now begun, and Yeshua was the first thing created.
Actually, it's a little bit more complicated than that, guys, because listen, so Messiah could have existed in the bosom of the Father in some, non-sentient, mystical way. He could have been a potentiality within the Father, but he did have a nativity, like he did have a beginning. The scriptures never use the word made or created in the Hebrew. It doesn't use the word, like Messiah wasn't created like Adam was created. I'll give you that. But he did have a nativity. He did have a beginning. He was brought forth from everlasting.
Right, like that's why I use the voice analogy, because it's perfect. So it's like before I spoke, did my voice exist? Of course. Okay, but I still had to speak it for it to become a thing that it exists independently. For Yeshua to have his own agency, he had to be brought forth from the Father, right? And that's in the beginning. And then they co-created,
Yeah, that's how I see it.
which is still
Also,
incredibly beautiful, and it doesn't undermine Yeshua at all. And actually, it makes you really take in the fact that you don't even lose the beautiful nature of the fact that he had to humble himself. He had to empty himself. He was in such a superior position in the beginning compared to what he was on earth. He had to choose to humble himself and empty himself out. I mean, he helped create this place, bro. So it doesn't even undermine the beautiful nature of the sacrifice. It actually makes it more beautiful because he came here able to mess up. So then if
Wait,
it's either that or you do the paradoxical thing where it's like he's God, he can't mess up, but simultaneously he is man and can mess up. As in he's 100% two different things. And that doesn't make any sense. And I get the Trinity response is God isn't obliged to make sense to us. And there are things that defy logic, like how was Yeshua born in the first place to a virgin, right? But and people even have a debate about that. Like my point is that's kind of a cop out because word itself, logos, means order. Okay, so there is a logical order to all this. It does make sense.
Also, it's the whole point of the gospel. Yeah, the kingdom message with the gospel, right? So let me see if I can say this as like condensed as possible. But so it says he's made a little lower than the angels. We too are made lower than the angels. But one of the things that's interesting, and this is why if anybody was here, I think Lion, you were here earlier, about when envy came into the world, right? That's because the promise was laid down ahead of time, so the angels would have known this, that the ones who were made lower than them out of dirt would be made higher than them in the resurrection, and that they would serve the younger, so that the older brother would serve the younger brother. We have this, we read about this, what would it, not analogized, but parabolized, I think would be the way, in the prodigal son, right? So that's talking about us as man as the younger, and then the older one as the angels, right? And if we take that away from Yeshua and what he did, then we're missing the whole message from Genesis to Revelation, as it were. You know, including all the books
says
that people
no
call
man.
apocryphal.
It says no man will know the final day. No man knows the final day or hour. Not even the angels, nor the Son, but only the Father. That shows literally a difference in knowledge. The Father is all-knowing, and the Son doesn't know all things, including the end, when the end will be.
So,
right?
I mean,
So, like, what's one of the main characteristics of the one true Creator? That He knows everything, right? Like that's omnipotence. Omnipotence, which is all powerful, and then he's omniscient.
And you know why
omnipresent.
why
These are
that
the
is, though?
cliche understandings of a creator since the beginning of time. How can they be equivalent if the Son doesn't know something the Father knows? It's something as important as when everything ends.
Right, and you know why that is? At least one aspect that's described in some of the books is about how he sees. So he sees. I mean, he's the brightness of brightness, right? How it's hard to do it in English, but he that's how he can see our hearts, right? That's how he, like, no thought is hidden from him, because nothing. I mean, if I'm just standing in front of you, you can't read my thoughts. You don't have that. But and this goes into some of the stuff we discussed at other times, which is like some of this ether stuff. Like, it helps us understand some of the things said of the Creator. But anyway, I don't want to get too lost. But the distinction is important, because if we don't put things in the correct order, then we can get led astray. And by no means am I, and I don't think neither is Witzer or Lion, trying to diminish the position of Yeshua. We simply want to have.
Opposite.
Yeah, I think we simply want to have it accurately, because the consequences can potentially be dangerous. Well, really dangerous when we allow ourselves to think things that aren't in line with what Scripture says. Not just because of not by the simple fact of thinking it, but because of a lot of the consequences and things that are linked with thinking like that.
Exactly. Yeah, the doctrine's built upon it. Like you can think this and still not go down the wrong rabbit holes, but all the doctrines that have been built, that are basically doctrines of devils, in my opinion, are built upon this fundamental misunderstanding. So, like, this is how they throw the law out. This is how, well, you can't be perfect like Jesus was. Jesus was God on earth. So, you might as well just accept that you're going to mess up and say, Jesus, come into my heart. And like, all of these other doctrines are built upon this idea. So that's why it's important. I mean, what he actually says, you can do all things that I've done and greater things. He came and humbled himself to be like us. It's like stacking the deck if he says, well, I humbled myself to be like you, but I'm actually still 100% God at the same time. Well, that's not humbling yourself to be like us, right? Like, how is How can we compare ourselves to you and aim to be like you if you have this advantage that we don't? You're still God. You're
Let's ask the
God. So like,
question. What did he humble himself down from? What did he humble himself down from?
His glorified
his
body.
celestial divine state. Yeah.
So he humble. So he has a divine state that he had before creation, and he humbled himself down before that. And so Jesus it seems like he has a divine nature like the Father. He has the power of creation like the Father. But you're saying, so basically the Father said, okay, I'm going to make this person before creation to do all the work that I choose to do.
Well, no, they did it together, bro. Like, he
Okay,
wanted
so they share divine nature, and they want to work together to create, to redeem, to bring about his redemption.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so
but
what's
the only
wrong with
thing is,
saying that he's part of it? At least at this argument, if he shares a divine nature and he shares in the work of creation, he shares in the work of redemption with the Father, then there's at least two.
Well, yeah, I'm
Yeah,
not really
the only
using the word
distinction.
divine.
The only thing is, we don't think.
Though?
Hold on.
The son is always going to be like the father. Like this is such a weird, like, road to take.
Has he always been since his existence? So has he always been like the Father in existence?
Paul, between us and you, the only difference between us and you, as far as I know, is that we don't believe the Son is the Father, nor do we believe the Son is the Father incarnate.
Yeah, and they're not equal in authority.
I don't have.
See, that's the thing. I don't have a problem with that either. Well, then we're more alike than you realize. Okay, so that's why I said there's a difference between authority and ability. So it seems like Jesus has the ability to redeem, to create, to have this existence before creation, like the Father does. There's certain aspects that they have a lot of similarities in. But he says, I don't have authority. It's like, I have the ability to drive, but but it doesn't mean I have the authority to drive. If they take away my license, that authority it goes away. I know I don't want to get in the argument of, right to travel. I don't want to get in that. That's the kind of the thing. Like the guy in the fighter pilot, he has the ability to pull the trigger and fire on the enemy, but he does not have the authority to do it.
Well, I don't think we would disagree with you on this part either, though, bro. Like, think of what does Yeshua have the ability to do? Anything that we can fathom. Okay, like it's like, what could he not do? Well, there would be some things. Like know when the end is, right? But he specifically says, I don't do anything without the authority of the Father. I am just here based on what my Father tells me to do. He even told his mother, woman, do you not know I'm about my Father's business? He said, I am here based on what the Father told me to do.
Okay, now here's the question. When Jesus, hold on a second. When you said Jesus did not know the day or hour, was he in his unglorified state or is his glorified state? Which state was he in?
Well, it says that no man knows the final day nor the hour, not even the angels nor the Son. Well, the angels aren't in a physical state, so it says you would have to read into it and make an assumption that all
I'm just
of a
asking
sudden
a question when you said that.
He said that not even the Son knows.
Well, he said it when he was in human form, but the thing is, even then, it doesn't mean that he would know in his glorified body, because I say he wouldn't.
Well, now here's the thing. Now here's a question. This begs another question. Has God limited his ability for us to see him? Like if the Bible says we can't see him in his glory, we can't see him in his full glory. So in a sense, God has limited his glory to us. That's why we live in. Paul says we live in a glass darkly. We have this shade, so to speak. So there's a whole. God is in a sense holding back something about his nature so that we are not overwhelmed by it. Now, if that's true.
Yeah.
Now, could not God or even Jesus, if he has the divine nature, withhold that this all-knowingness and not tap into it while he's here on earth? He could access it if he chose to.
Yeah.
So he could access it if he chose to. But here's the thing: if he's submitting to the will of the Father, and the Father says, "I don't want it to be known right now," about
talking
what's
to
going to
himself?
happen. No, I never said he was talking to himself. I said the Father.
Well, you would have to say that. You're like, that's what I'm
No,
saying.
I'm
Like,
not. No.
you're
Here's the
saying
thing.
he
That's the
is
difference
God.
between
That's
oneness.
what you said, bro.
He is. He has the. He shares in the divine nature of Yah. Okay, you agree? He
Yes.
has the power of creation of Yah. So there's aspects of him that he does share with Yah. Now here's the thing about oneness.
Yeah.
Let's talk about oneness for a second.
Well, we need to
The
find
Bible says,
divine.
hold on. Let's talk about divine. Let's talk about the oneness just for a second. In Genesis, it says God made man in his image, male and female. He created them. Okay, so now just from that, there's one Adam. There's one human, one Adam, but it's revealed or manifest in a sense with two, male and female. They both share the same nature, but they're two. They're one, but they're two. Right?
Yeah, but
Tell
who's
me
in
I'm wrong.
charge?
Yeah, they're Had. The word
Okay,
one
we're
in
not
Hebrew
back
is
to.
Had.
Dude, this reminds me. This
Here's-
reminds me of my rap I wrote a long time ago. We have to find the time to divine. We have to define divine.
Exactly. What is the divine nature? What is it?
Yeah, because we're clearly saying
Divinity.
it in two different applications. We're saying divine as in like basically metaphysically superior, like having some type of like capability not limited to any type of materialistic confinement, and you're conflating it to meaning omnipotent, and these are not the same
Okay.
thing. Like,
Okay. If God brought the world into existence and Jesus existed before the world, that means he did not have at some point a physical nature.
yeah, absolutely. That's why I said the divine is an accurate denotation, but you're conflating it to mean equivalent to the Father. You're equating it
What
to
I
mean
mean, equivalence how? The equivalent now in like supremacy, like in authority, like a CEO of a company, like a CEO has the supremacy,
Sure.
the authority over that,
Equivalent.
but the vice
You don't get to
president
pick and choose.
is not
You don't
the
get to
same.
pick and
Well,
choose.
no, I'm
Equivalent
trying to
mean
tell you how it
equivalent,
could
right?
equivalent how.
Well, that's what
Well,
you're the one saying they're
well,
equivalent. So,
let
like,
me
equivalent
elaborate.
means equivalent. You can't pick and choose and then say they're different but the same.
Okay, a person, a CEO of a company, and the vice president, they are equal because they're both human beings, but one has supremacy over the other because of the position that they hold.
Right.
Okay, so Jesus shares in divine nature, just like the Father. The Father is a supremacy, but they share the divine nature, which means they
But
both
you
they
don't
have
believe in the co-equal doctrine, then, is what you're saying.
co-equal. How? That's what the question is. Co-equal how?
Well, the equal means that they're the same, bro.
Equal in every way, in authority and knowledge, everything.
Okay. Oh, okay. They're equal. Okay, equal in the sense they share in the divine nature, but they're not equal in the sense of their roles. Like I'm equal to my wife in our human nature and the redemption of Christ. We're both equal. But as the head of the household, I'm over her in the head of the household.
Correct. So you're
that's
not equal. Your wife's not equal to you. You have authority
That's why
over
you have to
her.
say how. I do have authority over her, but I'm not.
That's what we're saying.
You can't.
Dude,
Okay, so
if
hold
we're
on,
talking
Paul. Hold
about
on.
God,
Let me get in here real quick. So the Son is clearly subordinate to the Father. Do you agree? Yes or no?
I don't disagree with that. I think the Scripture
So
bears that out.
he can't be co-equal if he's by nature he's a son of the Father. He has to be subordinate to the Father. Otherwise, he would be going against the word of Yah. That
right?
And I
Like,
don't
teaches that we
disagree
have
with
to
that
be
either.
obedient to
But they
our
share.
parents.
Paul,
I
is your
don't
wife
disagree with that
equal to
either.
you? Is your wife equal to you?
Equal to me how? In redemption, we're equal. Under the law, we're equal. In headship
Okay,
of
we're just
the household, I'm
equal.
superior.
Okay,
No, well, okay,
superior.
we are different. We are different, and that she is different than me. That she's
Superior
female.
has to be one of the biggest words to define whether or not something's equal. Superior is at the antithesis of equal.
Okay, well,
And
that's what I'm
this
saying.
is
It's
important.
equal. Well, it is important. That's what I'm actually trying to say that we're not equal in authority, but we are equal in our redemption under the law, under who God is. We're equal. But I've been given authority over her. But we share the same nature. We share the human nature. We're both man.
But check this: you were given authority over her. Who gave the Father authority?
There's no one above him in that sense of authority. No one.
So now let's just get back to basics here. Like, what does God mean? Like in a proper application, like what is a creator, the all-powerful, one true creator, right? We have all these cliche terms we've always used: omniscient, omnipresent, omnipotent, all-powerful, all-knowing. Okay, so that is the one true creator. Whatever being is all-powerful, that's the one true creator. That's what creator is. When we're talking about the one true creator, the primary description is all-powerful, right?
Okay, well,
So
let's
From
think
which
about how.
if someone
all
doesn't
things.
have
Hold
the
on, hold on.
power over him, then he's not the one true creator.
Hold on, but
Well,
you
that's the
got
thing.
Paul. Hold on. Let me just get this out, please. So you have to understand that all things came from the Father, including the Holy Spirit, including the Son. So the Father has no causality, but the Son does. The Holy Spirit even has a causality, according to the wisdom of Solomon, which is contrary to popular belief, because we think, well, the Spirit's the Father. Well, not necessarily, because even the Spirit had a nativity, according to Solomon, and so does the Son, right? So that by default, we know that they came after, and that the Son is subordinate, so he can't be the Father. And they both exist next to each other in heaven. Like, they literally, when the scripture says at the right hand of the Father, it's literal. Like, he's literally at the right hand of the Father, and they both have thrones.
The Holy Spirit is like a whole rabbit hole too, though, man. Like,
Yeah, I
I
don't want to
believe
get
in
into
what you're
that one.
saying about the wisdom of Solomon. Yeah, because I just want to say this stuff. Like, I want to look
All right,
into
go
the
ahead.
wisdom of Solomon. If you can send me what you're talking about specifically, because like he says that the Spirit of Yah put Gideon on, and it's the set apart Spirit. Enoch says like the host of spirits, right? The all powerful Spirit, the set apart, which is what holy means, set apart. So it's like, if the creator's not in spirit form, then what is it, right? I don't know. I don't really see this denotation of the word "the." When I looked into the Hebrew, the article "the" is not there, and it would be. Hebrew specifically has a way to say "the," and it's not in there, right? So it seems like the "the" was thrown in there.
The only
to make
the only
the
place
Trinity.
that the Holy Spirit shows up in the Hebrew scriptures is in Isaiah, where like it actually says the Holy Spirit. But other than that, like, yeah, you can't find it anywhere else. But you have but anyways, I don't want to get into the Holy Spirit right now. I just want to go back to Messiah. So Messiah does, I believe, have some sort of like he can
Omniscient.
be yeah, because you have in John 1:40 it says, "How do you know about me?" Right? Nathanael said to him, "How do you know about me?" And Yeshua answered him, "Before Philip called you, when you were under the fig tree, I saw you."
Yeah, but that doesn't mean he knows everything, right?
No,
Like,
no.
yeah.
No,
So he
but
knows.
hold on,
He
hear
has
me out, hear me
way
out.
more knowledge than we do.
All I'm saying is that how can Messiah be the mediator between his father, the Father El, and all mankind, if he can't be everywhere at the same time? Like, you gotta understand that he has to mediate for millions and millions of people, so he has to have some ability that the angels don't have, right? So
Absolutely.
yeah, his divine nature is more than the Melachim, than Michael and Raphael.
Yeah.
His nature
Didn't we
is
talk
one.
about this earlier?
Yeah,
About
so
how
that's what I'm
the
saying.
whole point. Can I just
So I'm
address
trying to
this real?
define divine. I'm trying to
Guys,
define
one at a
divine real quick.
time. One
Hear
at a
me
Just
out.
let
time,
him.
guys,
Hey, just
please.
Hear me
let him
out.
finish. He wants to define. He wants to find the time to define.
So divine, okay, so let me explain it, because he doesn't have the same divine nature as the angels. He's literally the only begotten son of the Father, as in he is one of a kind, and he has the same essence as the Father and the same abilities as the Father. He's limited in scope to an extent, but he has the power to redeem mankind. He has the power to forgive sins. He has the power to be worshipped. No other creature in existence, not even the angels, can be worshipped. Now, we might differ on this understanding, but I believe that even the Messiah can be worshipped, because he has the same divine nature as him together, echad, in unity, and of one mind, of one accord.
Now that brings up another
Yeah,
point, because the
they're
Bible says,
one.
hold on, you shall have no other gods before me. And if Jesus is allowed to be worshipped, then that would have to make him of similar substance as the Father.
Well, that would require us to go into the detail about what worship means, because David, in his king position, was given that kind of worship as well. So
Yeah, and we also need to define what it means.
I don't think that's useful, because we're going to go too far off the main track we're on. But I think
Well, we did touch on the. Oh, sorry.
I think what's important about what Lion did say about this distinguishing feature between him and the angels, as it were, is that he's unable to sin. That's the whole point of the gospel, right? The first resurrection. So what we receive from baptism of the Holy Spirit, when we have that deposit of the Spirit, is what he's completely gotten in his state, which is no longer able to be tempted, as it were. But the angels still have that. The angels still have that. The angels can still sin. The angels still have to come and give sacrifice and all the rest of it, because they're not at that level.
Yeah, so like real fast, it's Lion just said probably the biggest part of this whole thing, right? Which is that they're one in accord. So meaning in agreement. That's what it actually means in the original language. Like when my wife and I got married, we became one. That doesn't mean that once I married my wife, she now has equal authority. We're one in agreement. Okay, we're one in agreement. And that is very important. The Trinitarians typically take the word one to mean that they're identical. They are the same thing. As if now me and my wife are the same thing. No, we became one flesh and we're one in agreement, but I have authority over my wife.
Well, and
He even gave us
more.
a real life example so we don't get confused. He gave us a real life example with marriage.
You know what's interesting with that, Witsit, is that when you go to that part in John, he then proceeds to say, and I pray that you make them one with me as I am one with you. So if they're going to use that to make the argument that somehow he's the same, you know, all the stuff that's been said, then the same would be said of mankind in their fleshly state. It makes no sense.
Well, here's the thing, though. That's why I said I think I've done a lot of more research, and I'm not a Jesus is the Father. I don't say that. And actually, after the research I've done, I don't say that anymore. But I do have to say they share the divine nature, you know, because they share in creation, they share in redemption, they share in, you know, all those things that are part of what Yah does. So there's something about the nature of Yah that they all share. Now, you know, I'm not sure that your argument that Jesus was created is valid, because I think with that idea of begotten, I think it's a word that we use because of childbirth. But I think when that same term is applied to God, I think it kind of takes on a different type of meaning. So yes, Jesus comes from the Father in a sense that makes him his son. But I think that terminology is more of it's an eternal thing. It's not like Jesus came into existence.
You just said
That's fine. But yeah, I know, but come from, that's what I said, we're using human language to try to express the idea. There is a distinction between the Father and the Son, but there is a connection because they share attributes.
Though.
Wait, that's what I'm.
Well, that's all we have to try to express an idea.
To label it human as if that makes the argument, because we only have language because we were given to it by the Creator, right?
Right, but I'm just saying, it's like just going through the scriptures, like the ones I pointed out. It seems like they're like in Isaiah, Yah is the first and the last. In Revelation, Jesus is the first and the last. So there's a connection. In Isaiah 2, Isaiah's kind of crazy because you can go, Jesus, Yah, the Father is the Redeemer. But then you see that there's this person that's called the Presence, or this seemed like a person that's a man before the face of God, before the face of Yah, that is also the Redeemer. You see that as well. And then you see other passages like in John, or not John, but in James, where it says that, not James, but Genesis, where the Lord rained down fire from the Lord. So you got this Yah raining fire down from Yah. There's that language. I'm like, what's that language? What's that all about? There seems to be this connection that Jesus is intimately connected to the Father, to this Yah character, but it also seems to be distinct from this Yah character at the same time.
Of course, it's just like when I have a son.
That's the whole point.
The son is connected to me. The son is going to have my qualities, but I have authority over my son, and like it just like that's why it says the right hand of the king. Like the right hand, he sits to the right hand. Just like when a king had his right hand man, that guy went around the world on behalf of the king, and everyone had to listen to what he said. And he had rule over everyone in the kingdom. He had rule over every decision made second to one person. So he went out and he was like, hey, the king says this and this. He spoke on behalf of the king, but he was still second in charge to the king. That's what Yeshua is. That's why he literally sits at the right hand, right? Like there's no one else that's above Yeshua. He has reign over everyone except the Father, just like the second in charge of a kingdom that sits at the right hand of the king.
That's the thing. Well, and at this point, we don't disagree, and I don't disagree with anything you just said. It's just to say he came into being. Okay, I think that's kind of like a bit of a problem because if he shares in the divine nature, this eternal, like that's why I use the word. Talk about the word became flesh. If the word is eternal, that means there's an eternality to the word, and if Jesus is that connection, then it means even though he came into being on the earth as a man, physical man, that means in eternity he's always existed. There's an eternality to him.
Well,
So
that's why the
that
Trinity
means he
has some
shares in
truth
divine
to it.
nature.
All right. Trinity
It has
has
no
some
truth
truth
to it.
to it. But I'm saying the Trinity has some truth to it, right? Because he's a piece of the Father. Like he came from the Father. But I would like to point out that in a way we all are, but Yeshua is distinctly different. So like, yeah, what Yeshua actually is came from the Father. So in that sense, yes, he was eternal. The Word was inside the Father. So, but then he made it its own thing. Now Yeshua has his own agency. He's his
Well,
own
here's the thing. You just did
independent
something.
being.
Yeah, something you just said though. You said you kind of added something that the scripture doesn't say. Like I mean, I'm not saying that's not necessarily true, but you have to show where that's in the scripture where it says the word was in the Father. And then say, then it proceeded out of the Father. But when it says eternal, that means it's always ever existed. So that means, so you'd have to show me in scripture where it says what you just said about the word being in the mind of God without imposing anything on the text, other than your thinking, trying to rationalize understanding it, imposing that on the
No,
text.
it's just a
It
logical
is in the text,
necessity,
but
dude.
I
It's a
think it might
logical
not be in
necessity.
the canon.
It says one
It's a
with. I
logical.
don't know if it says inside.
It's a logical necessity, bro. If the Son came forth from the Father, okay, and he's the Word, and the Word ended up becoming flesh. Where'd the Word come from? The Father. Like, just like I keep on using the analogy of a voice. It's like my voice is mine, but you're hearing it talk right now. Now it's outside of me. Okay, now but was my voice still mine before I talked? Did it exist before I talked? Of course.
There's a couple things with.
Well, the thing is though, even in that, well, the thing is though, you're equating how a created thing would do a thing, but you're trying to say because it works this way within you, that's also how it works within him, and
Well,
that's
no,
I
it's just
think
an
that's a
analogy.
little great.
Just an analogy. But like
I
that's
know,
why
I
we
get
have
it.
to take it all in context, right? Because it has to all make sense. That's the biggest part. It has to all make sense. And I have nothing but love for you, dude, because like you're clearly just trying to figure out the truth and you're willing to like adopt whatever you think is shown to you or revealed to you via the scriptures and through Yah and stuff. So like, we're A1. I think that you're perfectly where you're supposed to be or whatever, and you know more about certain things than I do and stuff. But all I'm saying is it makes it pretty clear in full context. All of the scripture has to work, and what most Trinitarians do, and that's why I just said that all about you to distinguish you. Okay, but most Trinitarians, they pick and choose things out of context. Like they never read the first part of Revelation, but they love to invoke Revelation. They never read the full context of what's being said. And then one thing we know is that the Father is not going to give us a message that contradicts itself. So it has to all make sense. If there's an understanding that all makes sense, that's the correct one. And if this other one requires us just omit and be like, oh well, yeah, I can't explain that one, but look over here. Well, then we have a problem, right? And that's all I'm saying. Like that's what
Paul says he has to
show
go.
you
By
which
the
one
way,
is true.
I've got a question. Since I heard you discussing the Father and the Son, what is the Holy Spirit to you, and how much authority does that get?
I think that I agree with everyone. I think that the Holy Spirit is like this idea of a distinct, different entity is pushed by the Trinity doctrine. I don't think it says that. I think it says it's the set apart spirit, and it says that the spirit of Yah put on Gideon. But then the King James says that like it was the Holy Spirit, and people think that's a different entity. But it literally says the spirit of Yah put Gideon on, like a coat or
What is
something.
the Spirit? How would you explain the Spirit different from the Father?
I wouldn't. That's what I'm saying. Like it's a modality of the Father. It's like a characteristic of. You know?
I agree.
I think we'd call it what it's actually called in Hebrew, right? Which is the breath. So it's the set apart breath, the same breath that quickened Adam to become from a formed piece of clay, as it were, to a living soul or a living being, whatever phrase you like. It's that
magic.
So when it's the energy of life, if you will. I don't like.
Oh, it's kind of magic.
So that we're not. Yeah, I suppose. But I just because obviously the association is kind of cheesy. But,
I know that.
But the other thing is when it says the same spirit that rose Christ from the grave dwells in you, you can understand that a bit better when you actually call it what it is, because if that's what started off mankind, but then we're talking about the second Adam in his resurrected form, you can kind of appreciate it better. It's that breath that quickens everything.
Do we all
without
the Holy
without
Spirit?
it?
All of our breath.
Say again.
Are all of our breaths the Holy Spirit? Like
No, not your breath, not your breath. The set apart breath that comes from the Creator, like Witzer was saying earlier. But there's something I wanted to touch on, but I suppose Paul isn't here now, which is a little bit of a shame, but it's still worth mentioning. I'd suggest that when it says partook in the divine nature, that it was the distinction that I was bringing up earlier of that, which is the whole point of the promise, because otherwise it's like all of this is for naught. That we will be able to be sinless in the resurrection, right? That we will have the law written on our hearts completely. We won't be able to sin, because that's the distinguishing character of the Father, right? The Creator. He can't sin. It's just not possible. That's what Yeshua partook in when he. That's my suggestion, because I suppose maybe somebody could argue with me on the scriptures there. So just going to put it out there, and that would be what distinguishes him from the angels, because with respect to the nature in terms of the physical, although people might not like that, but the super physical, because spirit is just water and light. But anyway, there's no difference between Jesus and the angel, or Yeshua and the angel. But in terms of the heart and the ability to sin or not, that's the distinction. So I'd lay that down and see what you lot have to say. Specifically Lion and Witzer, because I'm not sure if anyone else was in the conversation.
Yeah, so like I know it's a lot of controversy whether Messiah should receive worship or not, and that all worship should be given to the Father. And then you have Messiah, his model prayer in Matthew, where he prays to the Father. But when you look at the Gospels overall, even in Enoch, Messiah is prophesied to receive prayer and supplication, and worthy is the Lamb of prayer, in my opinion. So like Messiah, he's more than an exalted melachim or an exalted messenger. Like I truly believe that his essence, his being is of the same substance as his Father, making him literally the only begotten Son. Not in like figurative, but like literal. Like somehow there was like a mystical union between the Father and the Holy Spirit in the beginning. Because wisdom of Solomon teaches us, and Solomon was said to be one of the most wisest men that ever lived, because he prayed for wisdom and it was given to him. And he reveals to us the mysteries of the Ruach Hakma, or the spirit of wisdom, not to be conflated with the Holy Spirit, with the set apart spirit. And I've looked at this really deep and I've meditated on it, and I'm still trying to grasp it. But from my understanding is that the Holy Spirit encompasses all the spirits that come from the Father. In Isaiah 11:1-2, he kind of differentiates between the seven spirits, and like the color of the rainbow, we have seven colors to the rainbow, and white light has different spectrums. So within the breath of Yah, you have seven distinct spectrums, and people have a heart. It's easy to conflate these different powers, for lack of a better word. But the Holy Spirit is really just the breath of Yah. But within the breath of Yah, you have distinct attributes or distinct spectral waves, right? And like you have the Ruach Hakma, which is the spirit of wisdom. The spirit of wisdom is a distinct individual Ruach, or force, that comes from the Father. But that force, that wind, that Ruach, every single time it's brought up in the Tanakh, it's always brought up with a feminine attribute, with a feminine pronoun. Never once is it masculine. and Solomon even calls the Ruach Hakma the mother of us all. And then Solomon even points out that the Ruach Hakma came first. Like, even though Messiah was the firstborn, the Ruach Hakma came before Messiah, and it was through the Ruach Hakma that Messiah was brought forth. But when that word "born," he's the firstborn. I believe that Messiah literally was the firstborn. I don't even think that Adam was technically born. Adam was created from the dust of the ground. Now Adam's sons were born, but Adam wasn't born. Everything that came after him was born, but Adam was created. Messiah wasn't created; he was born.
Yeah, it's actually a pretty deep point if you think, because like I don't remember if I think it's Proverbs, but it describes wisdom as the first thing created.
Yeah, and a lot of people point to Proverbs 8 to like, oh, that's Messiah. It's like, how can that be Messiah when Solomon's referring to it as a her, as a she, as a she's crying out? Like, how could that Jesus be crying out? Like, come on, man. It's a her for a reason. And then people will say, oh, well, the Hebrews like that, like the Spanish you have. But no, man, I don't buy that, bro. I think that Solomon states that the spirit of wisdom has a nativity. If the spirit of wisdom was the Father, then how can the Father have a nativity? He can't. That's how Solomon literally states it. He says the spirit of wisdom has a nativity, and her mysteries I will reveal to you. And I'm trying to find the chapter so you guys can read it for yourselves.
Yeah, and it's interesting with the thing that you said, Witz, I think, about what people claim about wisdom. Or was it you, Lion? I can't remember. But the beginning of wisdom is the fear of Yahweh. So that would be a bit weird to associate that with Yeshua, because it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it says that wisdom was like the first thing created. I have definitely heard. I think I've heard that even with Kingdom in context, like that they think it's referring to Yeshua. But certainly I considered that for a moment. But when you just look at it again, it's like it's clearly not. Yeah, I don't think. Proverbs 8:22 or something.
Yeah. They think that's Jesus, or Yeshua. It's like, dude, that's not Jesus, man. But here, I'll pull up Wisdom of Solomon. But that's why I think Wisdom of Solomon is very controversial because of its implications. If the church was to actually take it to heart, they would have to change their theology all around. Reasons why they threw the book out. Let me see.
But this is what the part of the whole like Jesus is the Father thing. Like the part that sums it up to me, it's like, okay, you have the mighty Lord, right, Master, and then you have the Almighty, and you have the Most High, and he says he gets his authority from, and he does nothing that's not in accordance to his will, right, and that he doesn't know everything that the Father knows. Like I'm not interested in hearing people just tell me that some stuff got left out, and they know what it really means is that he only doesn't know the end when he's in his incarnate form. But like it's like, well, you're just saying that though, bro. Like you're just making that up. And every time I talk to a Trinitarian, like if you guys have heard of Made by Jim Bob, he debated Owen Benjamin about the Trinity, and like let's just say Owen didn't do so hot, right? And I think I'm gonna like set up a debate with him about it. And every time I talk to a Trinitarian, and even in that debate and every debate, what happens is immediately the Bible gets set aside, and they just proceed to tell you the doctrine. Yeah, they just want to tell you the doctrine of the church fathers. Doctrine.
Come enter my Babylonian cave. Come lick the walls.
Crazy.
It's stupid.
It's like it's so clear. It's so
I found
clear
the chapter,
that
bro.
you read it, you can't say that they're co-equal.
It's chapter 6, verses 12 through 22 of Wisdom of Solomon, and I read it from the top. 12, verse 12. It says, "Wisdom is glorious and never fades away. Yes, she is easily seen of them that love her, and found of such as seek her. She prevents them that desire her, in making herself first known unto them. Whoso seeks her early shall have no great travail, for he shall find her sitting at his doors. To think therefore upon her is perfection of wisdom, and whoso watches for her shall quickly be without care. For she goes about seeking such as are worthy of her, shows herself favorably unto them in the ways, and meets them in every thought. For the very true beginning of her is a desire of discipline, and the care of discipline is love. And love is the keeping of her Torah, and the giving heed unto her Torah is the assurance of incorruption, and incorruption makes us near unto Elohim. Therefore the desire of wisdom brings to a kingdom, If your delight be then in thrones and scepters, O ye kings of the people, honor wisdom, that ye may reign forevermore. As for wisdom, what she is and how she came up, I will tell you, and will not hide mysteries from you, but will seek her out from the beginning of her nativity, and bring the knowledge of her into light, and will not pass over the truth. And then he continues to talk about wisdom and what she is and where she had a beginning. But yeah, I don't want to read scripture all day, but I'm just saying, like, why would Solomon be referring to wisdom and with feminine pronouns, even calling her a mother of us if it was Jesus? That would be kind of weird, don't you think?
Indeed.
I'm not saying, listen, I don't even want to promote this because it's so controversial and I don't want to be labeled a heretic. I'm just bringing it forth so that we can study it together.
Who cares what people label you? The folly would be in somebody who doesn't even pick it up and comments on it. And that's from Proverbs, by the way. It's a folly to answer a matter before you've heard it out fully. So
Yeah.
if people are going to comment just because you raised a book that they haven't read, then they're just being mugs. So don't worry, it's fine. And plus, when you read it, it backs up what the rest of Scripture says, so it passes the test. But that, you have to read it to find that out.
Yeah, and the whole book is about wisdom. He literally talks about wisdom. Chapter 7 says that I knew not that she was the mother of them. I learned diligently and do communicate her liberally. I do not hide her riches. Now, the Ruach Hakma is a very mysterious spirit, or it's not an entity. It's not a deity. It's a force, and it's responsible. It's responsible for creation itself. Solomon teaches us that through the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, creation took place. Or, yeah, the Ruach Hakma specifically. It doesn't even say Holy Spirit. It says Ruach wisdom. It's very mystical. I barely understand it myself. I'm just conveying and relaying what the scriptures say.
No, I'd agree. I want to go back to something that Whitsitt mentioned, just kind of prior
Sure.
to you starting.
I'm on there.
But I think also, if you remember what you're saying, Whitsitt, just from a syntax point of view, when you read, because you're saying they quickly go away from Scripture, but if you read the way that Paul and the others would close off their letters, they go something like some benediction or some exhortation to behave yourself or whatever, and they would say in the Creator and the Son. That's not like a or the Creator in his different form, the Son. There's a clear distinction in language and syntax. And if people are gonna start making these weird comments, but disregard what the actual church fathers are saying, then they're just confusing themselves for no other reason than because they're, I don't know, going after their own desires, perhaps.
Sorry, I'm drowning in work. I just got back to the house. I kind of missed it. I'm typing an email. Sorry.
That's okay. The point still stands. It was kind of more when you were talking, so the point moved on. But yeah, I think the way
Yeah, my
Paul
bad. I
closes
kind of
his
heard
letter-
it, but I tuned out. My bad. I'm way behind.
Okay, do your thing, man. But I put a line left. Alright. Not too late.
Oh, look, last man standing. Have fun with the ballless.
There aren't any. They don't exist, remember?
Speaking of the Trinity, isn't it true that Trinity doctrine originated in ancient Babylon, and it was brought into the Christian church in the 3rd century of Council of Nicaea at the urging of Constantine?
Yes, that's true.
So it's a pagan
interesting.
doctrine. It's not really a biblical doctrine. It's not mentioned in the Bible anywhere.
No, it's not. You know what's interesting about this discussion of church and church fathers is, if not defined, people can be easily, confused. But the church that you're referring to that brought this in is the universal church. So it's the church that distinguishes itself from the Creator in His narrow path, and just wants to collect all the religions, all the ways that He told everyone not to do, and bring it into what we now refer to as the Catholic Church. And unfortunately, a lot of Christendom has kind of fallen for that, because when we talk about, like, I think in Greek the word is ecclesia or something to that effect. That church, or that word ecclesia that has been translated to church, is completely distinct from what the Nicene and that emperor that you just mentioned, that I forgot his name, did.
Constantine.
Yeah, Constantine, because it was always Israel. Now people get triggered by that, but who cares? Because in the eyes of the Creator is what matters, right? So when people came to faith, they came to be grafted into Israel. So those who were once aforetime heathens are no longer that, and they've been grafted into the vine. So if it's not from that perspective, then regardless of how somebody might live, because they might be living the right way, but what they're purporting is incorrect, because the church isn't distinct from that. That church has always been Israel. The idea has always been that here's the blessing from Abraham down, in terms of that covenant and that promise that was given him, and that those people who chose to, whether they were born outside or not, tied themselves or covenanted themselves to that. And that also puts away any of these bloodline confusions, because it's not about where your physical birth came, it's about how you chose to live, obviously. Anyway. Barrel Rider, where are you from? If you don't mind.
I live in Oregon.
Oh, okay, cool. Have you, in your research about that stuff that you mentioned, have you learned much about, I guess, the history of where the non-adulterated church took the message and stuff like that?
I don't understand your question.
Say again?
I don't understand your question.
Okay, I'll make it less vague. Do you know much about what Paul's journey was like outside of what's mentioned in Acts and stuff?
What Paul's journeys were like? You mean including all the letters that he wrote and stuff like that? Or what do you mean?
Yeah. Well, because there is this part that, for whatever reason, has been removed from Acts, and I'm of the opinion that it's legitimate. I mean, I'm not saying that that's definitive, but that's where I stand. And they title it the 13th chapter, or the lost chapter of Acts, I think. And on that, it depicts his journey through Spain into Britain. The reason I find that interesting, given what you said, is that with what Constantine did, and the Nicenes did, you got to a stage of about 600, or between 300 and 600 AD, that they came with Augustine, which was like the first pope or something, to the British Isles, purporting this idea of things and this authority that they've made. But when they got there, they already met the church, as it were, the proper church that had been established hundreds of years prior. And part of that was connected with Paul's journey. So I just thought,
Yeah, I've
I
never
thought that might be
really,
interesting.
I've never really heard anything about Paul's journeys to Spain or Britain. I don't know. So
Oh,
what
okay.
you're saying is there's a book of Acts that was taken out that talks about Paul's journey.
A chapter.
Chapter.
Yeah.
I wasn't aware of that. And where can you
I
find
could
this?
put it in the.
Where can you find this chapter, this Acts chapter that
Yeah,
you're talking about?
I can send you a link if you just give me a few seconds. Just be able to do it like this. So it gives you like a bit of backdrop in the intro. Click on. I'm gonna say click on that link, see if it works. That might be a bit dodgy. Let me see if I can get the proper download thing. When you send it from another Discord thing, it always puts a hyperlink.
You put it in the chat.
Yeah, I should have. Yeah, it's 19 minutes past. All right, this will be better. All right, I'll put the link that doesn't look strange. Just the file itself.
All right, thanks. I'll take a look at that.
Yeah, I'll remove the other link. Yeah, and then so that talks a bit about it, but the other stuff that I mentioned about Augustine, that's from a British history type book that I read. It's like St. Paul in Britain. It gives a lot of context about the Roman attempted invasion for many, many years. And then actually that Britain wasn't conquered, but rather some kind of agreement was made under duress. Which is interesting because of all the other nations, they were all conquered, but this one was set up by like duplicity and different, like, I suppose, tactics, but not through force. And anyway, so the gist of that book is that it tells you a lot about the Druidic system that was up and running in Britain at the time, and then that prior to Paul landing there, because he was waylaid in Rome through imprisonment and such, he'd sent a disciple of his ahead to Britain, and then independent of that, Joseph of Arimathea and Mary Magdalene, I believe, and some others, they actually ended up in Britain through happenstance from a shipwreck, and they were taken in by, because Paul had already established relations with the royal house in Britain, who were being held hostage in Rome. So they already had that kind of connection. I'm not sure if that's how they got help, but either way, those ones that were shipwrecked in England or in Britain, they were taken in by the royals. So from kind of two points, but effectively the same thing in terms of, the disciples from Jerusalem. Britain had received the gospel, received the message, and had it been establishing it for about 300 years ish before Augustine ever landed on the soil, which is worth knowing, considering how much weight people who purport certain ideas put to Augustine and his message, and like the authority of the church fathers, etc., etc. Because when you actually know more about history, you realize, hold on, he wasn't even there first, so his authority is a bit lacking. Not to mention that he was preaching stuff that was not good.
In secular history, who was the first person to bring Christianity to Great Britain?
Augustine. That's what you'll hear from most people. So this relatively speaking, what I've just discussed is very, very unknown, but it's still important to talk about, and it doesn't mean it's not true just because it's unknown. There's a lot of this physical evidence as well, because there were some structures that they'd already built. So when Augustine got there, he you know how you know, nowadays how the Pope kind of has that kind of arrogance of he thinks he's the bee's knees. And from one respect, you can say justifiably so because of the influence he has, right? What was interesting is it was the same kind of attitude that Augustine had when he landed there. But he came up against a bunch of people like, what are you talking about? We already have a structure. And in respect to authority, there is none above the archbishop but Christ himself. That's how they responded to him, because Augustine was trying to impose authority over the church in Britain. And they were like, it was funny reading the text of these letters that had been found. It was something to the effect of, we will respect you as brothers, and you know, the normal stuff you'd expect from a well-behaved believer, right? But then the bluntness with respect to his claim of authority over them that the Church of Rome had claimed, because they didn't even recognize, so the church in Britain didn't recognize the church in Rome, because it was they used a certain type of phrase, some kind of, I think it was like a polite way of dissing it, in terms of this thing's only just come into being, whereas we were established from the apostles. So we have our line of hierarchy that we can trace back to Yeshua, and you guys, who are you, kind of thing. It was a very interesting book. I don't have a link to it necessarily, but if you want to find it, it's not too hard to get a free PDF. It's called St. Paul in Britain. It's a bit of a tricky read at the beginning because of all the old English words, but nothing you can't get your head around.
So Paul went to Great Britain supposedly, and then where did he go? You know?
So my understanding from that book, and also other bits that we read in the scriptures themselves, or the accepted scriptures, as it were, is that he spent a time there, came back. I'm not sure if he came back via Spain or if he came back via Normandy, but he came back to Rome, and then in the end he was put to death, like trialed and put to death. So I don't know the timeline for that specifically, because I didn't focus on that in my reading, but that's like the general gist of my understanding. So he was house arrested in Rome for a long time. We read that in his letters in the epistles. He eventually goes through Spain to Britain, meets some Hebrews, meets some Druids, establishes like some stuff there, and then comes back, and then they got him on some rubbish. But I mean, it's rubbish from the perspective of, was he legitimately killed? Obviously that's rubbish, but in terms of his role in life, he'd completed his mission. Like you read in, I can't remember which epistle it is, but he says, I fought the good fight. So he'd done everything he needed to do, so he was ready to lay down his life. Does that answer your question? I know I kind of went a bit extra.
Yeah. I know that in the Bible it does say that he was imprisoned in Rome at the end there. When did what was the date of like Augustine's arrival in Great Britain? No.
I'd have to double check, but I think it's something like 380 AD.
Well, that early.
But I might.
Pope Gregory sent.
If it's not that,
Augustine.
then it's 600 or something. Let me check. Sorry, go ahead.
Pope Gregory sent Augustine to Canterbury to England in the late 6th century.
Was it 6th
okay?
century?
So it was 600. I wasn't too sure because there was some dates that I'd memorized in my head, but I didn't put them in order.
Look up Saint Alban though.
Say again.
Saint Alban, Alban.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but let me. Oh wait, I think what's his face just put the book up already. Cheers for that. Makes it easier for Battle Rider.
You're welcome, bro.
I don't know how to say your name. It's confusing. What does everyone else call you?
Kyrell.
Yeah, but what's your actual?
Oh, Nate.
Nate. Okay, yeah, that's what I heard before. Yeah, so Battle Rider. Nate put PDF. You want to check that one out?
PDF of the Oh, going
The
to
book.
Great
Yeah,
Britain.
the Paul
Oh,
and Britain
okay.
book. If you want to kind of, just for brevity's sake, for the conversation we're having, just go to the end. There's a conclusion sheet in it. Well, there should be, and that will get you like the highlights, and then in your own time you can go and read the whole thing because it's a bit heady with the history of Rome and the Druids and stuff.
Augustine is really seen as one of the. It seems like one of the more talked about popes, and I mean he's very famous as far as popes go. Why was he so venerated by the church? What made him so much better than the other popes, or where did his greatness come from in their eyes? Do you know? Or
I don't know.
I've read I read a whole thing on.
I would presume it's probably to do with his what they consider him starting the church in England. That would be my assumption. And then another cheeky assumption, which would be justified, is that he probably initiated a bunch of degenerate stuff. But that's just from not having a clue about the guy from what you mentioned. I just like to focus on that they put him on such with respect to Britain, they put him as such an important figure, but yet he's 600 years too late, as it were, or however many years it was. I think maybe 400.
Well, Saint Alban was truly the first. I'm trying to find evidence that that's true. He would have been 300 years too late because he went in the 300s.
Saint Alban. I'm not sure if that's mentioned in the book. It rings a bell. I've only read the book once, so I'd have to double check that. If I can do a word search, I might be able to find that.
Are you saying that that book says that Saint Alban was the first one to go to Britain in the 3rd century? Is that what you said?
That's another guy saying that. I don't know who it is that's speaking though.
This is Lale.
Is that what you're saying?
I don't know. I haven't read the book. I'm using ChatGPT, which I know can be wrong, but according to tradition,
how's his name spelled?
Alban.
Okay.
Alban. I don't know how to pronounce it, but it says he who lived in the 3rd and 4th century is venerated as the first British Christian martyr. However, he is not one who has introduced Christianity to Britain.
Oh, the first martyr. Okay, well that's different from what we were talking about.
Okay, but if he went in the 3rd and 4th century, and Augustine went in the 6th century, how could Augustine introduce him?
Right.
Those things sound
That's a good point. So even in conventional church history, they've got a contradiction between what they propose, or at least what the Catholic Church proposes.
No. I was pointing out. I don't know. I was pointing out maybe the error in the thinking of whoever said that Augustine was the first one to introduce Christianity into England. I was pointing out that error, and there's even error within saying that St. Alban is the first. I don't think we know who the Catholic tradition holds that Joseph of Arimathea, who's the guy who donated his tomb to Jesus, went to Great Britain after and taught the gospel there.
But yeah, there seems to be
Okay, then they're doing the 2-2 game, because I'm talking, when I said what I said earlier, I'm talking about the general accepted stuff. Obviously you're going to have pockets of different beliefs and understandings, but Saint Augustine is put because he's saying whatever. The Augustine fella, he was put as like the guy who brought it to the Isles. That's how a lot of people think. And I think this book kind of exposes a lot of that. But it was interesting that you mentioned. Are you looking up with just ChatGPT and what it pulls from?
The first question I asked ChatGPT is, who was the first person to bring Christianity to Britain?
That's funny. So I think it's actually interesting, and it doesn't surprise me that the Catholics have that in their text, because it would be obvious that they'd have the history, but they don't promote that history. Because that's what the book says. Not in so many words. It kind of has like more to it. And I'm pretty sure that Paul had already sent his disciple before. I can't remember the guy's name. I'll find it in a bit. But before Joseph of Arimathea and his crew had been shipwrecked there.
Yeah, Paul went to Britain. Like he went to Europe. Like definitely. Like
he went to Europe, but he went to places east of Palestine, like Italy, and back then it was called something different. It wasn't called Italy, but
yeah,
I don't know if Italy
he
is
went
to Palestine though.
He went to Spain. He went to Rome. He went basically Italy, Rome. He went to basically. We don't really
Spain
know
isn't
the
that far from England.
No,
Even
it's
back
not.
then, it wasn't that far.
And then
Like
people
for
could
us,
have
it's
carried the
like
gospel
20
forward
minutes.
too. If Paul didn't go to Britain, the gospel would have been carried to Britain around Paul's time. Like no doubt about that.
Yeah. So, have you heard of this book before? Sorry,
You told me
Lion,
about
have
it.
you heard of the
Yeah,
book?
yeah. You
I think,
told me about it. I haven't bought it yet, but I do plan on buying it. It's on my buyer's list.
Scroll up. There's a link already. Clarity or Nate put it up at 26 past the hour. Because I never bothered with the PDF because somebody gave me the book before I'd heard about the
Sure, yeah.
So I never bothered doing the PDF, but it makes sense to have it. It's easier to search as well. You can just.
But I agree with the other guy said about Joseph of Arimathea. I mean, apparently him and his daughters went to Britain.
Yeah, it says that in this book that they were shipwrecked. I think it was him. I suppose some of his daughters, his family, Mary, one of the other Marys that we read about, who was still kicking about with him. There's about 6 of them, I think, and they were taken in by the royal house in Britain, and that's one of the important parts about what I later mentioned, or earlier mentioned to Barrow Rider, is that the church had already been established to the point of a complete hierarchy, and that Britain was the first, the first nation to adopt Christianity, because it wasn't the first nation to hear about it or to start having it, taught and lived out in the populace, but as a nation, from the royal house down, it was the first.
Yeah, I can see that.
That's it paints a completely different picture from what we tend to hear about history.
So this is what this ChatGPT says. The idea that Joseph of Arimathea isn't the consensus among scholars. It's a fringe group that believes that. So
can you imagine? It takes ChatGPT to work out what we've been discussing ahead of time. That's funny.
Yeah, it's a fringe. It's fringe because
ChatGPT is catching up. It's helping people get through all the BS, but only if you know how to use it well.
Well, it's helping me catch up to your guys' conversation more than anything. Because I jumped in the middle of your conversation, and that's why I wanted more information, because it didn't seem right to say Augustine was the first person to go to England.
Yeah, but like you just read there, that's what the mainstream idea is, right? Or at least contradicting that Joseph was one of the first.
St. Albans is probably widely accepted, and that was in the 3rd and 4th century, way before the 6th century.
But where was Saint Alban sent from? Who was he sent by? Does it say? Because I haven't got around to memorizing these historical names yet. I just wanted to
It says here that St. Albans is venerated as the first recorded British Christian martyr.
Right, so for him to be martyred, who was he martyred by? Does it say? Like, who killed him? I'd presume the Romans. It couldn't really be anyone else, could it?
He lived in Rome in the city of Beryllium. I don't know how to pronounce that.
Yes, man, I'm having trouble searching this PDF because this discussion is very interesting about the history of it. Certain people, obviously. Oh yeah, Lion.
Yo.
If you want, I can read you some of the conclusions.
Please do. I can't right now because I'm working, but yeah.
Yeah, when this thing loads, it's like being on dial-up. What's going on here?
Yeah, it's fucked up that they actually scan in the pages for this book, but I'll try find one where it's just like normal typed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nah, but I appreciate you doing that quick time because I don't actually have the book anymore. I have to give it back. But I memorized enough of it. Oh, the other thing that's cool is that when you read that 13th chapter, some of the druids come to Paul to prove that they descended from either the house of Israel or something to that effect. I can't remember the phrasing. And the way they prove it is by doing, I guess, doing parts of the law to them. And so that's in the 13th chapter of Acts. Then you read this book and it just adds a whole new
It's in the
weight.
29th chapter of Acts, verse 13.
29. Oh, okay, so I'm making numbers up, man. My bad. The last chapter of Acts. So, the book adds a lot more weight to that because the whole thing that kind of brought Britain to be to take it on board in like in a national way, was that history with the where the Druids came from. Now, when you read this book, you'll see that the Druids have kind of gone a bit weird with some of their theology, but their behavior was good behavior, and they were distinctly unique side by side with Christians in the persecution they received from Rome. So when you analyze it like that, you can go, or at least I think people should go, because what does that say about the rest of the world and about Britain's position in history and all of that? Because Rome didn't go around persecuting other religions like that. They kind of just took that all religions were kind of the same. So the distinction paints like a picture of something needs to be analyzed here instead of just dismissing it for some some novel part of history. Anyway, conclusion. All right, there are 18 conclusions, but I'm not going to read them all because that'd just be rude. I want to read the bit about Augustine. Okay, so I'll read the 14 and 15 of the conclusions. So the last days of St. Paul, preceding his martyrdom at Rome, were attended by Pudens, Claudia, Linus, Elubulus, whose salutations he sends in his dying charge to Timothy. So these people are connected with the British Royal House at the time. And that his remains were interred by them in their familial sepulchre. Right, so this is the pertinent part, 15. That the foundations of the British Church were apostolical, being coeval. I'm not sure what that word is. Within a coeval. Yeah, that's my bad. Within a few years, with those. Yeah, man, that's annoying. Let me start again. Line. The foundation of the British Church were apostolical, being coeval. Within a few years, with those of the Pentecostal Church in Jerusalem, preceding those of the primitive Church of Rome. So far, see that's why they call it the primitive Church of Rome. I found that hilarious. So far as
That's cool.
so far as they were laid by either an apostle or apostolic bishop, by 7 years preceding the arrival of St. Peter at Rome, by 7 years preceding the arrival, and why am I reading it again? As fixed by the great majority of Roman Catholic historians, 13th year of Nero, by 30 years preceding the first arrival of the Papal Church of Rome in Britain under Augustine, by 456 years. Okay, I need to read the next bit. So 16 says that the British Church has from its origins been a royal one, the royal family and ancient Britain, of whom our present sovereign is, through the Tudors, the lineal blood representative being the first British converts to Christianity, the founders of the first Christian institution in Britain, the chief instruments in the 2nd century in the establishment of Christianity as the state religion, and the 14th century in the persons of Helen and Constantine the Great, the chief instrument in the abolition of paganism and the substitution in its place of Christianity over the whole Roman Empire. And this is the conclusion, I believe, that I said earlier.
Here's something interesting. This is what
The spirit.
ChatGPT.
One second. Sorry, and this was longer than I meant to read, but this is the final part for line. That the spiritual or ecclesiastical head of the British Church was always a Briton, resident in Britain, amenable to British laws and British laws only, and having no superior in the church but Christ. So that's what they said to the representative when Augustine came, because he tried to put his authority over them. Right, go ahead, my guy. Sorry for
the same thing with the skit.
I think this is interesting because there were people that tried Christianizing Britain before Augustine, but it says here, and it kind of agrees with what you read, the mission of Augustine of Canterbury, sent by Pope Gregory the Great in 597, is one of the most famous episodes of Christianizing in the Christianizing of Britain. Augustine successfully converted King Aethelbert of Kent, and his mission established a church that was communion with the rest of the Christian world. That was in communion.
Yeah, well,
in communion.
Well, that's just.
Sorry, I don't know how to pronounce.
Like that's fine. But that seems to me like a half truth at best.
That's the whole thing with the Orthodox Church, the Arian Christians, the Christians that live in Northern Europe, is they were all separate patriarchs, and each patriarch stayed in his own place and not ruled, but kind of like was the priest of their own place. And then the Catholic religion was like, nah, I'm in charge of all Christianity, and just started warring with the other Christians. And then the other Christians that they couldn't get to, they just mysteriously Islam came. So like, I don't know. It's like what happened in Britain also happened in Greece and Northern Africa and in the Near East.
Yeah, Clement of Alexandria, who was a disciple of Paul, or a friend of Paul, who Paul mentions in Philippians, he talked about in his letters about the rogue bishops that were already forming in the 1st century. Rogue bishops that weren't appointed by the council in Acts 2, the Jerusalem Council, right? These people were the disciples. They understood the Torah, they understood the commandments and all that. And you had rogue bishops like Ignatius of Antioch usurping authority over the Jerusalem Council and inserting himself as the Bishop of Rome and going against the commandments of the apostles. And if you look at the Catholic Church, there's
Your mic, bro.
Dude, you're cutting out bad.
You're falling through the sieve of the Matrix.
Sorry. I was just saying that you have different types of Christianity already, even from the 1st century. You had rogue bishops that Clement of Alexandria talks about that were imposing their will over the authority of the Jerusalem council, the disciples that were present in Acts 2, right? You had 120 disciples and the apostles were all present. They chose like their bishops, right? Ignatius of Antioch was against the disciples and their teaching. And the Catholic Church, they might have called themselves Christians, but they were not Christians in any way, except that they exalted Jesus Christ as the Messiah. But that's as far as basically their similarities go, like between the original apostles and the Catholic Church.
It's the definition of Antichrist, right? Another Messiah. Because they were using Messiah but preaching something else, and that's the warning. That's the heavy warning you're given. It's like, don't be seduced by these guys.
Yeah, like
it's not like it's not like somebody who's just like, oh, I don't believe in Jesus anymore, and walks off and starts preaching there is no God. It's different, because that's kind of really easy to just ignore and go, oh well, I'm sorry for that guy, and maybe in the scriptures to preach something anathema. But they were doing it slyly, they were doing it subtly, and that's why you have to be on your guard. And Paul gives that warning, Peter gives that warning.
Well,
and,
isn't that kind of like what the Pharisees were doing?
Yeah.
The Pharisees were fucking saying like, yeah, we're so righteous because we know the scriptures, blah blah blah.
Exactly.
And, like,
That's where they
God
came
himself
from.
pulled up, and God was like, hey,
Are you aware of this?
I'm here in human form to talk to you. And they were like, nah, son, we know the law. We're going to kill you. And then, I mean, yeah. And then the Pharisees fucking, what is that? The Flavius Josephus or whatever. And then the Flavian empires of Rome. They literally just transferred over into Rome, and just Pharisees were in the Roman government and shit after. And then subsequently the Catholic Church.
They just put on more honest robes than they were wearing earlier. Sorry, go ahead, Nate.
Right.
Yeah, I mean,
the Catholic Church came later, but the Flavian family infiltrated the Roman Empire like right after Herod the Great died. Right after Herod died, the Flavians all went over to Rome and were subsequently involved. And then all of a sudden Constantine was like Constantine Flavius or some shit like that. And then he's the one who brought Christianity as the main state religion of Rome. And it's like, wait, that guy's a Pharisee descendant. How the fuck did he become emperor and guy who started the Catholic Church?
Yo, Lion, isn't it a thing of like a lot of these people that were bringing up these new forms of Christianity, maybe like within the first century after Jesus died? A lot of them hadn't actually met Jesus. You know, they were just claiming to know him indirectly through a disciple or whatnot. And then there were all of these, like more than 1,000 different competing types of Christianity. A lot of them being Gnostic, you know, a lot of them being some Jewish form of Christianity or whatever. And it was kind of a thing of people couldn't agree on what the principles of Christianity were. Is there a Holy Trinity? Is there not? You know, should the Bible be taken literally? What books should be in the Bible? Like, there was this book that was in the original Bible. I just forgot what it's called. The Shepherd of something. Have you heard that book?
The Shepherd of Hermes.
Of Hermes,
and
yeah.
that was
Hermas,
never
yeah.
in any compilation that I know of.
No, it was.
I have it.
Yeah, but I'm saying in the original Bibles, before it was agreed on what books should be in there, before we had a standardized version of the Bible that we use today, there was more than one Bible going around at that time. But in a lot of the Bibles, that book was there. That was a pretty common book to have in your Bible, you know, within the 1st to 2nd century after Jesus
I'd have
passed.
to see evidence of that, to be honest.
Yeah, I'll provide you the evidence, but this is a fact, bro. You know, a lot of the early Bibles had the Shepherd of Hermes and a few other books in them, you know, and there was no real agreement on how Christianity should be practiced, what its tenets should be, what books should be in the Bible. Like, it was all over the place. You know?
Wait, that's not true.
Yeah, it's not true,
There's
bro.
there's a whole. Wait, hold up. I'm gonna make my refutation now, and then I'll be
Sure.
quiet. I'll go on mute. There's a whole bunch of letters from Paul that are documented in the New Testament that are basically giving exact instructions on how the church should work and all that. So I would say that's not true.
Yeah, but just because Paul had those instructions doesn't mean everyone was following it or agreeing with it. You know, there are a lot of things in the Old Testament that say you should do this, that, and the third, but no one was going along with it. That's no refutation of what I'm stating.
Paul and Peter.
I'm not done. What I'm stating is what people on the ground were actually doing. People on the ground were coming up with their own forms and own ways to practice Christianity.
Okay, so say I come up with a new type of fucking technique for building houses, right? And then I die, but I give that instruction to my two close boys, Peter and Paul. I say, hey, Peter and Paul, here are the instructions on how I used to build houses. You guys go and spread this house building technique to everyone else. And then you have a bunch of fucking Chinese counterfeit companies saying that they're doing my style of house building. And then someone pulls up my documentation and the documentation of my friends Peter and Paul, and it shows that they're directly not following those instructions. Would you say that they're using my house building technique?
If the evidence was that clear cut, I would say no, they're not using your house building technique. But the evidence wasn't that
Well, the
clear
Pauls
cut.
of wait, the
You,
Pauls
yo,
of
yo, yo,
the
bro,
letters
let's
of
have a
Paul.
back and forth, all right? You spoke. I waited for you to finish.
But you're making a
No,
false
no, no,
claim.
no, 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 no. I
You're
was
making a
quiet
false
while you
claim.
spoke.
The letters
I
are
was
very
quiet while
clear.
Mate,
you
I leave the
spoke.
chat
Please
for
be
like
respectful.
2 seconds, and this is what
Please be
happens.
respectful.
Behave
Noah.
yourselves.
Yeah, I was
Yeah,
quiet
be
while you spoke.
respectful, but that's just
Yeah,
false.
but let me speak, bro.
It's
Let me
very
speak.
clear.
You could wait till I'm done to tell
Okay.
me I'm wrong. Please,
Sorry,
yeah.
sir. Sorry for
Yeah.
the interruption.
All right. So you could be Paul giving out these instructions, right? And then me and Lion could go around spreading these instructions. But the thing is, we don't have evidence that you gave those to us directly. Because what would happen is Elijah and Lael would also go around claiming we got these same instructions from Noah, and these are the actual instructions. There was no agreement on who had the real instructions from Noah.
Okay, but would you
That's the
not
point
say
I'm
that?
making.
Would you not say that the apostles would be definitely the guys with the instructions? Like,
Yeah, yes.
like those would
But
be the
this is the
definite guys, right? And so anything,
yeah.
let's even shave it down, dude. Like, so we're talking about 2 apostles. We're not even talking about 12. We're talking about 2, right? And it's clearly like writings of Peter and writings of Paul are clearly it is clear cut. It literally is. It's in written form. Like there's whole ass letters on like specifically indicating like, yeah, you're Christians, like you're not supposed to do such and such. That what used to be the traditions of the elders before. I mean, I don't know what to say, dude. It is clear cut. You said if it was
Wait,
that
what
clear
are you?
cut, you would agree.
What are you
But it
talking
is.
about?
You're missing my point, Noah. Correct me here now, but Paul is the one who didn't actually meet Jesus, right? He's the one that was killing Christians, and then he had a vision and changed his ways, right? He never
Yes.
met Jesus or any of his disciples,
No.
right?
No, he did.
All right.
No, he did met his
met all the
disciples and the apostles.
Did he?
Yeah, he did.
He met all
Did
the
he?
apostles, and Peter even said, "Yeah, this is like Peter and Paul were having a little disagreement, and Peter how did it say, like referred to Paul and said like, wow, Paul's right, like I was wrong or something like that." So Paul
Okay.
was directly and expressly like, I guess, venerated by the other apostles. So like, if we're gonna, and he is an apostle, Paul is the 12th apostle. So because
Yeah.
Judas couldn't become an apostle.
No, he's not the 12th.
Wait,
He's the
He
13th.
wasn't the. He wasn't the
Yeah,
12.
he's
Wait, no,
not
because
the
there was
12.
there was
But
wait, there was 12.
the
Wait, real quick. There was
Jesus.
12 apostles. Then Judas dies. I mean, there's 12
Then
disciples.
he was.
Judas dies.
Then he was replaced.
Judas dies. Judas dies, right? Now
Yeah.
there's 11 disciples. Jesus
And he
dies.
was replaced.
Jesus dies. These disciples become apostles. There's 11. Now add one
No,
more to Paul. Is it
I
12?
disagree. He was
He was replaced.
all of them were considered apostles.
Before Paul ever repented,
multiple
he was
times
replaced.
in the New Testament, they're called apostles before the death of Christ.
Right, but Judas wasn't one of them, right?
He was one of them, and then he was
Where was-
replaced by Matthias. And you can read this in
Oh,
Acts
yeah.
1. In Acts 1,
You're right.
Judas was replaced by Matthias.
We got there.
That's 12, 13
Lion.
with Judas, and then Paul would have been 14.
Yeah, Lion, could I ask you a question? When Paul claims to have met Peter and James and whatnot, is this in Paul's words, or it's Peter and James writing saying we met and did works with Paul? Like who is saying this?
I mean,
it's in the
Luke's
book of
writing
Acts,
that.
which
It's
is
in the book of
which is, I
Acts.
think, written by Luke, right?
Yeah.
Acts is Luke.
Which was Paul's buddy, but either way, Luke
But
was
was
also
Luke an
no, he
apostle?
wasn't an apostle. No, he
All
was a
right, so
disciple.
did any of
Peter
the
acknowledges
apostles-
Paul in his epistles anyway, so it's not really like it's big.
Peter, which was an apostle, acknowledges Paul as an apostle.
So there's one. Okay, that's fine. But the point I'm really trying to make is Paul wasn't the only one going around making these claims that he knew the apostles or had direct contact with them. There was a lot of people doing. I'm saying he wasn't the only one. He made these claims, but he was not the.
No, there was loads of deceivers.
Yeah, there was a lot of fakes out there doing what Paul was doing. And the problem was, come on, bro, come on. No, stop it. No, bro, I'm trying to talk. I'm trying to make my own point.
Your point is false.
Then wait for me to finish so you can point out how my point is false. I don't interrupt you, bro. God damn. So Paul wasn't the only one going around making these claims that he knew the apostles or had direct contact with them or had direct word from them or he really understood what the message of Jesus was. A lot of people were going around doing that. That's why there wasn't one solid train of thought that everyone agreed on with regards to what Christianity is and how it should be practiced. There was a lot going on during that.
All right. The second point is where you.
Oh my
hold
God!
on.
I just
No, it's fine.
Let me respond to it because it's false.
The first half of what he said is fine. Look, relax.
What he said was a lie, dude.
Relax.
It was a lie.
No, the first part wasn't. No, the first part wasn't a lie. There are other people at the time. Paul and Peter even talk about this. So there are other people at the time doing the same thing, and they were deceivers. Shh. So that's not an argument. What I'd argue with is that there wasn't a clear train of thought of what defines a quote unquote Christian. That much is not true, Nate, because you have that in the scriptures, and this is the warning that we're given, right? To search things out, to test things out, and it's by that. We don't even need to necessarily listen, though it's wise to listen to people who are wiser than yourself, right? But we don't even necessarily need to listen to the New Testament to determine, for instance, whether what the Catholics are preaching or other denominations are preaching is wrong. Because you can go and test it to scripture. So with the Catholics, it's really easy because they're doing blatant idolatry and all sorts of stuff like that. You can dismiss it for what it is. But with other things, and this is like 2,000 years later, but at the time, it was a lot more subtle. And that's why they were warned to be taking care to not be led astray. That's kind of like the warning you get in I think Galatians and stuff like that. So there's lots of warnings, and those warnings aren't for us, but they can be applied to us in the here and now because it's good sense to take care over the faith that you've chosen to uphold in your life.
All right, I'm trying to respond to what Nate said, and if there's a guy, right? Let's just do another analogy, and he dies, and a bunch of people. Oh no, it's the apostles, right? So a bunch of people are claiming, "Oh, we know Jesus, we know the way of Christianity, we know the apostles," right? But the problem with that claim is that a bunch of people are doing that, is that Peter directly fucking writes about Paul and says, hey, like, I know this guy. Like, he directly says, like, I know this guy. What he's teaching is correct. What he's teaching is a bit complicated and advanced, but it's still nonetheless correct. Whereas with all those other random Gnostic guys, Peter doesn't mention any of those guys. It's like apples and oranges, dude. Paul is directly referred to by Peter. I mean, it's right there in the New Testament.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, Elijah, but from what I've seen, it seems that it wasn't as clear cut as to what you should do and shouldn't do the way it is now. Like with the Bible.
My reputation.
Yeah, because I wanted to respond to Elijah. I was going to respond to you as well, Noah. But you just got to be patient, bro. It seems what we have now, what you guys have now as the Bible, isn't what they had way back then. And Noah brought up something I was going to allude to: Gnostic texts. There were these texts that said, whatever's in the Bible should be interpreted in a different way. Certain apostles had knowledge others didn't. Certain apostles or certain followers of Jesus said things that are not in the common Bible we have today. It was kind of a fight as to what should we have in the Bible and what shouldn't we have in there. What should you be practicing and doing as a Christian, and what shouldn't you be practicing and doing? It was not clear cut the way it is today. Right after Jesus died,
hold on, it's not clear cut today.
Yeah, it's not one. It's not 100% clear cut, but it's but I'm almost done. It's not 100% clear cut,
Okay.
but it's clearer than it was back then. Right after Jesus died, it was.
I would beg to
It
differ.
was a scramble. It was a everyone takes all type of thing, and people were vying to be the supposed person that had the true message or truly understand what it is you should do as a Christian. I mean, that's what history and archaeology tells us.
Right, that's normal human behavior, right? This is the whole point of what I said, that people are supposed to take themselves seriously and study and not just be led away by like any wind of doctrine, as it says, right? But with regards to your statement of is it clear cut what to do as a quote unquote Christian, that is very simple. It says it in the scriptures, and if we're going to go back to the context of when the New Testament texts and scriptures were written, there wasn't any New Testament. So the only scriptures we have to consider with regards to that is what the Law and the Testament say. So with regards to what it means to be a disciple of Yeshua, it's simply obey the Creator's words that you've already been given and that Yeshua had to remind people of because of the adulteration that the Pharisees had propagated for all that time, and etc. etc.
Yeah, but what was bringing?
Ultimately, like when you can think clearly, the question's not that difficult. But when people don't have the clarity of thought, or have been led astray, or have inherited loads of lies, like they would have. Imagine if you were born into like family after family of. Well, Paul's a perfect example. Paul was heavily indoctrinated into the Pharisaic way, but when he was how would you put, when he was brought to bear with the truth of the situation, he quickly repented, right? So I'd say like what you're saying is like half true with respect to how I'd say that what you're saying, Nate, is half true with respect to how people view it, because if you don't have enough knowledge or you haven't done enough investigation, then yeah, it can seem like it's confusing. Now look at all the denominations today. But like as a standalone statement, it is very clear cut what it means to be a follower of Yeshua. It's simply obey the instructions of your father.
I'll go after Noah. Go ahead, Noah.
Then let me go after that.
No, like what you're saying is like, yeah, there's a bunch of groups that were claiming something, but like at the end of the day, the only group we need to even consider is the apostles. We don't need to consider what Tom, Dick, and Harry was doing east of the Jordan River and what they were writing in their texts, because they weren't the apostles. We can go directly to the apostles' writings and read them. And there was a certain apostle who did a lot of work on how exactly the church should be like run and stuff. His name is Paul. He makes up for the majority of the New Testament text. It is very clear cut. When you say it's not clear cut, that's a lie. We can literally go and read the text of the apostles and see very clearly, do this, do not do that. No ifs, ands, or buts.
Do you want to go first, line, before I go?
Sure, yeah, sure. So I just want to elaborate on this because the New Testament was not written when the apostles were preaching, right? They weren't.
Yeah,
They
exactly.
became scripture later on. But what the apostles relied on was something that was already established thousands of years before them, which is the Torah, and then the Nevi'im, the writings of the prophets, right, and the wisdom literature, which abbreviated as the Tanakh. So like Paul talks about the writings that will lead you to the truth. And in 2 Timothy verse 14, it says, but continue in the things. Well, actually, I'll go back a verse because this is pertinent. It says, but evil men and seducers shall wax worse and worse, deceiving and being deceived. Right? Like you're talking about, there's a lot of these different sects preaching a different doctrine contrary to the ones that they had established, like the Gnostics with their Nag Hammadi scriptures, right? But it says here, Paul warns, he says, but continue, he's talking to Timothy, his disciple, but continue in the things which you have learned and have been assured of, knowing of whom you have learned them, and that from a child you have known the holy scriptures. What scriptures? The Tanakh, which are able to make you wise unto salvation through faith, which is in Jesus Christ, the Yahusha, the Mashiach. And he continues to say, all scripture is given by the breath of Elohim, or is God breathed, and it's profitable for doctrine, for reproof, for correction, and for instruction in righteousness. You don't need man to tell you what is right. The scriptures are there written for you. It says here that the man of God may be perfect, thoroughly furnished unto all good works. So you don't need to rely on these different sects and different men to dictate to you what is truth, what is righteousness, when the scriptures that were already established thousands of years before the apostles tell you what is good.
Yeah, Lion, you kind of made my point for me in saying that people like Paul and whatnot, they were already well versed in Jewish Quranic scripture, right?
Yeah.
What I'm speaking more towards is the Gentiles who weren't born and raised Jewish, who didn't have the Torah within their communities or growing up, who weren't able to read and write. And what they were relying on was the message from other people, who were walking around evangelizing and spreading this message orally. The point I'm trying to make doesn't apply to Jews. It's more for Gentiles. If you were somebody in the Middle East who wasn't raised Jewish, you don't know about the God of Israel and the Israelites, this, that, and the third, and you're hearing somebody, or not even somebody, you're hearing 100 people all claiming to have the true word of someone named Jesus and his heavenly Father. You wouldn't know what to believe. You wouldn't know what the truth is, because this is all new and foreign to you. And
This is why
that's what I mean by there was this competition, for who had the truth with regards to Judaism or Christianity. And it's not
we're
just
we weren't arguing that
it's
didn't
not
exist.
just yeah, I'm not trying to argue that's just the point I was making. I do admit, I wasn't that good
You
at
got a
making
valid
it,
point.
but
He's
yeah,
right though. You're right.
This is
that's
why
the
in
point I'm trying
Acts
to
it
make.
tells them, right? Like with the converted, like you're saying, the Gentiles, right? Don't put too much pressure on them because they don't have the advantage of what it meant to be a Jew, right? Which is having these scriptures in your head since day one, right? So it says for them at the beginning of their journey, not the whole of their journey, but at the beginning of their journey, simply put this on them, that they abstain from these four things. So blood, strangles, fornication, and idol worship. I might have kind of paraphrased that a little bit off, but those were the main four, because if they did that, then it will keep them away from their old heathen ways. And then it proceeds to say, because on the Sabbath they shall hear from Moses, I think is the phrase. It's like that. That was like the idiom. In other words, they will hear from the Torah, they will hear the instructions, and they will grow. So within that context, yes, what you say is true, that there is potential that if they're not paying attention, they're not taking their life seriously, they could be led by any wind of doctrine. But the instruction was clearly given to them for how to proceed. First, abstain from the things that are just egregious and are going to get you in trouble. In other words, stay away from all those heathen temples, and then come on Sabbath and learn about the truth of your Creator and the instructions that He wants you to do.
Yeah,
Can
but
I
I
say
mean,
something? Can I say something real quick?
just quickly, Paul, quickly. I just want to say it was so bad that there were religions people were believing over Christianity. Like I don't know if you guys have heard of a type of religion called Manichaeism. Does it ring a bell to anybody?
No.
Look
Sounds like
into it.
sounds like a storefront religion to me.
Yeah, you think
It's
so?
kind
Well,
of what
you
it
want
was, but it
but
had a
it's
whole
not though.
Jesus figure that thousands, millions of people were believing. They believed in this version of Jesus, which was so different from the version we find in the Bible. This type of Christianity had a lot more followers than Orthodox and Catholic Christianity, and even then Judaism. So the point I'm trying to make is it wasn't clear cut there and then, right after Jesus died, those 200 to 300 years, how you should go about
The
things.
Manichaean stuff is like a fusion of sort of Chinese Christian and I guess even Islamic things, because the entire
Yeah.
Islamic script is kind of generated from that period of time. Without that, Islamic would look totally different.
Yeah.
Well, I was going to say something real quick. I mean, you said
Why?
there was like
Because
a
of the
competing
serifs
thing.
and serifs being
Okay,
angels. Go ahead.
did I not?
Yeah, Paul was talking.
Okay. I was going to say one thing is, you're saying that there was competing, and I don't. You'd have to get more specific about that one if it's a direct reflection of Jesus. But the one thing you'd have to say too, that there was some kind of understanding of a God, because even Paul, when he was speaking to the Stoic philosophers on Mars Hill, he actually said, "Your own poets have said." He didn't even quote the scripture, but he used their own poetry, saying that they knew and had an awareness of God, of this supreme being. And so that's all the point I was going to make. So if to say they don't know about God, I would say, well, Paul would indicate that maybe they did. And he says, the one you worship as unknown, I come to reveal to you. So they had some awareness of this God that is, in a sense, supreme to all others. That's all I was going to say.
Yeah.
I tagged you with a short video on Manichaeism, so you can look into it, Paul. If you
Yeah,
understand more what it is
essentially,
about
like,
Manichaeism.
I suppose the issue, Nate, is the way you phrase it. That the way itself, as in the way, the truth, and life itself, that is not clear cut. I think is what is implied from what you're saying, but it's not necessarily what you're meaning. So maybe if you phrase it differently, the fact that there was an unclear cut understanding amongst the populace, that much we accept. But I think it's just the way you put it forward. You could maybe rephrase the statement. Do you
I think
understand what I'm saying?
Snacks was trying to get in. Snacks was trying to say something.
I just want to talk more shit about the Manichaeism. It was pretty interesting though. Like his downfall was trying to heal the sick, and he couldn't. And then it was the wrong person's sick child that he tried to fix, and he wound up getting stuffed full of sawdust and displayed for public funnies, right? So, but this
Here's
is
the
also
question.
something you got to you have to be wary of this, because nobody really wants your religion, because nobody really wants you distracting from their government. Thanks.
I was going to say about this Manichaeism. When was it? What was? I haven't watched the video. I'm working, but when was it? Is it supposed to be before Jesus? After Jesus? What?
After. This was all after Jesus. The point I'm making is that right after Jesus died, especially amongst the Gentiles, there wasn't clarity. It wasn't clear cut as to what the Torah is saying, what it is to be a Christian, who Jesus was, who really knew him. That's the only
Right,
point.
Yeshua gave the same warning while he was still on earth. It's like that the spirit of Antichrist, that there will be. He was given the warning of don't follow after these people who say he is here, or he's there, or he's in a mountain or a cave. And he's saying even today it already is out there. So it was an understanding that the disciples had, that they had to be wary of this, because it was already a state of being in the world, that there was people coming under the guise of Yeshua or Christianity or whatever you want to call it, because back then it would have been called different, right? And to be wary of that, and to point it out, and to not be like that, and to not be seduced by that.
Well, right, and I agree with it. The Bible says very clearly to test the spirits to see if they are from God.
I want to get in real quick on this. And he's saying you're conflating basically what random people believe in like Europe versus what's actually written in the scriptures. You're saying like, oh, Christianity is not very clear cut, but the scriptures are extremely clear cut. They go down into extreme detail about many things and clarify many things in extreme detail. And your argument is that, well, some people were deceived by liars, therefore Christianity isn't clear cut, when we have the textual evidence. Like we have the evidence, we have the writings. We can go and read it and say, wow, it says do this. Wow, it says do not do that. And we can look and see these clear cut things. And you're saying, well, someone lied to some people over here, so
Put
actually
the bacon
you're wrong.
down.
Yeah, it's like I think you just missed my whole entire point. It's cool, man. I'm not going to do it.
Yeah, and Nate did clarify, because I did make the point to him, and I think he made it clear that in the understanding of the Gentiles at the time, it might not have been clear cut. We don't need to jump on everything, like just for jumping's sake. It just have a bit of flexibility of mind and earlobe.
Right. So a bunch of people lied to a bunch of people, therefore Christianity isn't clear cut. It's not a good argument.
That's not what he
I'm not trying to make an argument.
He didn't say that, dude.
There really is no point.
That's not even what I said, Noah.
And there's really no
Like
point.
but you straw manning and bringing up
That
an
is what you
argument that it's not. That's why I don't want to do this with you. I've clarified.
Sorry.
I've said it different ways. Elijah gets what I'm saying. Lion gets what I'm saying. Paul does. But you just want to argue. That's why I don't want to do this.
The only thing now, Nate, for you is to accept Yeshua. But in your own time, before you die, for your sake.
There's always been people that have been trying to twist the word, these different sects, fringe sects, like the Gnostics. But you have to understand that even the original term for Christianity wasn't Christianity necessarily. Like amongst the apostles, they're referred to as the followers of the way, followers of the truth. and children of the light, and you had a specific peculiar term called Nazarene or Nazarenes. That term in Hebrew means many things. The word Natsar in the Hebrew means guardian, means watchman, and also means branch. And Messiah himself said, I am the vine, ye are the branches. So the Nazarene were the branches, but they also were the guardians of the word. In the Tanakh, we are called as believers to guard the word, guard the word. Don't let it be twisted. Don't let it be corrupt. And for the most part, if you were a guardian of the word, then you didn't have to resort to all these fringe sects with fringe doctrines and fringe manuscripts. You already had the Tanakh, right?
Yeah, but Lion, what would you do if you were a Turk or a Spaniard that wasn't born Jewish? You don't speak Amharic, you don't speak Hebrew, and 100 guys come into your city out of the fucking blue, and they all trying to tell you some story about a guy who died for all of our sins and some book written 2,000 years ago that's got stories of people parting the Red Sea, this, that, and the third. How would you, being who you are way back there, go about deciphering who has the truth and what it is you should do to properly worship and obey God?
You know what? This is where, but this is
Just
where
like
you
we
are.
do here.
He's absolutely
Practical
right.
thinking, right?
He's absolutely right, because for most of history, human beings have been illiterate and ignorant, and we weren't
Exactly.
able to access the truth like we are today. We take it for granted that we have literary skills and we can go on the internet and compare and contrast all these different manuscripts and different
Exactly.
translations. Back then, people had to rely on the word of mouth, right? And you have to take it to prayer. You have to go into the wilderness, go into your secret place, and pray to the Most High Yah that what you are receiving is indeed true. There was no other way.
Can I get in?
Also
Can I get on
remember
that?
that in that context, Nate, those people, they wouldn't have even started to investigate it unless they felt like it was important to them. So then that would bring you to what it says in John 6:44, I think. None can come to the Father except he call him first. So these people would have already been, let's say, pricked in their heart, as it were, that they need to change something about their life, and that would have led them to some understanding of, okay, this stuff that I'm hearing about is true. Now and then this is where the investigation or the soundness of mind would come in, let's say, because if you're just going to go, I hear about this and do nothing about it, there's going to be consequences. I think even a Turk, I mean, not even, like a Turk would clearly be aware that if they don't take their life seriously, that they're not going to come to a full understanding. So they should know enough that, okay, this stuff comes from the Jewish history, right? And that they have the books. I can't quite read the books, but I know a guy who can translate the books. And if they were to use their sense, they'd go directly to the source, or as close to the source as possible. And that's not to say that everyone would do that, but that's what I think somebody who really cared about it would do. And then when they got there, they would hear these messages, and the more they hear what the book says, the easier they can distinguish between the other 99, as it were, like in your analogy, of the people running their mouth a bit sideways. Does that make sense?
I'm with you. That's what you would expect someone to do. But I mean, I think we really got to put ourselves in these people's shoes, Elijah. To travel from Spain to the Middle or Near East, that's an impossible feat for a common man 2,500 years ago. You know, how are you going to do that? Yeah.
And I think that's why so much care was taken over establishing the churches and like the letters to keep them like reminded of what they learned at the beginning and stuff like that. And though it would have been an expense and not as easy as what we can do now, people put like you read in Acts, right? They put all their resources together and they had like a common purse. So that would have come into play in terms of, oh, this guy, he can't understand the text, but we know people who can translate the text, and that would come into play in terms of, okay, at least we can get him started until we get a scribe that we can pay to go and write this down in Turkish or whatever the language would have been at the time. And these things were actively done, though it's not spoken about too much. This was part of the administration of the church in Acts. And another example of this is it's like a side example, just to add a bit of context. You know the Ethiopian, the story of the Ethiopian. He had access to the text. He just didn't know how to understand it. Maybe it's because he couldn't read it, or maybe he didn't because he only had one book and he didn't understand the meaning of it. Because sometimes, even in English, you read something that I don't get what the flip this says, because you don't have the knowledge that maybe be required to interpret it, as it were. And that's what these teachers were for, which is why there's such a heavy weight on these teachers that were sent out, and any other person who puts himself in the position of teacher, that if you mess this up, you're going to be in way greater trouble than any of the people below you who might mess up because, through sin or misunderstanding or weakness of character or whatever, because you were the one who had responsibility over teaching these guys, and now you've taught them wrong. And equally, the weight of taking your faith seriously and not being easily led astray, and learning to discern between good and evil and stuff like this. So it's not easy, but I would propose this. I don't think it was ever supposed to be easy. It's called the narrow path for a reason. And narrow paths are stereotypically hard to navigate. Is it simple? I would say simple, but I wouldn't say easy.
It says most people don't even find the path, let alone take it. So if most people don't even find the path, I mean, yeah, that's what it says.
Yo, Paul, you was trying to get in?
I was.
Yeah, all I was going to say, it's okay. All I was going to say was, I was going to say was, if I, to answer Nate's question about other peoples, I mean, I would actually do kind of what Paul did. I wouldn't come in preaching Torah, I wouldn't come in preaching even Jesus directly, but I would find something that they already have that would reveal the truth. Like he went to their own poets. And actually there's a book out called Eternity in Their Hearts. It's about a story of missionaries going out preaching the gospel to tribes people. And this lady spent years or months trying to reach them. And then she saw them doing something that they did ritualistically that it seemed to reflect the new birth. And she built on that. And once she saw that, she built on that, she actually was able to reach the whole tribes for the gospel. So I think instead of trying to come in and reshape their thinking, which is a hard battle to do, is go where you know what the truth is within their culture already and build from that. That would be the way I would answer that question.
Yeah, from the teacher's point of view, that makes sense. And I think that's why, I think, would you agree, Paul, that that's why the weight is put on the teachers? Because if the people learn, or the people want to learn, they're like, okay, I'm willing to learn. I'm going to go to someone who I would think has the knowledge. And then if they go there and then they get led astray, so it's not their fault, because some degenerate priests like the Pharisees had been lying to them for 10 generations or whatever. And that
exactly
in terms of, and I think this is worth noting in terms of the big picture, I would say that the Father would be very merciful to those people because they put all their effort in, but they didn't realize that they were being led astray. Yes, they could have been a bit more wise and sought the Father, and perhaps some of them do, and I think a lot of them tend to. We see this a lot today, that people who are starting to take charge over their own faith are leaving certain churches because of the way that these churches are misleading them. But the mercy would be like contextually applied, so the mercy to them would be high because they were taught wrong, but the mercy to the teachers would be very low because they had a lot of responsibility. They were given a lot, and if they misused it, then it's on their head. I think it goes hand in hand, but it's also, I think, worth mentioning that the Father isn't like an unjust judge. He's not going to be just knocking everyone down for mistakes that they did unknowingly.
Well, and that goes back to what I was trying to say to Eggshells earlier. He wasn't here, I don't think, when I said this, but if you want God to reveal you reveal himself to you, the level of responsibility to you has just risen drastically. So in a sense, if that revelation has been held back because it could be God's grace holding it back even in that, then there's an element of trust in that as well. But even to build on that a little bit further is what Paul talks about in Romans,
in a sense, we've all have some level of revelation. We've all been, we all know this at some level through our conscience, through nature, that there is some supreme entity and being. Then, you know, you got to take that into, you know, that you got to know that God's in that as well. So I'm actually getting my old change, so it might be kind of loud. I'm going to go back on mute and I'll just listen for a few minutes.
Hey, can I ask a question real quick? What? So in the Bible,
Two questions or one?
It's just one, but like where in the Bible does it say like this is how you make a church, guys? You gotta make churches. It's important.
Yeah, so the notion of the notion of church as people have it today is it's like it's a weird notion. What it
So it's not
actually
in the
tells
Bible?
us, not exactly like we have it.
It would
now,
it would be really
there is.
specific too, wouldn't it? It'd be like
I'll
you gotta
actually
build like
send
this.
you.
So you already have you already had the at the time. Remember, so in the context of the time, you already had the synagogue. So in terms of what the purpose of the assembly would have been for, would have been to be taught, right? And you'd be taught from the law. So they were already doing that. Now, obviously, at a certain point in time, they were both kicked out, and the priestly system was kind of destroyed. So that it's not like entirely like the whole story.
Well, like these churches.
But the gist of it was this: you're told specifically not to neglect the fellowship of the saints, and part of the fellowship of the saints is to come together as in unity to discuss, to learn, to teach, right? Because somebody might come there and have good knowledge, but somebody might come there who just came fresh off the street and heard the fame of Yeshua, and it's like, okay, what do I do now? And in that context, they would be taught, because the whole thing of what they were told to do was to go out and make disciples. So this it's not like what you have now, which is you go out, you go, hey, come to our church, you know, this thing, say this prayer, do this baptism, and then whatever. It was a serious thing of discipleship. So they took care of the people that came in.
Like how like you're like my disciple, sort of.
in your twisted reality, sure, yeah.
Okay.
I like your sense of comedy every time.
Yeah,
That's fun.
thanks. Yeah.
But yeah, so there was prescriptions for wise understandings. You have, for instance, in with Moses, right? So at the beginning, Moses was handling all the disputes of the law and stuff that people had on his own, and it wasn't wise, and he couldn't handle it, right? You don't have enough time in the day. There was hundreds of thousands, probably millions of them at that point. So his father-in-law comes and tells him, look, just organize it, you know, find people who are capable and organize it by tens and hundreds and thousands, right? And it's a similar type of thing you get in Acts. They had a mission to go out and preach the word, but there was other things that were needed: administration. There was hospitality to take care of like the widows and the orphans. So they prayed about this stuff and they sought wisdom for how to practically, law-abidingly deal with that situation. And you get that in scripture. It's not necessarily a tick prescription, but you get the template of what it's ideally supposed to be like. And really, it's just don't be alone, read scripture, behave yourself. But go ahead.
Hold on a second. Oh, well, that's why I was going to talk to me. Yeah, I actually agree with just about everything you just said. And I think, you know, the term church, I did an in-depth study a while back, a couple of years ago, about the idea of church. And actually it helped reshape my thinking on it. Like the word in Greek is ecclesia, right? It's not actually church. And that term church actually comes from a cultic or some kind of, I think from the Celtic framework, like from New England. And I'll use that term typically just because it's what we typically understand, but biblically it's like Elijah was saying, it's a gathering place of fellow believers. And then I've actually taken it even a step further. If you go on and keep reading what Paul says, and the way he unpacks it, he says there's basically bishops, deacons, elders, those kind of things that are over the church.
Yeah.
It doesn't even say within
I
the
just mean it's like this guy didn't even want like icons of him. You know what I mean?
Hang on. You'll understand where I'm going. I'm going somewhere. This idea of a senior pastor or a pope or those things, I think, is somewhat foreign within the text, because it's supposed to be a plurality of elders that are leading the congregation or the gathering places. But it says that everyone should be apt to teach, like every elder, and even actually take it a step further. every male was to be able to teach.
Yeah, I'm
That means,
glad you got there.
yeah, and it says, and
Right.
if you read in Corinthians, it says if someone comes to you with a song, a verse, or a prophecy, there should be a space for that. And every
Right.
church I've gone to, that never happens. Never.
Yeah,
Like if I have a word of
and
God or if I have a song, it never happens. But in a small congregation or small gathering, that could happen. Go ahead. Go ahead, Elijah.
yeah, so not only that, but you see, this is one thing I was gonna say, but you kind of touched on it. Every man has the responsibility. So we're told in Ephesians, I believe. I mean, it's not like that's the only place, but it's nicely laid out that husbands are to love their wives as Christ loved the church, right? And as Yeshua loved the church. And in that one is ecclesia, so it's the gathering, it's the assembly. It's not this idea of church that we have now. Just to clarify. But in that it says by the washing of the water of the word. So every man has the responsibility in his household to teach the word to his wife and subsequently obviously to his children. And this is like, so the marriage unit is an expression of the gospel. And when you consider that unit as like what they call now the nuclear family, that had the authority structure. So it's kind of like I don't know what the expression would be, but like a snapshot miniature version of the whole essence of what the assembly should be organized like. So who's the most capable, one who can provide, the one who has the knowledge, the authority, the strength to look after them, and etc. In that context is the father. But then in the wider context of families and families and families, you have who sits there, who has enough wisdom, enough capability, has proved himself to be able to not only teach his own family, but to teach other men and
Yeah.
help their families. And
When you guys
should be like
really
that.
have good information, you're telling me scripture verses and numbers and stuff.
Say again?
When there's like really like powerful information, it's like you have chapter and verse. I'm just
Okay.
asking, like it says nowhere in the Bible, hey guys, go make a church. Right.
Well, yeah. Well, do you know why? Because the church already existed. I'm not sure if you're here.
Just going to churches with crosses on them.
No. See, this is what I want to clarify. The idea of church, according to Scripture, so the word
So they were going to synagogue.
the word ecclesia already existed. It wasn't just a synagogue. The synagogue was a meeting place to hear the word read, right? So it was a facilitation because not everyone had access, could either afford or had access, or like the other guy was saying, not everyone read. So I don't think it's as bad as people make out. They were more literate than people think. But whatever,
Can I add to this real quick?
But, can I finish the stream?
Yeah, sure.
It's going to be a little bit of a thing. So,
all right.
The church, according to Scripture, so the assembly is the whole house of Israel, as it were. So they had an assembly point, but within the tribes, with all of that, they would all deal with it according to their neighborhood. Because what's practical, you can't have 1 million people in one house, right? So it'd all be organized like that. But the definition of ecclesia is those who choose to follow, and it wasn't necessarily just bloodline, like I mentioned earlier, but I think you might have been somewhere else. Is that it's the covenant, the promise that was given through Abraham, and if you choose to be part of that, you are part of quote unquote the church. So the grafting in, the joining into that would be just like taking on the faith and taking on the behavior and the responsibilities that come with that. So that's why I think this whole idea of the question of the church is important to unpack. Because
I got next.
It wasn't like you had to make it. Is you joined what's already there. You joined the nation that is following Yah. You know what I mean? Let Snacks respond to that first though.
All right, cool. Sure.
If he wants, Snack, what do you think?
Sorry, I just walked away. I was listening.
I won't after a line of y'all.
All right. So since he's not responding, so basically, I agree with everything that Elisha just said. Elisha, and so the thing is with the word church, it's been hijacked. That term now carries a different connotation than originally was intended. Like the word church in the Greek, like you already mentioned, Paul, is ecclesia, right? If you look up ecclesia in the Strongs, it doesn't mean like a building made out of brick and mortar. That's not what church means. church in its classical meaning, in its traditional meaning, meant an assembly. You don't need a building for an assembly. It's literally a gathering of believers. That's what a church originally meant. Now, it's been corrupted by, 2,000 years of tradition. Now we have all these buildings that are called churches, right? But that's not what church means in both the Hebrew and the Greek. It means a called out assembly. Ecclesia is actually a compound word that literally translates to a called out assembly.
Right.
In
So
the
instead of
scriptures,
going
in many
to the church,
hold on.
Go ahead.
Yeah, in many instances, in 2 verses in Acts and 1 verse in Chronicles, it says that Yah does not dwell in temples made by hand. So all these temples that are being popped up at the end of every street corner with a church steeple and a cross that people say, oh, this is God's house. Well, is it really God's house? Is this what God commanded? No, it's not. And are you actually following what the scriptures say? No, you're not. So yes, like we understand this as true believers, which I believe everybody here, me, Paul, Elisha, and Noah, we truly believe in the word and we seek the word. But the majority of believers don't do what we do here in the server. Like who you're talking to right now, Snacks.
Because
like
of the bad teachers.
Because of the bad teachers. And even in the Old Testament, the word church pops up in the Greek as ecclesia, and it was referring to the called out assembly in the desert as a church. And they didn't have a building.
Right.
Yeah, but
Can I-
Lion, isn't the purpose of a church like the same as a synagogue? It's a place where you meet and commune and you assemble and study and worship.
It's not a place. It's not a place.
It's not a place.
Yeah, but I mean,
in?
what
Can I
I'm
get
saying is,
in?
doesn't it serve the same purpose as a synagogue or
Not
as
a
a
place.
mosque?
It's not a
Yeah,
place.
can I get in?
It ought to, but it invariably does not, and it's the subtlety of the phrasing that's important, because when you unpack what it really should be called, then you can better understand the purpose of it and what you should be doing. Because I think the phrase should be, I'm not going to church, right? Let's say you were going to an assembly that was useful and was preaching the word in a way that's edifying, right? Instead of saying I'm going to the church, rather I'm going to meet with the church.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
And I would
Because
say this.
when you understand what that means, but again, this requires diligence. So I would say it's like 80% the bad teacher's fault, but 20% some people haven't taken responsibility for themselves.
Well, here, let
So
me
maybe it should
unpack
be
it
different
a step
weighted, but
further.
that's my.
I suppose
Sorry,
it's like
there's
Paul.
3 people there.
Yeah, let me
Paul's
jump
been
in.
trying to get in, man.
Am I getting quickly?
Yeah, but Paul's been waiting, man.
Yeah, I would say this: like a gathering can happen anywhere. It can happen in a home. It can happen at a church. It can happen at a synagogue. It can happen outside under a tree. It can happen at a park bench. I mean, assembly and gathering can happen at any location. And this takes it to the next step, to the next level. Like, what is the body of Christ? Because Paul talks about we are his body. So a body is made up of different members and different things. So that means a person that's in Christ can be at a Baptist church, can be in a Messianic synagogue, or can be even in the Catholic Church, I would say. I know people would disagree on that, but I think anyone that's a true follower of Christ can be anywhere, any location. But it's the gathering together. Like, I do feel like sometimes coming here is like a bit of a gathering, even though it's virtual, And I have fellowship with guys on here, and I enjoy the conversation. But I'm not saying but that could be classified as that ecclesia. Still be falling into that category. I would say that's only a mistake.
Crypto, go for it.
Yeah, I hope I don't have too much annoying background noise. Yeah, I mean, what I immediately thought was you've got the word church to mean a group of people meeting, and the word church to also mean like a building. I suppose it would be like the difference between the words, like, say, traffic and road. So traffic would be a meeting of cars on a road, but so you need the road for the traffic, but just because you have a road doesn't mean you have traffic, right? So then the question would be, well, then what are we now going to name a church building so that it won't be confused with the word church, which means a meeting of people?
So,
Well, I mean, I
you're
hear you say
saying,
that.
so
Can I
Crypto,
respond to that?
just a question though, just a question. Are you then saying church is more of a verb? It's more of an action as opposed to a noun?
What was that question?
He was breaking up.
I'm asking Crypto, is he trying to say that church should be seen more as a verb, as something to do, as opposed to it being a noun?
No,
Well, no,
no,
this
it's
is
like
what.
that. It's like that. Wait. It's like the Hell's
I'm
Angels,
asking
dude.
Crypto
It's
for
a group of.
clarity. It's a question to Crypto.
Yeah, okay, whatever. You can't just monopolize the airwaves between these two.
I'm not. I'm just asking Crypto a question. I would
want to
like
get
Crypto
in.
to
Other
answer.
people want to get in. Yeah, and I would
Okay.
like to answer, and so you'd like Crypto to answer. So we both like something, and I would have been done by now. But it's like the Hell's Angels, right? It's kind of a bad analogy, but the Hell's Angels are still the Hell's Angels if they're not in the clubhouse. They can be riding the bike on the street, and they're still the Hell's Angels. They can be in a saloon with their boys, and they're still the Hell's Angels. They can be in the clubhouse itself, and they're still the Hell's Angels. It's a group of people, not a place.
Crypto, did you hear the question I asked you?
No, I didn't
Yeah. So my question was,
really
because
hear it. I
I
also
was.
think that clarification is. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, he's breaking up a
Oh,
lot.
yeah, you are breaking up, Crypto. But I was just asking you for clarity. Are you trying to say that
Bro, you
church should be
and
seen?
Kosho both use this tactic.
Yeah, no, go ahead. I'm waiting for you to talk. Sorry.
Yeah, I was asking Crypto, do you see church more as a verb, as something people should do, as opposed to it being a noun or a place? I'm trying to understand the analogy you use
It's
with
a group of
traffic and road.
people. It's a
I'm
group of
asking
people that's
Crypto,
a noun.
bro.
I don't care. I
Oh
don't
my
care
God.
what debate tactic that you and Kosho use, where you address only
I'm
one
not
person.
debating with anybody. I'm asking
Yeah,
a
I don't
question.
care.
How is that a
I don't care
debate?
about your I don't care about
How
your
is
Noah,
me
dishonest
asking
tactic.
Crypto a
Noah, shut
question
up.
a debate?
Yeah, it's my beauty.
Fuck, and he's a mod here. Like how?
Yeah, it's
Just let.
dishonest to always just single out one person because you just want to hear one certain thing and
It's
kind
not
of like
dishonest.
It's
steer
called
the
natural
guy
flow
away
of
from the good.
conversation, Noah, and you're disrupting it. Please stop.
Yo, can you
I
guys
think
hear me? Or am I breaking
Yeah,
up?
you guys are gonna come in here
go for
and
it, Crypto.
lie about stuff, and tell who's gonna talk and who's not gonna talk, and basically keep other people out of the conversation because you don't want to hear the truth. So yeah, go ahead.
Go for it, Crypto. If you didn't, I don't know. Otherwise, you could make the point you wanted to make, Noah. I think Crypto's having connection issues.
I already did make my point. It is
All
a
right,
noun.
cool.
It's a
Someone needs a nap.
Yeah.
Well, I'll say this, and somebody else saying that. You need to meet together. You need a place to meet. So it's a kind of a connection of verb and noun.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, the reason I mentioned it the way I mentioned it, Crypto, if you're able to hear me, is that the emphasis has been skewed by a lot of this weird Christian stuff over the years. So I only make that to be like hyper accurate with the words. So if you're going to give it a name, yeah, obviously you have an issue and you raise a good issue. The appropriate name according to scripture would just be the meeting house, because it wasn't always one place. At the time, before they were kicked out of the synagogues by the Pharisees.
Yeah, I mean,
go ahead.
can you hear me
There's
now?
some lag.
Am I
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
There's some lag there.
Yeah, so that's the thing. I'm actually very familiar with this specific topic because, well, I had about three or four conversations in the last month with different Christians about it, about the 2 or 3 different meanings that you can apply to church, right? And I think it's one of those things that's a little bit unsolvable. Like, I'll give you an example, right? So, just to use his Hell's Angels example, but let's just change it to footballers or rugby players, whatever, right? Is Lionel Messi a footballer when he's playing football? Yes. Is he a footballer when he's playing golf? No, I think he's a golfer at that point. So then, is the word church to a certain person as they're doing something? And I think that would be the most appropriate way to use it. So you say, well, it's the church because it's these people. They're doing this thing at this time. But when they're not doing that, are they still a church? I don't think so, because they're not currently engaged in that activity. Do you see what I'm saying? So obviously,
No,
we've got the separate thing.
they are though.
Which
There's not
Are
one
they?
example in the scriptures where church is referred to as a building. Not once. And every
I'm
single
not.
time it's used, it's referred to the congregation or the assembly. And when it's not, even if you're not assembled at that time, in God's eyes, you're still part of the assembly of God, whether you're together or not.
So I never, ever, 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 ever said that there's a conflation between the people in the building. In fact, I was quite clear about them not being the same thing twice. So that's first thing to say there. The second thing is that I'm saying, should there be a separation between the people as they're performing the activity and not performing the activity of worship?
No,
that's the question.
There's still the church. Israel, whether Israel is, whether they're established as a nation or not, it's still Israel. They're still the congregation. They're still the assembly of God, whether they're together or not, or even if they're lost sheep around the world, they're still part of the lost sheep of Israel. They're still part of the same congregation.
Well, then that raises a different question, because now we're talking about
members.
Sorry,
right? Yeah, I'll just say this real quick. They call members, right? Like your hand, and so your hand is your hand. No matter what your hand is doing, it's always just going to be your right hand. But yeah, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Right, so then they're not defined by the activity, then, are they? They're defined by membership of a group. Like that's what I was looking for clarification on.
Yeah, by their faith and obedience.
There's a little more nuance to it, perhaps, because the membership of the group, as it were, if using those terms, is defined by the behavior, and one of the behaviors or one of the activities is assembling together to read the word, etc. And I think you mentioned one other thing, Crypto, that I think's worth noting, that I'm not sure was your intention, but it's one of those stereotypical things that you get from Christianity, that the whole point of to go to the meeting place is to worship. That misapplies the definition of worship. The actual application of worship is to actually just be and to do the right thing. So worship in terms of praise can be done anywhere. Now it's very beneficial, obviously, to come together as an assembly or a fellowship, or even just with one other brother and praise the Most High. But what's happened a lot is these terminologies have just been kind of flip-flopped all over, and there's been ambiguity. So that, hopefully,
can I say
that's
something?
used to you.
Yeah, fair enough.
I would jump in. I'll just go back to kind of along the same lines as what Jesus said. If you love me, you keep my commandments. So basically what he's saying is, if you're my follower, you're my disciple, you will obey me. And I would agree, the highest form of worship is obedience. It's not anything else. Because in obedience, though, you will praise, you will worship, you will take care of the poor, you'll take care of your neighbor, you'll take care of the people around you, and you'll love God, and you'll put God at the highest supremacy, in that, in my mind.
Yeah, it's not just singing and dancing.
Also, why would you only sing and dance on one day, dude? Like, if something good happened to you that you want to give the Father thanks for, then why wait till Sunday? Oh, the wrong day, by the way, to go and celebrate with your other brothers. Just go around the house and go, dude, God just saved my kid from a car accident or whatever.
Well, I'll take it a step further. That's why, I'm not as nitpicky, but really, the Sabbath is every day. So technically, Paul says we're in his Sabbath rest now. I'm not saying that to neglect the Sabbath. Don't get me wrong. Hang on a second. I'm trying to make a point. But worship and honor and setting apart God should be every day, not just on a Saturday or Sunday. That's the only point I'm making. So don't overthink it.
All right. Fair.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Paul is an obedient individual. Aren't you, Paul? Or maybe I'm mixing you up with someone else, but I've heard you talk about this stuff before, so it's not like you're disregarding the obedience.
But yeah, the reason I said that.
No, go ahead. All I'm saying is that I was talking about obedience is the highest form of worship. I try to be. I'm not perfect by any stretch, but I try.
No, normally when people say, "Oh, the Sabbath is every day," usually it's because they're trying to rationalize not keeping the Sabbath, because basically you can keep it every day. But the scriptures are clear that the Sabbath is a specific set apart day out of the 7 days of the week. You have one set apart day where you're to do no servile work. You can't have that be every single day. It has to be one set apart day out of the week where you do no servile work and you don't make anybody else work. You don't buy or sell, etc. You can't have that every day.
Can I just ask you something?
Oh, sorry. I was gonna. Yeah, you can ask that question, but I want to say something about the Sabbath. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. It was about the other stuff. Crypto, were you here from like the beginning of when this conversation started, or did you come in like a little bit way through with regards to the church?
I mean, I've been here for about 15 minutes, so I don't know.
Okay, well, I'll just mention one thing, and I'm not sure if just to kind of summarize the thing. The reason I raised it is that one of the things that's purported is that the church kind of came into being after or with Jesus or with Yeshua. But the point I'm getting at, and why we make the distinction and the clarity, or at least me and Lion and people like us, is that the church has always been from the beginning, and it's about bringing people into it, and it's about upholding it and maintaining it. And I think that when you have that understanding, it's better, because a lot of the Christians seem to think like that Israel is somehow separate from the church and all these kind of weird ideas. And that's what I was like wanting to clarify. So I'll leave it there.
And on the back of that, just a little bit, I think there's synonyms in the Bible, I think, when it comes to these phrases like the body of Christ, Israel, the church, or the ecclesia. All these different terms are the synonyms of the same thing. So, and yes, I agree that God's been building his kingdom from the beginning. There's true Israelites, as Paul would say, and non-Israelites. Even though they may be circumcised, they're not true Israel. You know, so Paul, there's a sense that this has been going on from the creation of the world. Now, on the Sabbath aspect, I actually had a Messianic Jew talk on this one time, and I thought it was really good the way he unpacked about the Sabbath. When in creation, in the very beginning of creation, did he go, "Wow, I'm tired. I got to take a rest"? That was a lot of work. Did he do that? Was God tired? No, God was not tired. What God was doing, he was stepping back and saying, I am done. I'm going to rest, in a sense, showing his sovereignty over creation, that everything was complete. There was nothing else needed to be done. It was complete as it needed to be. He was sovereign over creation. Now, if we take that to us, in a sense, the Sabbath is not to say, well, I'm tired, I need to rest, but it's time to set aside saying God is supremacy, that I don't need to work on this day because he is the ultimate supplier of my needs. He is the one that's in charge. So to reflect what the Sabbath to me would be, and honestly, that should be every day, whether it be on the Sabbath. The Sabbath can be a means by which you show that physically, but every day should be that God is sovereign and in control. He's all powerful. But yeah, that's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, I mean, it goes back to the obedience and what it actually means to be a believer. Because I know this is maybe an old hat thing, but it's pretty cool. Like Crypto brought up football, but you could use football or you could use a marriage, right? If you say you're a fan of this team, but you never watch the games, you don't know who's in it, you don't care, all this kind of stuff, then it's like you're just a fan in name only. You're not a real fan. Equally, if you say you believe, or you say you're like faithful to your spouse, but you cheat on them, you hit them, you don't give them the food that they need if you're a husband or whatever, like all these type of things, then you're not really faithful. You're lying. You're faithful in name only. And it's similar, and I think the marriage one is perfectly analogous to faith in Yeshua and the Creator. So if your actions don't prove that, then like, okay, it doesn't really mean much, does it?
Yo, are you guys aware of this thing they call the synoptic problem, where certain books of the Bible literally have the same passages word for word? Like, why would
Like the
they
Q
have
source?
done that? Yeah,
What,
the whole Q
because they
source
were
thing.
quoting each other?
Peter and Paul
Perhaps.
and Mary.
And also,
He made mounds.
Why
well,
would
if
that
you
be a
think about
problem,
it,
though? Why would it be a problem that people who live a certain way and live together and all of this stuff, that they use similar phrases? I don't understand the reason it would be called a problem.
You don't sound defensive.
I don't think it's a thing of them using similar phrases. It's like they tell the same story word for word. Like,
Yeah, I was
Okay,
always
hold on. Wait a minute. If you and me were walking down the street, Nate, and a Ferrari just went meow and smashed into the corner of the building in front of us, and we told the exact same story to people, wouldn't that be reasonable?
I was told like
yeah,
important, they
I'll leave
get
it there. I don't need to go.
Is
and
that a
I would
waste of
also say
paper?
this: I
I
don't
don't know
think
if
the
you believe it's
Gospels
the
are.
same thing.
Is it
Sorry.
possibly just a waste of ink and paper to say something twice?
Go ahead, Paul.
Or
I was going to say though, I mean, if you look at the Gospels, they're not exactly the same. But even if you're saying like Luke, if he's investigating the story, right? He may talk to someone, say, "Hey, what is your story about this? What happened?" And he may read maybe Mark's Gospel and say, "Oh, wow, that's really good. That matches this other person's story. Let's put that in because it matches." I mean, it'd be like the same way someone writing a news article. Like I'm writing a story about something. I'm talking to different eyewitnesses, and I'm going to get slightly different variations. And then I may come across a news article that matches it or something that matches it. You can just copy that in because it matches it. It fits within the story. I don't think there's anything with any of that. I wouldn't call it a problem.
Sorry, I find that a bit of an interesting criticism because often, I mean, I'm not a Christian, right? But often when I hear people criticizing the Bible, they say, "Oh, well, the Bible contradicts itself, blah blah blah," and the contradiction argument is not like something I want to get into. But you've effectively used the opposite, also as a criticism. You're saying, well, they say the same thing in many places, but that's also now criticism. It seems a bit strange that. But whatever you do then is a criticism. So if you say the same thing twice, that's criticized. If you
now
say,
you're getting it.
yeah, but and I'm not even a Christian. I just think that it's one of those things where it's like you're just criticizing regardless of what's actually there.
I wasn't putting it forth as a criticism. It was a question because I've heard that there's 3 books that like almost like 40% of them. I think with one of them, 76% of them agree
Mark,
with
Luke,
each other.
and Matthew.
Yeah, and then there's another book which totally doesn't agree with what they say. And I think it's the whole question of what was the original that they're all quoting things from.
It's a multi-claim then. It's a double-pronged claim that because these 3 are largely in agreement and the other one is according to whoever's speaking not, then therefore it lends reason to doubt what's there. But that's based on
not a criticism. I'm not criticizing the Bible or anything.
I know you're asking it as a question. That's why I said whoever said that, right? I know you're just relaying it and asking us what we think. I'm just taking apart what you've relayed, right? Not you specifically.
Okay.
Because you're just
the picture it shows is that like 50% of Matthew's is from Mark, and 35 or something percent of Luke is from Mark. And
the thing is with the argument, though,
I want to continue, and then another 30% of Luke is from another source, and half of Matthew, or about a fourth of Matthew is. So like really Matthew and Luke are only like 20% books, and the rest of it is kind of like from other things.
Right, and if they're gonna use this to then make the argument or suggestion that there's something wrong with all of the Gospels together when you include John, then they're just using it based on an assumption.
Well, I don't know. Some of the books we got to kick out. Can't even have them in there, right? Some of the books can't even have in there.
Hold on, dude. I'm addressing what Nate's reading.
Some of them we got to have in twice. That's all.
What we think about it. So because that claim, I'm assuming they'd be bringing up John, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So that doesn't make any sense because when you read John properly, because I know that too many people just don't read, right? There isn't this idea of contradiction at all. But I suppose this is where Crypto was like, I don't necessarily want to bring that.
Yeah,
up.
no, there is no claim of contradiction being made. That isn't what the synoptic problem says. The synoptic problem says we don't know what the original source is that they were all quoting from. They just call it Q.
Yeah, but why would you presume that there was a source?
Because it seems these 3 books are repeating the same story. So the original manuscript,
I'm reading into the phrase.
Hang on. The original forms that these Gospels were found in, like the oldest versions we have that have been used to make the Bible today, they were all in different languages. So clearly, whoever wrote it was different people using different languages, either quoting each other or quoting some other source. And the question is, what was that source? I just wanted you guys' opinion on it. I'm not saying it's a good
question.
It's a criticism of the Bible.
I guess I was reading into when you said source as if like they were getting fed a line. But these people all did their investigations, and obviously John is a separate one, so he was, I guess, direct witness. Can't remember about Mark, but
I can tell you about Mark. I can break him down.
It would make sense, right? yeah, if you want after I'm finished. But if either way, whether it was a written source, which would make some sense, that the people who were actually around Yeshua would have made like like some writings or whatever of what he said, or something for these people who relayed it in their other languages. Because remember, like you said, the other language is important, right? It's for everyone else. All of the New Testament scriptures really to kind of corroborate and spread the truth of the rest of scripture, like the original scriptures that didn't exist, that existed prior to any of this being written. But the other thing is, if it was a source already, cool. I don't see what the problem is there. I suppose it's a good question to ask. Oh, is the source able to be found? The other thing is, what if it's not a source? What if it's just when you do research, if you have 3 independent researchers come to research an event, it would make a lot of sense, assuming they're being legitimate, that their synopsis of the events that they research would be largely similar.
Well, I would say
I'll leave it with that.
Well, I would say this. I mean, if you just go back to how people understand the Gospels to begin with, Matthew was supposedly one of Jesus's disciples, so he would be technically a first-hand account, and he's repeating it, recounting it.
Oh, okay.
Mark
Sure which one of the 3 it was.
Yeah, Mark actually was not. Most scholars and most people think Mark was a disciple of Peter. So what you're getting from Mark is actually Peter's gospel. Because I think of the way they say some of the phraseology, I think where they indicate that is the way things are said in Mark and the way when Peter was writing in his own letters. It seems to be some kind of similarity. And Luke,
Matthew, one of the 70 then.
Well, he was one of the
Matthew's like
one of the 12.
50% Mark.
Well, hang on a second, and I'll unpack that for a second. Matthew was a disciple. He was actually one of the 12, not one of the 70, but one of the 12.
So he was an apostle. What?
Yeah, he was an apostle.
Why?
So, go ahead.
Okay, I reckon then that probably raises some questions for another time.
Wait, isn't Mark the oldest transcript?
That's what they think. Mark was the first. So they do think Mark might have been the first. Now, let me finish. I'm not done. Let me talk about the rest of the other 2. Luke was a disciple of Paul. But if you go reading what Luke says, he's trying to give an orderly account that he investigated these things. So he was a follower of Paul, but he was also one that went out to talk to people, investigate.
He was a doctor
sources
by
from
trade,
Peter,
right?
Peter, Mark, or Matthew to write his own. Right, he was a doctor by trade, and then John was another one of the 12. Now, if you think about the audience, like I've said this 100 times on here, an audience is also right what you're going to say, right? He was written to the Jewish community, right? So his style of writing is going to focus on certain. Like that's why in the very beginning he has a genealogy, because that was important to the Jewish people. Mark, they say, was written not to the Jews, but more of the general populace or the Gentiles. And actually, Luke himself says who he was writing to. He actually says it, And then John, I think his audience was a more general audiences too. And I think John was probably written when he was in prison on Patmos, which might have been years later. And so, and I think with John, you can imagine if he already knew Matthew, Luke, and John, those gospels are already out there. He goes like, well, I'm not going to retell the story that way. I'm going to say it my own way and recount what I experienced. And so his gospel kind of reflects that. So anyway, my wife's calling me to call her back.
Plus the thing with John is his position was unique in terms of like he was the closest in terms of friendship level or like intimate friendship level, whatever you want to like refer to it, because of how he even chilled in the dinner party, right? So his one's going to be on another level, because you get in the Gospels that there's the 12. So you get the 12 and the 70. Within the 12, you get the 3 that stand out unique. So it's John, Peter, and the other guy. Man, me with names is a bad problem. But in those 3, John was like the closest buddy. So his story is going to be like the kind of story that you can only tell if you've been close buddies with somebody and understand. And the context of this is not just close buddies like, oh, what kind of food does he like to eat? What silliness does he get up to? But in the context of that relationship, master-disciple relationship, it would have been about the depth of the gospel message and the importance of that. And you get so much of that in John. that when people like to cherry pick, they go all kind of funny on it. But when you really get the essence of it, he's reminding us time and time again of who Yeshua was, how we're to behave, how we're to reflect his love with other people and towards the Creator, and all of that kind of stuff.
Yeah, that I think it's interesting too. There's been cold case like crime scene investigators that investigate the eyewitness accounts and state the differences make sense, because when you have eyewitness accounts, that's what it is. One of those differences is they blindfolded Jesus and then hit him in the face and said, prophesy and tell us who hit you. Well, another gospel doesn't even say they blindfolded him. It just says they were punching him in the face, telling them to prophesy who hit him. So there's these little differences that really make it, you could tell, oh man. And these cold case crime scene investigators are like, yeah, these are corroborating accounts for sure. They're good.
Yeah, also their ability to retell a tale, right? Because this is written form, so it requires a certain skill. And to not throw too much fire on Mark, his literary ability is kind of limited, because a lot of the times he just goes immediately. And if you're going to write a story and tell a bunch of events and use one word, from high school or GCSE English, whatever, right? Depending where you're from, that you don't do that. That's not done. It's bad writing.
Yeah,
but
isn't
that's
it?
Because they want to add flair and skill to it. But he was just kind of like, I guess like a child with a pen type thing. But he was telling the story because it needed to be told.
From what I've heard,
Anyway,
that's the Muslim. The Muslim argument is that Mark was the first one and everyone else was just making copies of what Mark wrote. But then it's been, there's been cold case investigators. Like when a case goes cold, they know how to still figure it out. That have gone over it and can say, these are not copies of Mark.
Can you hear me or not? Am I not being heard?
Can hear you now. Yeah.
I can hear you now.
Oh yeah. No, yeah. It's all good. I was trying to talk, but apparently you guys couldn't hear me. No, that there's on record you have in the first century, you have, what's this guy's name? Irenaeus of Lyons, 180 CE. He states, Matthew also issued a written gospel among the Hebrews in their own dialect. While Peter and Paul were preaching in Rome and laying the foundation of the church, after their departure, Mark, the disciple and interpreter of Peter, did also hand down to us the writing, what had been preached by Peter. So like you were saying, we have Mark writing down the testimony of Peter as Mark's gospel. And then we have Matthew being the original gospel that was written in Hebrew to the Hebrews originally. Now, we don't have that manuscript. That manuscript is long gone. But we have record. Many early believers were quoting the Gospel of Matthew and saying that it was being passed around by the Nazarene. They referred to the believers of Christ at that time as the Nazarene. Even early church fathers, Christian, were referring to the Nazarene and how they had the Gospel in Matthew. Like Eusebius records, Eusebius known as the greatest church historian or Christian historian. He talks about, there's so many quotes that he talks about regarding the early church that for whatever reason, scholars they just disregard. Like, I don't understand it.
Hey, Lion, Elisha turned me on to a Hebrew version of Matthew before, right? Elisha, what was that again? HebrewGospels.com or something?
Yeah. It's worth investigating. Some questions you might have about it, but I think it's useful to have.
It's been interesting, man.
Because it's the same with when you're studying Old Testament scriptures, right? Having concordances and comparisons gives you a better understanding, because we're reading in languages that are removed from the original. So having multiple versions helps you, have a check on any kind of translator issues or such and such, or even like straight up biases that come up in the Masoretic text, for instance, that you don't get in Septuagint. But what I think the point that Clarity Nate raised, from the point of what do we think of it, I'd say it's a non-problem, but interesting to investigate because of the other writings, right? Because if there is something that they pulled from, I'd say it's that they pulled from the fact that they were all kind of hanging out. So if you're pulling from an event, it would make sense. But the reason I'm talking about this now in this way is that if we have come to the understanding that there is scripture that has been removed by certain men choosing to remove it, well, why would it in the Old Testament scriptures? Why would it not be the case with the New Testament scriptures? Now, it's not as easy to investigate because there's way more, right? There's loads of epistles, loads of gospels according to different characters, and you have to then go and start chopping them up into pieces to analyze them. Some of them are clearly Gnostic nonsense. Some of them might be like half legitimate. But I suppose we're supposed to investigate, right? We're supposed to take our life seriously and not just come to conclusions on a whim. And I think some of that stuff is worth doing. I've come across a few of them, but it's a harder task to start because of the depth of letters. Because when you're reading Old Testament scriptures, like let's say like Apocalypse of Abraham or stuff like that, there's context to them. There's a narrative to them. They talk about things that we already know happened, but maybe with more detail. But when you're reading stuff that now is quote unquote considered scriptures. Now, I wouldn't completely deny this, but when you're reading a letter that Paul wrote to the Galatians, is that scripture specifically? Only in so much that it's text that was written on paper, right? So script. But is it scripture in the same way that Genesis is scripture? I wouldn't really say so, because that wasn't what its purpose was. It was the purpose of a teacher teaching his students to behave themselves because they were misbehaving in that context, right? So when you have that kind of view, there's loads of letters like that could be correct and could be letters that we should add to the text to have a greater understanding of the history of the New Testament times and of the different things that those characters might have said that might be beneficial for us to learn from. But it's a harder task because that opens up the gate to way more text. So anyway, I know I repeated myself, but it's fun, and there's a lot out there. Oh, not Paul. Sorry, Lion. You want me to post a link to that thing? Yeah.
If you want to send it directly to my DM, that'd be nice.
Yeah.
I'll get to it.
Because they have the Book of Revelation translated already. I think the only one we're waiting for.
Yeah. I already have. I'm aware of all the Hebrew Gospels. Yeah, I have them already. That's what you're talking about.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that's cool.
Hebrew Gospels and James and Revelation. I have. I think even Jude. Yeah, Hebrew Jude.
Good read. I think some. I have heard some questions raised, like checking the legitimacy of it because of where they got the text from, but I think it reads pretty well for the most part.
I like it. I've compared it with the Greek and the Peshitta. There's some slight variants. I don't think that they're the original source. Like, I don't think it's the original Hebrew, but it's definitely an independent Hebrew translation. It's not a translation from the Greek whatsoever.
Yeah, but like the assumption, like to assume that all the texts were written in Greek from the get-go doesn't make sense, because Yeshua was speaking in Aramaic most likely from a day-to-day perspective.
I think he was speaking Hebrew. I don't think he was speaking Aramaic.
I think he would only have been speaking Hebrew in a certain context.
Yeah, I think he was able to speak Greek, Aramaic, and Hebrew, but
he was speaking all of them. But I think for the most general part, I think like the lingua franca for that's funny, use French. So that the lingua franca for the people that he was speaking to, the disciples, I might be wrong, but my understanding is that it was Aramaic.
It was Aramaic. That was like the English of the time.
Yeah. So he probably would have been dealing with certain degenerates and, the Pharisees, maybe in direct Hebrew when he read from the text specifically, or had certain conversations in the synagogue. But I don't think his general conversation would have been that. And also remember, sorry to go on. I'll let you go. When he was put on the cross, it was 3 languages that was put on to make the declaration of his charge.
And they were and that's why depending on which manuscript you read, some will say Aramaic and some will say Hebrew. That's why you have to. That's where they assume that they were speaking Aramaic. The scholars assume because of that one verse. and other things.
I don't think it's that one verse, but I understand I don't understand the argument.
So some translations say Aramaic and some say Hebrew that was written on the cross. I don't think it was Aramaic, dude. I think it was
how many people could have read Hebrew?
I mean, the thing is, Aramaic is a derivative of Hebrew, bro. It's like Portuguese and Spanish. Very similar. It's really, if you understand Aramaic, you can understand Hebrew. Like, I can understand Portuguese. I can't. I mean, I can read it, but I can't understand it audibly. But I can read it.
It's like Jewish Spanish.
I suppose we had to add more nuance to this because the Hebrew of the time would have been the Babylonian derivation. So the Babylonian influenced dialect from the first, or at least the Daniel captivity that they were put into.
Yeah, and Aramaic didn't come from it. It didn't come from Hebrew. They both have a common ancestor, but they didn't come from each other.
But I think a lot of the preserved texts. Oh wait, I don't know if I can say this. Let me check.
I'm a real American.
I think some of the preserved text would have been in the more old school Hebrew, though. But then you have the Septuagint, so there's a whole bunch of different stuff there. But the reason this is more than I meant to. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to make the point that it's not like Jews were that common or prevalent within the Roman Empire of the time. They were a minority there, you know. So if Jesus is speaking to Jews and Gentiles, he's going to use a language most people they understand. It's like being a Lion said he speaks Spanish, so I'm assuming you're like Hispanic or Latino. If Jesus
he's illegal, whatever it is.
Yeah, but if Jesus was Hispanic, but he wanted to get the message across to everybody, he would use English. Because if he only spoke Spanish, us non-Spanish speakers wouldn't get what he's saying. You know,
not necessarily.
Talking about bilingual Jesus over here,
right? And back to the bigger thing, because I didn't intend to go this deeper. The reason I mentioned this with respect to the translation is you could maybe make the argument that it wasn't an original Hebrew translation, but that assumes that everything that was translated from the Greek, and I don't think that was the case. I think it would have been written in whatever flipping language people could have written it in at the time. And
so this gospel that was being
probably a lot of it would have started off in Aramaic because they would have quoted him verbatim and then just passed it down the line. But that's my assumption.
Yeah, I have no problem with Aramaic being spoken in Jerusalem, but to say that it was like the prominent language, I'm not sure about that. There's no real evidence to support that. It's more of an assumption. Now, if Matthew's gospel was written in Hebrew, right? Was it Aramaic Hebrew or was it Hebrew? Which one is it? Because it doesn't. Irenaeus didn't say it was Aramaic. He said it was Hebrew, and it was being passed around between the believers.
Yeah, but that's the problem. We don't have the original of any of these texts. We just have versions other people wrote. Number one. Number two, during that time, Jerusalem was a Roman state.
Not necessarily with the Dead Sea Scrolls, Nate.
Hmm?
No, because the Dead Sea Scrolls were from Paul's time.
Yeah,
so
but
in terms of the text, those texts that
are older than Jesus. You know, we have copies of the Dead Sea Scrolls older than the Roman Empire. You know, I mean, those are really old.
Yeah, some of them would have been older, but some of them would have been translations that they writ and preserved in their time.
Yes,
so they would have been quite close to the fact. So the point I'm making is that because we can have a really fun discussion in general, but with respect to that specific translation that was mentioned earlier, it could be that had a direct line from one thing that was written at the time, and we don't necessarily need to or ought to conclude that it could have been like a few translations removed. Now it could be both, or it could be one or the other, but I wouldn't just make a carte blanche statement about it. But that's just a bit of nuance about that specific work that they've done, that manuscript.
But yeah, I mean, we have a lot of writings from that area and that period in time, you know, that don't relate to the Bible that tell us. Most of the people, they were speaking Greek and Aramaic. Hebrew wasn't that common a language, you know, within Jerusalem at that time. It was Greek.
That's kind of where I stand. That's where I stand.
That's what the scholars say, though. That's what the scholars say.
No, but that's what all the writings we have say. If people were writing about the weather,
like, all right, so what writings
are you writing about numbers? I'm talking about writings that don't relate to the Bible, just general writing.
The 120 disciples,
bro. Aramaic.
The 120 disciples in Acts 2, right? When Pentecost happened, Shavuot, when the Holy Spirit, where they were speaking, They all spoke Hebrew. They all spoke, Hebrew,
Yeah,
bro. Like I don't
obviously,
understand. Like
if we are all Jews, right? We're all Jewish people alone together. The way, if you and your family are alone together, line, you guys are going to speak Spanish because you all understand Spanish. But if we are out in public with Gentiles and Greeks and Romans and people that don't speak Hebrew, and I'm trying to get a message across to everybody, I'm not going to speak a language most people they don't understand.
yeah, but first of all, the Romans didn't speak Hebrew. Some of them might have, but they were speaking Latin.
Exactly. That's my point. They didn't
They're
speak
speaking
Hebrew.
Latin. They were
Yeah,
speaking
so
Latin.
Jesus wouldn't
Like,
speak to them in Hebrew, would he?
in Aramaic, yeah, it was the Samaritans were speaking Aramaic, right? But that's the Samaritans. Those people were like hated. There was a schism between the Samaritans and the Hebrews.
No, but Jesus himself as well, when he's speaking to people who aren't Jewish, which was the majority of the people around him at that time.
Remember what
because
he did,
remember,
Lion? He didn't just stay in Jerusalem. He spent
yeah,
most
yeah.
of his time talking with people outside. That's kind of, maybe I should have mentioned that earlier, but that's what I mean. If you're going to record what he said, to assume that it was either a Greek or something else first would be incorrect. Though we have a lot of our main manuscripts in Greek, I think that's kind of after the fact. So it could, and it's not definitive, but it could lend credence to something like the Hebrew Gospels that I've been mentioning, that they could have maybe been translated from a more original rendition of what he said at the time. That's just a proposition.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is it depends who he's speaking to. If he's just with his homies, his people, he would speak Hebrew to them. But most of the people that could read and write during that time were not Jews, right?
No, I agree. No, I agree with
So
you.
those people that could read and write, that were taking down what Jesus was saying, they would take it down either in Aramaic or in Greek. And if Jesus is conversing with those people, right? If he's conversing with Pontius Pilate and Roman officials and whatnot, he's not going to talk to them in Hebrew.
You know what I think's the most likely is that when these things were actually like, oh, let's start writing down what he said and start collating the Gospels. It's like, from some perspective, yeah, you're going to send it out in Greek, but from another perspective, you're like, well, for my household, I can read Hebrew, I can read Aramaic or whatever. I'm gonna have it in that. So I think at the time they would have made all the works, assuming they could afford it. But they must have, because they did it, and here we have it now, right? They would have made the works in multiple translations in situ at the same time. I think that's a fair logical conclusion to come to. But obviously, the dominant one seems to be Greek for reasons.
Yeah, I don't know which one the dominant one was whether it was Aramaic or Greek.
I think, let's say nowadays, for reasons, the dominant one seems to be Greek, because that's the one that seems to be most preserved. But that doesn't mean that's the only one. It might not even be dominant in number. It might just be dominant in what people have chosen to stick with.
I think it was dominant in the sense that that's what they were forced to speak, because during that time that area was controlled by Rome, so they would force you to speak.
It's a practical thing to distribute in a way that lots of other people could get to. Because if you started sending Aramaic up to England, you might have a problem. But if you start sending Greek up to England, they'll be like, we can translate this, no problem. Just an example. You know what I mean?
I hear you. Yeah. Yeah, but it's a consequence of being colonized. I think before the Roman Empire was there, everyone was free to speak their own language. You weren't really forced to mingle with people that were different from you. But now, if we all under one banner, like we're all controlled by one group of people, we all got to speak their language.
Well, see, they did speak their own language, obviously. I mean, we read this in Pentecost, and we just know this from understandings. Like, obviously, they would have kept it up. But in terms of what's practical, if you start writing in Thebes or in Galatia, whatever that dialect, it can only go so far. It's gonna serve no purpose. But if you're writing like you would nowadays in English, you're like, well, somebody can understand this nearly wherever they go in the country, in the world, or at least have access to somebody who can help them translate. Whereas if you wrote it in in like some flipping little African dialect or like a Thai dialect or a Chinese dialect, it's only going to go so far as the village. And this is the whole purpose for what we're reading, so that people could read it, translate it, pass it on, etc. That's why because of the context of the times, that's why I would presume it seems to be that Greek is the most prevalent. So Nate, when are you going to stop spinning?
It's weird that Egypt spoke Greek too, bro, for like 300 years before Christ. 400 years before Christ, they were speaking Greek in Egypt.
Yeah, because of Alexander the Great.
Big up. Didn't even live that long. He caused such a mess. But Nate, you need to stop with this spinning. It's bad for your health.
What do you mean?
You keep spinning around and around and around.
Oh, the Earth moving? Yeah. You guys got to make it stop spinning. Man. I don't think you guys are doing a good job at that right now.
It's really easy for you to stop spinning. Just stop believing it. It's only in your mind. It's a concept. It's not a reality. A man is capable of laying down concepts, regardless of the consequences.
Elijah, you ever heard of Eowyn, a Tartarian guy?
Yeah, I think so. How come?
Yeah, I know about that guy. What's up, man?
Well, he talks about the eccentricity of the sun. He talks about the obliquity of the ecliptic and all this stuff that sounds weird, but when you look into it, it's pretty interesting, bro. And I talked about it this morning at like 9 o'clock. I was talking about it. I don't think you were here. Neither of you were probably here. But it talks about the precession. Yeah, the precession of the axial tilt. So like the Earth wobbles, right? And every 25,000 years, it completes a full wobble. Can you picture that in your head, or do I gotta post?
Is he a glober?
No, he's a flat earther.
So
Ain't a Christian.
How does he explain? How do you explain that? Because the phrasing is weird.
Well, he actually he's the one that brought it to my attention originally, and you know I've been studying this out for a little bit. I went back to it recently because I do my own luminary searches and I got stellarium and I stay looking at the sky. But like regardless, all I'm trying to say is that there's something phenomenal about the equation of time and like the eccentricity of the sun and how it plays with the geocentric model. Like these phenomena, how they explain with the geocentric model, nobody's been able to explain it, right? The Globers have found out their ideas on how to explain it. The precession of the equinox and the precession of the axial tilt. It's two different precessions.
And how does he define axial tilt?
Well, he doesn't believe in axial tilt. I'm just saying that this is something that we have to look into. To try to.
Okay, so he's saying the precession is what they call the axial tilt.
Well, there's two precessions. There's precession of the equinox and then precession of the axial tilt. The precession of the equinox is like you'll see the like if we didn't intercalate the calendar, Abib would end up starting in December, right? You're aware of that, right?
I'm aware.
And then the precession. So the precession of the axial tilt or the axial precession has to do more with how long it takes the Earth to go through a full wobble.
Didn't he relate that back to the moon map or whatever? Like that the sun is carving out more land every year.
Well, no, that's another video. He actually that's a whole completely different topic. But like that he actually debunked that later on in another video. He's like, yeah, I'm sorry for saying this, but I had to go back and like he says he doesn't believe that anymore.
Yeah, it's easy just to wait.
Anyways, whatever, man.
I mean, what's your question, or why did you bring it up specifically?
Well, I was talking about this morning, and maybe if you want to go back in the chat, you'll see like actually just in the live chat. If you go to the live chat, you'll see some of these ancient architectures and how they line up with the solstices and the equinoxes, bro. And it shows that the axial tilt is bullshit.
Oh, right. Okay. I mean, I could have said that a while ago, but the procession itself, that's not bullshit. I think the reason for that is maybe there's two things to come into play. So I know, for one, that we're in a state, like you were talking about earlier, we're in a state of unrenewed, right? Things have kind of decayed a little bit. We know about the prophecies, whether it's happened now or it's happening or it's going to happen. I think maybe a combination of all three. But the luminaries have kind of done a little bit of funniness. Things that aren't as in sync as they should have been from the get-go. So I think that's one side. I think the other side is certain things are put into play with the way the cycles go, so that people have kind of the same way we are forced to diligently like hearken to the word, right? We don't just haphazardly go about things, because it's not. It's simple to choose life, but it requires diligence to enact it in our life. So the same with the calendar. If we just did what some people do, which is just follow the moon or howl after the sun or whatever, you're going to get all sorts of funny confusions. You're going to get out of the sync of time with the Creator and His feasts. And so I would say that it's those two things that I raised are the reasons why we have the state of things now, such that things aren't just simple, like just follow. You have to actually calendate, which I think is kind of interesting because it's in the word. When you look at the meaning and the application of the word calendar, it's not something that just is and you follow it. It's something that you have to actually track and keep count of and keep in check, lest you get like off the track. Anyway, I could have said that maybe a little shorter, but that's the gist.
I mean, actually, that's a fair assessment of like the procession and why it happens. It seems like there's just the luminaries have deviated from their orbits. The only thing with that is, that's not supposed to happen to like the very end of time. Like, anyways, like I got a couple verses here. Like Enoch 3 talks about all. Enoch 3:1-2. It says, "All who are in the heavens know what it is transacted, that the heavenly luminaries change not their paths, that each rises and sets regularly, everyone at its proper period, without transgressing the commands. They behold the earth and understand what is there transacted from the beginning to the end of it." And then Enoch 41, "I beheld the receptacles of the moon, whence they came, where they proceeded, in their glorious return, and how one became more splendid than the other. I marked their rich progress, their unchangeable progress, their disunited and undiminished progress, their observance of a mutual fidelity by a stable oath," referring to the moon and sun. "The sun goes out first and completes its journey in obedience to the commands of Yahweh Sabaoth. Potent is his name forever and ever." You got Enoch 69. "By this oath, the sun and moon will complete their progress, never swerving from the command to them forever and ever." Psalms 89:37. "It shall be established forever as the moon, as a faithful witness in heaven." Selah. So like I got multiple verses stating that basically the luminaries have not deviated from their path. Now there are some scriptures that state that they will eventually be obscured. The moon will turn to blood and all this stuff. But for the most part, they have not deviated from their path.
I would agree with you. For the most part, even now, they haven't deviated. But I think in comparison to when he wrote that, because remember, he wrote that pre-flood, right? I would say that the things have been, at least to a certain degree. In what way, I can't correctly say, because I don't have what I need. But I think things have changed since he wrote that.
Yeah,
I think that's what you remember when I said earlier. I think that have, are, and probably will. I think a combination of all three is a contributing factor to why some of these things with calendar, some of these things with observations and understanding what's going on are a little bit difficult, and that's because it's already happened. But to what degree, I can't tell you. But I think in terms of the calendar itself, those things are, I would say, in my point earlier, to summarize, I think it's more heavily weighted to that he's put it there on purpose to force us to actually do the calendar the way he says to do it, right? Because if it was just, I see this a lot. This is kind of raising a bigger topic that I'm not necessarily intending to, but I do like to. There are a lot of things that are out there, like Paul, for instance. I think Paul's out there not only for what he did and the things that you can learn from that, but I think one of the purposes that his existence and his letters serve are to test, are to try people, to be like, yo, where you at, kind of thing. And I think parts of the calendar are like that as well. But you know, if you carry on reading Enoch, this is not to like detract from your point, because I'm in agreement with you, but there's nuance, and we don't really have a clear picture. Even with Enoch, we don't have the complete text of Enoch, obviously. That sounds a bit sarcastic, but you know what I mean. It's obvious it's obvious when you read the other books, and it's obvious when you read the fact that it suddenly goes into a transcript from Noah's apocalypse and stuff. So okay, this is clearly as much as we're ever going to get until later. But he talks about the prophecy. Well, maybe I'm mixing stuff up, but doesn't he talk about the stuff with the sun, that when it's renewed it'll be shine 7 times brighter? Or is that Revelation?
No, Enoch talks about that.
Right. So
he talks about that. Go ahead.
That in itself tells you that between when he's writing that and the end, though we're somewhere in the middle of that, things are going to change to the point where it's going to have to be renewed, right? So it's all kind of, even with the text that we have there, we have an understanding that for whatever reason, in whatever application, some things here are going to become slightly difficult and not going to be all in line. How? I wish I could answer better. I would leave it with this suggestion, though you might be able to correct me on this. What if there isn't a precession of the sun, but rather that something has happened to the luminaries, that they're not able to keep up time properly, and that because the precession is in relation to the luminaries, right? The sun and the moon are their own luminaries, but the precession is a relationship that has been noted, and it's like, okay, why is this like
the constellations or the galactic equator,
right? So my suggestion, and I only put it as a suggestion because I can't be sure, is what if the precession is because they have kind of lagged, maybe because they've been injured, let's say as an example, or something's happened, that they're not able to keep time, or they've stopped keeping perfect time and just a little bit off because one guy's misplaced his foot or whatever, because obviously they're going to get judged for that, but however the reason is, and that's why we have the precession. That's why we have the precession.
But then Israel would be cut off according to Jeremiah 31:35, right?
Read that.
If this fixed order departs from before me, declares the Lord, then the offspring of Israel will cease from being a nation before me forever.
But I'm not suggesting it's departed. I'm just suggesting that it's been damaged, because I'm only referring, like, the application of it is my suggestion, and the reason for the precession is my suggestion. But that things will or have happened, that's not me. That's scripture, right? And now I can't quote it as speedily as some of the rest of you, but it tells us that these things are gonna suffer. Now, have they already suffered yet? Maybe I'm off on that. Maybe that hasn't happened.
Well, you want me to start earlier? Because it says, says the Lord, who gives the sun for light by day and the fixed order of the moon and the stars for light by night? Who stirs up the sea so that its waves roar? The Lord of hosts is his name. If this fixed order departs from before me, declares the Lord, then offspring of Israel also.
But if you listen to what I said, and maybe more specifically what I'm meaning, because I might have not said it correctly, I'm not saying that's gone away, because they're still there. The sun is still there, the moon's still there, luminaries are still there. But something in how they're, and again, it's only a suggestion, something in how they're operating has shifted a little bit. And we get allusions to that in some of the prophecies. I just wish I could quote them.
Yeah, there's allusions.
Order, though.
In Joel, there's one, and then in Enoch, actually, there's another verse that basically seems to contradict what Enoch has already stated, but it's stating towards the end, like tribulation times, that the moon and the sun we're gonna start acting up. But besides that, I just want to say that what I've discovered recently is that both the axial rotation or axial tilt is not a thing, and neither is the precession of the equinox is not a thing.
Oh,
like
okay. That doesn't surprise me. I was just making suggestions. So what have you found out?
Well, naturally, through following my sundial, I realized that what we consider the precession of the equinox, which seems to be a pattern that only the precession only happens for 7 years, and then the sun actually on its own right it corrects itself, it calibrates
so it's
itself.
an element to the cycle that they haven't understood properly.
Yeah, it's what we understood it to,
Okay.
what we thought it was a flaw or some
So
sort of
it's a 7-year sabbatical cycle. That's all it is.
Dude, it's the most
That's
insane
hilarious.
thing I've ever discovered in my life.
Why didn't you say that at the beginning, dude?
Well, that's what I was trying to get to it, but it's all good, bro. So there is no such thing as a precession.
Because you know what the other thing, thing I was going to suggest was that the so-called precession or whatever difference we might be observing, I was going to say that another possibility could be that that's to do with the time clock in terms of the whole story. That there's different eras that we go through, and that changes to denote that we've left the first 6,000 years and we're entering into the last 1,000 or whatever, which is kind of in line with what you just said to a degree. Interesting. Go ahead.
So every year you have an extra day. Then, because if Enoch says that a year is 364 days, in real time you have 365 days. So a lot of people, for the longest time, they've theorized that since the flood or something happened to the luminaries, where now things seem to be off because the year's not 364 days. But that's a natural part of creation. Like he naturally put that into the luminaries. Like it's a natural part of the luminaries. And I can't explain it. I don't know why Yah did that.
It could be that Enoch is incorrect. That's probably what's happening there.
Hey, Matthew. Dude, I had a question for you.
What a usefully useless interjection.
Hey, Matthew, I had a question for you when you told me, measuring the size of Venus, declares the glory of God.
Yes.
I just want to read to you.
Anytime we learn anything about creation.
I just want to read to you Jeremiah 31:37 real quick. Thus says the Lord, if the heavens above can be measured and the fountains of earth searched out below, then I will also cast off all of the offspring of Israel for all they have done, declares the Lord.
Yeah,
so
there's no way we can know all of the heavens. That's what he's saying. Like
when you look through Venus, only with a telescope is when you decide, oh, this has phases like the moon. If you don't use a telescope, looking at Mars and Venus, you would consider the Earth geocentric. And I also heard Venus spins the wrong way.
People decided the Earth was not geocentric a long time before telescopes were invented.
Yeah, but people also decided that sodomy is a good idea. I don't think people's decisions are worth taking seriously in this context.
Yeah,
that Jeremiah passage is not referring to measuring the size and distance of Venus.
How can you prove that? You don't think Venus is in the heavens?
It is in the heavens, but that Jeremiah passage is plainly talking about if we can understand all of God's creation. It's sort of a rhetorical question, kind of like, of course we don't understand everything. God created it. That's the plain meaning of Jeremiah.
Yeah, but why are you putting measurements and weights to the heavenly body?
Dude. The reason it says that is because those places are inaccessible by mankind. You can't enter the heavens. You can't enter the depths of the earth to measure it, because any measurement, especially within scriptural context, is always going to be a direct measurement, not something that you do with lights and lasers from millions of miles away, as you claim.
Yeah, the excuse of like Venus increases in mass or whatever and all that is just like because it presents itself as geocentric, so you have to make up a whole bunch of ideas about it.
No, it's all very internally consistent. What are you talking about?
You can't decide that a light in the sky is changing mass. That's impossible.
Who says it's changing mass?
You told me that last time. We now know that Venus speeds up and its mass changes or something like that.
The orbit
how many
Venus,
people are there in your mind, Matthew, when you say we?
all of the normal, reasonable thinking scientist people, like people who believe the.
So you have all of those people in your mind? You're a very
I
troubled soul,
understand the
aren't you?
narrative well enough to speak on their behalf. Yes.
You understand what Venus
you've
is,
been
how much it
indoctrinated well
weighs.
enough to be immune to common sense.
So the common narrative is that Venus is on an elliptical orbit, so it slows down and speeds up slightly. And I know that well enough that everybody else who's also aware of the scientific mainstream narrative will also say the same thing.
So you believe the phases of Venus are just like the moon is caused by a shadow, correct?
Yes, obviously.
Do you know that observation's
He
impossible
knows the
without a
narrative,
telescope,
but he
right?
doesn't know how the narrative is proved.
Right. You can't
Or how
see
the-
the
how-
phases of Venus without a telescope.
So how do you know for sure that's what Venus looks like when you use a telescope, which is, you get barrel distortion, extra refraction with that. So are you
Because
saying
it's
I
about
have
the
to give
shape.
up sensationalism and bow to the authority of the telescope?
No, you trust God gave you eyes and mind.
Yeah, so why are you putting lenses in front of them? I'm confused.
Yeah, he also gave
You
me
don't
the
use
ability to discern bullshit. And when someone tells me that the solid ground I'm standing on is spinning around, I can just go, yeah, that's not
Hold on.
true.
Wait,
so
you brought up a good point. I do
your
use
intuition
glasses.
is better than all of science? Is that what you're saying? Your intuition?
No, do you know that glasses help me see things better here on Earth? It doesn't do anything for the stars. You know that, right? You can't prove to me that a telescope helps you see stars better because you've never taken a 240,000-mile observation on Earth to prove that.
So just like lenses help you see better on Earth of contacts or glasses, the same kind of refraction happens in glass in front of a telescope, and you can use a telescope to see more stars and see the planets better.
So you don't appeal to Galileo's authority. Because Galileo himself even said when you look at one star, it'll turn to two, and then you guys created the binary star systems.
No, using telescopes you can
That's
see.
not how
you can see
binary
stars
stars
better.
were created. What? That's not true.
That you can't see a binary star without a telescope. If you don't have a telescope, the sky is the Earth's geocentric, period. So it's not until you come up with having to bow to the authority of something you're not even sure.
Yeah, but what I'm
actually
saying is,
is
it's not because
increasing
of
your vision.
Galileo saying that we all of a sudden have binary star systems.
No,
Yeah,
Galileo said the telescope is inaccurate and not a good measure, like a tool to use to look up at the sky the way that it bends
Yeah,
light.
maybe he said that, but it's what I'm saying is there's no link between him saying that and then us all of a sudden believing in binary star systems. There's no causal link there. That
That's
link
what
you created
you believe
is
in
a
binary
reach,
star. You
but
believe in
not
binary
because of what Galileo said.
No, but you believe in it because when you look through a telescope, one light
No,
becomes
that's
two
not why we
because your
believe
eyes
it.
are
That's
going
not
cross.
true. That's not true. That's not why we believe in binary
Oh,
star
so
systems.
no, at the top of
Come on,
Orion,
stop
that's not
pretending,
binary
Nate. You
star
believe
system.
it because Daddy told you so, and your daddy's a
Maybe it's
liar.
because Daddy told me so, but that's not what Daddy told me in order for me to believe this. That's the point I'm making. We don't believe in
So
binary star systems
justification and the
because of
reason is
something
irrelevant.
Galileo said. That's
Hold on.
You're
that's
not
just a
listening to what
lie.
the guy's saying, dude. Even
I am
me with
listening
all
to
my
what he's saying.
interruptions can pay enough attention that he's
I
saying
am listening to what he's
because
saying.
of what
He's saying
he said,
because of what
as a
Galileo
result of what
said,
he's
we
talked
believe
about,
in binary star systems.
as a
Yeah,
result of what
hold
he's
on.
spoken about, you lot have come to an erroneous conclusion and
That's
built a
right.
whole
No.
system on it.
In order to look through a telescope, you first have to look through your paradigm before you look through your telescope. So you're doing philosophy through the telescope. You're looking through your paradigm and hoping it matches up with what you see. And because the telescope
vain
gives you a
imagination of
different
man.
image of what Saturn looks like to my eyes, you can say there's terra firma in the sky. It's so silly because you have to give up sensationalism and bow to the authority of your paradigm and your
Where do you
observation
get that
tools.
from?
Yeah,
I
so do
don't
you
know
think
where
Saturn
you get
has
that
no
from.
rings?
I don't care. It doesn't matter. It does not
does.
matter. Please explain the medium that the light is causing it to turn into that.
Saturn has rings. You can't see it with your bare eyes.
And Saturn, is it lit up or no? Does the sun light it up?
Sun lights it up.
Okay, so you want to give us the inverse square law of light to make that work?
It works perfectly.
You're telling me
Learn to
God put a
stand.
bunch of stars and lights in the sky, and then you're saying they're not lit up, even though He told us they're luminaries.
Yo,
Who
you
said
know
they're
what?
not lit up?
You
Like,
know
what
what?
the
You know
hell?
what?
Where are you getting this from?
Saturn's not its own light source.
But it doesn't
Yeah,
need to be its own
Lion.
light source for light to shine on it and to light it up. Like, come on.
What experiment do you have? You've been out to space to know that
Do you
for
like
sure? What are you talking about?
Torfia? Do you
Jesus,
like
bro.
playing
Have you
games?
never turned the light on in a room and then you can see everything inside?
Well, I know
Even though the
light
things
doesn't have
inside
mass
aren't
because
creating
the
their
light
own
bulb would
light,
have
it's
exploded.
that light's reflecting off of them. It's
Oh,
the same
okay.
with Saturn, bro. Like you're
So
just being ridiculous now.
So the sun is a light bulb, is what you're saying, or isn't it an explosion, fission and fusion?
It's an analogy. That's all it was.
Well,
An
it's a
analogy.
terrible analogy because you're
Now, for
trying to
you
explain
to
something
take
I
that
know on Earth
analogy
how
and
it
try
works, and
and
then apply it to the
insinuate I'm
heavens.
saying that that the sun is literally a light bulb, that's silly. Stop doing it.
Well, then why are you comparing it to a light bulb?
Because it's an analogy, bro.
It's
Jesus.
not the same thing, dude. It's an explosion, bro. It's a fission and fusion explosion that
They
causes
want to
things
have their
to
cake.
come
They want to
into
have
it.
their
It makes
cake,
no
eat
sense.
it, and having not eaten it at the
So
same
relax.
time.
Take it easy.
People
Take it
live
easy.
in confusion.
And
But
it's just an
if
analogy.
it is
Clearly,
okay,
you
so
don't know
if,
what an analogy is.
Yeah,
so if
when
the
you look
moon,
into the sky at night, what do you see?
I see shiny things.
so hold on. If the
Right. So
moon
why
and
would you
these,
conclude that those shiny things are reflections of another shiny thing that you don't see in the sky?
Because it's not just based off me just looking at it with my naked eyes that I've come to
Because
this,
you
to this
can't answer the
conclusion.
question.
I've just answered the question. I've answered the question.
No, you
let me
can't.
ask a legitimate
It's
question. I'm
because I
curious.
don't come to that conclusion just off of looking at things with my naked eyes. It's a lot more that goes into it.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, a lot of indoctrination and bending
Yeah,
of
cool.
reality.
Isn't it? Hold on,
It's confusion, dude. Go ahead, Tori.
Yeah.
Let me ask. So, like, all right, legitimately, because I don't know. Like, the moon seems to be its own light, but at the same time, the scriptures aren't very clear on this. It does talk about the luminaries producing their own light, but at the same time, it does say that the moon receives its light from the sun. But I don't think it's like literally, because think about it like this: if the moon is reflecting sunlight, then theoretically, you should be able to capture some of the frequency of the sun, like the full spectrum frequencies that we see sunlight produce, right? But you don't get full spectrum frequencies from the moon. Is there any evidence that you get full spectrum frequencies from the luminaries, like the planets? If they are reflecting sunlight, then you should be able to also.
That's a good question.
It's because it's a rock, not a mirror.
So what's going on?
So your
The
answer to his
moon
legitimate question
absorbs
is
a
the
lot of the
most
light from the sun,
absurd
and it
assumption
doesn't give
of
us
something that you.
It doesn't reflect all of the light that comes from the sun back to down to us. Some of it comes down to us. Some of it is absorbed by the surface of the moon, so we don't get 100% of the sun's radiation.
Dude, the moon
You get none of it, dude. You get none of it though. Not just a little bit. You get none of it.
So stupid.
How do we get none of it? What is that based on?
Have you looked at the studies, dude? That people have
Show
done.
me the studies.
I'm working. I can't pull them up. Somebody else can.
All right. When you find time, please share them.
Oh, it's the cold moonlight heresy that he's referring to.
No, the moon is.
Yeah, but I mean, let's give him a fair chance. If
He's
he has
bringing up
studies,
heresy
when he finds
he lives
time,
in a
he should
religious
share them with us.
worldview.
Because I've never seen these studies lying, and if it's information I've never seen before, I'm not going to comment on it.
I'm not even talking about
studies.
I'm not even talking about the cold light stuff. That's another topic, but that's relevant. But it's another topic. I'm talking about the color spectrum that we get from the reflection of the moon's light. None of it resembles sunlight. None of it. Like theoretically, you should have some resemblance to sunlight. None of it resembles sunlight.
If it were a mirror, you would expect that. It's not a mirror; it's a rock. Just like you look at a red apple, you don't get all of the light reflected back to you, just the red light.
Is it a rock because you say it's a rock?
Yeah, how'd you prove it's a rock, Matthew?
People went there and grabbed some and brought it back, and we looked.
They went to Venus and Saturn.
Is Jupiter a
crack,
rock?
dude?
Too?
Shut up.
Is Jupiter a rock?
No, Jupiter's gas.
Oh, I could see that one with my naked eye. You're telling me the light's reflecting off of gases and it's causing me to see it?
Yes, it's reflecting off clouds. Can you see clouds?
And how can it reflect for millions of miles?
Close, bro. What are you talking about? You're comparing something that's 10,000 feet above my head to how far is Jupiter?
We were trying to say the gases don't reflect.
Can you tell me how
light,
far Jupiter is away?
between 50 and 120 million years away. Sorry,
What?
120 million miles away.
Can you do that in just
Matthew,
miles?
go back to school. What are you doing?
Can you do that in just miles? Like keep out the
Sure.
light years. We want to
Yeah,
make this
We were
realistic.
talking about
between
Enoch,
30
and
and
now
200
we're talking
million
about this nonsense.
miles.
Ignore this, Torfia. Just engage back with the discussion we're having. The real
No,
conversation.
I think it's important to hold a Bible believer to his Bible and tell him that if you're going to tell me the size, the distance to these stars, it's written in Scripture that God will cast off Israel for that reason.
That's
And
a
you're not
misinterpretation of Jeremiah 31.
okay. Yeah, I just misinterpreted because I read the
did.
exact words. Are you saying the definitions of those words are different than what they actually are?
No, I'm saying you're not engaging in proper biblical hermeneutics.
He's saying you're an idiot.
I
No,
guess
he's
so.
not an
Yeah.
idiot. He's just incorrect.
If you search out the
No,
Dude, so
foundations of the earth, so you think
if that's the
they've
case,
been
Matthew,
searched out?
why do you deny the rest of Scripture?
Yeah, what's a firmament,
Oh, all of
Matthew?
Scripture is true. What
Hey, can you guys hear me or no?
What the fuck is a
now we
firmament?
can. Now
What
we
is a
can.
I was gonna say, hey, do you guys? It actually says once the foundations of the earth are searched out. So as far as I know, the ultra deep boreholes, as far as they got on that part, so they still got quite a ways to go. Maybe China is the next one doing that six
Exactly.
mile tunnel. So my point is, it says
Wait.
when I actually reread that just thinking on the same subject, and there's no way the foundations of the earth have been searched out, and the heavens and the ends of the earth is all I thought it said. When I'm like, well, the ends of the earth
People
is
can't even
Antarctica.
walk to the top of Everest without needing oxygen for the most part. So clearly, it's obvious that you just can't go there.
No, and Matthew holds the position of Neoplatonism, really.
No, I don't.
I actually had another theory that was kind of an interesting side point. It was a religious thing where, well, kind of, where it says Satan took Yeshua to the top of a tall mountain and showed him the whole earth.
Yeah.
How tall would that mountain have to be? Because think about the North Star.
A lot taller than any peak on
North
Earth.
Star touches the horizon at the equator. So unless the other side of all of the southern stars are a reflection of the northern stars, I've already suspected that for a while, but I haven't checked into it at all. He would have to be twice as high as the North Star, just because of the eye optics.
I don't think he'd have to be that high, but he'd clearly be higher than Everest or whatever.
No, but higher than the North Star.
I don't think that's
about
necessary.
The North Star well, look, if the North Star disappears into your horizon, if you were on the North Star, that place on Earth would be on your horizon or would disappear into your horizon. Would it not be the same way from both views?
No, but you're talking about looking up, right? If you're looking down, you just need to be high enough to see the edges. You can do that from with.
The higher you go, the further you see. But
remember,
it's still
hold on.
2 degree
Remember where the
angle.
Remember where the North Star is, right? It's in the firmament. It's outside of our breathable
I don't believe
atmos.
it. No, it's not. It says where.
Okay, so within your assumption, then obviously it would be different. But according to
where did you get that from?
Yeah, where did you get that from?
According to Scripture, the luminaries are in the firmament structure. They're not within the breathable.
I know. I'm asking you where in Scripture.
Well, you got Genesis for one. You got a specification of an actual level in the Apocalypse of Abraham.
Okay.
So they're not within our breathable. Even like I think it's. I'm not sure if Enoch goes into detail about this, but you have the sun and the moon are closer to the earth than the luminaries are. The luminaries are way higher.
Well, see, to me, Enoch says that they're just the people that are going to be born on the earth that are going to be righteous. So to me, they're like some sort of immaterial thing that's either a reflection
well, whatever
of
they're
something.
made out of, their position within the structure is above the air. So the reason I mention this is, hold on, please, let me finish the whole thought. The reason I mention this is, according to that, what Scripture is saying, he can't have gone to a star to be shown Earth because he was in his physical form. So he wasn't able.
You're going into metaphysical stuff. I'm talking about the eyeball and how far you can see.
Hold on. It's got nothing to do with metaphysics. It's got to do with in the structure of creation, mankind is designed to live within the first first dome, as it were, right? So you can't leave that. It doesn't have the capability to leave that. Only angels are allowed to go up there, or those of the spiritual nature, as it were.
What, didn't
So
Enoch go up there? Or?
No, he didn't. He went to the Garden of Eden. It
So
says so.
where's that?
It says so in Jubilees and Enoch. If people
I
would
thought
read
God
these
took
things,
him up.
Yeah, didn't
all
it say the
through
Garden of
all
Eden
the
was
7
taken
levels.
up?
Yeah, but the
Yeah,
Garden
and
of Eden.
didn't
Hold
God
on.
take
Hold on.
Enoch
If I'm going to answer
to
This
questions,
is all
I'd like
changed my whole point.
if
Like
I'm going to
from
answer
what I just
questions, I'd
said
like
was
to answer them fully, right? The
okay.
Garden
Well,
of
I just
Eden
had a little.
at the time was still on Earth. The Garden of Eden was
Like,
taken up, but it was taken up during
I
the
don't have
flood.
time to like
You don't
you.
have time
I
to
heard
what?
what you said. Well, you keep changing my point and trying to get back to my point in my question or what I even
Because
said.
you
Like,
asked me another
all I did
question,
a little.
dude.
I didn't even ask any questions. I just said, think about this. If you had a human eyeball, how high would you have to be above the Earth to see the ends of the Earth over the center? That's all I was trying to say.
Pretty high.
And then now I don't know what you're going into. Yeah, but I was trying specific.
The conversation progressed.
Not
dude.
pretty
It's
high.
It's
It's not.
not that difficult.
How do you know that would even be possible with the human eye? How do you know that
That's
when
my
you get
point.
up to like saying your human eye works the same way down here as it would high up is just a claim.
It's just thinner air.
Nothing
No,
more
it's just
than
thinner air.
No,
I think your eye would still see the same frequencies. It's just thinner and would see further.
And also looking
how do you know that
up.
though? You
Hold on,
no
hold on,
one's
hold
been
on.
there. You're not NASA.
Relax, Noah. So there's something about vision that's
Can't
worth
relax.
talking about. When you go to the seaside and you look across, you're limited to how far you can see because you're looking through thick atmosphere. But when you turn your head up, especially if you're at night, turn your head up, you can see the stars. The stars are way further away than the.
I get that. My
I haven't
point was,
finished.
is what's
I
the
haven't finished.
difference from
I
one
haven't
side of the view to the
finished.
other side of the view? You're looking through the same amount of atmos.
I haven't finished my statement.
I heard your whole point.
No, you didn't.
Okay, whatever.
Yeah, wait. If he wasn't finished, you couldn't have heard it.
So if we're going to use this vision question that Noah raised, then when you're stood up on whatever the height of that funny thing that Satan had to show Yeshua the earth, he would only have to look down. So he wouldn't have to look across all the atmosphere. He would have to look down, and his vision ability would be similar in terms of scope of what he can see distance-wise to the same as when we look up, right? Because we're not looking through thick atmosphere, we're looking down, and that's the same kind of like what do you call it, trajectory, as it were. So
Okay, you haven't added anything to it since like the last time I interrupted. The same exact thing you said.
no, I completed my point. If you don't
Yeah, but
like
you
it,
said
then
the
just
exact
go and
same
go
thing.
and not like it in silence. Why do you have to be a punk
I'm
about it?
arguing. I'm. It's not a punk. I'm telling you an actual logical argument to that point. It's not a point because if you make a triangle from the North Star to the Earth and from the Earth to the North Star, you're still going through the same amount of atmosphere. Like the further you go to the edge, yes, the layer above is going to be what, like the first few hundred meters is still going to be the same few hundred meters, just it's going to be stretched over a long angle and you're still going to get the same amount of atmosphere. Like let's say the North Star from the equator, you're going to see through, like, because you're looking along the ground, and from the North Star you would also be looking along the ground to that point, so you're still looking, it's like a straight line. So your argument is there's no logic behind it. I don't understand the logic from it.
Because you weren't paying attention. You don't understand. I can't help you with that.
Well,
But
explain the logic.
regardless, the
It's not about
scriptures
paying
put this.
attention.
Regardless, the scriptures put the stars outside of what we live in our domain.
change the subject,
as man. No, because this is your original point, right?
No,
That's
my
where-
point
that's
was
where
just
the stars
think
are
about
put.
how would you even see the ends of the earth?
With stars and looking at stars. How
I
is him
already
talking
addressed
about
that. You
stars?
just. I
Yeah,
already
how's it
addressed
talking-
that. You would just have to be. You
goodness.
would just have to be high enough. But to suggest that you'd have to be as high as the North Star makes no sense. Because within the context of what we're talking about, which is scripture, the person that is in question can't go there. So that's not even a question to be raised.
Physical?
What?
So what do you mean? No one's saying to go there. No, like what is like? I'm talking
That's
about
what
where
the
Yeshua
that's
was
what the
supposedly
scripture
in his
says.
human body, right? Yes, and he
It
was
says
there in
he
his
was
human body, right?
taken. It doesn't say he had a vision. He was taken. So he could only have been
Yes.
taken to
No
a
one's
place.
arguing that it was a vision. I said it was a physical place that he could see, so he was in his human body. I'm assuming. This is an assumption on my part. So if he was in a human body and if he was on some sort of mountain, it would have to be ultra high if it was
That's
to be able
that's
to
what
see
I was
everything.
saying, dude. All I'm
Yeah,
arguing
but
with you is it's not the North Star position, because that's outside of the livable Earth.
I just
What
the
I'm
only
suggesting to
reason I
you
said
is
North
that
Star.
Satan has a mountain in the sky like that, super flipping high,
Where?
so that he can take people to go and look at it.
What? You just assume he has his own stuff? No, he's just a liar
No,
and the king of it.
no,
Nothing else.
I don't assume that. That's what I read from the text, but also from the statement that you're talking about right now, because we know it has to be
He
high.
showed him the
Obviously,
whole
we're in
earth.
agreement.
Not. No, he offered him the whole earth, not the mountain. So he was assuming the whole
No,
earth was his, not
can
the
you
mountain.
please listen to the words I'm saying? The mountain from which he viewed the earth, he has, and it's in the sky. And it has to be within the sky, because obviously he can't have gone outside, because Yeshua was in physical form, so he couldn't have existed outside of the breathable atmosphere, right? Or atmos. So we know it has to be very high to be able to view everything. That one we agree on. So it can't be any of the physical mountains or Everest. So it has to be higher than that. But we also know that it can't be outside of the firmament. Say again?
So the whole Mount Meru argument,
I said it.
Sort of mountain in the middle of the fucking North Pole thing.
Noah, he said something that I didn't hear. Could you let him finish? What was that, Serge?
I said that it was your assumption to say that he has a floating mountain in the sky.
It's not my assumption. It's my conclusion from the text. So using that text alone, I could make that supposition. But to justify my whole position, I would have to go into lots of detail. But you can read about this in Revelation. You can read about certain things about where his domain is and certain stuff like that. But it's a fun discussion. I thought that's where you were going with this. But
no, I was just saying how high. Like, to me, it would mean that there's a physical place that's very, very high.
Yeah, I agree with you.
I mean,
and I would say
body.
that's mystery. I would say that's Mystery Babylon, and I would say that's probably
I'm
the
not
cause
asking you.
for.
I'm not asking for your assumption. I was just saying there is a place that's very high, and we can just go period.
Yeah, but I thought that was already a given.
Your assumptions. That's all.
But wasn't that already a given? And then you continue the conversation, or do you just want to make a given and leave it
Well, it was an interesting thing to think about. How, like you said, we don't have to like run with your assumption, but it's interesting to think about where it is and how it could be.
What's this weird antagonism, dude? Why are you doing it?
No, because you just make up this story how you think it is, and then you just like.
I'm not making up a story, dude. We're talking about scripture, and I'm bringing up scripture. I'm bringing up things that are within context. Why you?
Okay.
Like,
I don't want to argue with you.
What is this kind of reaction?
I'm fine disagreeing with you. It's just the way you're presenting it.
What? So because I speak with an accent, or because I like to elaborate my points? Like, what is your issue? It's a strange response. You bring up something interesting, I respond in turn, and then you're like, I don't want to hear your response.
You do
so leave. It's such a strange way of behaving.
Whatever.
Yeah, so where in scripture does it say there's a flying mountain? Because I missed that part.
Yeah, you would. So have you ever read or are you familiar with the Mystery Babylon?
That's in Revelations. There's a woman, the woman on top of an animal, a beast.
No, but I'm talking about Mystery Babylon itself.
Right, which is you're talking about. You said scripture, right? And I'm thinking about when I think of the word Mystery Babylon in scripture, I think about Revelations when those exact words are mentioned, and it's supposed to be like a harlot.
Yeah, that's how it's described because of how it behaves, right? So you have the mother of all harlots, and then all the daughters who follow after them, like how Jerusalem is going to follow after them, and all this kind of thing. But Mystery Babylon herself, though it has behavior characteristics and all of that stemming from Satan and all his behaviors, it has a location as well, somewhere where he dwells. And I think you have a very small but important allusion given to that when you're reading where he was taken, where Yeshua was taken to view the kingdoms of the earth, right? And then when you read the rest about what happens, and I think this is the pertinent point, without going into all the other scriptures, though we can, and it'll be fun too, but I don't want to hog the thing on this subject because it'll be long. But it says, is fallen, right? Fallen from where?
From a high place, right?
Yeah. So a city doesn't fall like that. And a dwelling for Satan would have to be something to that effect. And when you read
That's wouldn't they say
You're
though,
lagging
like,
a bit.
wouldn't they say the Roman Empire fell, but it doesn't actually mean that it like fell off the table. It just means that the great power that the Roman Empire used to have, it no longer did. I'm not too sure the word fall means to physically go down in like Euclidean space necessarily.
Well, Euclidean space is just a way of describing the world, so I don't know why you mentioned that. But if it's in a high place and it's going to fall, then it falls to the ground.
But it didn't fall off of a hill; it fell out of power.
Yeah, but see that's the assumption that this thing is on the physical earth. But I'm proposing to you that if you read about these prophecies and you understand certain technologies and stuff, and also certain observations that have been made, and I could point you to some videos if you want to watch. But this thing, this mountain that is spoken of when Yeshua is taken there, is an actual physical thing way up high within our atmosphere that Satan dwells in, and it's not like Yeshua is the only one he showed this to. Now this is where we're getting into anecdotes and personal testimonies, but there are leaders of the world, and I've read about this and heard about different stories like this, and it makes a lot of sense. If he's going to tempt Yeshua like this, he's going to tempt a lot of the other people like this, right? And so the story goes that he takes them up there, convinces them that this is his world, and that he's the king shit of Third Mountain, as it were, and they bow to him, a lot of them.
Okay, I have a question about this floating mountain, I guess. Or do you mean an actual mountain of rock, stone, dirt, and trees? Or are you talking about some sort of like mothership?
I would say like a city on a mountain floating with technology that they've had for time immemorial. It's not too complicated.
Can I please say something? Because you don't have to believe me,
you're being too polite.
But I really had an experience where I think it was Satan. I don't know if it was Satan, but listen, this sounds crazy, but I was taken up to a mountain up in the sky, right? But it was a floating palace, right? And he was on a throne, and he manifested himself as an African American or a black person, and he was bald, and he was sitting on a throne, and it literally looked like a palace, but it was like islands that were floating like above the clouds. It was a sunny day. It looked beautiful. I was above the clouds. There was nothing above me but blue sky. And then I seen this figure on a throne. He was grilling me, and he was telling me like I can't remember exactly what he was saying, but he was just like degrading me and telling me that I'm nothing, that I'm a piece of shit. And then he actually summoned like 9 of the I think that they were fallen angels, but they looked reptilian, and they had names over their heads, and each of the characters were highlighted like a video game. Like he highlighted each one of them. He was like, "Which one do you want me to attack?" That I can't describe like in great detail, except that it was in the sky, and that these surfaces that I was standing on and he was sitting on were floating islands. I kid you not. Now this was all in a visionary experience that I had. And it's a long story. I don't want to get into it, but I'm just giving you a little detail of what I seen. But I seen each of these characters highlighted, and he threatened me. And but it was like a palace that he was sitting in, and up in the sky. And at the time, I wasn't even really like into the faith like that. Like I was still like lukewarm, and it didn't make any sense to me that he would be sitting on a throne in the heavens when he's supposed to be in the earth. It didn't make any sense to me. Yes.
Yeah, you're not alone in those types of visions. I think with respect to Yeshua and certain characters of note in history, I think they were physically taken up there. but I've heard a lot of similar stories, or enough similar stories, that sometimes it can be done in dreams, especially if you're susceptible to certain things. So I mean, I just post you, or you should look up.
Yo, so
What's it called? Mystery.
mount-
Mystery. If you want to research it, Noah, it's called Mystery Babylon. Sugar. What's the title? There's a condensed version. It's 2 hours long, because otherwise you'd have to watch 21 episodes. I'll find you the 2-hour condensed version, and you keep talking and asking me questions. Just give me a second.
Okay, so there's a city, and so this is like Satan's mothership, basically, and he lives on a city, and like I still didn't I guess get I asked the question, but I'm not sure if it seemed too important. But like, is this mountain made of like rocks, like a normal mountain?
Yes.
I would presume so. Why
Yes.
not?
And so it's not attached to the ground, though. It's just floating there, like a giant
Yeah.
rock in the sky, basically.
Yeah. Have you ever what? This is what I find funny. Like, not that this is like how I would
it's
justify
floating.
my position.
Yes.
Kind of like
One second. I'm making my points somewhat badly worded, but no. Have you ever watched any of these movies with all these like cities in the sky and Elysium and all of these type of things? Are you familiar with that kind of stuff?
Do you remember Avengers: Age of Ultron, where they like
Right. Okay.
like that-
Excellent
like that,
example.
basically, right?
Yeah.
They float
So
us-
it's same type of technology. That's actually a pretty good one. This is not why I believe this. This is not like evidence in favor of what I just said, right? But when you consider that this stuff is in culture, in the media culture, and like, you know, all of this stuff that they've been influencing people for time, right? You can go back way back when and read Gulliver's Travels, excellent one to read. I think I mentioned that the other day, but I mentioned it somewhat incorrectly, because it was another film that was based off Gulliver's Travels, that named the crystal by which they floated Ethereum. But anyway, just to clarify mistakes I made like a week ago. So when you consider that this is throughout culture, and it doesn't go anywhere, it's always talking about future stuff, future cities in the sky, all of this stuff, doesn't it not at least raise some questions as to why is this there? Why are they mentioning it? For no good reason? Just because man invented it? Or thought it up out of thin air? I would say no, because man doesn't really tend to do that. Man usually gets influenced by stuff. Because the real creativity, the real original stuff has a much purer tone to it. But anyway, let me find that video. Does that clarify though, or add some understanding to what I'm talking about?
No, yeah, I think I get it.
Cool.
I just want to add though that it's not actually in our realm though. Like, it's not in our physical dimension. It's in an ethereal place that you can, even if you had a rocket ship, I don't think you can get to it. It's because it's
I
literally
disagree
like
with that, Lion. Because
that's fine. No, that's fine.
Because there's actually video. I wouldn't say proof, but video evidence that's in favor of this. And I'm. It's going to take me a few seconds because I can't type and speak apparently, because I'm holding the mic with one hand. But the reason I think like it's not always visible or not always whatever is because if he has technology to flip and float a mountain, of course he's going to have cloaking technology, right? Of course he's going to have ways of defending it so that people can't get in it. Like, who are we dealing with here? Like the one responsible. Remember Enoch, right? The one responsible for teaching mankind all of this stuff and all that was attributed to him. So it's not like he's without knowledge. If he's going to go and do something like this, he's going to do it in a sophisticated manner. And for whatever reason, your personal experience and others have been ones that can leave a bit of ambiguity about whether it is or isn't physically there. But I would encourage you to look into it, and I have that it is physically there. It's just not easy to
I haven't watched the Babylon series that you're referring to, Sean, so I'm not getting this from Sean at all. Like, what I seen happen in 2020, I don't think Sean had created Babylon series back then. I think it was like 2021, 2022 that he created that. But anyways, like,
No, I think
what I'm trying to say is that
2019, I think.
Oh yeah, well I hadn't watched it yet. But what I'm trying to say is that, like, there are places that are ethereal above us. Like, there's different levels, like, to the different Shamaims. And according to the Ascension of Isaiah, these angels have access the 2 layers above us. We don't have access to those layers as mortal beings. We can't access those realms, even if we wanted to, unless you did psychedelics, unless you did it through astral projection, where you went and traveled in the astral plane. Then maybe you could access these levels of existence. But right now, as flesh and beings, we can't access those levels.
Well, okay, I'd agree with you. I agree with you there, but the reason I suggested it's within. Okay, well, hold on. I suppose there's 2 possibilities that are fair, given the information we have. Though I'm pretty sure it's in favor of within our atmosphere. So what you said makes some sense. But if you think about that, people have actually gone there. There's been certain sightings that, again, you'd have to look into. I'm not saying you have to just take it because I said it. And when you think about Yeshua having been taken there, he was taken there and he didn't die. And the language doesn't seem to indicate that he was taken in the manner that perhaps you were in a dream or whatever. So that would lend credence to it being within the breathable air. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it does. I mean, it's interesting. I can't tell for sure.
I would still also say that it's pretty flipping high up. But yeah, I also think it's responsible for the eclipse, or at least some of the eclipses, because I know there's different types.
The occult has talked about this for, it's talked about as a destroyer, Nibiru, Planet X, the Phoenix. There's all these names for whatever this object that seems to float up there. We don't know what it is. I'm aware of what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Remember, though, when Messiah died, the sun was eclipsed for 3 hours. So this thing was just there for 3 hours? Like what?
Well, no, see, that's assuming that that's what caused the darkness then. I would say that there was a different reason for the darkness when Yeshua died. But at least I would suggest that some of the eclipses are clearly because of some object in the sky. I don't think that's too much to find difficult, but some people find it difficult. I can't help them.
Yeah, it could have been a crazy fire
right now. I'm trying to find this 2-hour version for Noah. Where is it?
The Druids talk about it. The Scottish talk about it.
The Druids.
Right.
In the Corbin Bible, it's spoken of in great detail. They even bring up the Exodus account, and they also talk about the destroyer.
Yeah, the other thing that I think is like I understand your position, and like I'd want to investigate it more to not just dismiss what you're suggesting completely. But do you really think that the Father would let him have such a thing within the heavenly structures?
Yeah, he has dominion up to the 2nd level, bro. Like only the 2nd level. He can't go beyond that.
Yeah, but to have a mountain like that, and then also remember a mountain that at a certain point in the future will fall to the earth, it would have to fall through 2 layers of crystalline structure.
Well, that's what happens. Like there's a war going on in the heavenlies.
That much sense.
Well, the thing is, the principalities that Paul speaks of that have dominion on the earth, their thrones are in the heavens. But I don't think that like there's floating islands over every territory, all 70 territories on earth. I think there's like a capital somewhere, but it's not in our physical realm. Like it can't be because we would see it.
Not all of those are acting lawlessly. Those thrones and dominions, those positions of authority within the heavens, I'm not denying that. I'm saying that this specific one that Satan has set up within Earth, it would have to be within Earth. Otherwise, it just doesn't quite make sense.
I see what you're saying, bro. But listen, I'm not saying that I'm right or that you're right. It's entertain. I'm entertaining both ideas. I'm not 100% sure in either way.
Yeah, well, I need to find the condensed version for Noah here. But in the meantime, I suppose I can just send in the long version. Which is annoying because I don't know when he's going to get time to watch 21 videos.
And then like when they bring up a case, right, to accuse a man, and they bring up, because the enemy does bring up cases against men to Yah, they access Mount Zion at the base of the mountain, or near the base of the mountain, and they accuse man. So they have some access to the heavenly realms.
Oh,
I don't know exactly how it all works.
So okay, I see where maybe some ideas are kind of overlapping. I'm not in disagreement that at least, I don't know until which point, but at least up until when Job was written, and probably I would presume up until a lot later on, where we're about where we are now, that Satan has access to the throne, because remember, Satan didn't do what the other watchers did. He didn't bed no yats, right? Because he was a bit too clever for that, you know. So with regards to that, when it's, you know, when it says in Job that he, you know, at the time of the appointed time they came and there was this conversation that was had between him and the Most High, that's because he was being obedient. So within that context, he hadn't defiled himself. He's still being obedient enough to be able to go and have these conversations, and he's obviously doing the appointed times. But obviously, we know what's going to happen to him at the end. So with respect to what you were saying earlier, yeah, he's clearly. I don't know when the line stops. At what point? That I think it's probably in the future to come. But up until that point, he's clearly able to go in there. And I think the only other ones, because the other ones I don't think have messed up yet, and I think they mess up independently of Satan. By the way,
no, hold on.
It's because they were kind of just fell in temptation, just like other people. You know, like power corrupts, absolute power corrupts, absolutely. You read about this in Enoch, the vision of Enoch. You know, the animal vision.
Yeah.
Certain people, certain of these leaders are put into certain, and I might be mixing up some scriptures, so apologies, but at least you kind of understand what I'm talking about. And it said that they were going too far, killing too many people, right? And that it was said of them to just mark down what they were doing, and that they would receive their recompense later. But until then, no. And I don't know, maybe they are in league with Satan, maybe they're not. But it's something that they're going to be held accountable for, but not till later. But they're currently doing it, and those principalities have certain authority within certain regions. And breathe.
So so this is stuff that, you know, I've studied extensively, and like Sean, who's very well read, I've read things that I disagree with Sean on, only because of some of the scriptures that I've read, like the Testament of Amram that's found in the Dead Sea Scrolls. And then you have Psalms 82 so Psalms 82 regarding the divine council. Sean and West Blaze have a completely different interpretation of that chapter than I do. And it's literally polar opposite. I mean, I don't have all my notes in front of me to really break it down, but basically,
just give me the gist.
So what Messiah, and I believe that is Messiah, because he quotes that verse in the Gospels, and he talks about who the word of Elohim went to, right? Well, who's the word of Elohim? Himself. And so he himself went to this divine council and rebuked them, because instead of doing righteousness on the earth, right, they had corrupted themselves, and that they shall die like mortal men. Long story short. So like basically, these aren't regular princes on the earth. These are principalities in the heavens that Messiah himself rebuked after the flood, after the division of the nations, after the fall of Babel, right? After the fall of the Tower of Babel.
What does Sean say about that then?
Well, basically, from what I understand, because I talked to West Blaze about it through Messenger or through Facebook, and they're under the assumption that those are like regular people, and that's actually where they get the idea that Elohim can be used for like people. That's one of the chapters, even though those Elohims that are being referenced in Psalms 82 aren't even people. They're gods, like as in principalities, like divine principalities. But anyways, like not to diverge off that topic, but what I'm saying is that I always wondered, and you know, you got Deuteronomy 32:8 in the Septuagint and in the Dead Sea Scrolls, and a lot of modern translations have updated their translations, like the ESV, because it used to say sons of Israel, where now it says sons of God, which is the original writing found in the Dead Sea Scroll said sons of God. So it's talking about over each nation, God or Elohim assigned an angel, right? And
Yeah,
these
that's what I
angels,
was referring to with the Enoch thing earlier. But
so
I'm not
these
sure if I
angels,
read. I'm not sure if I read that in 82.
yeah,
But I
I'll break it
understand
down
what
for
you're
you some
saying.
other time. Because Jubilee says the same thing. Like Jubilees, talks about these watcher angels. They were supposed to instruct men in righteousness and do uprightness on the earth, but they did not. The Messiah rebukes these same watcher angels in Psalms 82, right? And then in Deuteronomy 32:8, it talks about assigning a divine principality over each nation. But what I always wondered, and it wasn't answered till I read the Testament of Amram, is that were these angels obedient when they were assigned, or did they corrupt themselves over time? Well,
that's what I was saying.
apparently,
Like they didn't obey because they were killing too much. You read about that in the prophecy of Enoch. So I'd be in agreement with you there. The only thing that I think maybe can help is that to maybe impose that on Psalm 82 might be a mistake. So what Sean and Westblaze are saying about Psalm 82 could still be correct without dismissing your other point. Because I don't think they disagree with your other point. I just presume, with the limited knowledge I have right now, that they don't agree that that part is being mentioned in 82. And I would say that probably because Yeshua does quote it and he's speaking to the Pharisees when he says this. So anyway, that would be my like quick summary thing to help. If you
it's all right. So basically, like I've always wondered, were these angels initially, were they righteous to begin with, or did Yah assign rebellious angels over each nation? I didn't know. The scripture didn't give any detail. It was ambiguous. And from what I understand, these watcher angels corrupted themselves over time. Clearly, because Psalms 82 and the Testament of Amram.
So why did you think it was ambiguous? What led you to think it was ambiguous?
Because Deuteronomy 32:8 doesn't really tell us if these principalities that were these sons of God that were assigned over each nation, whether they were righteous or not. It doesn't tell you. So what would you think?
Okay, so cause to me there was no ambiguity once I'd read Enoch and Jubilees. Because actually, to me, the question didn't even rise in my mind until I'd read them, because my mind clearly focused on other stuff when I was reading Deuteronomy, like the first times or whatever. So maybe it's just the way maybe like the luxury I had of how I approach scripture, like when Enoch came to me and certain stuff. Because Enoch kind of came to me only like 6 months to a year after I'd already kind of dedicated my mind to taking scripture more seriously. So there wasn't really any of this other weird ideas to deal with. I just kind of dealt with the big stuff from the beginning and moved on, if that made sense. But so I'm not sure if I answered your question. I didn't see the ambiguity because when I understood, so when I thought, because I had certain questions like, how does this work? But they were just kind of vague questions. Like when you read in Daniel about, I had to wrestle and I had to get back up to wrestle with this angel for 21 days to get the message to you or whatever it was, right? I had questions about that. Yes. And then when I'd read but they were just floating questions without any real impetus. But when I then thought about that again after having read Jubilees and Enoch, I was like, oh, so some of and this is when I was like, oh, that's difficult to consider that there's angels misbehaving. But the more I studied, the more I understood, oh yeah, this isn't too much of a deal. And then when you read that timeline that Enoch gives us, they rebelled over time. They were killing too much. They were doing unjust stuff. And then obviously it says that don't deal with them yet, because I guess they have a purpose, but just make a note of what they're doing. So I think he's talking to another angel in this context, or yeah, I think because the way Enoch receives that vision is kind of funny, but it seems to be that it's just they're casting up punishment for themselves as they proceed, and then at a certain point they're going to receive their judgment. I know I've repeated myself, but do you get me more now?
Yeah.
Yo, wait a second. Look at this in the chat. They're posting pictures of planes. Please tell me, are these planes not painted blue on certain sections? I just need to know because I need.
That's a cargo plane. That's a cargo plane by Atlas, and it has a blue tail. Yes.
Yeah, they're trying to tell me right now that that's transparent. You're seeing through the airplane to the sky.
Don't engage, man. Don't engage with these people. Come on,
trolling, man.
You're too mature for this.
Yeah,
Can I bring up
You just
a
have to assume. You just have to assume that the text chat is full of
this is the
monkeys, and just
plane.
reply in turn with gifs and memes.
That's kind of funny and true.
Can I bring up a related topic to the angels? It's a different from the context, but it's still connected to the angels. I've always thought biblically, or at least my thought for a long time, and this just changed in the last few days. That the angels are beyond redemption. You know what I mean? Like Satan and his angels. But if you go back and kind of read, like all of creation groans for the revelation of the sons of God. If all creation is heaven, the heavenly realms as well as the earthly realms, that means everybody. And actually, I was trying to find it. I'm working, so I can't really do an in-depth study. But somebody quoted a verse that even Christ's redemption does go to even those angelic beings that are willing to repent. I never thought about that, and honestly, it kind of does make sense because, if God is gracious, then it means he needs to be, and his grace is sufficient for everybody. Then it would be even for those angels that rebelled and repented, rebelled against God and repented.
Yeah,
so
it
I
makes
can
a lot
open
of
that
sense.
up.
And because consider what happens in the resurrection, right?
Wait, but
That we're made higher than the angels, so we will be like high priests to them, and they will come and have to do the things if they've sinned or whatever. So to me, that's just all much of a muchness, if that makes sense.
Yeah, my problem with that, the lake of fire was prepared for them. Like that's the whole reason there's a lake of fire is because angels disobeyed.
That's true.
That's not the whole purpose, though. It's to destroy
true.
everything that will not enter into the forever after. That's death.
Right.
That's Hades. That's Satan. That's the prophet, the false prophet, and the rest of them.
God created a place for these fallen angels to go. God doesn't do things in vain, right? So there's a reason for its existence, and it's the judgment. And
yeah, but they would have to have done something to be worthy to put in there. So now we don't have specifics mentioned, I don't think. But if we go with what Paul was saying, if they're capable of sinning, then they're also capable of repentance. So some of them may have made mistakes and repented. Others of them, as we know, have already been assigned to their judgment. And it seems that the ones me and Lion were talking about specifically are building up their judgment and will receive it later. But there's a host of other angels in the meantime that still, even in the resurrection, in the millennial reign, will be capable of sinning because they're not made like Yeshua. They're not made like the resurrected saints, which will have the word written on their heart to the point where they can't sin at all.
Well, and I would say this
worth
too.
considering, Noah.
But
I was gonna
if
and also, I would
they
open up.
already,
I was just gonna
if
add
they
to that
already
point.
tasted heaven, why do you think they could be able to repent? I mean, they have already been there, right?
I was just gonna say, kind of agreeing not with the main point, but a side point about upon the resurrection being made above angels and stuff. Originally, before Adam sinned, he was originally made above the angels. Actually, so it would.
I would disagree.
Be like going back to that previous state, obviously that Adam was in.
I disagree because he was made out of dirt, and they were made out of spirit and water.
Well, let me get back in for a
That's
second.
the obvious thing, and also they were up in the heavens. He was down on the earth, so there was clearly a hierarchy.
Yeah, but he gave dominion to Adam, and then
he gave dominion of the earth to Adam.
Please. Satan had fell. Satan wasn't in heaven. Satan was on earth. Then God gave dominion to Adam. Adam became the guy in charge. Then Satan caused Adam to sin, thus usurping Adam's power. Then Jesus
I see the misunderstanding.
Then Jesus came back and restored what was previously the case, in which humans would be above angels, but humans were always meant to be above angels since Adam. But Adam fucked up.
No, that's not the case. I see the misunderstanding though. Satan didn't fall in the garden at the time when Adam was in the garden. So that's not the case. He messed around and has misbehaved and has done a lot of stuff. But if you go and read Job, Satan was in the throne room with the Most High having a conversation about Job. So he can't have fallen then, and that was after Adam. So that number one is a misunderstanding worth addressing. The other one is Adam was made out of dirt outside of the Garden of Eden. He went through his purification time. He was placed in the Garden of Eden. He disobeyed. He was taken out of the Garden of Eden back to where he was made, and he was given dominion over the earth. That's the whole design of mankind. The promise that he will be made, that mankind will be made higher than the angels, is a promise to come. It's not yet the case. The only one who's sitting in that position now is Yeshua, who has ascended, right? And that's who our promise is in. That's who we put our faith in. And that's who we will rule and reign with. And who will we rule and reign? We will rule and reign over the remaining mortal man and the angels that are under us.
Let me ask you a question real quick, a hypothetical. Say before Adam ate the fruit in sin, so Adam previous to sin, so Adam not in the fallen state, but in his full state. And he was given dominion, specifically God, given dominion specifically by God, if I'm correct. So if you would have Lucifer pulling up to Adam, and Adam's there on earth, he has his dominion, who would take orders from who? It would be Lucifer taking orders from Adam. And so that's why Lucifer usurped Adam with sin.
But no, that takes away from the agency of man. Right now, you have dominion over the earth. You know when it says that promise that's given to Adam,
sin.
You still have that. Whether you execute it and how fully you live it out is dependent on you and your circumstances, etc. But that dominion is still given to man. Look at it now. Look at what man has done. They've conquered nearly the whole flipping earth. They have it in subjection. They farm animals like it's no one's business. They take gold out of the earth like it's no one's business. The idea that the authority has been usurped in the way you're suggesting is incorrect. Have some people chosen to give their allegiance to Satan? Of course, but that doesn't mean that he has. It doesn't mean that he has the authority in the way you're suggesting. He's just manipulated people. But by the same measure, for them to be manipulated, they have to choose to do that action. So Eve had to choose to listen to him. She had to choose to take the apple off the tree and eat it. And Adam had to be like, oh, this flipping girl, and choose to eat the apple. You get what I mean?
Okay, yeah, but just like humans farm animals, demons and fallen angels farm us through our sins. And you're saying like that Satan doesn't have dominion over people. Satan definitely has dominion over people who sin.
Can you not hold on? Yes, but what does that mean though, Noah? You have to sin to put yourself into subjection to him, right?
In the middle of my sentence, really quick. A person who's under sin is underneath the devil. They're subjected to their flesh. They're not under their own dominion. They're under Satan's dominion. And that's the whole thing, is sin is the usurpation of the authority or that was given to Adam and is restored through Jesus. That's the whole point.
Here's a funny thought.
It's a twisted, mangled point though, because you can resist Satan. Look what was said to Cain. Look what was said to Cain, right? If
God's trying to keep knowledge.
Is he talking in the background on purpose? Or are you trying to say something? I don't know, Jeremy.
I think he's hot micing.
For Satan through Christ. But that's the only.
No, but hold on.
How are we still
Christ is the way in which we enter into salvation. But until Christ came, there was a whole lot of people that were either choosing or not choosing to be obedient. And this is what I'm saying. Fundamentally, it is there for mankind. It is written in the code of creation by the mouth of the Creator that they have dominion. He never reneged on that. He never said you have now lost dominion. How people choose to use that dominion that they've been given is wholly up to them, which is why we're encouraged to choose life and turn away from death.
When you sin, that's
Did you guys hear what I said?
No, Jeremy, talk.
Jeremy said it's Bible day.
What if we're switching this up very soon, guys. I mean, we don't mind the Bible stuff. It's just not, it's just not fun for some people. And we bang on for it with hours, it's fine if we want to do a little bit here and there, but it's like, I'm getting mad complaints in my DMs. But Anyways, what if
Because
they actually switch
they don't have
the
the
story up?
sack to get on the
Why are
mic?
you interrupting me? Why? Yeah, but why are you interrupting me though? That's the weird thing. What if they switch the story up to where God was actually the snake and wanted us to have the knowledge, and what they're telling you was God was actually the devil? Like, how do you know that story's correct?
Well, can I get in on that? I'll make a comment to that. That's why it's actually got to be more specific about knowledge, okay? And most translators translate it not just pure knowledge; they translate it the knowledge of good and evil, and that's a moral thing, not a knowledge thing. Obviously, Adam had knowledge because honestly, he named the animals, right? So knowledge was not the main point here. It's having the same knowledge of God of good and evil that God
It's
has.
authority, isn't it, to decide?
Yep. Yep. Who determines what's
Why
good
would
and
God
what's
not
bad?
want us to have the? But why would God not want us to have the knowledge of good and evil so that we didn't do evil?
Well, here's the catch. Well, this is the rub. If it's you have that knowledge, then it's up to you to determine it. God wants to be the place of authority. Just go back to what Elisha said. So you should be going to God saying, what's the right thing to do in this scenario? Not you making that determination.
We can give a really good example of this. Look now, right? That people have taken the decision that because of what happened, and they're deciding that somehow the things that we all know intrinsically are good are somehow evil, so that they can justify the things that they are doing which are evil. And this month that these degenerates have chosen to name a certain way is a really prime example of that. So that's the consequence of it, because when you put that in man's hand, in fleshly corruptible hands, they flip the script and everything's backwards, as some would say.
Well, and think about this.
Leave it in the hands of the
Well,
creator.
does anyone
it
have any
makes...
closing statements? Oh, I thought you were done. My bad.
That's all right, go ahead.
You're kind of monologuing, but go ahead, finish it up.
I'll take the statement after.
All I was going to say is this. It's funny how.
Hold on. If Elijah's is not going to finish it, hold on. Let's make our closing statements on this. We're going to switch it up.
Well, I was going
You
to
guys
make.
can take this to live. You guys can take this to live stream too if you want. I mean, feel free, by all means.
That might be the option.
Yeah, I think I was just going to finish up with what Paul was saying already, so it's okay.
All I was going to say is it's going to be real quick. I'll be real quick. I want monologue. They took a promise of God and made it into a means for debauchery. And I'll just leave it right there. You're in Pride Month. That's it. That's all I was going to say.
I was going to do my closing statement. And it is a refutation of what Jeremy said. Not a personal attack. I like Jeremy a lot. Just to the specific comment about what if God was the snake. That idea has been thought of before. It's in like certain Gnostic and Kabbalistic writings and stuff, and it was known later as you call it Satanism, or Satan is God, and you can do whatever you want. But I got another way of putting it is called Luciferianism, where the whole idea of Luciferianism is that Lucifer is actually like a good guy, a Promethean figure. And so I just wanted to refer to the Luciferian ideal as being that exact ideal expressed earlier. Thank you.
So
I just want to say
we're gonna
thank you.
the spinning balls.
Real quick. No, I was gonna say thank you to Jeremy for being so kind and gracious to allow us to even have this conversation for as long as we did, and then to just handle it the way he did. So, that's all.
Well, the
Thanks.
Bible stuff is neat. The Bible stuff is neat to me. I kind of like it in some certain way, but yeah, I'm just getting mad complaints in my DM. So I mean, you guys
read
take it
some
to
of the
live
complaints out.
stream too. That's fine. You want me to read them?
Yeah, you don't have to
Well,
name a
one of them
shame
said, "Is
unless
this a
unless you
Bible
feel
server?"
inclined.
Let's hear it.
Yeah, I want to
One
hear
of
it.
them
That's
said, "Is this a
interesting.
Bible server now?" Yeah, one of them said, "Is this a Bible server now?" I don't know. I'd have to go check them. I'm at work, but there's just people complaining.
Wait, is that it? Just a vague
Another
question?
one was like, "We're talking about the Bible all the." Well, another one said, "What did the other one say? Oh, we're talking about the Bible all the time, or so." I don't know exactly. I read them. This was like hours ago. They sent me this, but and some were from days before, and it's fine though. Like I
I'll
said,
say
the
this.
Bible stuff's neat. The Bible stuff is neat to me. Some of the stuff, some of this shit's boring as hell. I'm not gonna lie, but it's fine to talk
Also,
about.
Jeremy,
For a little
Geo
bit,
said
but
that there's too much going on. He's not into it though. You find it insidious. His words.
well, that's just when people try to push it, I think. But just talking about it, I mean, that's fine. But just we gotta switch it up once in a while.
We've been on this for
It's
quite
fine. You guys are good.
It's almost 8
Yeah,
hours.
we tried
Solid.
engaging with Venus measurements, but they don't know how to engage in conversations that are productive. Because even in all the disagreements we had here, like with Noah and the other guys, it was a flowing conversation. But the moment
Yeah,
it gets onto
dude.
other stuff,
Yeah.
they just can't handle themselves.
No, I actually brought up that stuff, because I know the concerns on this server, and Matthew Learns went ahead and muted himself or deafened himself after those questions. So I don't
Hey,
understand.
I got a new topic we can talk
Bob?
about.
Yes, let's meme the earth.
You guys ever read the Hebrew of Genesis at the beginning?
Do tell. I'm very curious.
We could ask the question: was there time
That was a
before the
good one,
creation? Before creation, we could talk about time before creation, and that would be relevant for everybody because it could be flat Earth, it could be globe Earth, it could be anything. Was there time before the world began?
Can someone
you'd
just
have to
please
define
prove to
time
me the
first.
moon is spinning? I'm really concerned with this.
That's hilarious,
Let's talk
Cora.
about the moon. Let's talk about the moon. Real talk. I keep looking at it every single fucking day, and just scratching my head.
It's not
I can't
spinning.
even see it every day, so I don't even know how you're doing that.
Dude, it's
It's
literally
sweet.
the same fucking side. Even when like half of it's blocked out by the darkness, it's just the same side. Like it's that little sliver is the same side.
It's transparent.
What if it's monoatomic gold or silver? Like, what if it's like a fine silver, like, I don't know, silk powder or some shit up there? Who knows?
That's only stuff I find on the earth. I'm not going to apply that to the heavens.
I know that's crazy. I know, but a lot
Well,
of
according to their story, it should be filled with gold and silver and shit because asteroids, meteors, and comets are chock full of that shit. And in their story, the moon's been getting bombarded. So yeah, the moon's probably super valuable if the Globers got it right.
Isn't that where
Well, the
Hitler went to camp out?
Yeah, the
Mine
temperature,
based
like
on the
what Jeremy was saying, like all the temperatures, all the stuff mixing. Sorry.
D-Mock's a different man or something.
Yeah, D-Mock, that was nice, man. You could go ahead.
Just go ahead, D-Mock. What do you got?
I just like how it grows really
wait.
big when it's orange. Like the other night, it was really orange and big, and then a couple nights before that, it was little, and then it was big and bright. Like so, it changes sizes and stuff. I don't know about spinning, but I know it changes sizes and colors every once in a while.
Yeah,
I think apparent colors and sizes. But yeah, sure.
Hey, Demok, did you hear that? I know this is going to sound silly, but it's just apparently large. If you turn around and bend over and look between your legs, it will look small when it looks big to you. Try that. It's how we perceive it through
Wait, didn't they do
atmospheric
that in
lensing.
Chicken Run?
I'm not trying to be funny. Try it out, see if it works.
Oh, wait. Oh, because you're
hold
looking
on.
upside down? Does it change?
Hold on, I debunked that. I debunked that atmospheric refraction shit. You didn't see my diagram? straight from the ground, it's only 35,000 feet to the clouds both ways. That's for an observatory too, boys. So supposedly if they're looking up 35,000 feet, they're looking out 35,000 feet too. It's all the same. So what's going on with observatories and shit like that? But let's get back to the moon. I don't want to take it off topic.
Wait, how can we get back to the moon? They haven't gone there yet.
Word, that's the best evidence that the moon is a rock because we've been there.
Well, I would go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is,
But it's a painful process.
Don't even get me started too that they use Newtonian mechanics to get to the moon. Newtonian physics.
Let's just like say that the moon landing is like a completely different subject than what the actual is, though. Like if we're like, you know what I mean? Like
A secret mission? Like they had a secret mission and actually made it?
subject.
It's
A
all
secret
real.
mission in uncharted space.
What the actual moon is? Like what the actual moon is a fucking mystery. What the fake moon landings are is not a mystery. We've clearly demonstrated what it is.
We supposedly have moon rocks. What about that? Like, how come no one's like demanded to actually inspect, like, and do they really have moon rocks?
Yeah, dude, I
They
grade
say
them all the
that
time over
70
my
to
class.
80% of moon rocks are found on the Earth. So they
They're
could
petrified
assuredly
wood.
let you come inspect them because they're just rocks that are found on the Earth.
Nice.
The other thing is, if they could really go there, why wouldn't they have just carved out an indelible message that nobody could deny?
A line or a
You know what I
happy
mean?
face? Exactly.
Anything.
Happy face.
But they
Yeah,
didn't
just the
because they
USA.
can't, because it didn't happen.
Instead
Alex
of
Knack's
bringing
idea of the big cock.
instead of bringing a huge
That's what I was
rover, why not have like a huge banner where it says like USA and put it on the moon?
I know the Glober response. They're gonna say they have a retro reflector on the moon. But I have a problem with
Invisible, right?
I have a problem with the retro reflector argument. It's that you can only use this giant fucking machine laser computer interface sensor thing that only like a couple universities have. That's just completely out of everyone's budget. And you just point it at the moon. You don't get to point it anywhere else. How do you know it wouldn't just reflect anywhere off the moon? You're just doing what they say. And then you're just doing like, oh yeah, point it over here. And if you get a signal back, yeah, then we went to the moon. Like that's not really proof. That's just a magic trick. How about like, you know what I mean? Like come in my room and I'll show you the secrets of the universe if you can make this fucking carpet move. And I just put my finger underneath. Like it's really dumb. Like
Yeah. Also, who's to say
Yo,
that
what's
if you
really
did
funny,
did it independently, that you're just getting a message back from a natural reflection that you would have got regardless of whether they went there or not.
Dude, what's really funny to me is when they went to the Artemis, they did the Artemis mission or whatever. They said, unfortunately, we will be flying directly over the Apollo sites, landing sites. Unfortunately, it'll be dark, so we won't be able to see anything.
How can it be dark if the sun is 93 million miles away from both of our objects, and the Earth and the Moon are right next to each other? If the Moon is facing us, the sun has to be light on the other side of it, somewhere, somehow.
Coincidence. All coincidence.
Have we ever seen the Moon?
I just want to make sure like the ballers realize how stupid what they believe is. They said they flew over the Apollo mission and just unluckily it'll be dark, so we won't be able to see any of it.
Oops.
You guys think that's legit? That's officially what they said.
Well, maybe it's a miscalculation.
They're smearing shit in your face, and you're saying, "Smells good, boss."
It's a miscalculation, you know, in the calculative field of calculations. And
Moonrise.
Yeah.
Moonrise and moonfall. Has anyone ever stood, like when they say, I'm standing underneath the sun and the moon, for that person, when does the sun or moon come vertically down at them? For me, if I'm standing away from you and you're the guy under the sun, shouldn't it be coming down? Because to me, it looks like it's going down to you, supposedly, if I'm a glober and I believe it's going down. And at what point does it vertically go down to anyone's view, in their view to them live? not like looking away at a distance. You understand what I'm saying? How come everything has to be seen at some weird, spooky distance through a mirage? But when you're standing right there and you got somebody down there standing there, now it can't happen. And this is the same. Yeah, it's just weird. It is.
Why is it that when you look at the moon at night and you have the stars in the background, why is it that the moon seems to look like as if it's in front of the stars, and the rest of it is like 2D behind it, like a backdrop, you know, like a curtain that you paint with dots? Like, why is it that all the stars I look at on the firmament, on the sky, look like as if they're on like at the same positions, you know? Like literally like on a 2D plate, and someone just made polka dots on it. And as soon as you go into space, it's just magic place where all the stars just suddenly stop emitting light, or where astronauts have different opinions about their observations.
Dude, Jack Johnson said it best. He said, there were so many fewer questions when stars were just the holes to heaven.
That's what I look at them like. It's literally like as if heaven is right above, and because it's just a place made of pure light, it's like as if he just made like dots into the firmament, you know,
You
where
know something funny? That you
where
know
the
that
light
Dwayne
breaks
Kellum.
through.
You know that Dwayne Kellum high altitude footage where he has two views. He has one where you can't see any stars, and then he has one with stars on it. As a matter of fact, if I remember correctly, the fake stars that Dwayne Kellum's got in his left video are the same fake stars that they use for some of the NASA stuff. The little cutout polka dots you say with the black paper, construction paper, because you can kind of tell the Big Dipper and like the stars that he's got on there are fake. They're like too perfect. It's like not even. I don't know. You'll be able to tell if you look at the altitude footage. There's two cameras, and he's got one showing no stars, and then one footage supposedly showing all the stars in space. But he's the only one that can do it. I find that pretty weird.
Hey, Democ, I think one of the really good ones is when you look at all the moon, I'm sorry, the Earth pictures from the moon. Back in the day, they showed the Earth the size of kind of like the moon to us from the Earth. And then in the recent times, they're trying to back up the problem, make the Earth look a lot bigger because it should have been huge. I posted a picture of what I'm talking about in the chat.
All right. Yeah, it is pretty weird, right? How could something the 1/4 the size when you turn? Yeah, there's no way. And when they tell you the size in comparison of the sun, and there's none of it makes any sense. It just none of it.
Yeah,
None of it
those
makes
are
any
all
sense.
official NASA images, and there's no way that the Earth could go that much of a change over some different pictures. I mean, the truth is in the pudding right there in that picture.
Well, how can you fit all the Earth land masses on one 2D side of a picture anyway? So the whole rest of the Earth. So you said the Earth was 10 foot deep in that 2D picture. Where was the rest of our Earth at?
Hey, quick question. Can you guys remember the last time we were wrong about things like the things that happened the past 2 years? Can you remember when we were wrong about that? You know, all the predictions we made regarding the stuff people took and so forth.
I
Yeah,
can't
me
remember
neither.
anything.
Yeah, I can't remember that we have been wrong either. Seems
Bro,
like everything we said was true.
they're the real conspiracy theorists too, because they're the ones stating that man was primitive before 200 years ago. That's a conspiracy, bro.
Isn't it weird how we as flat earthers that have no clue about anything always seem to kind of already know what's going on and already, you know, put it onto the table before it was made mainstream, like with the thing that everyone took, you know, when we said don't take it. Yeah. I can't remember to be wrong about that kind of stuff. Maybe we were also not wrong about the shape of the earth. Strange. I mean, you can't wait to see the next flat earther coming out. But yeah, we are the confused ones, right, Globies? The flat earthers are the confused people. Yeah.
What's 93 million miles look like during an eclipse or after? So when the two objects are touching, are they 93 million miles away when we can't tell, and we can't see in between them? That's a pretty small 93 million mile gap between the sun and the moon. And every day when the sun and the moon go by it, the sun is behind the moon. The back of the moon will always be lit. There would never be a dark side of a moon if the sun is on the other side of that. Anyway, where do we see 93 million miles? That's the main question, guys. When the Globers do their math and they say this thing is 93 million miles away from that thing, where is that distance? What does that distance look like? How can you like, so say my blunt is 4 inches long and I put that up in the sky and say, well, at this time of day, you'll actually see the 4 million mile distance between these two objects, and it's right here. Do we ever see that? We just got a bunch of weird numbers and look at a shadow, which makes no sense. When can we determine the actual 93 million mile distance with their math and what it looks like? It's kind of weird to me.
It's also funny how people like French Cat cling on to these pictures that they make of like supposed planets just because they have been impregnated with the CGI pictures by NASA of, let's say, a planet with a ring around it, and now they just can't get this idea out of their mind that what they see there in the sky is the same thing. You know, it's kind of like as if I point at a cloud and say, "Oh, this cloud looks like Mickey Mouse." Yeah, you will automatically see Mickey Mouse. If I wouldn't have said anything, you would maybe you. Huh? Yeah. You can interrupt if you want. Yeah. Okay. Is it my internet at all? Am I
No, who was
lagging?
that? No, that was somebody. It
Oh.
sounded like Brian or something. Somebody.
Okay. Yeah. You know, that's just the point. You know, they have indoctrinated people with these fake pictures of planets, and now if they see something that is just a little bit familiar with it, you know, then they automatically assume that's the same thing. You know, that's the
Can
sad thing.
we make a star like Saturn or like anything like, so like, can we actually shine something into some water or a material and actually have something there to where the shine or the reflecting actually matches an idea of what Saturn is?
I don't know.
We could do one for Neptune with water drops and lighting. People have done it before. They made
Right.
this, tricked a bunch of Globers. They said like, "Oh, these great shots of Neptune or whatever," and like a bunch of Globers were like commenting and being like, "Yeah, it looks great" or whatever. And then they showed that it was literally like a black board with like a blue dot of like some sort of water and paint mixture, and then like they had it like taken with certain light. It was so funny, dude. They did that shit before.
I recently recorded something. Oh, sorry. Go on, man.
I was just saying, if you look literally, I don't want to bring up weird stuff. So just a thing of water, right? A thing of water inside a container, a bucket, any color of the container. You shine the light through the water. You're going to look somewhere on the ceiling and you're going to see a star. So I'm saying, like, there's a way that we can actually make all these star patterns if we wanted to in a dark room, and we could repeat like the Little Dipper, a Big Dipper, like you said, a couple moons, not with paint, just like actual reflective properties through liquid, or have like a mist in the room and try to, like, you know how when they do the rainbow, they have a mist of water and they do their thing there. So either shine through a mist to try to create a star, or just use liquid shining, you know, something shining down through the liquid, hitting the reflective surface, and then shining back up. Okay? So we actually should be trying to do little experiments, because if we can mimic one of those stars, then that's pretty much, and we could show it on the wall everywhere and mimic a, you know, with the ring around it. That'd be pretty cool. That, yeah.
I recorded something in my room I wanted to share, which is water on my oh, sorry, never mind. I will come to it later.
So do you think that they had to be a physical star, or do you think they could be following like as a point source or following something at a certain rate? Because everything's going a rate. Do you think something's arbitrating the rate of all that? Like the source of light. Like, now, I'm not saying like the idea of ether or the, you know, the space light doing its toroidal thing. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the light or the object itself following another object, or like being the cause of it. So if I shine something down and I shine this light down and move it around, can that be the source of the flow of the lights and stuff? It's flow. What causes that? That's a different story. But I'm just saying, like, if something is going on a flow in a cycle above us, and it's shining down a certain way and like creating those lights. I mean, do they have to be material or can they not?
Well, Democ, you've seen the grass or the sand grains on the board, and they change the frequency, and it makes like cymatic patterns. And if you change the frequency, it would move. And so, who's to say that there's not a cymatic frequency that's causing all the stars to move? But then the sonoluminescence, like the Star in the Jar project, where scientists have actually made a star in the jar. These are just a couple ideas and demonstrations that we've physically done that could be similar to what kind of power and stuff's going on in the sky. But I find that fascinating.
Can I make a comment about this 83 million mile thing real quick? So, someone was claiming that they used the inverse square law to calculate how far the sun was, but you would then have to know the brightness of the object, which you've never been to. So how do you justify knowing that when literally you're measuring the brightness and then saying it's this far? If the measurement of how are you measuring how bright it is at the surface? It seems like a ridiculous far out claim to me.
Well, if they thought that they knew what it was, then they could replicate it and get a reading for it or whatever.
The hydrogen gas ball, yeah, they definitely have a couple. You could buy one at the hardware store if they could make it in a little vacuum soda bottle.
Yeah, so it's just a hypothetical model imposed, not actually proven, and then taking that hypothetical model and then saying this model is true, and because this model is true, we add this measurement in and we can calculate how far it is. But the problem is, fundamentally, it's based on an assumption.
Yeah, they don't have a model at all, dude. If you put the Earth as a marble, how far away does the sun have to be?
57 miles.
Yeah, what kind of model are you making of that, bro?
Oh, hold on, a marble? If the Earth was a marble, it'd have to be 56 miles. Yeah, the Earth would have to be, what, 27 feet in millimeters? You just do it all in millimeters. You'd have to do it in a scale to where you could bring the sun close enough, but not too close, because it has to be a far process on the occurrence and how everything happens. The physics on everything that they try to show us are flat, close, and local. Like, literally, everything they show us with light and all this other stuff is close and local. They've never shown us a non-close and local light source on a little model scale, like an actual little eclipse on how it would work and everything. Just like you said, it's crazy. 57-mile lab. That's crazy. They don't have one.
Yeah, once you go to a model, you're taking a position of realism anyways.
So I posted a little video made from a water puddle outside reflecting the sunlight and also moving through the wind. And it kind of reminds me of the motions that you see when you zoom onto stars. But again, I know it has been also shown that you can get it through out of focus imaging. But anyways, just wanted to share that. What you make out of it is your thing.
Yeah, the out of focus. Like, out of focus. Don't your cameras have autofocus on them? Like some of these badass cameras, don't they autofocus on stuff? I mean, in that case, how could you mess your focus up It would just be the focus that the people made into the camera, wouldn't it?
There's different ways that autofocus works, but it is better and worse autofocus.
My main point is, if I'm going to look at the stars, I wouldn't want to buy a camera that I could just willy-nilly touch it and it's going to mess up my view of the stars. I would only want a camera that stayed focused correctly for the stars. Does that make sense? Like the shutter speed effect, when they go up and they say, "Well, I got a magic shutter speed to mock that you can't get. You can't go buy this star from the hardware store, or this video camera from the hardware store that goes up in the air and films stuff at 130,000 feet. Everything will be black, but we can see stars with the sun shining on them in the daytime. But if you send your little video camera up there when the sun's on the other side of the earth, it's gonna be too bright, guys. During an eclipse on the other side of the earth, it'll be too bright. When all the light's blocked from the sun, how do we see the stars at 130,000 feet? When they do all their eclipse stuff, when they're up in the plane looking at the sun and saying the moon's disappeared, what they should be focused on is the other side of the planet in like Australia or wherever, where it's pitch black and there's no sun and no moon, no moonlight, no sunlight to contend with. That's when they should do high altitude footage of stars. That's the only time I would. My next question is, can we make a star in the sky appear live for everybody to see? Not a fake moon, not a fake like moon float, like an actual star at night. Could you, where you're at with materials in your backyard, make something reflect up to the sky and emit a star? Even if it's a laser that someone could see up there and mistake it for a star. So the only explanation for you having a really good camera or zooming in really far is your stuff's out of focus and only NASA can get the good focus. And did you guys know that there is no more horizon? It disappeared. It never existed anyway. You are the horizon. Right where you stand is the only horizon. Once you throw a ball forward, you're away from the earth. Once you throw anything away from you, it's away from the earth. Whether you throw it up, out, or anywhere, you throw it, it's away from you. Unless you're throwing it to the earth. That's the only place you're throwing it, to the earth. Basically, everybody's standing on the dirt. So when they tell you you got to travel 3959 from the center to get to the dirt where you're at, you're already there. You can count that calculation out of your math now. There is no more 3959 to the horizon, boys. We just cut that out. We're standing there already. You're on the edge of the ball. Cut that out. I stand you on the edge of the egg. You don't have to travel from the center of the egg to get there. You're already there. You're already on the outside edge. Now you look forward. You're looking forward away from the egg. Every millimeter, every imaginary scale of size you could think of, you're looking straight away from the egg into space, into air, into the clouds. You can look down on the side of your egg even. Look straight down and be like, oh, this is a long egg I'm standing on here. How come Earth is the only 3D shape that doesn't match how a 3D shape would act? I find that weird. To explain it better, to put any little bug on the outside of a sphere, he's already on the outside surface. He didn't have to go 3959. There is no 3959 to travel. You're already there. So you go up.
What up, D-Mock?
What up?
Just pulling up to my next job, or I'd chat with you.
Yeah.
Got 2 more stops left, and then I can talk shit.
I can't wait.
You better know shit if you're gonna talk shit.
But think about that, guys. How come they're observatories? So if I point an observatory and it only has to see 35,000 feet forward and 35,000 feet vertical, that's horizontal and vertical. Like, how come the observatories can't see horizontally anywhere into space, but they see vertical? They can't zoom
How come
horizontally.
they don't work in the day?
Exactly. They're broke in the daytime too. That was going to be my next point I had written down.
Imagine they're telling us that there's stars everywhere for infinity and beyond, and we can only see them at night, and that the sun's not the brightest thing in the universe. Bruh, do me a favor.
Yeah, but think about it. If we're right there, the horizon is us. It's not out in front of us anymore. We don't have to zoom out. It's like you. You're it. Wherever you're standing, you're it. That's it. Like from any inkling from you is off the horizon. You just walk past the horizon. If anybody takes a step, they took a step past the imaginary horizon.
Right, because they claim physical horizon, but have yet to show it.
Exactly. Now, when you make it physical, that means that there are observatories that can supposedly zoom 93 million miles away, looking up through 35,000 feet of air only, the thinnest portion that they tell you. Looking forward, it's still 35,000 feet of the thinnest air. It's the same math. It is exactly the same from the center of a ball out. I promise you. Horizontal and vertical are the same distance to the clouds. There's no way they can't zoom and see that boat. There should be no refraction, no more. None of that dog shit ass cartoon picture. Like, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. Like, none of it. I'm telling you, if anybody, like, you can't be 35,000 feet away from me to be on a horizon. I'm it. That's it. That focal point is I'm the focal point of the horizon, and it's the imaginary point. Once I go forward, I'm out in the sky. There is no horizon. There is no dirt spot that's going to stop you from going to the clouds. What I'm trying to say in the best way is they can zoom now. Supposedly when they say you're out in the water somewhere and you're doing this other shit or you're whatever, like like horizontally, they should be able to zoom and see the same clearness horizontally as they do vertically, and they can't. The difference is on a flat plane, we have millions of miles of atmosphere horizontally and only 35,000 feet up. That's only on a flat plane. On a sphere, there is no, the boat can go nowhere in front of you. There is no, that doesn't exist. There is no boat going in front of you. There is no zooming forward to anything but space off of a ball. Horizontally from the ball's edge, you're seeing space and clouds. Does that make sense or no? You guys understand what I'm saying? You draw one circle, that's the earth. You draw another circle around it real close, that's the sky. From that earth dirt, if you make an L from the edge to the right, I pick the spot I want to pick. That's my sweet spot of earth. So I take my L right there. Now the clouds are 35,000 feet up and out. There is no dirt and land in front of me. I'm it. It's there, right there. I'm standing on the wall turd of dirt right there. I mean, it's in the diagram. There's no way you can. It's the math. It's their math. It's literally their math showing you there is no dirt and water in front of you unless you're on a flat plane.
Preaching truth. I'm glad you're on the woke side, Demont. You're a wealth of knowledge.
Thank you. You do have to imagine vividly what I'm talking about, or else you'd probably argue with me and think I'm not right. But trust me, I drew it out and everything.
No, it makes sense. It's common sense. But a lot of people are stuck in the paradigm of being able to move on to truth until the masses are saying that. And if they're not saying that, then they can't see that. They were talking about it on the Bro Santa show with it, and it made sense.
Oh, the 100 monkey syndrome in a way, but like the pareidolia 100 monkey syndrome. Yeah, I got you. It does. It does 100%.
The other thing is, for people that are truthers, we will say we're not sure about a lot, but we're sure they lied to us about the globe. We're sure about that. And we're not going to try to back it up with math, their math, that's just pseudoscience. And basically that's the trick, is their quote unquote math. But we're not afraid to look dumb or to try to look at it from a different angle. And I mean, it's going to be known soon. The ball Earth is a joke.
Well, I've been trying to get their math broke down. I've been trying to get their math put to a physical scale. I want to see what 238,000 miles is on their space scale compared to 93 million miles compared to 24,000. See, we need to get these scales down pat so we can actually do correct theoretical astrophysics math, right? So then we can know and how to determine the size, distance, and like how can we do a calculation for a shadow and an angle and an object and a size and trajectory if we don't even know any of these things? If you took off running around my yard and you never stopped running, you kept every day I woke up, you're just running in a circle. There's no way I can measure where you are at, even if I'm sitting still, because you're moving. You never give me a reference frame. So there's no way the glober's gonna look up and say, well, today I measured the sun and tomorrow I measured the sun. Tomorrow, no, you didn't. You measured air. You measured apparent air of an object that, when you look at it, looks to be sitting still. When you look at it through an optic toilet paper roll, it looks to be moving 1,000 miles an hour across the sky. Appears. We don't know the speed. It just looks to be moving at a different rate than how it was sitting still when we were staring at it. So for a globe component of any intellectual base to say, this object looks perfectly still to me right now, but get out this tube and look at it, now you have to chase it down. Now we're going to tell you where that thing's at. How could that possibly make sense to anyone? Ever. The thing never stops moving. I've challenged all the Globers to get a little thing of clear water, put a couple fish in it, or a remote fish that has like a pretty good battery or some type of maybe a a fish that works off sunlight or something like the, solar panel, little fish thing or something, little toy or something. I don't know, anything. We got stuff. Boat. It doesn't matter. Just have it keep moving, keep moving, keep moving. You go inside your house. You know the size, distance, ratio, circumference of the water, the surface, and everything. You know all of it. You put your little boat in there. It never stops moving. You go inside with globe math and tell me where that boat is in 5 hours, in 28 hours, in 2 hours, and in 3 minutes. And you be correct of the positioning exactly. You can grid out the water too over it with some strings. So like if you think any Glober can do that and tell you where that boat's going to be, or that fish that just keeps swimming its own path, I'll pay him some money. If they can get 3 calculations right, I'll pay him some money.
Guy today.
So you have money?
I was speaking to a guy today because I looked up about the magnetic field of submarine cables, and he seemed to concur that navigation does use the submarine cables, possibly for navigation. So if everybody is navigating by submarine cable, then there's your electromagnetic field. I think this whole thing possibly is just all man-made on the magnetic field, and we're just going around in circles, huh?
Yeah, hold on. Explain that real quick. Hold on a second. They do what now?
Yeah, how did they make a man-made magnetic field, like, before we had like metallurgy and shit like that? It's like we've known about compasses for a long time.
Well, we've got an electrical grid all around the world. We've got local electrical grids. We've got electrical grids going underneath the sea, which start getting crazy over 400 kilovolt, or maybe I haven't got the thing with 400 kilovolt, whatever it is. And he said that the ones going underneath the sea are about 750. And he said that he seems to think that they don't solely rely. I mean, if we're talking about navigation by sea, I'm not sure about air, but if they don't solely rely on these cables, they are relying on them partly. Does that? But anyway,
but magnetism and the Earth's magnetic field was discovered long before we had cables of any kind.
Correct, and we put the cables down, 1850, starting from maybe earlier than that. They've done their trials and errors, but it seems to be that our journeys over water, over air, seem to match the actual path of the submarine cables.
Are you saying that they put down a line so they can follow the line?
Why not? Because then nobody's going to nobody's going to go off the course, are they?
Yeah, Bowie's, definite line in the dirt. Yeah. No, I never thought they would do something that good, like to put with all the technology. Why would you need to do like that? Keep going. Go ahead.
So hold on a second. You're claiming that submarines use magnetic cables underground to navigate instead of maps that we've made of. I think it's like gravitational maps of like undersea mountains and shit. When they're not using sonar, we can go off of dead reckoning and known maps. But you're claiming that they use magnetism under the ocean to navigate. That's interesting because that would assume that submarines only navigate around where these cables would be. But like I'm pretty sure if we look do any due diligence to look into where submarines can go, I'm pretty sure you're going to find that they go all over the ocean, not just around wherever these mysterious cables are.
Right, but if you want to go a really far range and you have to go through the center or across like the biggest portion of water, and you're really not maybe they do want to dead reckon and make sure their dead reckoning is right with maybe just a line. That way it comes up on your screen, Demon. It shows that red line, so you can follow that line.
I could see that, but I don't. I'm not
seen any evidence that that's the case, right? Like if that were the thing, there should be something there to like point at and be like, hey, look at this. There's this line that we follow, right? Like people like Craig, FTFE, like he was a submariner. So like that'd be a point you could bring up with him and be like, hey, so you use magnetic lines on the bottom of the ocean to navigate, or maybe ask an actual submariner.
What would be the main reason to need it would be, one of the questions. Like, will it make sure that you don't get thrown off by the NS? Will it make sure you don't get, on the, I mean, I know it's going to make sure you're going to where you got to because the cable's going from that point to that point. But if you follow that cable and you already laid the cable, you can't, like you're saying, Demon, like, how far can you veer off the cable and get your stuff right then? You know what I mean? Then you're
Right.
going off the cable. Yeah.
And if that were the case, why, like if I was in warfare, I would be throwing down a whole bunch of random cables to disrupt the enemy submarines, like make them go off course by just leading a fake trail right into a load of bombs or something.
That might be what it does too. If you put the cable there, you might be able to flip a switch, or somebody might, hey, control command, flip that switch. We're going to sit still and steady for about 30 minutes, and the other ships are going to get lost. I mean, who knows? That'd be a pretty cool weapon. Disorientation.
That's what I'd do.
That's crazy. Hey, flip that switch. They're getting close. Compass flips. What the hell's going on here, man? What, Bob? Are we lost? Are we in? Where are we at? Look at the stars. Get your bearing. Get your auto lag. We got to figure this out. We're lost.
Can't see the stars, man. We're underwater. We're fucked.
40 minutes later, they're like on perfect course where they were supposed to be. Like, what the hell? What? We're in Santa Barbara. Like, no. They could use that for other purposes, like if they want to, like, yeah, that's crazy too. I didn't even. That is so stupid of me. Cables under the sea to throw your enemy off for like certain shit, and to turn their machine off, to mess with their boat itself, to turn the electrical stuff off in their boat, to like give them electromagnetic impulse. What do you call it? Where they turn all your stuff off electrically.
Yeah, EMP.
Yeah, an EMP, baby. That's what they were practicing with that one stuff when they had the boat out in the water and Tesla and all that. They were doing all this shit right here with the electricity in the Manhattan Project, making your ship invisible and all that.
You mean the Philadelphia experiment?
Yeah. Maybe that's it too. Maybe they're connected. I don't know.
Maybe they got some other kind of experiments and shit that we didn't even heard about from different cities and shit.
Yo, bro, I was listening to this thing about the guy, like, somehow, like, found his way to some, like, Tesla shit that they took away, basically. And basically that, like, electricity has two components, and, like, one component is, like, the physical, like, electrons or some shit, and the other one was, like, the actual ether flow of it or something. And then, like, he was saying, like, they would separate the ether flow out into, like, these beams or these pulses that would go through the air, like, invisibly. Like, it wouldn't interact with anything. But if you had, like, a certain receiver on the other side, you could literally, like, transmit not only information like we do nowadays, like with normal radio, but you could literally transmit like power from one side to the other through objects and shit. And it was like and you could literally have it resonate with certain objects. So it won't, like, say you wanted to, like, only hit a certain type of shit, you would have it resonate to that. It would go through everything else, but it would only hit the thing you're resonating with or whatever. Some sort of,
This is a real thing. Like, it's called trickle charging. So you're going to start seeing this in the next probably 10 years. It'll be consumer based, where your cell phone, like Apple's actually working on it right now, where they're taking away the port completely, and it's all going to be wireless charging. But the trickle charge specifically, you're going to have like a transmitter inside your house, and any of your devices that can receive this trickle charge, the second you go within the field, like inside your house, you're going to start trickle charging any of those devices. Like it's already a thing right now. They're just literally trying to, get it refined to the point where you can charge a cell phone or light up a light bulb and shit. Replace a whole bunch of electrical wires we don't need. It's gonna be a game changer. But yeah, that shit's legit.
There you go. Apple probably got the Tesla papers. They're
Yeah,
probably
I mean, wireless transmission that's a real thing. Wireless transmission of electricity or whatever.
yeah. It wasn't electricity though, right? Like
Well,
the
it's
thing is
not
that
electrons, is what you meant to say, because electrons requires a physical flow, and that's why it's debunked.
Yeah, whatever it is, you're gonna electrically charge the things that are electric will be able to be charged through a trickle charge. I don't know the specific, whatever, but it's gonna hold zappy power.
No, I'm not doubting what you're saying. I'm just saying that the mainstream understanding of electrification is based on the flow of electrons. So anytime you have a wireless power induction, especially like in a vacuum, you don't have a physical flow of electrons anymore to induce. It's all based on the field, and that's all electricity is. It's the magnetic and dielectric component inducing one another to create Q and Planck of electrification.
So like, we got solar panels, from my understanding. Solar panels turn photons into electrons. So we can reverse that and we can turn electrons into photons, can't we? Or something does. If we can do it one way, we can do it the other way. So there's a transfer of energy at all times. Everything is just exchanging with everything else.
And the same like Star Trek's holodecks are, that's based on reality too. Hard light, essentially, using the reversal of the E equals mc squared. With enough power, you can actually turn a photon and create matter, like a split second or whatever.
Photons don't exist either. It's another misnomer like the electron. This is all based on atomistic, materialistic perceptions of misnomers.
Yeah, I mean, whatever word you use to define the thing, like, how about the thing that you use to see with? That thing? That's the thing I'm talking about.
It's funny because I'm like using photons and electrons right now.
You mean light? You don't need to call it a thing. You can just call it light, right? That's what we're talking about, right? We're talking about light.
Yep.
Yeah, but
One
light
base
has
unit of light.
Light has very specific properties, and we define photons by those properties.
Is it physical?
You don't define, you describe. You've never defined or explained light. Sorry, Jason.
They're defined, dude. It's a spin one particle with a wavelength, a frequency, an energy, and momentum, a baryon number, a lepton number, a boson number, a isospin, a weak isospin, a weak hypercharge. All these properties are what define the photon, the specific
Those are all
values of
descriptions.
those properties.
Is it?
Yeah, those are all descriptions. Not one of those is a definement, i.e., an explanation
They're
of light.
properties. They're not descriptions. They're values for properties.
Can you
Properties
draw the
requires
physicality
physicality.
of-
Is light physical?
That's what I'm asking him. That's all.
Yeah, because if light's not materially physical, then
Debunked.
then I don't know what you're really saying.
Yeah, if light
It's
had
not
mass, my light bulb would blow up.
metaphysical. It's not metaphysical, and it's not supernatural. So I
Never
would
said.
call
What does
that
that mean?
physical.
Hold on. It's not metaphysical. It's not supernatural. Is it real physical stuff?
Yeah, so like radio waves. Are radio waves physical? I think is the equivalent of the question.
I'm using
Well,
radio waves right now.
It
Nuclei
depends on how you define physical. Like, let's just stick with material.
Exactly. So
Yeah,
are
is
radio
light
waves
You have to
material?
material?
define that, though. That
Is it a particle or a wave, Jace?
Is it a proton or an electron?
It certainly couldn't be both, because that would be an inherent contradiction, and I don't think nature deals in contradictions. So
it's not
which one is it, Jace?
contradictory
Can what you
at
think
all.
about nature be wrong though? Like, could you be wrong?
Yeah, exactly.
Jace can never be wrong.
No, you.
Nope.
Okay, cool beans. I could totally be wrong. I'm most likely wrong on a lot of things.
Currently
Yeah,
using radio waves right now.
And would you
yeah.
consider those radio
Waves of
waves to
what?
be physical in nature?
Waves of what, Jace?
Well, they're not supernatural and they're not metaphysical, so I don't know what you would classify
Is
that
is
as.
a wave a thing, Jace?
Is a wave a thing?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. Can you give me an example of a wave being a thing in the
It's an
context of a noun?
it's an action or event.
Yeah. Waves are what things do. They're not what things are, Jace. I thought we've already gone over this.
Yeah.
But like a wave in an ocean is a thing, and it is what
Yes.
water does. So it is doing both things at the same time, and it's in
No,
nature. Crazy.
no,
Like you
doesn't
said,
work
like you
that
don't
way.
think things in nature do two things at once, but I mean it really is. You can see a
Doesn't
wave and
work
you can
that way.
point to its. You can see a wave and you can point to its
No, dude.
physicality. Like it is
Yeah,
a
it
thing,
doesn't
right?
work that way.
It doesn't really matter if a wave is a thing or not. Like photons are defined by properties, as I said before. These properties exist whether they're a wave or a particle or however you want to conflate that. That doesn't matter. The weak isospin, weak hypercharge baryon number, wavelength, momentum,
Blah, blah.
frequency, energy, all those things exist in this packet that we call a photon.
How do you
Irregardless of
weigh
if
Smell
it?
you
light.
want to say it's a wave or a particle or it's both or it's neither, none of that matters to its actual gravity.
Sure,
I don't
it
know
just
how you
breaks off
weigh.
from laser. It doesn't matter, right? Yeah,
I'm
sure
extremely
thing,
into
bud.
because he used the word irregardless, so therefore I automatically lose.
How do you weigh light? What's light weigh?
I did
He
want to
should
ask
have
you.
said irrational, because that's completely what he said was completely irrational, non-logical.
Doesn't matter, man. You can come to my lab and literally see that these things exist, no matter how you want to describe
I want
them,
to weigh them.
define them,
Well,
conflate
let
them.
me
No
ask you
matter
this.
what
Let me
you
ask you
want
this.
to do, you can come and I can demonstrate right to your eyes that these
You're
things
monologuing.
exist. By definition, what we've
Okay,
defined
so
exists.
what is a thing in the context of a noun? Can you explain that? And then let's see if this meets the criteria of all the jargon you just stated.
What does this have to do with anything?
Because you're trying to invoke a thing where there isn't one.
But this is just like a gotcha. It
This is
has
a
It's
nothing
not
to
an
semantic
do.
argument. It
Can
is.
I? Can I?
not
I want
Right?
to
semantic at
ask you a
all.
I'm
physical.
using photons right now to get a spectrum of a molecule. This exists, regardless of if I can define a thing, tell you what a thing is, any of that. The spectrum I'm getting based off the mechanism that the NMR spectrometer is using exists.
I think you mean regardless.
Excited air is what you're seeing and what you're reading. You're not reading light. You're reading exciting air that the light is going through. What does the light weigh? How much does a rainbow weigh, each color? What does light weigh? If you can't weigh the light and the proton and the particle and the photon and all this gobbledygook you just made up, then it's not material. I'm sorry.
Does the light exist? You said it. The light travels through air, so the light does exist in some fashion, I assume.
I said it's exciting. It's
What
exciting.
is? What's exciting the air? Energy? Does that energy exist?
Can you hold on a minute? Slow down. Electromagnetism, electromagnetics. It's getting excited. The inverse square law through electromagnetism from the source outward. Hold on.
Is that a thing though?
It's not sound or light or anything. It goes from the source it's strongest, and then it goes and then dies out that way.
Yeah, is that a thing though? Like you just named something, right?
Yeah, I named something
Okay, so
that
light
will
is a
burn
thing.
you. Yes, it will burn your skin. It's a thing. Yes.
Hold up. I'm trying to come in real quick. It's a process of energy transferring from one place to another.
Can I just say something real quick, just to Demon Strikers? You just try not to cut Democ off. He's acting like super nice and super good, so don't give him any reason to just fucking bulldoze you.
Sure thing.
Please.
He has been very. We already had a nice conversation back and forth this morning.
No, I just want to get down to like what are the I mean even with Demon Stride, I'm on the same page like in a way. You think you're against me, but you're not. It's the same thing here. I want to know the physical attributes of it as well as you do. So when you're asking me the same thing, we're getting to the same place with this. So Chase, like, how can we weigh the protons and electrons and the photons, and what can we do with those? The same way light can come through a medium or excite the medium, right? A material interact with it and like hit your skin and burn your skin. Can we do stuff like that with protons and electrons, like each different one? Like, how can we single them out to steelman them?
There's different ways. Like an electron is weighed differently than a proton would be, but you can stick your arm in a particle accelerator and you'll definitely feel the protons or electrons that are in there.
Would they shoot into my arm? Would I absorb them like a battery or like ground, or would they shoot through my arm like an ISS?
Depends on their velocity. If they're going fast enough, they could make it through your arm. If it's like an electron, protons probably wouldn't. But it do a lot of. I wouldn't recommend it. It would do a lot of damage, and no one at these facilities would ever let you get anywhere close to being in that kind of danger. But
does an electron burn look different from a sunburn?
Yeah, some guy put his head in there. That's what I was going to say. Some guy put his head in one, supposedly, Chase. Did you hear about that?
Yeah, Soviet guy back in that day.
What was the aftermath?
Yeah, he had all sorts of damage and issues for the rest of his life. I believe he's still alive today, and he's like getting care in the U.S. But his whole face was all swollen up, and
he's still alive.
Damage. Yeah, I think his name's like Anatoly something. I believe he was a Soviet Russian physicist.
That's crazy. So he got swelled him up like burns. But like when the other night you guys were talking about the Hadron Collider and how it goes 99.9% the speed of light, like particles and stuff like that. But then like in a vacuum, like how you supposedly have it, and then when they tell us the ISS, like a little piece of anything can like go through the ISS. So like what material is the Hadron Collider made out of that this material can't go through it? Or is it only
it uses magnetism to direct the particles, so they're not like hitting the walls of the collider as it goes around. They're constantly being directed, and it's like a Hot Wheels track where they got that little thing that speeds the car up. You imagine that Hot Wheels track where the car keeps going around the track, the walls of the track help guide it around, and then that little accelerator keeps zooming it up until it's essentially going near the speed of light.
Yeah, but on the Hot Wheels track, in reality, that car slows down around the corners, does it not? So 99.9% the speed of light would be slowed down around corners.
Well,
now, but
imagine
my point, Demon, hold on. My main point here is the material. Now, if it's only a flashlight we're shining, I understand my arm can stop a flashlight. But if you're talking about shooting protons, photons, electrons, and like stuff that makes all the material we are, shouldn't that stuff be going through the material at the speed of light, like going through it?
Well, the reason it doesn't is because, like the Hot Wheels track, instead of just one little point where the car gets zoomed through little rollers, there's rollers at every point along the track. And so it's using magnetism to help contain them in there and to keep them along. There's never a point where it's not being constantly sped up. When they start the accelerator, they don't just start it off at speed 100. They slowly ramp the particles up to get them spinning around like crazy fast.
How do you ramp up a flashlight particle? So if I have a flashlight and I turn it on, how do I make the flashlight go faster than that point?
You're not making the flashlight go faster. You're accelerating particles with magnetic fields. And you're increasing the power of the magnetic field slowly.
Yeah, the protons in the LHC have a positive charge, and due to that electric charge, by changing the electric field in the electromagnets that are around the circle that are directing the proton around, by alternating and changing the strength of those fields, you can accelerate and decelerate the electric charge, which is the proton.
I still don't. So if you have something forcing the thing to do what you want it to do, I still don't see how it can get to go as fast as light if you have stuff making it go in a different path than perfectly one direction.
But, if it wasn't a circle and maybe it was like a straight line that went from maybe here to Mars, and we accelerated particles up going straight in one direction, you might get going a little faster, but it doesn't get the speed of light. It gets near the speed of light. And that's, I think, pretty much the fastest we'll ever get particles to go.
Well, when we turn on a flashlight, is that light going the speed of light?
Yep.
So we got a Hadron Collider at home, huh? At the dollar store.
I mean, you could bastardize any understanding of it to have that meaning, yeah. Yeah, I like the mock when he's had his chill pill.
I like these flashlight Hadron Colliders. Tell us more about shining your big flashlight in a circle with magnets.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we covered it. It's like, maybe here's one other thing I might add to it. So you were asking, like, why doesn't it just go through it? And so it's because the magnetic field. I don't know if you've seen the video where, like, at a nuclear reactor, how it shows the magnetic field withholding, like, a ring of plasma. Normally the plasma would, scatter, it would expand through the chamber, but the magnetic field allows the control of it. You can shape the plasma essentially, and that's all you're doing with the LHC.
Is the magnetic field just basically a sound anyway?
A sound? That's interesting. I don't believe so.
A static reaction from the medium, like you say, light's coming through and creating an inference through the medium. So, like, the magnet that you, it's like your speaker. It's a magnet. It's a big magnet that you excite. So
well, it's a vibration.
Yeah.
But the speaker and the magnet, like, you don't just get sound from the magnet. You get sound from the frequency, the vibration of the air medium. It has really nothing to do with even electricity at that point.
Well, if the air is electricity and the air is an electrical medium, so you have sound converted, right? And then it goes through the electrical medium and you have the reaction of those two.
And then it turns into an MP3 in your ear.
Well, I mean, wire, sand, air, everything carries a frequency, or else we wouldn't be able to shoot the antenna frequency to people. You know what I mean? Everybody wouldn't have TV and phone right now. I mean, you're acting like the air is an electrical medium that everything resides in. It's an electrical medium that you focus the other electricity through. That's what it's going through. That's its proper inherent thing to carry it, like its host. Come on, man.
Open circuit.
Yes. The electromagnetism is like a sound. Like if you produce electromagnetism underwater, wouldn't you produce air bubbles in a way? Couldn't you produce
No, I don't think so.
So you couldn't make a magnet and have some electricity and make like
yeah, if you rotated the magnet, you'd start boiling the water. I think.
You start what?
If you're, oh wait, can you do it without a container? I'm not really sure actually. Let me think about that.
liquid is your container. You're inside the ocean. You're in a
Talking
submarine.
about creating a convection current.
No.
Hold on, the other guy was saying if you
No.
rotate the magnet, that'd be.
No,
It's not heating.
yeah, you need like a. I'm just saying you could boil water with a magnet if you had like a copper vessel or.
Yeah, you
a
need the
couple of
vessel
aluminum.
though. Yeah, it heats the metal, not the water.
You're in a submarine. You have a big speaker on the front of the submarine. You're using electric and a magnet. I'm wondering if you can produce air underwater.
That's interesting. I think we could try that.
Yeah,
We should definitely try that one. What kind of magnet? Like, are we using like a bar magnet and then wrapping it with an electro? Oh, just using a speaker.
Yeah, underwater speaker. You just turn it on and turn it real loud with bass, highs, lows. You see if air bubbles pop.
You're not. Well, I mean, you can create a cavitation in the water. You could do that with your hand though. Like if you stick your hand underwater and you move your hand really fast, you can create a cavitation.
By current? By putting electricity in the water and energy?
No, just by moving your hand really fast underwater.
Okay. Energy is movement. Energy times mass equals acceleration. It's energy, it's movement. Movement is energy. So you're adding movement to the water, which is energy to the water. Without adding that energy, does the water do it on its own? No. You're calling it cavitation. It's called moving the water around, buddy. Keep it simple. You know what I mean? I'm just like going wiggle, 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 wiggle with my hand.
You have to go really fast though. I don't think you can wiggle it. You have to really. It's the same thing that like the mantis shrimp does when it cocks its pistol claw, and then it shoots it forward. It creates a cavitation that collapses back on itself and creates like a super hot like plasma or whatever.
Well, you're not doing that with your hand.
No, God, no. No, but
So why did you
are
say
creating
you can do it with your hand? What are you talking about? Why would you ever say that? Why would you say you could do that with your hand, Demon Stride, when you know that didn't even make any sense?
so anyway, where the Demox started to come out.
No, that didn't make any sense.
Well, I mean, I wasn't saying like you can do the equivalent of a mantis shrimp with your hand. I'm just saying you can cavitate water with your hand, and it's not creating air.
No, what I was talking about was, can you put a speaker underwater and look in there and appear to see air bubbles in the water?
Yeah, I think you could appear to see air, but I think it's not air that you're going to be seeing.
What
I think
exactly?
This is an interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I think we should try it.
I think
because if it is, if it was creating something, you should be able to test what that thing is.
It's electric continuity, what you're breathing right now. The static you don't want to keep telling us is electricity, the air you're breathing. That's what that is. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's a conversion rate.
Well, everything's magnets, Demox. You do know that, right? I mean, you want to think it's all electric, but it's actually all magnets. Every single
magnets are electric.
Show me one thing that isn't magnetic. One form of magnetism.
That's electricity. It's all.
No, it's not.
You can't have one
Every single thing in the universe is magnetic, one form or another.
Can't have electricity without magnetism or magnetism without electricity. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, well, I'm saying your electricity is magnetism.
They're the same thing.
No,
so you can't stop dividing.
Air is magnetism.
There's no hydrogen.
Everything you think is
No, everything you think is divided is one thing. That's your problem. All the airs that are invisible, you keep calling different stuff that you can't show me them. That's weird for you. It's just weird. So like if I can't show or prove you and say they're all invisible, look at all these invisible things. How do we separate them, Democ? Well, they're invisible. Let me go put it in a container. Let me go do some stuff to it. Then I'll bring it back and it'll be something new now. No, that's crazy. If I put this medium in that container, that it becomes whatever I need it to be.
Well, the medium is magnetic, so I mean, it
understood
doesn't really matter.
And everyone that you put electrical continuity into that container. Now you can heat it, you can cool it, you can put it under pressures, you can Gaussian it, you can do all kinds of different things to it, and the end result will be which one you want. It's common.
Did you take the magnetism? How did you remove the magnetism from the container?
No
to
such
show that
thing
it's
as
not
removing
magnetism.
electricity. You
No,
can't remove
magnetism.
electrical magnetism from anything.
Yeah, that's right. Because every single thing in the universe is magnetic, like the air we breathe.
Magnetic is the action of the electricity. The resistance of electrical continuity or properties of itself is power, is the thing you call magnetism, is movement, is force, not gravity.
I mean, you'll get it someday, but no, you got it backwards. Everything you think is one is actually divided. Everything is actually magnetism, not electricity. But we're getting there, dumbass.
But is everything is magnetic or is everything
Yes,
diamagnetic?
every single, well, no, literally, I'm not joking anymore right now. Yes, every single thing in the universe is a form of magnetic, diamagnetic.
Well,
Right. Stop dividing it. Stop
everything
dividing
is
it into
everything is
dio and
qualified as
stuff.
being diamagnetic, but not
Hold
everything
on.
is qualified as being magnetic.
Exactly. That's why you should stop dividing it. If it has an electrical property, if it has resistance or movement, the word resistance is magnetism. The word movement's magnetism. You guys not understand
I
that?
get. I mean, I
Hold
guess
on.
it's splitting hairs a little, but
Right, but
because
what does a magnet do, Snack? If I
and
put a
well,
magnet by a
it's saying
magnet,
that by the word magnetic, it's like it's saying that
right?
diamagnetism, superconductivity, paramagnetism, and ferromagnetism.
Yep.
Maybe
That's
just say
everything in the universe right there.
maybe just say electrical movement and resistance within the electrical continuity of itself, and everything reacts a certain way like a magnet. Whether
Well,
you
you
want to
could,
call
but
it
you'd be wrong.
diamagnet,
Everything
pole
reacts to a
magnet.
magnet, but not
Hold
everything
on,
is magnetic.
Pharaoh. Right. No matter what name you put on the magnet, it's still the same attribute of a magnet.
Right. So everything's
So yeah.
magnetic. Yeah.
Right.
You just
We
got
need
to
to
drop that
stop saying
electrical
everything's
shit.
divided. Yeah. We just need to understand they're different rates. Like if you have the inverse square law of light, you should have it of magnetism. It shouldn't be, well, it's like a different amplitude of that type of magnification. That would make more sense. It's all magnetism.
It
You
all
can't
goes
get
on the
full.
amplification. It's all on the power of the magnet. And then, yes, it is inversely applied.
Right. So everything has an action or a reaction. You can call that magnetism if you want also.
No, but
It wouldn't
everything
be able to
is
have.
magnetic.
Right. The air, the water, they are magnetically
Yeah.
induced to each other. They're connected.
Yeah.
They are one. They're
We
symbiotic.
breathe
It's a
magnets.
symbiotic magnetic relationship. And that's the best way to explain it with electricity and magnetism. It's all symbiotic.
Yeah.
To not confuse anyone, you know what I mean? How could you say, like, if I put a speaker underwater and there's no air there and I turn on sound, that's a conversion rate through the magnet of electricity. The speaker has electric or it has the magnet. Either way, it's getting a flow of energy and resistance. It has a resistant container, which would be the water. Snack. Got you covered. The water is going to resist itself, which is the electricity going into itself, but a different rate and a different inversion rate of a different type, different amounts, react different ways. So you have heat from a flame, you have electrical charge, you have chemical electrical. Like you have all the different ways to induce. And that's the way you put in usually is the way you're going to get out. And that's what people keep trying to confuse them. So if they see one thing work this way to get it in that way, they try to get it out a different way. And they're like, why can't I get it out a different way? You're not going to. The way it was induced or infused is how you got to pull it out. Just like an antenna for TV. If I have a frequency and you're not tuned into frequency 105, you're not going to pick up 105. You have to turn into the frequency to pull that one and get to diffuse the 105 I put out. It's like the same shit. Everything has its frequency. And if a scientist is in there like tuning his shit to the wrong or trying to get it to the wrong thing or trying to make it react the wrong way, it's not going to. It's going to react the way we see it react in nature, the way it can, the way it does. Scientists try to go in the lab and make things work different or do different than what they do. And then try to name it different and give you different properties, because once I put a property or a set name on something, now I control that in a way. Or this group or lobby or whoever, like whatever little science, these terms and
How would
shit.
that control work though? Just because you name a thing, you get to control the outcome of it?
Okay, the Olbers paradox. My name, The Archimedes principle. Yeah. When you name it, it has a big effect on the stuff and the way and who, and yes, it does. In a weird way, it does. Especially if it's a confusing thing you're doing. Why would it have to do with a guy's name if it's electrical and magnetic? If it's force, resistance, mass, why does Bob have anything to do with that? This is Earth. We don't attribute Bob to what Earth is doing. Bob is just a spectator like you and me. So it's not a
Well,
Bob effect.
names are just things we give things. Like it's not like that name was intrinsic and like a basic fact of that reality, and we found its name. You know, like they're just words, man. Like
Yeah, we got to make them right. We can't have smooth, straight, level, curved names. We can't have confusing scientific things. If you think a name and a word and a confusing phrase in science doesn't hurt people who are trying to do scientific method, that would be weird.
well, I don't think that's actually happening. So I think the people trying to understand the science that maybe don't have a basis in science or like a good, I don't know, like way to conceptualize it. That you're right. Those big words and long phrases are going to be confusing to them, but who gives a shit? Like I don't read a surgeon manual and be like, oh, these fucking surgery words are too long. I can't figure out how to do this. I'm not a fucking surgeon.
No, the problem is, why would you put Dr. Seuss books as simple in one fish, two fish, but make science to where you can't figure it out because they got new magic words they keep
Wait,
adding?
are you really
just said
asking
the
that
words
question?
don't matter. Stop. What?
No,
Don't
are
talk
you
over
really
me,
asking
please.
that question,
Stop
Demarc?
talking. Hold on. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
So Doctor One Fish, Two Fish scientist, too complex. That's
Do
too
you think
hard
he's
for
actually a
them.
scientist because it says Dr. Seuss?
What I said was, if Dr. Seuss was a scientist, all the little kids would be getting a lot further in it because it would be more simple.
No, because it sounded like you said, why are there kids' books that are really easy to read, and then why are there books that have way more deep understanding, and they have much bigger words and they're hard for me to read? That's
Books
what you
don't
said,
have
Demarc.
understanding. Books don't understand. Books just have words that men put in them that men have to decipher. You have the miscomprehension or the incredulity or the uncomprehension of the understanding. You understand or not. Correct, Demon? Not a book, buddy. I think you got it backwards. So a book doesn't do squat but confuse you. So if a smart scientist wanted to teach a kid real quick and easy, why would you ever add new phrases and new terms and new stuff that was so long that you couldn't spell it or your grandma can't say it right? That's great for kids, right? Who can't really talk that
How
good.
did we leave off? How did we leave off on light? I had to get back to that last job, but I'm done for the day. So I noticed Jace took off. Did we have any conclusions, or was it just left off with fucking a
It
bunch of
was
nonsense?
a flashlight and a particle accelerator with magnets.
So Demon Stride, you believe in photons, huh?
Do I believe in photons? Like what? Like that they're like scary, or?
I mean, have you ever isolated one?
No, I've never done many scientific experiments. Have you ever done any scientific experiments outside of high school?
Yeah, I ran
Like
a
what?
supercritical CO2 extractor for a few years. Done a few other things, fractal distillation,
Wait,
stuff
a
like that.
CO2. So you were making hash? Is what you're telling me?
Hash? No, I wasn't
Yeah,
making
a
hash.
CO2 extractor.
Yeah, you would make hash with a strainer. Hash is made with straining. This is a supercritical CO2 extractor, so it's a lot different.
I mean, I've used not CO2, butane to make hash.
No, butane would be that would be considered like wax.
You could use
hash is
ice.
more of like
That's essentially what I'm talking about. Yeah, distillate.
Ice. Use the ice, Demon Stride.
Yeah,
Pure, cold, dead
I
ice.
don't have enough. I don't have enough product to use the ice method.
Oh, okay. Well, sorry. Just saying that's the best method.
that's another way.
Well, I just heard ice is better than the butane because you don't want the chemical.
Yeah, definitely. It's less dangerous to you. Like using the butane,
Look,
so you have like a pool of fucking liquid butane.
The cool thing about butane is if you leave a little bit of the butane in, it actually acts as a catalyst and to start the crystallization from the THCA crystal to start compounding on top of itself, and you can grow these giant THC crystals in BHO extract.
Really? That's cool.
Yeah, it's pretty neat.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
been a couple years since I've done it, but I was
but think
using,
about
I've got dickweed to do it with.
the photon and the proton thing. So like if we have like a speaker and it's hooked to electricity, or we have electricity, or if we have any kind of flow or current, and that's going through a container, which is a wire. So you put that under containment. So you're going to get that reaction. You're going to get that rate of whatever, induction, inversion, conversion, right? All these weird words that mean basically the same damn thing. So, and then it infuses into the next medium. That electricity going through the next medium is all we're talking about. And they're going to call that a photon. They're going to call it a proton. They're going to call it a gluon. They're going to call it a spark. They're going to call it whatever you want to put on it. But literally, that's all. It's no different than anything we're talking through right now.
Yeah, I only asked
some
him
kind of
because I
speaker
noticed
analogy
that
here?
he chimed in a lot when I was going at it with Jace. So just seemed like he was siding with Jace on the photon thing.
No, yeah, I mean, I haven't seen any reason to not think that photons don't exist.
Really? Other than the fact they've never been the input or output of any experiment ever done?
I mean, if that's the epistemology of how you are concluding that they are or aren't a real thing, I would wonder if you've ever used that for any other experiment or any other type of thing, you know? Like that idea. What about, like, so I'll flip it this way. Love. Is love real? I hate this argument, but is love a real thing?
I would say so, but not from the
Really?
materialistic. Yeah, like the problem is coming from your school of thought, things can only be real if they can be quantified. But the problem is not everything can be quantified, and you guys have yet to realize that.
Wait, how come I can't quantify light? What do you mean by? So maybe I'm misunderstanding the term for quantify. Like,
Quantify is just the amount thereof. Essentially, it's
yeah,
just glorified counting.
right. So like a solar panel quantifies the light that goes into it to a digital expression of the current that it's receiving. It seems like it's quantified there.
I wouldn't say that's quantified. I would say the meter that's gauging the input or output would be the quantification. So it's just
The
a
input or
measure.
output of what? What's it inputting?
Well, you got solar induction creating charge on your system, and then that charge is going to generally like some sort of an auxiliary component, like a light or whatever it is you're trying to use a solar panel on. So you've
Right.
got
But what does solar
the
induction
energy.
mean?
That's the energy going into the solar panel.
Okay, so you're quantifying the amount of solar induction. What is the solar and what is solar induction putting into it?
Well, let's just stick on quantum because you seem to be confused about what that word means. What do you think quantum denotes? What do you think the etymology of quantum is? Do you think there's anything in the universe you can point to and say that's quantum, like as if quantum exists or something?
Quantum. I didn't know we were speaking about the word quantum yet.
Yeah, quantification, quantum, quantify. It's it's all the same thing, bud.
So,
Quantity.
Definitely not
I
the
don't
same
think
thing, Dice.
I don't think it is, man. You're kind of saying that because like you could do that and say like, well, shit, this one's got the same letter in it as zebra, so it's
So
also a
that's why
zebra.
I asked you. That's why I asked you.
Dice, you're confusing.
So hold on a second. That's
Dice,
why I
you're
asked you if you
confusing the
understand
idea.
what quantum means. Like, do you know what quantum means? What the etymology of it is?
So
Like,
all right,
where
yeah,
we got the
I
word
guess
quantum
I can probably give a guess. So quantum most likely refers to like a multi-state or a multifaceted position.
No.
Okay, what does it mean?
I already told you. It's just the amount. It's
No,
glorified
that's
counting.
quantified. What does quantum
Yeah.
mean?
That's what it is.
No.
It's the amount
No,
thereof.
motherfucker, I will Google this goddamn word if you won't.
Google it.
Yeah, go
Google
for
and
it.
read it.
Google it.
It's usually the best thing to do is just look, just look it up and then read it out. Go by that.
Someone else was trying to say something. Hopefully, it wasn't RC
I
Mice.
was just saying you're committing the linguistic etymology fallacy, meaning that like the root of a word does not make the meaning of a word. All it does is tell you the origin of the word. The question is not where did the word come from. The question is how is the word used.
Okay, so I'll ask you then, RC. Is there anywhere in the universe you can point to where quantum is?
Quantum is a descriptor.
Of what?
Of the interactions at the subatomic level.
So it's an action or a reaction?
I said it's a description of the interactions of particles and energy at the subatomic level.
Action or reaction? I got you. That's what you just said. A description of the action or reaction
I didn't
on a
say
subatomic
action and
particle.
reaction. I said all. I said interactions and
What's interaction
the
mean?
energies.
What's an interaction? What does that mean? That doesn't mean
Anytime,
action or reaction?
well, it's actually just anytime work is done.
So interaction means action or reaction, right?
It doesn't have to be limited to actions and
So you
reactions.
don't have an action
Which
or
is
reaction.
why you should listen to what I'm saying.
You should listen. If you don't have that word, action or reaction, what are you doing now? What are you testing? What are you doing with what?
Well, work is going to be any type of energy or force that's expended over a distance, which doesn't have to be a causation of one thing or another. Now, if I want to talk about that causation of one thing to another, I can do that, but it isn't limited to that. So again, this is why, Dimok, you should just listen to what I say.
I'd rather you show us
You've
how
never
you
even
can do
defined
something with an action. Hold on. I'd rather you demonstrate to us how you can do something without an action or reaction and get a reading without an
That's not
action
the
or
claim,
reaction.
Dimok. Can you listen closer?
That is definitely
Dyslo,
what
what
you
was your
just said.
question?
That's definitely what you just said. Exactly 1,000,000%. 1,000,000,000%. You said you can get an induction or an inference without an action or a reaction.
Not what I said, Dimok. You're like
You
just
better learn.
completely talking
No, you
about
need to
this
learn.
point.
Apparently,
Dyslo, what was your question?
This is far more entertaining. I'd rather you two go at it.
Yeah, Dimok's
read
just
that
not.
definition
Dimok's just
again.
not
Don't
listening
say
to
my
anything
name,
that I
please.
said,
Hey,
and then
don't
he's
say
just
nothing
making
about
claims
me.
about it. Doesn't make any
No,
sense.
Stay with the topic. Read that
I've
definition
already
again.
stayed with it, Dimok. You've wandered off into I don't know where.
No, I
But
wandered
Dyslo,
off
did you have
into
a
your
question?
definition. Why are you talking over me? The definition
I'm
had
not.
the word action in it, right?
I said interaction. Yeah.
Yeah, so what does that word mean? Read that definition of interaction to us, please.
I'm not going to sit here and read definitions to you, Dimok. If you
Oh,
want to
you
read a
read the
definition,
first one.
you can go to the dictionary and read definitions if you'd like.
You popped in to tell us about definitions and tell us how we don't understand them.
Technically,
No, I
yeah, that
popped in
wasn't
to
the
tell him about
conversation
Now
starter.
it seems
Dyslo.
you don't
I popped
understand.
in to tell Dyslo that the fact that he's using etymological linguistic
You're doing that
fallacies
wrong.
in order to talk
That's
about the
what you
meanings
just
of
did.
words is a poor way of
That's what
actually
you just did.
defining things.
That's exactly what you just did when you came in. You defined something poorly, and now you can't define the terms you're defining with.
I defined it
That's
just fine. You're confused about what it means.
undefined, if you ask me. I don't know what you mean now, since you won't read any terms of what you're
All right,
actually
that
talking
sounds like a
about.
personal problem, Dimok.
So interaction, what does that mean? Sounds like it's action to me.
It's an action, but
Good
it's
job.
on the inter part.
Yeah, cool story. So
Yeah, it's very
interaction
cool.
doesn't mean reaction or action now, you guys. Okay.
I
Well,
didn't say that.
I'm the dumb one. I'm
action and
sorry.
reaction have a specific definition, Demont. You're not going to say,
So
like, if you mean
what
that
does it
something
mean?
has a reaction, you're not going to say it has an interaction. If you mean it has a
Dimok,
reaction, you're going to use the exact
hold up.
word you need to use.
An
Yeah, so
interaction
Dimok, I
between
didn't
anything is an
exclude. Hey,
interaction.
Dimok, I didn't exclude actions and reactions from what I said. I said it's not limited to actions and reactions.
How do you have anything happening without an action or reaction? You are
I
not going to
didn't.
get a reading
I don't
from
even know what you're
nothing.
talking about, Demok,
Stop.
because that's
I
not
know
what I
you
claimed.
don't. Incredulity doesn't help you. If nothing's going on, there's no action or reaction on my
I
desk.
didn't say that there wasn't, Demok.
Shut
Hey,
up.
Demok.
Stop.
Demok, I looked up the simple definition. It says, what is the simple definition of interaction? It says interaction, noun, the action or influence of people, groups, or things on one another.
Yes, actions or reactions. Thank you. Exactly what I said.
Yeah,
Thank
Demok.
you.
And I didn't say your definition and actions and reactions is
So
not
why would you ever
exclusive
say
of
I
what
was
I
wrong
said.
ever?
Hey, Demok, pay attention closely. It's not
Demok's
exclusive of
right
what I
should have
said. I
been
said it's
said.
not limited to. Said it's not limited to what I said.
That doesn't make any sense. You should have said Demok is correct.
No, I said that you are limiting the idea of interactions to actions and reactions. So that's a subset of what I'm talking about. That's why you
There's
should
no
listen.
such thing as anything but those two things. What are you talking about?
Which is why I gave you the definition of work, which is not an interaction, but it is a subset of, or sorry, an action or a reaction, but it's a subset of interactions.
That doesn't make any sense. You're not making any sense, double speaker.
I'm sure the incredulity part that you were talking about.
No, that's yours. You're the one with that. You don't comprehend
That's
what you're saying,
fine.
buddy.
So Dyslow, now the fact that you've been corrected on the idea that etymology does not make
Whoa.
the definition of words, what do you think quantum means, Dyslow?
Well, based on your definition, I mean, it seems pretty far-fetched that you're making these assumptions that there is a subatomic scale that we can count things on and decipher things. Like, all that seems like hokum to me and poppycock.
Well, we can see things at the atomic level, which would be. Well, we
So
can
that's
see
that
things at the
incredulous
atomic
thing.
level, and subatomic would be smaller than that. And we can also see things and observe things and do experiments with things at smaller levels than that. So I don't know where your counterpoint
When
is
you
coming
say
from.
see things, yeah, when you say see things at that level, are you talking about like blips and pulses on a screen? Because that's not necessarily seeing
Yeah,
things for what they are.
I'm talking about observing their effects. I'm talking about observing their influences.
If I look at my
Yeah,
Ring
again,
app and it shows me a notification that says somebody rang my doorbell, I can see, right? I have data to see that my doorbell was rang, even though I wasn't there for it, and it's just a blip on the screen, right? I'm not even talking about looking at the video. I'm just talking about looking at the notification saying somebody was at your doorbell.
You're seeing.
Are you suggesting, Dyslow, that
physical reaction?
Yes, Dyslow, I am suggesting that the fact that we can observe these things in a multitude of ways, including as a blip on a screen, is indication of their existence. Now, if you would like to say, hey, there's some other way that I can do that, go ahead and present it. Or if you want to just get hung up on the word see, just like you were doing with the linguistic etymology fallacy you were doing beforehand, go ahead.
We're talking about perceiving reality as is, not like coming up with mathematical
great,
assertions. You're just
Bring
gonna
your
chant
point.
through me every time I go to talk, bro.
No,
Do I
I'm
need
just
to
saying
mute
that's
you,
great.
Marcy? Do I really need to mute you?
You're just dodging. Go ahead. I mean, it doesn't matter to me.
I mean, you're just all over me, bro. I can't even get a sentence out without you chiming in. So maybe Demok and you should just continue on your conversation. I'll back out.
No, I'm asking you to actually bring something to the table rather than a linguistic etymology fallacy.
Yeah, again, you're talking about mathematical assertions to support your understandings, and that's not actually doing science. That's just following out a convention that you guys choose to abide to.
Assertions.
Mathematics is
Not math.
a perfectly accurate way of describing things, just like languages. And so, if you want to try to appeal to abstractions that are being used to communicate actual information, then you're also going to need to rule out language, because that's exactly what language does. So, can you bring something more substantive than that?
Well, the crux of science is to get to a valid explanation, a logical, rational one. But you're just leaving off with vague descriptions in lieu of explanation, and that's not doing science.
Yeah, but so you added rational in there. Nothing in science is rational.
Nothing
Like, what
in
do you mean?
numbers
Sure
are
it is.
rational. Numbers aren't rational. They're never ending and never beginning. What's
But there's
rational
plenty of
about a
things in
number that you
reality
made
that
up?
right, but there's plenty of things in reality that go against the way they would seem or intuit, right? Just because you don't.
So if I pull up, go ahead.
Yep. No, go for it.
I
So
was just
let's
going to say,
do science 5 ways instead of 1. Let's not do number science. Let's do outside nature number science. So go do the science, do the experiment, then do your numbers, and we can have a big family.
Beautiful addition,
so
Damak.
yeah, so if I pull up quotes from some of your like godhead figures of quantum, such as
Well, hold on. If you're going to pull up quotes, I'm going to be able to pull up flat Earth quotes. So do you want to do this?
yeah.
All right.
So sticking with I'm talking about quantum precisely. So you've got people that are pretty prominent figures like Leonard Susskind. He's a professor of quantum. He says where common sense and intuition failed, we had to create a new form of intuition based on abstract, meaning unreal, mathematics. When common sense fails, we must create uncommon sense. That's really how you want to perceive reality. Here's another quote by Walter Russell. Nothing is more fantastical and a travesty of how nature works than is quantum theory. Its very basis has no relationship to reality.
So someone's opinion on quantum theory is somehow what? Is this actually a crutch you're using right now? Yes, someone. Somebody's.
That's
I
not
don't care.
someone.
It could be Einstein. I don't give
Yeah,
a
I know
fuck.
you don't care. I know you don't. I know it hurts. I know it hurts.
It doesn't. It definitely doesn't hurt, man. Your quotes don't do shit.
Very, very well. I could hear the hurt in your voice.
Wait, what?
I could hear the pain coming from you.
You know, when people try and do that, they say like, "Oh, you're nervous," or you're like. I keep hearing that from flat earthers, and it couldn't be further from. Like, if I was nervous or afraid or hurt, why the fuck would I show up day to day to get berated by people like Damak? I would just stop coming. It's like if you actually, if any of you actually intimidated me or any other Glober, like you would have a leg to stand up, but that's not the case. Man.
It's projection. It's projection.
It's not that you're masochists.
It's because they're projecting. That's why.
No, there's definitely projection on their end.
Yeah.
So you just like coming in to bang into a wall.
Well, here's the thing. I've never, ever told a flat earther that, oh, you're scared or you're hurt by the thing I said. Like that's such a, it's so cliche.
Yeah, because they're projecting, and we Globers, we don't project, so.
Globers never project.
Flat Earthers
Except
get
knowledge, they
fucked.
project knowledge. Like they pretend they have it.
Flat Earthers get fucked. So.
That's cool.
Armada, you're hilarious, bro.
I know, thank you.
Are you literally that cartoon character in your picture? Because that's how I view.
That's me. That's an actual photo of me. Yep, it came out 2D.
It's not Polaroid.
Yep, it's legit. It's not CGI. It's none of that. This is legit me in that picture. Yep.
What's up, Pee-wee?
Looks like Arma to me.
Yep. What's up, Dimok? You're that penny in your picture.
But, I know it's my model. It's my model of me.
All right.
It's my little
That
2D globe penny. That's a globe penny while you're looking at it. Don't be laughing. That's a 2D globe penny right there. You only see one part.
Imagine like an actual 3D penny. Like, I mean, I know penny's 3D, but I mean like a globe penny, like an actual.
That is a globe penny.
Like a spherical.
What do you
penny.
mean? Imagine you're looking at it.
No, but imagine spherical pennies. Though. That'd be a weird currency, right? If you had like spherical fucking change, that wouldn't really.
Like a marble.
Yeah. Like
What would it
marble,
look like from far away, Arma? A spherical penny.
A spherical penny from far away. I don't know, man. It'd
probably look
tiny.
like my penny.
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy? Can you tell whether that penny's a 2D or 3D penny?
Actually, you know what? Hold on. It's got me thinking. So I think if you're far enough, I think you wouldn't notice any distort. It would kind of look kind of flat a little bit. So maybe. Hold on. Let me do
It
some
kind of look like all the other planets in the sky. Yeah.
Well, hold on. Let me do some blender real fast because that's actually pretty interesting.
You think
to try
so?
this out now.
You really think they look
You're
like
gonna
those
have
image
to.
red?
You're gonna have to warp the image of the face to make it appear 2D when you get to that distance, though. It's like you're gonna have to like pre-warp it.
Well,
We're gonna make
Stretch it
penny
out at the
shop.
center.
You look up in the sky and you see like a little planet, and you're like, "Oh, that's a sphere."
I want to see this now. I gotta try this out. Let me see.
That's a penny moon. Look at that penny moon with the craters.
Yeah, because like
so 2D round.
Or do you use like a crazy weird telescope apparatus or stack photos like 30 times to create the illusion of a sphere?
Stacking the image doesn't create an illusion of sphere.
Well, there's two types of
so
illusions
silly.
that create the sphere. One of them is a telescope, and the other one is just like stacking photos together.
Yep, GoPro lens too.
How
You,
is the
that's another one.
telescope?
Those
The
are the two
lensing
ways
effect.
to create planetary illusions. Like
How is the telescope an illusion?
The lens.
It creates an illusion in your eye.
What illusion does it create?
It's
reality.
It's projecting into your eye.
It's projecting.
My glasses do that, bro. It's bending light, so there's light traveling through the universe. It comes down through the atmosphere into the end of your telescope, and it gets magnified, so your tiny, stupid
that how it
little
works?
eyeball can see it. Yeah, that's how it works,
That's
man.
illusion.
No, you're
You make it tiny, and
you
then
have
you
like
make
a lot
it
of there's
big.
a lot of different telescope designs, right?
Yes.
So which one are you talking about? Demon Stride? Which one?
Which telescope am I talking about?
Yeah, what
I
kind
mean,
of telescope?
you're claiming that it creates an illusion to create a sphere. So, which one are you talking about?
I'm talking about the ones that use like half silvered mirrors.
That's crazy because, like, when I take a telescope, right, and I look at a stop sign, it remains the shape of a stop sign, no matter how
that's
far away from it I am. It's fucking weird, bro.
dude. Yeah, of course they work terrestrially. You can't take that and look up at the heavens and come up with the same conclusion. If you do, then you have to test
Really?
that theory.
Really?
So
So
go
when
ahead
you
and
see
get
the
your
ISS,
telescope. Get your
yeah, so
telescope out.
the ISS becomes a globe when you're watching it from the ground.
No, that's
Bro,
not the
is
point.
the
When you-
ISS as high as the heavenly bodies, or is that would that be technically a terrestrial object?
But it's actually opposite, though, right? Like, all we have to go off is our Earth experience. So if you're going to posit that the things in the sky are acting differently than what we experience here on Earth, then it's on you to show that. You have to provide the evidence.
We
Not
do
on
do
me
that.
to show
Show it
it's
regularly
not.
because one
It's not
star.
on me. It's not on me to show that reality is
I'm
reality.
gonna
You're
explain
You weren't
how.
even part of the conversation, Chase. Of course, it's
and
not
it's
on you.
on you to show that.
Okay, Jace,
There's
I'm
no
going to show you
vacuum on
now.
Earth.
You ready? I'm going to show you. When we look at one light in the sky, it turns to two when you look through the telescope.
What are you talking about?
There's
A
no
binary
vacuum
star
on Earth
system.
either. Space
It
and Earth are
doesn't
not the
turn
same.
the what? No, that's so stupid, man. I can't believe.
Wait, that's
I can't
angular.
believe.
That's an angular
That's all right.
resolution
You don't know
issue.
what an airy disk is.
Hold on, that's
Fucking
an angular
You
resolution.
guys must have never heard of Galileo.
Well, hold on.
Definitely heard of binary stars, bro. It's not creating two stars by looking through the. Otherwise, it would do that
Oh,
for
you're
every fucking
silly. Oh,
star.
so you think that they're binary stars?
Yeah,
I
hold
gotcha.
on. Yeah, let me address that real fast. You know that's an angular resolution issue, right? Like that's what.
No,
No,
If you
that's
look
not.
up at
No, it
the
is.
sky with your naked
Why
eye,
doesn't it?
and it's
Why
one
doesn't it
single
create
star, and then you take out the telescope and it turns into two stars,
for
that's the
every star?
telescope fooling you.
For every
You're
star?
giving
Does
up
it do
on
that for every star?
sensation.
No,
You're
that
Does
giving
it
up
do it
on
for every
sensation
star?
and saying this telescope has the authority. You've
But that
given up
happens.
Does
sensation.
it do it for every
All right,
star?
everyone settle down. Hey,
But also,
hey, guys,
okay, yeah, fair
guys,
enough.
guys, everyone settle down, please. Let's go one at a time.
Can I jump in? I want to jump in. Let me
Does the
jump in.
telescope turn every star into a binary star when you look at it, like you are claiming right now?
No, doesn't do it to every star, but it does to
Why?
some.
Why?
Well, can I jump back?
Because the telescope's inaccurate.
Well, can I jump
That's
in?
so fucking. Yeah, go ahead. You take this.
Yeah. Well, here's
yeah,
another
they're
one.
inaccurate.
Well, hold on.
And they suck.
He's making it seem like that this happens only in the sky. This also happens like on here on Earth too. Like, you know, if you have a far enough car with the headlights or whatever the fuck, right? If you're really far away, or if it's really far away or whatever, it appears that's one, right?
Oh yeah, go ahead and give us more terrestrial experiments to explain the heavens. Thanks.
Well, at least he sounds super confident.
No, because you're making an argument saying that, oh, your telescope. I mean, it's obvious what the effect is, all right? It's just the thing is just so, it's an angle thing.
It's an optical
So
effect.
let me hop on there. So like Arma's saying with the car being far away, when the car's far away, you see the headlights. It appears to be a motorcycle in the distance. As it gets closer, you can tell that there's now two headlights. In the distance, when it appeared to be a motorcycle, were the headlights actually joined together or were they separate?
How about if you took your telescope out, you
Just
would see
fucking
the
answer
two
the
lights.
question.
You would see
Exactly.
the two lights because it works here on Earth. I'm not denying a telescope doesn't work on Earth.
Are you denying that the headlights were separate ever? Did the headlights only separate as they came closer to you, or do they merge together as they get further away on a car?
That's correct. They merge together here on
Jesus
Earth.
fucking
Here
Christ.
on Earth, we see that.
No.
Correct.
Do the physical lights actually move placement on the vehicle from the chassis to the center grille?
No, my eyes do something, and I don't even know
Why do you
what
think
they're
they
doing.
do that?
My eyes do that.
Okay,
That's sensation.
So then the stars are also more or less doing that same thing. It's the same effect.
Oh, so stars
how
are
the
just
telescope?
light bulbs in cars' headlights.
No, the
No,
stars are fixed positions in the sky, just like the headlights on a car.
The stars
Do
are
you not
fixed,
see
he
the
says.
analogy?
You're a
Stars are
disingenuous piece of
headlights on
shit. Who
cars.
is
Got
this
it.
guy? Torah, you're a disingenuous piece of shit. You know,
Really?
you know damn well it's the same effect, man. I mean, it's obvious. Like it
So
literally
you're
just-
saying a star?
Technically, what you're seeing is visible light, and visible light requires a medium or an object to interact with. So if you're saying that space is essentially a vacuum, then what is inducing the light to be having visible light to be perceived?
Light doesn't have to induce through anything. It can exist in a vacuum. On your model, it doesn't need one because it has the ether.
Okay. Did
On the
you hear
globe
me when I
model,
said visible light? Did you hear me when I said
yes,
visible light?
visible light does not require a medium.
Really?
Yeah,
You
where?
can have visible light in a vacuum? That's
Yes.
interesting.
Yeah,
Really?
yeah. Hey, so do this. Hey, you know what you can do? You can create a vacuum in a jar, a pickle jar,
Dude,
okay?
he's a
And then you can
pragmatist.
hold on.
You got
Hold on.
perfect
And then
vacuum.
hold on. You
What's
can
a
then
perfect
take a
vacuum?
flashlight and shine it through that vacuum, and the light will travel through the pickle jar. Wow.
Dude, that's called pragmatism. You can't apply that to space.
It's so funny. You guys can't do this thing because of my flurf brain.
Wow. You know, you're not revealing yourself to be super intelligent, by the way.
But what is this argument, though? I mean, okay, we literally went from the stars, telescopes not, some kind of illusion or something with the stars, whatever, to Dyslow saying, oh, you need a medium or some shit. We were on about the whole fucking telescope thing because someone, in this chat was like, illusions or whatever. Like, how about we fucking settle that first, before we fucking move away? Because
Okay,
because you flat earthers do that all the time. We'll be arguing something, we actually have a winning point, and then you move over because you guys can't win the original point.
Hey guys,
Please.
chill.
Armada, I want you to explain to us where sensation stops and perception begins, since you're saying you know.
It's just sophistry. You guys, flat earthers are really good at sophistry. Thanks for playing.
Wait, what is this? What is this sensation? What the fuck are they talking about? What is this?
Are you
guys
not?
are
When you look,
solipsists.
oh, sensation and perception has nothing to do with observing a star?
I'm
Sophistry, bro.
All I'm saying is that your argument about using a telescope to see two stars that's not even an argument. That isn't even like, how does that help you? How are you saying this is an illusion or some shit? I mean,
the telescope turns one star into two stars. You ever
No,
cross your eyes?
It doesn't.
And
And
then
we just covered that with the car. The stars are in a fixed position. They appear to be in one place because your eye is shit for fucking seeing things really
So the
far away.
universe isn't moving.
So the stars aren't moving. Okay, got it.
Gotcha.
That's exactly what I said. That's exactly what I said. Yeah.
You
Yeah,
have no
thanks for
fixed
playing,
points in
guys.
your model, bro. You have no fixed points in your model. I think you need to go relook at your model. There's no such thing as a fixed point in space on your model.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
don't
Yeah,
argue
yeah,
for my
gotcha.
opinion.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah, because, yeah. That's exactly what I meant by fixed point. Yep, you guys win. Yep, you got it there, right? Yep, the universe ain't
All
moving,
right,
man. It
admit
can't.
you're
Those
wrong,
stars
move
should be moving through the
Okay.
universe, then. Fuck me.
Don't they move in your model, or do you just have your
They do, yeah. Yeah, they do. So
so they're
like
not
the
fixed?
trees, when when you're flying
so
down
they're
the
not
freeway,
fixed?
you know, like the thing's
So they're
closer
not
to you.
fixed?
In a apparent fixed position.
Apparent
That
fixed
moves.
position. Can we put any more
Yeah, they
bullshit
can.
sauce on this?
So
Sorry,
like a group of, so let me answer, and not everyone try and talk over me. So like a group of vehicles traveling down the freeway, they are moving, yet they can be in fixed positions to one another. Can you understand that? Does that make sense?
That's not what you said, though.
What do you think a
You're
fixed
just trying to
position is,
backtrack.
bro?
Oh yeah, it's not what I said, but I mean, it clearly is my position. So you think
No,
I'm
clearly your position
ad
was that the
hocking?
stars are fixed.
So I'm ad hocking exactly what I'm
is it a
saying.
fixed
Gotcha.
You made it clear
Demon.
when you made your point a few times.
Fucking
Demon.
retards.
Are
Yeah.
are
He's in a
they
fixed position.
actually?
He's not.
Are we now arguing that star maps aren't real? That they don't work? That I can't identify locations of stars based on other stars? Like this is
Who
purely
the fuck said
semantics,
that?
Cora.
Yeah,
I don't think
no,
anybody's
who
argued
said
that.
that?
And I don't think
You can do
don't
that
enter
with
the
your naked
conversation,
eye, bro.
Negator.
You don't even need a telescope
My
to do
point is
that.
that
Stay out
this
of
is
it. Just go back to sleep.
My point is that this is an adolescent,
Yeah, Demon Stride sounds adolescent.
petty,
And I would say that probably Arma
Like
sounds a little
projection?
adolescent too.
This
But I don't
one,
think
it's
it's
like
for you
5
to
of
hear
you.
that.
There's 5 kids in here.
It's not fair for
There's
you to call
5
these people
children.
adolescents.
Snacks, please
Projecting.
just go do some more
I'm
fucking
just saying
drugs
that you
somewhere
should
else.
just mind
Okay?
your own business, Negator.
Just
I
shut
think
the
that's
fuck
probably
up,
what.
dude.
But that's what I'm suggesting to you to do.
Guys, can we move on to something a little more
please.
productive, at least, please?
Yeah,
Hey,
I would love.
Hello, yo. I would love to mod this for 1 second. Thank you. Okay, let's all relax. We'll go one at a time. All right, what's the topic that we're on?
Galileo's view of telescopes.
Well, apparently it's moved on to that now, I guess.
I don't know.
Sorry, go ahead, Daiso.
I'd like to finish my sentence.
Go ahead, adolescent.
Yeah.
No, your sentence. You were talking shit. You were calling Snacks a motherfucker or something. We're moving on, bro. We're moving on. I don't care what you want.
Daiso, go ahead.
After I get jumped on by 3 people. Point being
All
that
right. Well, what was the topic?
that,
Was it a real topic?
Jeremy, I'd like to finish the sentence about the topic. Okay. The topic is that
Okay.
the flat earthers here are asserting that the stars, practically speaking, do move. Right?
What?
Do they or don't they?
Dude, you were not here for the whole conversation.
No, you should just tune out. Just take it out on this one. It's okay,
Snacks,
bro.
look, man, I'm not talking to you,
No,
Snacks.
no, it's okay. Like
No, shut the fuck up.
I'm the type that can jump in
Feel
here. And not
free
know
there to
anything.
answer a simple question.
Again,
It's really
I'm
funny.
not talking to you, Snacks. You got nothing to add to this conversation. The question was to Torah and to Daislo regarding the stars. You guys are jumping on Demon because of a semantic position.
Misspeak that he made. Yeah,
right.
We're just trying to correct him for his mom.
Don't fucking
I'm
talk.
just trying to help you out, bro.
Okay, let's all relax,
Right.
please. One
So,
at a time, and let's get back on this topic.
Awesome. If the stars move in a way that's practically relevant, therefore star maps are useless. Is that the argument, Torah?
No, it's not the argument. It's not even close to what we were talking about. I don't think you were here for the entire argument. So if Daislo could go ahead, that'd be great.
I was here, and there's a reason you can't answer me. Go ahead, Daislo. Sorry.
I was just saying, we were talking about visible light and the stars. And then Torah brought up a point of using, all of a sudden there's 2 stars appearing. So that's kind of where we left off before shit got haywire. And then Demon made up, his.
I made it up.
Bad state.
I was here for all of that. I heard all of it. Torah
Did I make it up?
had a problem with Demon when he said a fixed point.
Yeah, there's no fixed points in the heliocentric model, correct?
Excellent.
And then I corrected it with a parent fix.
Yes. Can I put?
And then Snack said, "You put any more shit sauce on top of it."
Does anybody else want to add in
I
what's
thought that
already
was
happened?
pretty good.
Yeah.
I thought that was pretty good.
Telescopes are
Thank you,
junk
appreciate
and they
it.
don't really zoom anywhere.
So the
They
question
work on a
is,
flat base.
Does Negator just
there's
have the right to box me out of the whole thing? Is that
if
what
there's
it is?
no
Okay,
fixed
gotcha.
points, means that there's no way we can generate star maps.
Exactly.
If there's
You
no
can't measure
taxpayer,
anything
your
either.
job doesn't exist.
Exactly. No theoretical movement measure.
I'm
You
going
can't
to
put a
turn you
flag
down
in
too
anything.
because I'm not talking to you, Dimlock, because something's wrong with you.
Well, there's something wrong with your positions you can't find. We know.
Yeah. Hey, we're not gonna do that here, bro. We're not gonna point fingers at people, dude. That's not cool. Let's not do that.
Yeah. Yeah, just try to learn some manners, Negator.
The thing is that I speak and 3 people respond when there's one person that should be doing the responding.
I agree, but we don't need to be belittling people, right, and attacking people. Let's just address the arguments. Thank you.
Awesome. So, Tora, can you address the argument?
There is no fixed points in space in your heliocentric model. That's what you want me to tell you?
Is that preventing us from mapping stars as we observe them?
No, we can map the stars as we observe them because from the Earth, if you don't use a telescope or anything, it looks geocentric. So it's very easy to map them.
Okay, so if they are mappable, what's the use in saying they're not fixed?
No, that wasn't the argument. They're mappable. The argument was when you look at a star with your naked eye and then you take the telescope out and look at it, it'll turn into 2 stars.
And what's that got to do with the position of the stars?
It did. Yeah, I don't even know why Demon Strike brought up the position of the stars. Yeah, you're right. I
Right.
don't know.
Right. What I meant was those stars.
But
it's
also,
not
he did it wrong.
creating 2 stars. Those stars were already there. The telescope allows you to see them defined as their individual thing. Otherwise, like headlights on a freeway, it appears to be 1 star, but as it gets closer, you use the telescope to zoom in. You can tell it's actually 2 stars.
Yeah,
and
okay,
like the headlights,
That's
at no
not an
point were those
analogy.
headlights.
It's not
No,
analogous.
it is. It
But
is
it's
analogous.
not
At no
because you
point.
can't prove that there's 2
At
stars there.
no
You can't prove it.
point is the at no point are the headlights on the vehicle actually touching each other. The light
Okay, well, I
appears
could
to be.
physically touch the car, bro. I could touch the car. Can you go up there and verify for me that there's actually 2 stars, or are they too far away for you to get to?
That doesn't matter. We could still see 2 things though. So whether they're physically 2 things or not,
It's like he was trying to talk to one person and somebody else
my
answered.
bad. You're right. Okay, go on.
Right. So so when I use the telescope to zoom in on the vehicle, right, and that same apparent illusion happens, I'm justified in concluding that light appears to work this way. And there was actually 2 physical objects producing light. And not that it's a telescope separating light into 2 separate objects, because that would be fucking crazy.
Well, Galileo was one of the people that helped, with the telescope and everything, and he's the one that made this claim, not me.
Yeah, no shit. Actually, it's Egyptians that used to point to one of the binary stars, and they would only allow the people who could tell it was a binary star with their naked eye to be archers because it meant they had really good vision. I don't care what people in ancient history fucking had to say. Why did flat earthers keep going back to fucking Einstein and Galileo and Ptolemy?
It's where your philosophy comes from, bro. It's where your philosophy comes from. So you go ahead and you say, when I see 1 star, it turns to 2 in the telescope, and that makes sense to me because that happens here on Earth and matches my paradigm.
Yeah, but you have nothing in reality to tell you that a telescope separates light into 2 separate objects. You're just fucking making that up and then acting like that's the more sane position.
No, it's inaccurate when looking at the heavenly bodies as spoken by the inventors of the telescopes, okay? The guys that made these telescopes said it is not worth looking up at the sky. It's a great tool for on-the-ground use. 100%. I don't disagree with that.
Why do you care what old people said back then? Would you listen, like, if your grandparents, right,
yeah, the
were
guy
telling
that
you about,
invented
like,
it doesn't know anything about it.
yeah,
You're
the
right.
person who invented the phone wouldn't have shit to tell you about a fucking iPhone. Why would you go back to use a rotary telephone, right, and listen to anything that guy has to say about an iPhone? Do you see that analogy?
You want to rein your boy in here, there, Negator?
No, he's right. He's right.
Can you rein your boy in?
Tor's arguments are stupid as fuck. And that's all he's pointing out.
Yeah, I don't think that's an appropriate response.
That's unnecessary. Yeah,
That's not an appropriate response.
Demon Strike
Tora,
keeps comparing
I
Earth
think that
with space.
telescopes are a really good way of looking at the sky because I own one and, well, it works pretty good.
You have to look through your paradigm first before looking through the
No,
telescope.
I look through a telescope, not the paradigm. Sorry.
No, the paradigm. Yeah, it matches your paradigm because you want to
I just
believe
look
there's
through the
terra
telescope.
firma in the sky, and the telescope confirms
I
that
don't
for
need to
you.
look through a paradigm to see what my telescope shows me.
You got strong plosives in your microphone parts.
Sorry, because I have no idea when it is.
Technical French kid, what does the telescope show you, man?
Planets, because my rig is suited for it.
Does it show you lights in the sky, and you assume that the CGI pictures you have been seeing from NASA
No,
are also
they
definitely the
don't
things
look
that you're
like
seeing in the
lights.
sky?
Sorry.
Do they
They are
look
not
like
even close to being
Yeah. Do they look like the things that you assume look exactly like the CGI pictures NASA show you?
Yeah, check the general, and you can
So
you
okay,
can
if I
judge.
show you, yeah, exactly what I'm talking about. So if I show you a rock that looks like I don't know Albert Einstein, would you? Because I told you that, I repeatedly showed you that, and maybe I even edited that rock to even look more like Albert Einstein. Would have you figured this to be Albert Einstein in the first place if I haven't
How
never
is this
showed you
relevant?
and edited a picture of it? Because
No,
How
no.
is this relevant?
you have been programmed
Telescopes. No.
tactically by these institutions by
No,
photoshopped
man, I just look
imagery
through the telescope.
of
I see something
no
that looks like Saturn.
listen, you assume that
I guess they don't want to actually talk about the telescope.
can I finish? You
Yeah.
No,
assume
man.
that the things, yes man, this is how conversation works. I can
Like,
finish
talk
my
about the
sentence.
telescopes.
Yeah,
Okay,
talk about the telescope, Clay. The telescope,
you assume,
not the paradigm.
is this
Hey,
normal? Can
chill
people
out.
just
Guys,
interrupt
yo,
other people? Is this
I
is
know.
like is
Stop.
this how it
Are you
works?
saying something on topic, Clay?
Yeah, I'm saying something on topic.
Is this
The
on
things that
topic? Okay, go
yes,
ahead.
this is on
It
topic.
better
The
be on
things that you
topic, because if
see,
it's not on,
dude,
yeah,
this is like I'm literally about to leave. This is so annoying. It's like
sorry.
talking to little children. So the things you see through your telescope is just an assumption of the things you have been shown by NASA.
I see an assumption. That's
Yes.
interesting.
Yeah, how does the assumption get fed through his telescope?
You look through philosophy first. Every time you use a
Oh.
telescope, you're philosophizing. It's 100% a
Clay, were you
fact.
done, Clay? Hold on a second. Were you done, Clay?
No, I wasn't. I was not done. But it's
Okay.
okay, man.
Whoever
This is a shit
interrupts
show.
Clay, I'm timing you out for like just 10 minutes, real quick. Go ahead.
So in what the main point is I'm trying to make, especially regarding the main topic about your telescope tech with French cat, is when you see that picture you just posted of Saturn, okay? It's just your brain making that connection to the CGI imagery and photorealistic pictures that have been edited through certain agencies, which you then apply to the same thing you're viewing there in the sky to be the same, even though you cannot really objectively look at it anymore for what it really is. It's just a transparent thing that almost looks like it could be a ring, it could be something else, and like some kind of round orb in the middle. But it doesn't show you any three-dimensional visualizations or anything like that. It just it's not close to what you have been shown about this object. Does that make sense to you?
It doesn't have anything
So
to do
it
with
just
how the
looks,
telescope works.
it just
Yeah.
looks like there's a ring around it, and it just looks like it's an orb, but in fact it isn't, because no. And this was taken with an 8-inch Dobsonian and it was highly cropped. I can show you better pictures with like 16-inch Dobsonians, which I don't have because they're expensive as fuck, but they look closer to what NASA shows you. So if you'd like to get just in this, I could get you one.
People have big pictures of Bigfoot. Do you believe in them?
No, but this I can verify myself.
You can
You can
verify
verify
it with
what?
who? Against whose word?
No, I can just
Yeah, if I could take
verify
my own
that
picture of Bigfoot, would I?
how Saturn will look. I can verify in 16-inch Dobsonian because I know people who have it. So I can ask
Yeah,
you, can you show me
you're
like
saying
Saturn? That's the
you're
issue.
saying like, hey, there's a faking of Bigfoot, and you can take a picture of Bigfoot. What you're actually taking a picture of is the fake Bigfoot that the other people lied about. Dude, if I could take a picture of Bigfoot, yes, I believe he existed. It's not analogous.
Well, you're taking a picture of Bigfoot balls in the sky that aren't analogous to 2D things that you
There
haven't
we
been able to
go.
demonstrate.
God damn. Okay.
There's a zinger.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, what's analogous to
Whatever
what you're
his
making
smoking guy
up?
needs.
Hold on. Yeah, what are you guys smoking when you look through things to space and you just keep making stuff up?
No
The
idea, but
mediums are
whatever you're
different.
smoking, I want some. Really, giving.
Yeah, I want to know. I want to know how your eyeball and a telescope work any different. Where do they work different at?
My telescope is made out of 2 Pyrex mirrors. My eye is made out of, like, biological parts.
Yeah, smoke and
How
mirrors
far?
should literally.
How far is that mirror? Hold on. How far does that mirror go into space exactly?
Wait, what are we talking about right now?
Shut
No
up.
idea. It's just
Shut
debug.
up. How far does your
Oh,
mirror
I
go
got you.
into space? Why are we laughing?
Where does
The
your
mirror
mirror
doesn't have to go
go?
into space. The light is what's traveling, not
I
the
wasn't
telescope.
talking to you. Hold on. Can I have a conversation with one guy, the laugher, the funny telescope guy? Where does the mirror go in space?
Why would it need to be in
Nowhere.
space?
So how are you looking into space, pal? You're looking at a mirror on the ground below space. When space, you look vertical or outward to get to space. Your mirror is based below that point.
Are you actually sane?
Yeah, you're looking at a flat mirror on the Earth. You're not looking at
I just
space. You're
figured
looking at a
something.
What
reflection
am I supposed
from
to
a
look
little
at?
flat mirror.
Round mirror
You're
in
not.
the
You're
sky.
not You're not
No,
looking
Do you
into
know what
space.
telescopes are or how they work?
Hold on. You're looking at a
How do we
toilet
even use
paper tube. You got a toilet paper tube with a mirror in it. Now, when are you looking into space?
Wow. This is high class. I tell you what.
Dude,
you guys
no,
got a
it's-
winner right here.
Hey,
No,
I
dude.
know it's not my fault. Your incredulity. The little flat mirror that's shining the space down into the flat mirror, and then you're focusing your eyeball in the flat mirror. What is that doing again for space when you're looking at a flat mirror that's not seeing anything
I don't
different than your
think
eye?
I'll just let
Democ,
you
are you saying we
maybe
gotta be in? Democ, are you saying we gotta be in that? We can't look inside. Like, what do you? I don't get it.
You cannot zoom anywhere from where you're at on Earth. Your eyeball, that front, like if me and you're looking at the horizon, that's all that thing sees is what your eyeball sees, Jeremy. It's not zooming into magic fucking la la land. It's staying right there. That reflected image that you and I could burn onto we could take a picture of the horizon. That's all they have. It's like an imaginary picture of whatever they think they're looking at in space. It's just an image on a mirror. It's a flat picture that they're looking at. It's not space. It's a mirror here on Earth of
it's a
a
flat picture
reflection
you're
of
looking
what
at
you
that's
see.
also imaginary.
Listen, it's so simple. What we see with our eye is the only thing they can see with their telescope. It's just a reflected image of that. They zoom in on the mirror with a little magnifying lens. The mirror gets zoomed in on, not space.
So if Saturn is covered with vampires, we'll never know them, right? Because we're seeing through a mirror.
You don't know anything about space.
I think we second that. That's funny.
You don't know anything about space because you're looking through a toilet paper tube with two plastic lenses. One of them is a focusing lens. One of them is a beveled half GoPro lens. The other thing is a flat base mirror. The only mirror you can ever use to see any images is flat. I'd implore you to use the globe mirror inside your telescope and see how far you get with that.
Hold on. I think Macon made a really good point. Like vampires and stuff that can't be seen by mirrors. I mean, yeah, we couldn't be. There's probably so much stuff in space that we just can't see because shit.
Well, vampire can't see
That didn't
themselves
make
in the
any
mirror.
sense. What are you talking about? We're not looking for invisible stuff in space, are we? You call planets invisible vampires?
No, it was this fucking joke. But
So how did that make sense? Unless planets are vampires.
well, I'm just saying. No, vampire. Well, the joke was that sure,
So
vampires.
planets are invisible. Okay, thanks.
Well, no, because vampires
All right.
can't see the reflection. I was just making a joke. The joke was there might be other things out there that don't have reflections as well. Not just vampires. Like whatever vampires are made out of. Maybe that could be up there in space.
Help us out, Jeremy.
All right, I know. Where are we going with this now?
I have no
Where we
idea.
at?
I have no idea, Jeremy. But you and Kosher the other day were talking about fucking sprinkles. So let me have this.
Maybe that's what Bigfoot's made out of.
Yeah, made out of vampire material. Yep.
Yeah, he wears vampires.
Maybe your brain's made out of Bigfoot.
You guys never saw a picture of Saturn before you got a telescope? Like in school, they never showed you a picture of it or anything to develop.
Oh, that was the most famous planet. It got rings and shit.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Biggie was like when Biggie was like them rings and things you think about, bring them out. He was talking about Saturn, I think.
You can see different angles of the rings or whatever, or at least there have been different angles of the ring.
It goes into like our plane. So in a few years we will not be able to see the rings very well. It'll just be a straight line.
Pretty cool. Sounds like a 3D object.
Yeah, almost like it's 3D object. Yeah. Also, the Jupiter just so looks like it's rotating.
You can't zoom down into a cave. The image you see with your eyeball is the only thing you'd see, and that's what you would magnify on the surface. You're just magnifying the surface of what your eyeball can actually see. So okay, your eyeball can't resolute it because your eyeball like is like at the perigee and all that. So when you have the picture with the magnifying glass, now you as an inspector can go take a magnifying glass, same thing the telescope's doing for you. You take the magnifying and you put it closer and further. Now you can see anything on that picture can be brought bigger. It could just be made bigger off the flat image or the picture. You're not zooming into anything. We're not zooming into space ever.
You're just seeing what's there. I mean, you're seeing what's there, but now you can see stuff you couldn't see before because you're magnifying it.
Exactly, from a mirror on Earth. You're not magnifying that fucking image. You're not magnifying that image in space to your eye. You're magnifying the surface of a mirror on Earth that's mirroring that
Congratulations.
object.
Yeah, now you understand how a telescope works. Yeah.
It's also a backward image. You didn't know how it worked.
Yes,
Smart guy.
Oh my god. Dude, you
You
don't
didn't explain how any
oh my
telescopes
god.
work when you were asked.
What do you think that I did, right?
You were
Did
asked,
nobody
I
ask?
believe, by Snack, what kind of telescope you were talking about and how it worked, and you didn't say anything. You went silent.
Well, right,
Now
because
you know it all.
oh my god, I'm gonna
Okay.
talk now. Yes, here I'm gonna talk now. Because the thing about the telescope wasn't my claim, and nobody asked me how telescopes work. He was asking me what kind of telescope, and it wasn't my kind of telescope. It was his claim. But the thing
He
is,
asked you how it was
you don't reach
designed.
in.
He
I
asked
did
you
not
how
ask
that telescope was made, buddy.
Regardless, it wasn't my point, and I could have
So you
explained
don't
it, but
know
it
anything
wasn't
about
my
the
point.
telescope or not? Do you know how
What
it's
was your
made?
point?
Fucking just drop it, Demok. Holy
What
fuck.
was your point? What was your?
Yes, the point is you do not reach into space with the telescope. You are not going further out of your position like you are claiming that you would have to do, Demok. Zooming is not actually reaching out.
So how do you, so what would
That was your
93
point?
million light years away look like? How do you get
Yeah,
there?
that was my point. You see how he just fucking agreed with me? He did think that zooming was reaching out.
No, I didn't. I said, how do you see 93 million miles into space, Zoomer?
The light comes to you. You don't
Light
see how
comes to you?
it comes to you. Yes.
So it's no different. It's just one light the whole time.
Holy fuck. What's one light? Define
One
your
light
fucking
that
question.
shines on you. Every
Which
day a
light?
different light. At nighttime, there is no light. So now what
Except
kind of
for the
light are we
stars.
talking about then for the sun? The
Except for
sun.
the stars. The stars
93
are plenty
million
of.
is not. Stay with me here, buddy.
No,
The
thank you.
sun. I know you want to go and dance around. We're talking about how did you guys zoom in and say you see in the past zooming out? How does that work for your model? I don't believe that.
What?
Seeing into the past, millions of years.
Yeah. Do you have to reach out? Do you have to go like in your mind? You
Yeah,
must
I
be
don't know.
thinking
You
you
tell
are
me.
reaching into the past because that's not what's happening.
What's
You are.
How do you
That's
get to the
surprise.
past? How do you
Sounds
get
like
to
you
the
don't know
past through a
Demon.
light bulb that's hitting my arm?
Demog, it's not. I don't get this. Wait, what is such a big deal about that? Seeing
Explain
into
your
the past?
model. What do you mean the big deal? You don't understand your model? The
Well,
incredulity here.
What's the issue with
I know you
seeing into the
guys are
past?
asking Demok to explain how the sunlight works from 93 million miles away for your
I'm
model
asking you,
that I
man.
don't believe in.
Bro, I'm asking you, what is so wrong with seeing into the past? What's wrong with that?
How does that work? How do you see into the past?
Well, how do we
Do
hear
it
into
on
the
Earth.
past? You understand? Freaking thunder does the same thing. I don't
Do
get
it on
this
Earth.
argument. We could hear into the past, right? When we hear thunder
No.
from lightning, that
No,
was
we
thunder.
don't hear into the past when thunder.
No.
Like when we hear thunder.
What do you
You
mean?
don't do
What do you mean we
anything in the
We hear
don't?
it presently.
Wait, what?
Sound
No.
much lower than light. We just hear it presently.
If light
Which is later when we
takes
see the
time.
light.
If light,
No,
hold
that's
on,
the same
Armbar.
argument. No,
Hold on, Armbar. If light takes time, does everyone agree that when a light happens, it takes time to get to your eye?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's you're seeing it in the
No.
past. What do
No.
you mean,
It's
no?
instantaneous. It's the present.
it's instant?
Just like we explained.
But hold on, no.
You're not seeing in the past
whoa.
with that,
This is
Jeremy,
still-
though. The light is hitting your eye. You're seeing it in the present moment.
Okay, okay, hold on.
No, if you turn the light on, hold on, Armbar. I know you're dying to get in. Hold on. If you're across the room from me and I turn the light on, and it took time for when the light started to get to your eye, you're seeing the light in the past turn on.
No,
It
you're
was
not. You're seeing it
instantaneous.
presently. But the initial trigger, the light switch or whatever, happened in the past.
Yeah,
But
that's
you're
the
seeing
point.
You're seeing it in the present, but the guy turned it on in the past. Yeah.
Sure.
You see it. You don't. When you see it, that's not when the guy turned it on. He turned it on in the past.
Of
Your
course, but you
human
see it
time rate of
presently.
perception is only one time rate of perception. It
Yeah,
doesn't grow. It doesn't shrink.
presently you see a
It's
delayed
one.
image. That's the
It's
whole
one
point.
thing. We call it the present. The present of perception.
Yeah. So
When no one's arguing you're not seeing presently, where you're arguing that what you're seeing presently is something that is delayed.
That's your claim. I
What's
say it's
delayed?
instantaneous.
The image you're seeing, like what you're seeing,
Well,
doesn't
the claim can only
correspond to
happen
what's
Like
because
it
of
going
took
on.
time to
distance.
get to you, you're saying? Of course it
Yeah,
took time to get to
obviously.
you. Everything takes, like, it moves, right?
Yeah,
Can
that's
I
the whole
ask you
point.
like a
So
question?
you're seeing the past because the image that is getting to your eye isn't reflecting what's going on right now. It's reflecting what's going on some amount of time ago.
Like
So it's
millions of
delayed.
miles away.
I was going to ask
That's
you
the
like
whole
a
point.
question.
Like millions and billions and billions of miles. Right?
I still wouldn't say you're seeing
It's
in the
because of
past.
that presumption that you have to say that it's time. If it was happening here, it would be kind of local. We'd say it kind of just happened, like
Oh, it's just a phrasing
contemporaneously
thing
with the
there.
observation.
What
How
theory
long
of
did it
light?
take? How long did it take them to see the atomic bomb flash from where they were? It's like essentially the same time that it happened, right?
effectively.
I think if light is moving instantaneously, your laser finders would not work.
Yes.
So light has to travel a distance. It has to have a speed for those things to work.
Well,
What's that, Jeremy?
That's not Jeremy.
I think you're conflating visible light with non-visible light.
Physical and optical.
Is laser light visible light?
Yeah.
Can you
Okay.
see it with your eye?
Again, a laser range finder, because I can see it on the wall when it hits the wall, and it comes back, has to have a speed or it would not work. If it's instantaneous, then that instrument would not function.
That means you should stop listening to the people that tell you it has a speed and don't worry about all that crap. And there
Well,
is
explain
no.
how it wouldn't
It's just
function.
instant.
If it was instant,
Well,
how
because
would it
it
not
wouldn't.
function?
Because it
How
gathers
is it
the amount
anything
of
but?
time it takes. It gathers the amount of time it takes for the light to hit the thing and bounce back, and it uses that speed and the known speed of light to give you a length. But if it's instantaneous, you could point that rangefinder at any object at any distance, and it's going to give you the same result for every distance, whether it's an inch or a mile.
Distance is not time in that aspect at all. What you're saying makes no sense. You're conflating total crazy shit, dude. If your
Maybe
eyeball's
Demox should
looking at
just go
something
on
and I
mute for a
turn it
minute.
on, if I turn any light on and you see
Don't
it as
put it
soon as
again.
it comes on, that's the question. Not whether you see it across some fucking path or something like that. Do you see light as fast as you can see the light?
But hold up, you guys concede though that the light could be traveling instantly and just depending on the medium that's going in, be reflecting more and more, and thus taking longer to get to you.
Yeah, like a corn maze. Like a corn
Wait,
maze.
what?
If I run through the corn maze at 50 miles an hour,
How does it determine
and you
its
have 50
reflectivity?
different stop. You have 50
Can someone
different
control
corn
that?
Demox,
mazes.
just shut up, please.
You're not
Demox,
learning
stop.
anything here. You don't want to
Nobody's
learn?
listening to you.
Yeah, everybody.
Wait, instant
Thank you.
light?
All right.
Yeah, let's not.
Yeah, so if the light, like it's possible that the light is traveling instantly, right? But because of the amount of like the density of the medium, it's reflecting and bouncing off these things more depending on the distance, and thus taking longer to get to you.
But
Right, so that would be the amplitude.
How's it going
That would be if
instantly?
That would be if it were measuring the amplitude of light returning back to you, but it's not. It's measuring time, not amplitude.
Hey, I want to know real quick. Is that
Time's
thing
just measured
accurate
motion.
underwater the same way?
I've never tested underwater, so I don't know. It could be.
Well.
Yeah, I imagine it wouldn't be the same underwater.
No,
But that would mean the light can't travels at different speeds through different mediums. Then, correct?
Yes.
Well, here's the thing.
Using that laser rangefinder during different atmospheric conditions and tell me if you get the same reading, Paul.
Okay, there is probably a margin of error, but either way, even if you have to admit, even if it's reflecting instantly inside of the medium, which means from molecule to molecule or whatever you're going to say, that is a rate or speed within the medium. It is not instantaneous.
That
It's a rate because light's not traveling. It's an
Well, to be fair,
induction.
if it's instantly, it would still be it would have to have some sort of speed.
Yeah, because it has a speed through the medium, going from one molecule to the next, or whatever you want to say that stuff is.
Yeah, if it's instantly, even if there's
Yeah,
like
but
trillions of molecules, it
it's
still wouldn't
improper.
affect it because it's instant, right?
It's improper to invoke speed when talking about light. You're far
What
better
is
off
rate?
talking about
What is
the rate
what
of
is
Unless you're
rate?
talking about a
because
rangefinder.
when you talk about lead, you're implying that light is moving from A to B, which it doesn't. Neither does sound. Sound doesn't move from my mouth to your ear. It's the medium, the disturbance of the medium, right, that induces.
That's what we all
So,
refer
How does
to.
laser
What does
rangefinder
the
work
speed
then?
of sound mean?
No, he's right.
So
He's
what is
right.
the speed of
It would
sound?
be less conflationary to use the word rate.
But it's still okay. Rate of induction or
Same.
speed? It's exactly the same. It's a rate of something. Either rate of
again,
yeah, it's a rate of something.
Yeah, because he's like
when
making
you
a
say
semantical
speed,
thing
you're
about it,
inferring
and he's
something
right. Like
moving from
it's less
A to B.
confusing. Like
Guys, though, come on.
let's just go
Well,
with
wait a
the
minute,
word
though.
rate. We don't have to say rate of induction, but just rate. The rate of light. You good with that?
Okay.
Dyslow?
That's
Yeah.
fine. I'll settle for that.
All right.
You don't have to be referred to moving particles when you're talking about the speed of sound. It doesn't have to mean there are particles moving at that speed. We can be talking just about the wave and understanding that the wave isn't something that is actually moving.
You're
waves have
We
a
can
speed.
still, we can still use the
And light
we
is
can
not an emission. Sorry.
yeah, we can still use the term speed to refer to how quickly that wave travels. Why not?
Nope. Speed infers.
I mean, you
moving
probably
from
could
A
die
to B.
slow, but maybe it's more correct to talk about the rate of it. It's not
No, it's
really
not.
a big deal at all.
Speed is a rate. It's a rate of a distance per time.
Propagation. Right. When I drop a pebble in the pond, I can measure from that first movement of that first wave and how long it takes from that first wave to travel across the pond,
How long?
hit the other side of the pond, and come back. If I'm traveling that,
For the water to get there, Paul.
okay, I'm not measuring the water. I'm measuring the wave that is going across the water.
You're measuring the movement of the water. Okay, so
Essentially
again,
measuring
it's a
both,
rate.
yeah.
It's a rate of propagation. It's not A to B speed like you're trying to infer an emission. It's not what it is.
Speed is a more vague term, more broad term. I do think speed would be correct to use, but rate, of propagation, it would be more specific. It in the
Well,
end,
either
though, I
way-
don't think it's.
Wait,
I don't
what
think
is
it's a
this
problem.
well
Dyslow.
actually talk we're having right now? Like, well, actually, like, who cares? Like, it literally.
Yeah, it doesn't. It's a semantic thing. Like, can we carry on with the
Because
conversation?
when you say speed, this is where you start getting people hung up on photons actually moving from A to B. That's the little magic trick you guys try to play here. We don't fucking have.
I don't even. Well, when I was talking about water, I was not talking about a photon. And if light is a wave, not a particle, that propagation of that wave through whatever medium, the ether or water or air, whatever you want to call it, has a rate between when it leaves the emitter to where it hits the wall, and then when it comes back to the thing that was shooting it. There is a rate there. You want to call it speed? That's fine.
Yeah, we'll be careful of the slippery slope argument, like going to photons having speeds and physically doing whatever, right? But I think that caveat being said, I think we can continue with conversation whether we use rate or speed.
So whatever it has a rate or a speed, regardless, when the guy turns the light bulb on, you don't see the light bulb turn on when it actually happens. You see it happen later in the past.
You don't see it in the past. You see the light, but yes, the light came from the light bulb, which took time to get to your eye.
But that propagation
light came from the past.
The light did not come from the past, man.
No, I know what you're
the
saying.
light
Though,
came
but I
from the
mean,
past, bro.
you didn't actually see the moment it left. You're seeing after the propagation of that whatever it was hit your eye.
That could be
That's all you're
happening in
seeing.
the brain, though.
Well, what do you mean happened in the brain?
Wait,
Okay,
can we
now
explain that?
okay, let's go back. If it's happening in the brain, if it's happening in the brain, let's talk about that. Now, this has come up before. Then the rangefinder would be very subjective because it may be 2 feet to the wall for you, But in my brain, it's actually 3 feet to the wall. But it might be in Dyslow's brain, an inch to the wall. So if it's
No,
only happening in the brain, that's very subjective.
the instrument's taking the brain out of the equation.
That's my point.
Wait,
That's my point exactly.
Where
Listen, if I'm at the beach and I see a wave crash onto the shore, I'm not looking in the past. Okay, that's like a philosophical, metaphysical thing that you could say. Oh yeah,
Theoretical
this wave
idea.
came from somewhere else. It came from wherever it was formed.
Well, I mean,
or whatever,
you're seeing the
but
light.
in actuality, I'm
that's
looking
the
at
wave.
presently. I'm looking at a wave crash on the shore. I'm not looking into the past. That's just a fanciful way of saying it philosophically.
But the light is slightly in the past. I mean, it still takes time to get to you. So technically, you are watching a wave in the past. The wave is physically there, but the light that you are observing took time to get to your eye.
No, that gets even more detailed because then you're talking about the light hitting your retina.
Real quick.
Hold up. Then you're talking about light hitting your retina, right? Going to your optic nerve, going to your brain, causing the neural impulses in your brain, the synapses to fire and stuff like that. And it gets to be like, what is thinking? Do you think in the past? Does anything happen in the present? Nothing happens in the past. Everything happens in the present.
Well, there's a bit of a conflation here.
Well, I'll tell you this: there is no present.
Paul was talking, man. We got to start going turns.
It was actually Jeremy first.
Paul's always
talking. Jeremy was getting there a while ago. Yeah, that's true.
I'm always talking, really. I'm always talking, really. Okay. Well, another thing is your experience of that, whatever that thing was that hit your eye or the sound hitting your ear, is always your experience of it. Whenever that moment occurs, that is the present for you. But because I mean, there is a delay from when the light or sound is emanated to when it comes to your awareness of it.
Absolutely.
Well,
is there a delay with your thought right now to say that?
That too.
That's not.
That's even more of a delay.
There is no now. There's only the future and the recollection of the recollection. There is no present or now.
I disagree completely. I say that there's only the present, and in the present you can recollect what happened in the past. Right?
I disagree with that. I say there's only the past.
Which is things that
I don't think
presently
anything's real.
happened.
Hold on a second.
The past is
It's only the present.
All right, now let's look at it this way. Say you're standing on the outside of a maze. There's one way in and one way out. You're standing on the outside. The light's going to enter it from the other side, right? Light can go one rate instantaneous. The maze or the medium can be water, air, whatever, right? So our corn maze can be as big as it wants to be, or any fucking kind of design, any reflectant, whatever, right? That's what we have to run through as the light. If the light has an instantaneous speed, say we give it an example of 100, it's going to go 100 all till its heart content, till the cows come home. It's going to go its instant 100, no matter what you think. Now, the maze or the maze or the medium that it has to infer or induct or excite or get through to get to you is the rate you're trying to count. The medium's rate, not the rate of the fucking light itself.
Yeah,
now,
no, Demok, when you say instant,
hold on. So if you're on the other side of that maze and you only have the light coming out the one opening, now your light is going to see what? That fucking source, the only source that exits to that point to your eye. You're not seeing the ass end that first went in. I'm done.
Demok, a small maze or a super huge maze. If you have instant light, it's going to take the same amount to get to you, which is no time
that didn't
at all.
make any sense.
Yeah.
No, that's the point.
No,
Instant
right.
doesn't have a speed. Instant means it just
That didn't
happens.
make any sense.
Right? Regardless of how many things there are, there's no running through the maze. It just happens. It's instant.
Yeah, but that's only with respect to the reference frame of the light, which is not a real reference frame worth experiencing. But this is already a known fact. It's not even worth debating that even without a medium, there's a speed limit that any information at all can travel. Like it takes time for anything, gravity or light or anything, any information. It takes time for it to communicate. It takes time for it to communicate information across free space, and it's the speed of light.
It's known fact, Kosho.
Let's be careful about saying known facts in this realm.
That's a negative.
There's a lot of
claim.
things that they say are known.
To know that there's nothing that could go instantly.
There's like a 150-year-old fact.
Yeah, well, planes hit buildings, according to facts, as well. If you go and look it up on Wikipedia, Kosho.
That's a red herring. Don't go down that road. I mean, I've sat here and watched my wife in the rearview mirror. I've watched my wife in the rearview mirror, this is talking about information has a speed limit. I can watch her mouth move in the car behind me, and there's a delay between watching her mouth move and me hearing her. So now, so that means there's a limit to how fast information can travel, right?
Yeah, of course.
Wait, you can actually
I wouldn't
tell
say
that?
that point blank.
Yeah, I have conversations
That's
with
a little-
my girl in the house. Same thing.
That's a little close to be seeing a delay like that.
I don't know. He must be like the
Yeah.
Flash or something. I don't
It
know.
happens to me in
maybe
the
he can
house.
maybe he could register shit really fucking fast. Maybe he's super.
Maybe it's a really long car. Maybe he's driving a limo.
So when you
Time,
compare a
it
vacuum
it has to go
air
through the
and
phone
water,
company.
what are you guys comparing the rate of? The vacuum, the air, and the water, or the light itself? That's all I'd ask.
It's all those things. So that's the maximum speed it can go is speed of light, and then once you add a medium, it goes even slower. And once you add the brain processing, it's going to be even more time.
Hold
so
on.
all these things.
What
make
about
up
the
more
quantum
time.
faster than light?
Hold on a second.
Coupling.
You said
That's
if
not-
you
that's
add
not-
a
that's not-
medium, hold on.
that's
You
not
said if you add a
information.
medium, the light goes slower.
Quantum
But in
entanglement
the
isn't information.
but
not
in the
information
idea of the
traveling.
maze, it doesn't go slower, Kosho. It's the same rate. The medium is just different.
Everything's going to slow it down, and that's the
The
maximum
resistant
speed.
pattern.
So
The
let me
resistant.
ask you this. Let me ask you this real quick, Kosho. If there was something faster than C, light in a vacuum, what would that do to your paradigm?
It
Destroy
would make my paradigm change. It'd have to be adjusted.
So how do you account for instantaneous action at a distance, i.e., scalar wave technology, shown to be instant over long spans of distance? Like, how do you deal with that? I think they
Scalar
clock it
wave
up to 30 times faster than C.
Wait, I remember you talking about this before, and I don't remember you elaborating on it. Scalar wave technology.
Yeah, it's what Tesla calls his death ray.
Super low.
Right. It's the thing where the Eric
There's no
Dollard
wave
shot it through the ground.
Ironically, there's no wave phenomena contained in it, ironically, but it is called scalar wave technology. Eric Dollard picked up on it a little bit.
Yeah, that was ridiculous.
But
So yeah, it's not real.
No, that is real.
well, let's just say if it was,
It's not real.
that would cause your paradigm to be drastically shifted or revamped, right?
Absolutely.
It's called.
All right.
It's real.
Well,
It's called
which
action
part of your
reaction.
paradigm would it drastically change what you believe about the moon orbiting the Earth? I don't think so.
No.
What
But
about
the thing is,
Spooky action at a distance is a real thing. We don't know exactly, if it can transfer information, though. That's the important thing.
but it can't.
What's action and reaction? What's the rate of action and reaction? What are those rates versus speed of light?
See,
Action and
Demon
reaction.
he's trying to talk about Demon Stride was trying to talk about spooky action at a distance. I think you cut him off. Go ahead, Demon Stride.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's just that was as far back as Einstein. Like, they had understood the quantum entangling of particles, and you could have an instantaneous reaction. But the idea that you could use that to transfer information, faster than the speed of light, so you could have, let's say, a computer send a message that it receives before it sends it, it still breaks physics, and that thing can't actually happen. So the information travel is really what the barrier is.
Yeah.
Well, and you need a medium to carry information, right? You need some kind of
Isn't that
medium.
why? No, you can
You
no,
don't?
it's like a cell. Yeah, you can carry like a cell phone. Like I was saying with computers, or type that at least. But when we're talking right now, if there is no medium,
Are you?
Yes, there
on
is.
Earth, we could still be communicating like this.
You're conflicting
Actually, hold
action
on.
and reaction with speeds of certain things too. You're saying speed of light, but like really the only thing that you're doing ever is getting the action to reaction of whatever the hell's going on at that exact second for you. You're the sensor. So as soon as it reacts with your sensor, you act. Like what could be faster than that?
I think Kosho misunderstood what I was driving at. Sorry. What I mean by medium, like to carry the words I'm saying right now are carried on sound going through the air, then translated into electrical impulses inside the Bluetooth that are carried through another medium of the radio waves to my cell phone, and then going from another medium of another electrical impulses to the cell tower, which goes through. That's what I mean by medium. Because if you don't have something like that to carry it, whether it be light, sound, letters on a board, chalk, ink,
Well, I mean, that's what happens
the
on
information
Earth.
can.
That's what happens on Earth, but you can send radio waves through a vacuum. I mean, that's a thing. And you could
He's
actually test
calling
for
the
that.
radio waves the medium.
The radio waves are the medium. That's what I'm trying to
So
say.
he's calling them the medium. Actually, the radio waves are just the information. But,
Well,
is the speed of
now they're
sound
not the
up to
information. They're not the information. They are the ways to communicate the information. It's not the things carrying it
It's
are
a
not the
signal,
same
though.
thing as the thing. It's
No,
a
it
signal,
is.
yes.
It is the information. It's a one. It's just ones and zeros, essentially.
No, wait a minute. Okay, wait a minute. If I give you CAT or TAC, those are the exact same letters in a different arrangement. Or AC or ACT, those are the exact same letters, but they have three different meanings. The meaning is the information. The letters are the carrier of the information.
Yeah, and it's just
Yeah, but the
how
letters aren't a
how the
medium.
signal's propagated is how you get them aligned and arranged. The arrangement comes from you actually transmitting it.
Right. So the frequency, how that oscillation is occurring, or the sound waves is what is the carrier of the information. But it's not the information itself.
You're saying I
How
just
long?
calling it a medium. I think kind of confuses things, but I see what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I should have said that.
What's
I
the
should have
rate
said
of
it medium.
perception? What's the rate of perception in water, in sound, in like air, in a vacuum? The rate of your perception. What's that rate?
Okay. Perception.
would probably
Let's
change.
define what. Hold on. Let's define what perception is. Is perception, in my understanding, tell me if I'm wrong, is your awareness of the data or information or whatever you're perceiving. It's your perception of
Agreed.
it, right? So it's okay.
Yeah, at the
So
instant,
now,
at
what's
the
the rate
instant
of
rate.
perception? Okay, so rate of perception is very subjective, which means it's probably individually specific. My rate of
Yeah, someone
perception may
can
be
think
different
really
than yours.
slow.
Right, or your neural impulses, your neurons will work slightly different than mine. So that would be very subjective to each individual person.
So
You
when
know what
we
they
do
say
science and we
in
manipulate
traffic.
when we do science and we manipulate variables and stuff like that, and we say, well, this guy and that guy or this person, like, why wouldn't we have like a group of 15 doing all different things at once instead of just one guy and his perception? Because it seems to me a room like this doing every different scientific theory or study would be we'd be way farther than. I don't get it. Like a one guy science. It's
When they
it's
test
weird. It's just weird.
when they test those things on humans, they usually get a giant group of people. They wouldn't just use one person. But
I wasn't talking about
yeah,
testing
whenever
nothing on humans. Thanks for diverting that. I was talking about the scientific method with everything we've ever done in science, from chemistry to alchemy to everything, having a group of 50 do every single one, not just Bob or Kep or these other one guys. I'm talking about 50 for each different individual thing that has ever been made up by one guy.
we don't rely on people's perception in science. And when you do rely on people's
You don't?
perception, you generally do a big group study. But otherwise, you use
You don't?
instruments to measure things in science. But
How does an instrument work without perception?
Yeah, Coach.
it has numbers on it, and then the
Welcome
numbers
to
are
Quanta.
universally
What are you talking about?
understood.
Welcome to Quanta.
Anyway, yeah, in
Is this
traffic,
even?
yeah, they say that you have your brain has reaction a time of like 0.2 of a second or something like that. So it's like, however long it takes the light to get to your eyes, and then it still takes like 0.2 of a second for your brain to actually get the
I would
information.
argue that could be a person that wasn't paying attention. I could say, well, it depends on where you had your attention focused. Was that in the study? See, when they make these studies and they just infer all this garbage, like there should be 70 people in the room going over this.
He does have a point.
Oh, show.
Yeah, I just said
Speed of
that
sound
whenever
up
they do
to-
those tests, they generally do it with big groups of people.
Is the speed of sound absolute?
And get
No,
median, yeah.
It varies
It's
based
medium
on the
specific.
temperature, the elevation or altitude, and the humidity or precipitation.
It
So
depends
if
on what you're referring
light,
to.
Water.
so
Water.
if light also appears to change speed given the medium it's going through, why is that not the same thing?
What?
Yeah.
Light appears to change
Yeah,
speed
light.
depending on the medium.
Yeah,
So
light.
why is
Light
that
does.
not the same thing?
Light does change
Yeah, it does.
speed in a medium. Yes.
They say it's because it goes like a further distance. So, but it's medium dependent.
Well,
So how's that different than sound?
Wow. It's
I think
not.
they actually say it's
It's
for a different
inverse.
reason.
With more density in sound, it goes quicker. With more density, light goes slower.
That is true.
Well-
But yeah, it's because they travel in different ways, and they slow down for different reasons.
Well, and sound will travel
Other
travel
than that, they're the
faster in a solid, right? Sound will travel faster in a solid as well as water.
Yeah, or the more
Oh, by
dense,
the
yeah, it
way,
travels faster.
that kind of requires water to be somewhat compressible because sound is P waves, and you don't get P waves without compressing it. It's unrelated.
So when people break the sound
Absolutely.
barrier,
Water's compressible.
it's
No, that's fucking related because we've been into the compressible water thing for hours and hours and hours. So take that,
There's-
you non-compressible water motherfuckers.
There's
Yeah,
also
water is compressible.
There's also a light barrier. There's not only a sound barrier, but there's a light barrier as well.
so when people break the
Everything's
sound barrier,
compressible. That's what the conversion rate is. Compression rate is conversion rate from one thing to
talking,
another
man.
to be electricity. I'm sorry, I mean,
when the sound barrier is broken, it's 855 miles per hour, whatever it is. That's
767.
that's
Yeah,
faster
700.
than the medium it's in. That's how it works. Like if the atmosphere was moving faster, would the speed of sound, the sound barrier, would it be higher?
yes,
Yeah, it's relative to the atmosphere.
So does
relative
it?
to resistance.
And temperature.
So does sound in a different direction break the speed, the sound barrier at different mile per hour?
Oh, depends on what you're referencing that speed. If you're referencing with the medium, then that's the same speed. Always. If you're referencing to
Well,
the
how do you
ground and the medium is moving, then you're going to get different speeds.
Right, yeah, that's true. Because the reference frame, the reference frame you should be describing it from is the medium that it's in it. And so, if the air is moving in that reference frame, technically, it's stationary.
Or a river.
Yeah, no,
Try a river.
when I see people break the sound
Yeah.
barrier, they do it by miles per hour, which has to be ground speed, right?
Typically, because
Bacon
typically
after
the
this,
air's not
bacon.
moving.
Say it again?
Bacon after this, we're getting right into the compressibility of water. So
Kosha,
go ahead,
can you
Kosha.
say that one more time?
I said typically that's true because typically air is not moving, like it's not moving by any, it's not moving like hundreds of miles
It's
per hour. or anything.
order of magnitude slower than the speed of sound. That's not
Slower.
irrelevant.
You mean hotter or colder, right? In air? The temperature, Arma. Didn't you hear Dyslow?
No, Arma, that's fucking bacon, you silly.
Oh,
Don't do it.
bacon. I'm sorry. Bacon. The temperature. It's the temperature, bro. So if you're in the air and you're not on the
It must be
ground,
your Brazilian accent, Arma.
when you're not on the ground and you're in the air, like falling or going forward, and you're at that rate of free fall, what would your temperature be? I mean, rate of sound, speed of sound. What would your temperature be? I'm sorry.
32 Celsius.
So
42.
that's how they judge the speed of sound by a degree. Also,
Yes, get mine, not yours.
Yes, mine. Anyway,
how else would you judge it? How else would you judge the speed of sound?
Jeremy
If
wants
a
to talk
bird
about
going
water
the speed
being
of sound.
compressed.
What do you mean by that, Bacon? Because I happen to know water is only slightly compressible.
Yeah, that's what I said. Like it has to be somewhat compressible for a sound
But
to
do
travel.
you mean pure water, or do you mean water with shit in it?
Whatever.
All water is compressible.
If both can transmit sound, and both have to be somewhat compressible. Everything that transmits sound has to be somewhat compressible.
Oh yeah, of course. Well, but I mean, say the diamond can transmit sound.
Everything that exists is compressible.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not sure about that.
Okay,
What's compressible
what's not
exists is
compressible?
What's
Are
compressible mean
electrons
in this
compressible?
situation?
Come on,
Do
bacon.
electrons physically exist?
Well, how does that work though? Because I know
Space isn't compressible.
Bacon.
Well,
Space isn't compressible, right? It grows and
One's
grows.
talking about
Space.
but hold on. Is it
Make
like the more
sound through a
solid a
single
thing is,
electron.
the faster sound travels in it? Like if it's like really solid, like sound travels like near instantaneous.
Yeah, but you have to remember that what's being talked about
silky
is
waves.
emergent material. So we're not talking about electrons, and we're not talking about some solid something that is, one fucking electron.
Yes, you are.
The material has to be
not single
emergent
particles.
material.
Get it. Yeah, if we're
Go
talking
ahead.
about things made up of atoms, then yeah, everything's compressed.
Okay,
What
yo,
does
hold on.
compressible mean in this scenario?
Speed is down. Hold on, real quick.
Speed.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Real quick. That dark matter, dense black star shit that you say where a teaspoon weighs a zillion
Breaking up.
trillion pounds.
Call a neutron star, dude.
How fast does sound go through that shit? Well, hold on. I'm gonna get somewhere that I'm good at. Hold on a second. That when you say a star collapse and it's just dense matter, whatever that dense matter is, where a teaspoon of it weighs like a zillion trillion tons, how fast does sound travel through that?
That's a good question. That's an
I'm not
example
even sure
of-
it makes a lot of
Yeah.
sense because like with sound you have like the oscillation in between molecules and stuff. You don't have that with neutron star.
What's compressed sound?
I don't know how it works, but
Yeah,
probably I'll guess close to the speed of light if such thing as sound makes any sense on that.
What is the
Bro,
compressed
that's a
sound?
wild guess. Run the numbers. We need to know this. You might be able to break the speed of light barrier here.
Wow, dude, hold on.
Because that
Hold
shit's
on. It
wild
is.
sense, bro. If
It's the
sound
speed of.
always speeds up,
You really
if
think
sound always speeds up, and the denser the material gets.
get the
Yeah, but
Then
here's
sound
the
sounds
thing.
you think the speed is hold on? You think the speed of sound is going to beat the speed of light? Never.
Yes, every
best,
day, all day.
No,
Light is the conversion of sound. Listen to me. Compressed sound is what?
What?
Light. Repeat after me. Compressed sound is light. Repeat that.
Anyway, so
Luminescence. Compressed sound is light.
Wait a minute. Did Arma not know that sound is light?
Wait, hold on.
Wait,
We're
what?
not getting,
No,
we're
he
not
didn't
getting
know
into this.
that.
I never said anything of that. I never said anything related to this. I'm not even touching that. All right.
That's
Anyway.
why I was asking the difference between the sound and light as far as how they react to a medium and stuff. If it's all part of the same spectrum, you would assume there'd be similarities with that.
Well, it's not part of the same spectrum.
Well, you understand that. Well, no, never mind. That's not gonna.
Compressed sound.
But there's a discussion on sound through a neutron star, and even though what Bacon was saying made sense, except for they're not going to be as elastic as a regular molecule.
So
but
stupid. Bacon.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense. Duh. Of course it makes sense.
Hold on.
I asked that. You said it didn't make sense, but obviously it makes sense. There's a whole thread on it.
There's a lot of conversations on it.
Interesting.
I said I wasn't sure if it did make sense.
Oh, yeah, I had the same intuition as Bacon.
Yeah, so what's the speed? What's the speed?
Not faster than light, obviously.
Does it have a mathematical ratio of how dense, and then it gets faster and faster for how dense it is? Like, could you figure it out for how dense they say the star is?
This is way out of my league.
Yo, Jeremy, you're asking them like they know what the heck a neutron star is. They have no clue.
But
I'm just saying they know how dense it is, right?
Sure they do.
Do they know how dense it is? Yeah, so they know. Well, they claim to know how dense it is, so they can just crunch some numbers and see if it's how fast the sound travels.
Actually, when you think about it, this is the truth. If I don't know about through a neutron star, but the neutron star the sound that it makes, like when they're like gravitational waves, those do go faster than light, most light, because it goes at the speed of light, and most light doesn't go at the speed of light.
Wait.
It's like a
What do you
medium
mean
or some
faster
shit.
than light? Faster than C or faster than
No,
light?
not faster than C, just faster than most light.
Right.
Oh.
Okay, so C is faster than light. So light is faster than light in that sense.
Yeah. C is the fastest thing, but it's
Silly
going
goose,
it's going basically C.
Yeah, here's the thing.
Is that what they said the math was for the neutron star?
It's a.
Did anyone give any math for the density and how fast the sound goes for the neutron star thing?
Looking for.
It's really fast. I did the math already. It's really
Is
fast.
that the densest thing? Is that the densest thing you have in your model, Kosho?
We're not gonna
The
find
densest thing in our model, or in reality, is you right now.
Is what?
The densest thing they have in their model is
It's Jeremy right now. Jeremy's the densest thing right now.
Black holes are more dense than neutron stars.
The singularity of a black hole.
Yeah, but
there's spiders.
You can't.
But it's fake.
Yeah. Well, you can't.
Well, yeah, you're talking about fairy tales,
for
for fuck's sake. Jesus.
When you guys talk about compressible in this situation, are you talking about like its ability to vibrate?
Yes.
Nope.
They're talking about the resistance,
like
the point of no
elasticity.
return. The point of no return from resistance, like, so if you keep resisting and resistance, it gets converted to something different. And that would be vibration or light, and it's all going to work the same because that's how it works.
I see.
Kosho, in your model, that's what you're talking about, right?
Hold on,
saying compressible. You're talking about like the medium has to have the ability to vibrate, right?
Well, I mean, you say vibrate, but I would think of like elasticity or like about it's just about the tensile structure of the material. Like
it means that
what's elastic
force
about
forces can transfer through it, and that
Guys,
it has pressure.
Okay, real quick though, Kosho, you said when it goes through a neutron star, it goes as fast as light, right?
No.
So, no.
I said that
it goes faster than most light.
I know, but I was only talking about gravitational waves from neutron stars. Okay, which is the closest thing I found to an answer about it. I'm still reading about it.
Oh, all right.
I specifically said that.
Yeah.
Man, this is something I said years ago, by the way.
But it would
that everything's compressible, and that's why you have pressure in the first place.
How would you? Let's see. We can
Well,
actually.
there was people arguing big time that water wasn't compressible and shit. So we may have to roll the tape back and see.
They're wrong. It's compressible, 100%.
What is effective?